Millions of deaths, destruction, pain, and grief, all because of you. An emotionless voice fell in the ears of a young man. You should have never been born, P. A young woman stood before the young man on a battlefield with thousands of bodies littered all around. Blood trickled down her trembling lips as she gazed deep into the eyes of the young man who held the hilt of the sword that had impaled her chest. Even raising her hand was a struggle for the girl, yet she didn't give up. She raised her hands with great effort, placing them around the throat of Gabriel. I should have killed you. She struggled to speak as her vision started turning blurry. She didn't even have enough strength to choke the man before her, who didn't even resist. The man simply spoke a few words in response. You did. Twice. A sad smile crept up the lips of the woman, yet you just refused to stay. I can't die, Maya, not yet. The young man touched the pale cheeks of the lady who was on her last breath. I didn't start this, but I will end it. They will be here soon. You are playing with the natural order of this world. Even gods won't ignore you now. You can't escape this time. Maya spoke, gazing deep into the eyes of the young man. You will. She tried speaking something, but before she could even finish her sentence, her eyes lost their shine, and she slowly fell limp in the man's arms. She took her last breath in the arms of the man she hated the most in the entire world. Gabriel didn't let Maya's body fall to the ground. He held her in his arms as he glanced at her pale face that once used to be filled with life. Some unexplainable emotions flickered through his eyes. I wish things could have been different, Maya. He placed the body of the young lady on the ground carefully in one of the few gaps in the corpse-covered field. Fate is cruel, isn't it? When I hadn't turned to the darkness, I could never tell you my feelings, and when I received this darkness, you refused to listen to my cries for help. Gabriel's heart felt really heavy. Even though he had prepared for this fated day for a long time where he was going to have the woman he loved and his enemies standing on the same side, still, when it actually happened, it made him feel the torment once more. But now that I've come this far, I won't fall back. He took a deep breath as he stood up, tossing the sword aside, battered and blood-stained as it was, which didn't belong to him in the first place. I won't let even the gods stop me. Thousands of dark spirits circled around him, protecting him from thousands of blazing attacks targeted at him, whether weak or strong, as they barraged the barrier. The entire world was against him. All the mages had joined the war against him. Also, they could destroy the one they considered impure. Still, Gabriel didn't retreat. He didn't run away. He was prepared to die today if that's what it took for him to accomplish his task. The beautiful black ring that he had been wearing for years on his left hand turned into a speck of light and flew before him. The speck of black light increased in size, turning into a beautiful and threatening book with a terrifying aura. The pitch-black book appeared to be something that came from the depth of hell itself, not only from its dark appearance, but also from the deathly aura it exuded. All the spirits around Gabriel screeched in excitement and fear at the book's appearance. The world that refused to let me live. The world that called me the devil just because I awakened the wrong element. The world that destroyed all my hopes and dreams. I don't accept that world. You want to remove impurity from this world. Let me cleanse the real impurity. Let me make the world anew. Gabriel's voice kept getting louder and louder until he was literally roaring. The book opened on its own as it floated before Gabriel. The pages started turning and only stopped when it was the last page of the forbidden book. The last spell of the book has been opened, and Gabriel was going to use this spell. The black symbol of element of darkness on the back of Gabriel's right hand shone brightly, in sync with the forbidden book. For a moment, it was as if the entire world had gone silent as Gabriel started chanting the forbidden spell. The spell was taking a heavy toll on his own body. As he spoke, his body seemed to age every second that went on. He could feel a fragment of his soul being destroyed with each word he spoke, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The sky started thundering as if it was going crazy at the blasphemy. A lightning bolt fell from the sky as if it came straight from the seventh heaven. The blinding flash made many people close their eyes. By the time they opened their eyes, they saw a proud figure standing in the distance. All the mages went down on their knees, stopping all the attacks. A god had arrived in the world of the mortals to stop what was happening. Stop this instant. The god commanded Gabriel in his thundering voice that seemed to pierce the heavens as the bolt of lightning had just done, yet Gabriel refused to listen as he kept chanting the forbidden spell. He ignored even the commands of a real god, preparing for something impossible. He was going to make the entire heaven his enemy, the world. It was never going to be the same again. 3 years ago, the God of Light has decided. By giving young Gabriel a sign of his blessing, he has graced the young man to be the youngest mage to awaken the element of light at just 18 years of age. Cheers erupted inside a beautiful yet massive hall as an old man alerted everyone about the news. Hundreds of people sat on one knee, facing the white-haired man as a sign of respect. In the entire hall, only 2 men were standing properly. That's why the Church of Light has decided to accept Gabriel as a member of the main church. He will be our youngest member at just 18 years of age. The cheers became even louder at the announcement. It was the first time a person from their town was going to be selected as the Mage of Light in the main branch of the Church of Light. This was a massive deal for their town. Everyone's focus shifted to a young man in the light who was also on one knee. The young man appeared to be only 18 at the moment. The young man appeared to have a beautiful yet innocent smile on his face as he gazed at the back of his left hand. There was a beautiful symbol there. The symbol that had appeared only a few days ago yet was enough to change his life forever. Gabriel had just stepped on the cusp of adulthood, and he was already about to join the Church of Light, which was the dream of billions of people in the world, including himself. There were many elements in the world, but only a rare few awakened the elements to become a mage. And amongst all the elements, the element of light was considered to be the strongest element. The people who hadn't awakened the element of light wished to awaken it, while those who awakened with another element were jealous of the destiny of those who got the element of light. Not only had Gabriel awakened the element of light, but he was also the youngest to have achieved this feat. Gabriel, the white-bearded man, said in a commanding yet gentle tone, "Please stand." Gabriel stood up respectfully, following the orders. Only he knew how fast his heart was thumping, but he tried to act as composed as he could. He was really nervous and praying that he wouldn't make any mistakes today. The old man before him wasn't any ordinary mage of light after all. He was the head priest from the main branch of the Church of Light who had arrived here from the royal city, especially for him. Old man stepped closer to Gabriel and placed his hand on the head of the young man. "Tomorrow we will have your initiation ceremony at 7 in the morning. You will be officially accepted as a member of the Church of Light. You'll also receive your staff and a guide of basic spells. Be here on time." Gabriel nodded respectfully. "Yes, High Priest." As the High Priest stood near him, he could feel the pure aura of the old man. It felt so powerful. That was the element of light, he thought. "Good, you can leave." The High Priest turned around and started to leave. "We are done for now." Right behind Gabriel in the crowd, there stood a dark-haired man who seemed to be in his early 20s. His face turned dark as he watched the High Priest leave. He couldn't help but look at the priest who handled the matters of this small branch of the Church of Light. The middle-aged priest also seemed somewhat surprised. He ran to the High Priest in haste. "Ah, Your Holiness, about my son. I mentioned him to you. He also awakened with the element of light, if you could also." The High Priest lazily glanced back. "Roan, as I told you before, I can't accept him. Tell your son to get admission to the Royal Academy of Magic and prove himself there. He can join the Church of Light after graduating from the academy like other light mages." Hearing the response, Roan became even more nervous. This was about the future of his son after all. "But Your Holiness, that will take a lot of time. Since you're already here and accepted one member, can't you make this exception for me? Please accept my son in Church of Light as well." The High Priest glared at Roan in response. It appeared as if he was starting to get angry. "Roan, don't forget your position. Are you questioning my decision? So what if your son awakened the element of light? There are thousands more like him. He is already 23 years old. By 20, almost everyone who has the talent of becoming a talented light mage awakens the element. By that standard, your son is already below average. Moreover, the only reason I came here is for the kid called Gabriel. There has been no person who awakened with the element of light before the age of 19. Meanwhile, this kid awakened the element before he even turned 18 properly. He's the most talented light mage I've seen in my entire life. That's the only reason for his direct selection into the church. Don't think I'll make that exception for everyone. Next time, don't even raise that issue with me anymore." The High Priest rolled his eyes before he left the hall to go prepare for the initiation ceremony tomorrow, after which he was going to take Gabriel to the royal city where the Church of Light was established. Gabriel stood respectfully, watching the High Priest leave. He couldn't help but wonder what the High Priest talked with the priest of this small town. However, it was none of his concern. After the High Priest left, he also started leaving, excited for tomorrow. Even though Gabriel attempted to leave the church, it wasn't easy for him as there were many people on the way waiting to congratulate him. Everyone knew that Gabriel was going to become a really powerful mage in the future with his talent. Maybe he could even become the head priest one day as well. They all wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After lots of struggle, Gabriel somehow managed to get out of the Church of Light. As he stepped into the sunlight and out of the church, he breathed a sigh of relief. He gazed at the clear sky as a beautiful smile spread across his slender face. He showed the back of his hand toward the sky. "Look, Mom, your son has made you proud today. I've been selected in the Church of Light. Ever since he was young, he had never seen his father. Let alone him, not a single person in this town had seen his father. When his mother shifted to this town 18 years ago, she was already pregnant with him. Moreover, she never talked about his father. In the absence of his father, his mother was his everything. Unfortunately, even his mother left him all alone in this world, dying when he was just 5 years old. Even though Gabriel had lost his mother at an early age, he never felt alone. He always knew that his mother was watching over him from heaven, and he didn't want to make her sad. Instead, he wanted to make her happy. That's why he had been working hard to make her dream come true. Today, he believed she must have been really happy. Mother, you always used to say that you wanted me to be the light that illuminates the whole world. He gently brushed his fingers on the beautiful symbol of light which was on the back of his hand as evidence of his awakening. Look, I've taken the first step towards that goal. I wish you were here so I could have hugged you today. I'm missing you so much, Mother. But don't worry, I won't be sad. As he talked, a small tear appeared in his eyes. Gabriel. A melodious voice came from the distance. Gabriel glanced back, only to notice a lady who appeared to be a few years older than him running towards him. Maya, the beautiful blue-haired lady, was wearing a dark blue dress that wrapped her slim figure perfectly. Wait, why are you crying? Wasn't today supposed to be a good day for you? Don't tell me something bad happened inside. Maya instantly turned serious as she saw the tear of Gabriel. She had been waiting near the church for Gabriel since she wasn't allowed inside. She didn't see anything that took place inside. What happened inside? Gabriel let out a deep sigh, wiping his tear. They praised me and wished me luck for my academy years. What, only that? Maya grew stunned as the pitch of her voice became louder. The head priest came all the way from the royal city only for that. What about the rumors that he was here to accept you in the Church of Light? What happened to that? Gabriel shook his head. That's not happening. It was just a rumor, apparently. While talking, he looked down as if he was really sad. Don't worry about anything. It's their loss. Maya stepped forward and hugged Gabriel tightly. So what if you can't join right now? You're still a prodigy. In the Academy of Elements, you'll learn lots of things. I'll take great care of you. I've been there for a year after all. You'll be the star of the Academy, the youngest light mage. During the hug, Maya felt Gabriel trembling. She asked, "Are you crying?" Unfortunately, she soon realized that she was wrong. Gabriel wasn't trembling because he was crying. It was because he was trying really hard to control his laughter. Ultimately, Gabriel couldn't control himself as he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, all right. I accept I was joking. I was just teasing you. I got selected into the Church of Light. Tomorrow is my initiation ceremony. You, the beautiful woman, puffed her cheeks, unable to believe she was fooled like that. You stupid idiot. She freed Gabriel and raised her hand toward the sky. A beautiful blue formation appeared above her head, and a wooden staff came out of the formation, landing in her hand. The 2-meter-tall staff was an elementary-level staff of element of water, which was the element of Maya. It had a small blue gem at the top to help new mages channel their elements. Hey, Maya, don't. I'll get hurt. It's cheating. Gabriel waved his hand as he started stepping back. Maya, stop. I have a ceremony tomorrow. Water blast. Maya ignored the words of Gabriel as she chanted. The blue gem on the staff shone brightly. A massive sphere of water appeared before her out of thin air. Hey, you can't bully a mage of light. Just because you awakened your element before me, you can't bully me. Wait, no. Well, maybe that mage of light should have thought that before teasing me. Maya flashed a grin as the sphere of water shot towards Gabriel. Gabriel tried running, but it was too late. The ball of water hit him. Even though it didn't hurt him, the water drenched him from top to bottom. All his clothes were soaked in water along with his beautiful silver hair, which stuck closer to his body now. Now you look better. Maya flashed a cheeky smile as if she was equal now. Next time you pull a prank like this, I'll drench you in 3 water blasts. Is that so? Gabriel rolled his eyes. You little bully, just you wait. He started running towards Maya, stretching his arms wide as if he was running towards her to hug her. Wait, no, stay away. You'll make my clothes wet. Gabriel, no. This time, it was Maya's turn to run as Gabriel ran to her to hug her with his wet body as revenge. As the 2 childhood friends had fun running around, a young man watched everything from a distance. His face was already twisted in anger. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst. This bastard. It's because of him that I didn't get a spot. If I can't get that spot, I'll make sure no one gets it. The dark-haired man clenched his fist as he hatched a dark plan, unaware that his one plan was going to bring forth a storm. The sun had already set, taking its warmth with it, but the surroundings weren't completely dark. A beautiful moon had taken the place of the sun. Instead of the sunlight, it was the moonlight that the town basked in, preventing the darkness from taking hold. All the roads in the small town were completely vacant. Not a single person could be seen anywhere as the citizens went to the comfort of their homes. Gabriel sat at the dining table, right beside Maya. A middle-aged man also sat on the other side of the table with his wife, both of whom appeared to have similar features to the young lady. Gabriel's mother had died when he was just 5 years old. It was the Arya family who took him in at that troubled time. Even though they didn't adopt him, they allowed Gabriel to stay with them. He was a part of the family despite being their blood. Maya was the only daughter of the Arya family. The 2 youngsters had spent most of their life together and grew quite close to each other along the way. It was only because of Maya that Gabriel never felt like he was alone in this world. She was always there for him, even when he felt sad or missed his mother. She was his light in the world of loneliness. So Gabriel, you will be going to the Church of Light. You have become a big man now. You'll have lots of influence. How do you feel? Maya's father, Calamus, asked casually before taking a bite from the meat that laid him. I am not sure. It was always my dream to join the Church of Light Magic. I've grown up hearing stories about the heroes of light who fought in the Great War against the evil mages of darkness centuries ago. The stories of light that defeated darkness and saved the world. I can't believe I'll be one of them now. Gabriel could only gaze at his food blankly as he tried to summarize his feelings, which wasn't proving to be easy. Even he didn't know what he was actually feeling. He was happy, but for some reason he was also sad. She was a mage of water and she couldn't accept her element's contribution being belittled. Of course, the other elements helped too. I'm not saying they didn't, Gabriel smiled wryly. It's just that. I like the element of light more. It's so pure. I don't know how to describe it, but I've always wanted this element, and now I have it. It's like my dreams are coming true one by one, but at the same time, I feel sad as well. He gazed at the symbol of his awakening on the back of his left hand. Sad? Why? Maya looked at Gabriel, confused. What's sad about it? You know how many people would be jealous of you right now. Not everyone gets the opportunity you received. I know, it's not about that. It's just that tomorrow I'll be a member of the Church of Light. I'll have to leave this place. I won't be able to see any of you for years, until my training completes. If I had gone to the academy instead, I could have stayed with you all, but not now. It feels like this is our last dinner together, and that thought makes me sad. Gabriel looked at the plate before him. He still hadn't taken even a single bite. Hey, why are you acting like you're going to prison? Maya hit the back of Gabriel's head lightly. It's not like you're going to die. Stop being such a downer. Of course, you'll be allowed to come out. We'll definitely meet again. Don't think nonsense now. Eat the dinner and focus on the bright future. Only 1% of people wake up an element, and that percentage is even less for light mages. The two of us are really lucky. One day I'll join the Church of Water. By then you would be out of your training. We will definitely meet again. And it'll be a happy reunion. She placed her hand on top of Gabriel's hands. It won't be our last dinner together, I promise. Seeing that beautiful smile of Maya and feeling the warmth of her hand in his hand, Gabriel couldn't stop himself from being dazed. His heart skipped a beat. Even though he had never told anyone, he had fallen for Maya a long time ago, but he could only keep his feelings hidden. He wasn't brave enough to tell her yet. You're right, one day we will meet again. And it'll be a happy day, Gabriel agreed. I'll be a holy priest of the Church of Light, and you'll be the priestess of the Church of Water. He gazed into the beautiful eyes of Maya momentarily. I promise that will be the day I tell you my true feelings. Once I become something significant and not someone who is a burden to your family, I will come clear. That day, I don't know what your answer will be. I'm already scared. To distract himself from such depressing thoughts about the future, he finally touched his plate and started eating as well. As much as Gabriel thought himself to be, the truth was that he wasn't that good at keeping secrets. The parents of Maya had already realized his feelings that he held for their only daughter. Unlike their stupid daughter who hadn't realized it, they had realized it long ago. They could see that love in the eyes of Gabriel clearly. They were happy as well. Gabriel was a prodigy of the holy element of light after all. They knew that he was undoubtedly going to be a big shot in the Church of Light. If their daughter married him in the future, she was going to be really lucky. Even the king couldn't offend the Church of Light after all. Their influence was just too much. Even though the Arya family accepted this relationship, they didn't want to interfere in it. They wanted to let it take its own course. They didn't want their daughter to feel like they were forcing her. Inside their hearts, they were both wishing Gabriel great luck. After finishing dinner, the middle-aged couple left, leaving Gabriel alone with their daughter. After a long time, Gabriel also finished his dinner. He picked up the empty plates and started clearing the table while Maya waited for him on the table. After he had placed the plates in the sink, he returned to Maya. Shall we go outside for a little fresh air? Sure. Maya stood up and followed Gabriel out of the house. Reaching the roof, the two sat right beside each other, facing the beautiful moon as their shoulders touched. This is the last night of mine here, and the moon looks so beautiful. I don't want this night to end. Gabriel gazed at the beautiful moon that was shining brightly. The moon looks beautiful indeed, Maya agreed. I don't know why it looks even more beautiful than it does normally. For a few minutes, no one spoke anything. Only silence remained. The scary silence was broken by Gabriel. Maya, yeah. Gabriel turned to the side, focusing on Maya. How does it feel when you use a spell in your element? I've never done it before. What does it feel like? Even though he was genuinely curious about this question, it was also subconsciously an attempt for him to have a reason to look at Maya since it was unclear when he was going to see her next. He could see the moon anytime he wanted in the future, not her. Moreover, for him, Maya was even prettier in the moonlight than the moon itself. It feels amazing. It is really hard to describe it in words, but it feels like you're doing something that you were meant to do. Maya tried to explain the best she could. You'll soon learn to use spells as well. I heard the holy element of light has some really amazing spells. The light mages are the elites of the academy after all, even though I've never seen them use their spell. I've heard some stories. Two sat on the roof, talking for hours as Maya talked about her experience in the academy. It was only when she started feeling thirsty that she stopped. It should be midnight already. We've been talking here for so long. We should go back and get some sleep. It's all right, you can go ahead first. I'll stay here for a few more minutes, Gabriel responded. Are you sure? Yep, I don't feel like sleeping so early. I won't force you if you don't want to sleep, but still, don't stay up too long. Maya stood up. She was so thirsty and sleepy that even if she wanted to keep Gabriel company, she couldn't. You know you have to be at church early in the morning. Get some sleep when you're done. Yes, boss, Gabriel chuckled in response. Maya simply rolled her eyes. She went down the roof and entered the house after bidding farewell to Gabriel. Even as Maya left, Gabriel was still sitting on the roof, gazing at the moon. I'm really nervous about tomorrow. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I'm overthinking, right, mother? I hope I don't screw something up tomorrow. You won't screw up tomorrow because your tomorrow will never come. Came a cold voice from the back, stunning Gabriel. Before Gabriel could turn to see who had spoken, something hard smacked the back of his skull. It was as if someone had hit him with a wooden bat. His head started bleeding and his vision started getting blurry. He dropped to the roof. His eyes soon closed. The last thing Gabriel heard before everything turned dark for him were a few cold words. Man, I thought that girl was never going to leave. Fortunately, she did. Even as he lost consciousness, he didn't know who could have hit him from the back. After an unknown amount of time passed, Gabriel slowly started regaining his senses. He could feel that he wasn't on the roof anymore. He was lying on some rough terrain. His head was thumping from pain as if it was about to explode. It was still hurting badly, but he had more things to worry about. Just who had hit him? Why would someone do it? Many questions floated in his head as he opened his eyes. Initially, his vision was still blurry, but it soon cleared. Oh, it seems our young friend is up. That's good. Now he can see with his own eyes. An emotionless voice fell in Gabriel's ears. He weakly pushed his body up with one hand and pressed the back of his head with the other. He recognized that voice right away. It belonged to Horan, who was the son of the town priest. However, as he looked ahead, Gabriel could see that Horan wasn't alone. There was another man with him who was in his mid-20s. Gabriel recognized that man as well. Horan, Javin, what are you two doing? He had seen the other man previously. He was the elder brother of Horan, who was selected in the Academy of Elements since he had awakened the element of wind. No wonder these people were able to get to him without alerting him. The mages of wind could fly after all. They didn't need to use the stairs. Gabriel observed his surroundings briefly. As soon as he realized where he was, he felt even worse. This place. He was sitting right at the edge of a cliff. What am I doing here? Javin asked, cackling. I came back to the town because I was told that my little brother was going to be selected in Holy Church of Light, but you took that opportunity from him. You think you can live after stealing something from my brother. After today, you won't be able to steal anything from anyone. You'll have to be alive to do that. I didn't snatch anything from anyone. Ask the head priest if you want to be selected. I don't have control over who is selected and who isn't. Don't make this mistake. When someone finds out, you'll be punished heavily. Gabriel stood up, trying to convince the others to let him leave. I promise I won't tell anyone if you let me leave. No one will know what happened here. We still have time to correct the mistakes. Well, you're right. This is certainly a crime, and if the head priest of Church of Light finds out, we would be killed for attempting to kill his precious disciple. Horan agreed. He gazed at his older brother. He's right. Let's leave him, brother. We should stop. I'm really scared now. He acted really scared as he talked about freeing Gabriel, but his act didn't last long as he soon burst into laughter. You idiot, you really thought I would say something like this if you threatened me. You're right. If someone finds out, we'll be in trouble, but who will find out? No one is here, and no one saw us bring you here. Moreover, why do you think we brought you to this cliff? Even your body won't be found if we ditch it here. We can kill you here, and not even gods are going to find out. Today, let me reduce the burden on our world. Horan stepped closer to Gabriel with firm steps. Gabriel stepped back only to realize he didn't have any room. He was already standing at the edge. One more step back and he was going to fall off the cliff. Brother, can you help me a bit? This boy took so much from me. I don't want him to die in an accident. I want to be the one to kill him personally. Sure. Javin flashed a big grin as he raised his hand. A beautiful yellow formation appeared above his hand. A staff came out of the formation, having a beautiful yellow crystal embedded on top. Chains of restrictions. He chanted, pointing the staff towards Gabriel. As soon as the spell was chanted, Gabriel felt as if an invisible chain had wrapped around his arms and his feet, trapping him in his place. He couldn't even move his hands and feet. He couldn't do anything. Gabriel fiercely struggled to free himself from the restriction. Don't kill me. I need to live. I need to meet the head priest tomorrow. I need to fulfill the dreams of my mother. You can't kill me. His dream of joining the Church of Light wasn't a dream of his own. It was also a dream of his mother, who had failed to achieve it. She had once told him about it, and it was at that point that he decided that he was going to fulfill her dream through him. He had never told this to anyone before. Unfortunately, his pleas for mercy only fell on deaf ears. Oh, dream of your mother. Should I really care for that? Since you're a dog, your mother must be a. Ha ha ha, you really think I would care for a by-ch's dream? I only care about my own dream, and you broke it. Now it's time I break you in your dream. If you said one word about my mother, I'll kill you. Gabriel roared without thinking as he heard the cold words of Horan about his mother. His mother was already dead, and she was being insulted right before his eyes. He lost all his senses at that moment. Horan laughed out even louder as he placed the tip of the knife on the chest of Gabriel, who couldn't free himself. "You dog, you think you can survive tonight, let alone kill me? Your life is mine tonight. I'm your master and you're my pet. And I've decided that I don't need this pet anymore, so you can die in peace. Say hi to that by mother of yours in hell. Tell her I sent you." Since Horan was so infuriated at Gabriel for taking his spot, he really enjoyed tormenting him. As soon as he noticed that Gabriel's mother was his soft spot, he intentionally talked bad about his mother. Thrust. Before Gabriel could respond, he thrust the knife, impaling the heart of Gabriel. The cold blade penetrated the skin of Gabriel, entering his heart. Gabriel watched his dreams and hopes being crushed right before his eyes, and the pain of that was much worse for him than the pain of being stabbed. A pain scream escaped the lips of Gabriel, even though he tried to prevent it. He didn't want to give the satisfaction of watching him scream to Horan. Horan didn't stop after stabbing Gabriel once either. He pulled out the knife and stabbed Gabriel again and again and again as he laughed like a maniac. Along the way, he didn't forget to twist his knife as Gabriel bled heavily. "That's enough. He's already dead." Ultimately, Javin chimed in, reminding his brother that the young man was already dead. Gabriel's painful screams had stopped. His eyes were already closed by now as a tear droplet trickled down his cheeks. He had died long ago. His clothes were already covered in blood, just like the knife in Horan's hands. "Ha, the bastard died faster than I thought." Horan finally came to his senses, letting out a sigh. "You can free him." Javin cancelled his spell. The wind chains disappeared, freeing Gabriel's lifeless body from the restrictions. Gabriel's limp body started falling weakly to the ground, but Horan wasn't even going to allow that to happen. "Don't spoil our precious cliff with your blood," he laughed as he kicked Gabriel. His kick landed right on the bleeding chest of Gabriel, on the same spot where he was stabbed many times. Gabriel's body flew back, falling off the 1,000-meter-high cliff. "Don't worry about it. As your brother, it's my duty to help you out. The older brother ruffled the hair of your young brother with love and care. I'll do the same even at the academy for you. Anyway, we need to get back now. It's already 2. If anyone finds out we were out so late, people will be suspicious. Can't let anyone know. The High Priest of Light is still in the village. If he finds out, our death would be made a royal spectacle." Javin turned his back on the cliff. "Right, I'm coming." Horan glanced off the cliff one last time before following his older brother. The cliff returned to the silence as the two brothers left, but it was just the silence before the storm. A body fell off the cliff, falling flat on the ground. A puddle of blood appeared around the body, which was in a really bad condition. Most of the bones of Gabriel were broken, and his skull was cracked from the fall. His hands were twisted in a position that shouldn't have been possible. However, something strange also started taking place at that time. A thin stream of blood left the puddle of blood and started moving away from the body on its own. It was a really strange event since the bloodstream wasn't following gravity. It was climbing upward, leaving a trail behind. Barely a meter away from the body was a book. Pitch black book that appeared to be covered in dust. The book appeared as if it wasn't used in centuries. There were some strange symbols on the cover of the book which were hard to read. The blood of Gabriel kept moving toward the book, leaving a red trail behind. As soon as the blood touched the book seemed to come to life. It started changing. The book, which appeared to be old until recently, became utterly new as a beautiful black light surrounded it. The book wasn't the only thing that was changing. Through the steam of blood, a bond was established between the lifeless body and the mysterious book. The wounds of the body also started healing slowly. The heavy wounds, they were healing as if they were nothing. The body also started floating in the air as the healing of bones began. The body, which was lying lifeless, was going through another change. On the back of the left hand of Gabriel, there was a symbol of the element of light, while the right hand used to be empty. Not anymore. On the back of his right hand, a new symbol appeared, which was pitch black. Gabriel was stabbed in the chest many times before being tossed off a cliff. Unfortunately, he had died before he was even tossed. Even as he was being stabbed, again and again, his vision turned dark and his breathing stopped entirely. The entire world turned dark for Gabriel. He never expected to see the moon's beauty again. He couldn't see Maya ever. He was going to leave this world. Even as he died, there was only one thought in his head. It was how his words had come true. He had spoken about this being their last dinner together. Those words couldn't be truer since this was his last day on Earth, or so he thought. The world, which had turned dark again, started gaining some light. All the pain was gone as well. Gabriel opened his eyes, noticing he was at the bottom of the cliff. However, as he gazed down, his expression changed. He could see his dead body lying in the distance in his own blood. He raised his hands, noticing they were see-through now. "I am a spirit," he said, soon realizing what had happened. His dead body was right before his eyes. If he was looking at it, that could only mean he was dead. He noticed a stream of his blood moving toward a black book in the distance. Curious, he tried stepping closer to the book to see what it was, only to be forced back by some mysterious force. It was as if there was some mysterious barrier around the book which prevented him from closing in. At the same time, he heard some strange noises coming from the back, breaking the eternal silence of this place. He slowly turned around, wondering if there was another person there. Unfortunately, it wasn't a person who stood behind him. As soon as he turned back, Gabriel noticed a ghastly figure that appeared to be made purely of darkness. It was like a hooded figure which had no face at all. The strange specter was holding a pitch-black scythe in his hand, observing the spirit of Gabriel. Gabriel couldn't help but take a step back in fear as soon as he saw the figure. It was like the Grim Reaper had arrived to take his spirit back to the nether. The specter floated closer and closer to Gabriel, carrying his scythe. Before long, Gabriel found his movement to be restricted again. He couldn't move anymore. Instead, it was as if something was pulling his body toward the specter. As the dark specter reached within arm's reach of Gabriel, it raised its scythe and swung it. Gabriel closed his eyes, horrified. Unfortunately, even as he waited for the tormenting pain of his soul being destroyed, nothing happened. The link between him and the book was completed through the blood bond. Heavy winds started flowing as soon as the bond was completed. The specter turned to the pitch-black book before turning to the spirit of Gabriel. It slowly disappeared as if it was never there. Gabriel waited for a few seconds for his head to be sliced, but nothing happened. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find the specter was nowhere to be seen. Abruptly, his body started being pulled back by some mysterious force. He turned around in fear, believing the dark specter was behind him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case either. His body wasn't being pulled by any specter. Instead, his body was being pulled toward his body. He didn't know what was happening, but he trusted his gut feeling and stopped resisting. His spirit was pulled back into his body. An unknown amount of time had passed before Gabriel finally made some movement. If there were anyone else here, they would have been horrified to see a dead person move, who was stabbed multiple times in the chest and was tossed 1,000 meters off a cliff. Anyone would have been long dead by now, so it seems absurd. Even the thought that someone could have survived the fall. The bright sun had started rising in the sky, filling the world with much-needed warmth and light. As the light fell on the body of Gabriel, it revealed a wonderful young man who seemed like he was sleeping peacefully. There was no wound on his body. If his bloodied clothes were to be ignored, no one could have guessed that he was ever hurt, let alone killed. The only difference he had now compared to before was that he seemed a little paler now. Gabriel came to his senses. His headache was gone. He could also feel his body perfectly fine. There was no pain anywhere. Gentle winds brushed against his skin. Was I dreaming everything? He slowly opened his eyes, giving his blurry vision a chance to recover. Unfortunately, he didn't even need to completely open his eyes to realize that this wasn't a dream. If it were a dream, he would have been on his soft bed right now, but he could feel some stones stabbing against his body. He was on a rough surface. Opening his eyes, he noticed the top of the cliff. He remembered everything and realized it wasn't a dream. He was actually killed and tossed off a cliff. Did that mean the dark specter I saw was also? How am I still alive then? He observed his chest and saw the holes in his shirt, but there was not a single wound on his body. To hide his eyes from the direct sunlight, he raised his right hand and tried to give some cover to his eyes. However, as he did that, the back of his right hand came into his view, surprising him. He could see a strange new mark on the back of his hand. It was the mark of 2 black scythes making a cross. Even though he didn't understand what this mark implied significantly, the dark color of the mark was evident of what element it was. I've seen the dark element markings in the books. This isn't how they look, but the color. It's undoubtedly black. What? He observed his left hand. His old symbol of the holy element of light was still there. Impossible. 2 elements, light and darkness. This doesn't make sense. Light and darkness are even more conflicting than water and fire. Moreover, no one has 2 elements as far as I know, so how is this possible? He also appeared somewhat disappointed. If there were anyone who had awakened 2 elements, they would have been ecstatic. Even he would have been happy if the second element was anything other than the element of darkness. The ones who awakened the element of darkness were said to be the ones selected by the devil himself to bring ruin to the world. They were hated all over the world. The churches of elements joined hands to destroy the church of dark magic centuries ago, and since then, the dark magicians were hunted openly whenever one was discovered. The Church of Holy Light also awarded citizens massively if they gave them the information about dark mages. This element, it was a nightmare for him. He couldn't believe he had awakened the dark element that was hated all around the world. If someone found out, he was going to be killed. Again, moreover, with this element, even if he went to someone and told them what was done to him at night, not only were people not going to believe him, but they were also going to try to kill him if they saw his new element. Both these elements are contradictory to each other. How can they both exist with the same person, and why me? He pushed his body up and stood. There were thousands of questions in his head, but he had answers to none. The only thing he knew was that he was in trouble, and he also knew whose fault it was. Because of the element of darkness, he couldn't go to the Church of Light. The high priest was going to kill him at sight, calling him an abomination. Even if he tried to hide this marking, he was sure that the high priest of light could sense it, his dream of becoming a holy mage of light. It was forever broken with no chance of ever coming true. At the same time, instead of becoming the light that was appreciated by everyone, he became the darkness that was hated by the whole world. His head had started spinning due to stress. He didn't know what to do. What could he even do? Was there anything that could solve his problem? He didn't know anything. His breathing slightly fastened as he started walking back and forth. I will be forced to hide my existence if I don't want to be killed by the Church of Light. All because of those two. They ruined my entire life. They took everything I held dear and made me this. This cursed creature. He looked at the dark mark on his right hand. He paced back and forth for a few minutes before coming up with an idea. His eyes lit up. Wait, that's right. I still have the symbol of light. If I keep my symbol of darkness hidden, maybe I can fool the others. The high priest will obviously find my identity if I go before him, but the villagers won't. If I wait for the high priest to leave, I might be able to enter the village without being caught. And then those two bastards. Still, my life is mostly over now. No matter what I do. Because of darkness, I can't go to the Church of Light to learn spells. I don't have the Staff of Magic of Light either. At the same time, there is no Church of Darkness to give me their spells. Despite having two elements, I can't use any. I might be the first person to have two elements yet can't use even one. It is all because of those two. I will make them pay. Even though he didn't know how to do it or use spells, he made a promise to himself. He couldn't let his murderers roam freely after killing him, but first he needed to leave this place. He had a mountain to climb to get back to the village. Just as he started leaving, he remembered something else that he had forgotten entirely. The strange book, he exclaimed as he remembered what he had seen when he was in his spiritual form. He abruptly stopped and started looking for the book, which wasn't lying too far from him. He stepped closer to the book, wondering if this book was actually what he thought it to be, the Book of Dark Spells. He reached out his hand toward the book, bending forward. As soon as his fingers touched the book, he felt a strange sensation inside his body. It was as if he had met a long-lost friend. The feeling was so surreal that, for a moment, he thought he was in heaven. After he picked up the book with his right hand, he placed his left hand on it to hold the book with both hands. Arg! As soon as his left hand touched the book, the white symbol of holy light in his left hand shone brightly. Gabriel felt as if his left hand was on fire. He immediately removed his left hand, letting the book fall to the ground. As soon as he freed the book, his pain subsided. He thought for a few moments before picking up the book again, but this time he only held the book with his right hand. Strange. If it's an ordinary book of spells, why can't I hold it with my other hand? I know elemental mages can't hold the grimoires of other elements, but they have no problem holding basic spell books. If this was an ordinary spell book, I should have been fine holding it even with my left hand. Could it be a grimoire? Impossible. Can't be the holy book of a Church of Darkness. It was said that an elemental mage could hold the spell books of other elements if he wanted. The only book that an elemental mage couldn't touch without hurting himself was the grimoire of other elements. Each element only had one grimoire, and it was called the holy book for that element. Each of those grimoires were kept in the church of that element in complete security. Only the head of the church of that element was allowed to use the holy book. This is the holy book of the Church of Darkness. How is this possible? Gabriel was freaking out at the thought that he could be holding the holy book of Church of Darkness. If that was the case, this book should have been kept with their strongest and highest-ranking member. A holy book was different from other ordinary spell books, after all. They were also called the Forbidden Books. For a moment, he had forgotten that the Church of Darkness was completely destroyed. It didn't have a head of church anymore. Moreover, in the destruction and the terrifying battle, the last head of the Church of Darkness was killed. It was only after he remembered it that he realized. The Church of Darkness was destroyed in the last war and everyone was killed. Even then, how did the book end up here? The war happened far away from this place. This book couldn't have traveled here alone. What is it doing here? Since he couldn't hold the book with both hands, he placed the book on the ground. He needed to use his right hand to turn pages. He wanted to see what was inside. He was going to take his first step on the journey of darkness. Gabriel opened the cover and looked at the first page of the book. Fortunately, he was able to read it properly since he was a mage of darkness now. A spell book of one element could only be read by a member of that element. If he didn't have the dark element, he couldn't have touched the holy book of darkness at all. To a person who didn't possess that element, the spells only looked like a jumbled mess of strange characters thrown in together, but for him, the words were no different than the common language he was used to reading. That was the advantage of sharing the element. On the first page of the book, there were only a few words written in bold letters. On top of the page, there was a symbol of two black scythes, making a cross which was the same as the one which was on his right hand. Under the symbol there were 4 words written: Forbidden Book of Necromancy, Forbidden Book of Necromancy. Gabriel repeated the name. Just the name of the book was powerful enough. However, he didn't remember ever hearing about necromancy. All the holy books that he had heard about were related to elements. For example, the Book of Light was named the Holy Book of Light. For thunder, there was the Holy Book of Lightning. If the book before him was actually the Holy Book of Darkness, it should have been called Holy Book of Darkness or even Forbidden Book of Darkness. As far as Gabriel could remember, there was no element of necromancy, or was there? Even he doubted his knowledge at this point. There was a mark of darkness on his right hand, which didn't match the mark of darkness he knew from the books. There was a book before him that should have been the Holy Book of Darkness, yet it had a name that he had never heard before. He turned the page to the second page, which had a brief description of necromancy. As Gabriel went through the description to understand what it was, his expressions twisted. The art of using undead and souls. This doesn't sound so good. If someone finds it, I can use undead and spirits. I would become an even bigger enemy of the world than I already am. Could this be the reason why the Church of Darkness was destroyed? They were using undead. Why did the Holy Church of Light hide that information from everyone? Why is there nothing about this in the history books? Initially, Gabriel was worried about waking up the element of darkness, but only now he understood that it was just the start of his problems. The dark mages were already considered the devils. If someone found out he could use the undead, he was going to be damned for all eternity. Gabriel turned the book's page and started going through it to understand the book more. No matter what he thought about the book and necromancy, he knew that this was his only way. He needed to learn necromancy. Now he couldn't learn the spells of holy elements of light since no Church of Light was going to allow him an entry. He needed something to protect himself. He needed spells. Since he couldn't use the holy light, he was going to use the damned darkness and learn it, so he didn't end up in the same situation as he did before. He kept turning the pages, becoming more confused as time passed. Strange, there are so many pages, but only the first 2 pages after the description have a spell on them. The rest of the pages are empty, and even the 2 spells that are there, they don't seem to be high-ranking spells. Could it be that I was really overthinking? This isn't the Holy Book of Church of Darkness, but a copy that only has a few spells. But if that was the case, I shouldn't have felt the burn when touching it with my left hand. Nothing makes sense. Am I going crazy? Gabriel held his head, which had started aching now. He took a moment to calm himself as he stood up and started walking around the dark book, trying to calm his head. Only after a few minutes did he sit before the book once again. He was mentally prepared. Gabriel repeatedly went through the 2 spells, trying to memorize and understand how to use them. Since he had no spells of holy light, he had nothing to protect himself with the next time he faced enemies. For his own protection, he knew it was absolutely necessary for him to learn the dark spells. It was better than nothing. After spending 2 hours with the 2 spells, he finally finished memorizing them entirely. He had memorized the method to use those spells. I hope I won't ever need to use these spells. The day I use them, everyone will know what I am now. But do I really need to worry about that? I'll be carrying this massive book with me. Isn't it like holding a massive sign saying I'm a dark mage? Gabriel scratched the back of his neck, trying to think where he could hide the book. He couldn't leave the book behind. He needed to keep the book with him, but that also was troublesome. As if understanding what Gabriel was thinking, the black book started rising in the air on its own. The forbidden book of necromancy floated before Gabriel. Right before Gabriel's eyes, the thick book turned into a speck of black light that wrapped around his right hand's ring finger, ultimately turning into a pitch-black ring with a beautiful crown in the middle. Ring, did this book just read my thoughts? Gabriel stared at the ring on his finger blankly. Now, how do I get the book back from the ring? Become a grimoire again, he commanded, raising his right hand as if to test. As if listening to his commands again, the ring once again turned to a speck of black light which became the book of necromancy again. The book floated before Gabriel. This is amazing. I don't even need to hold you, do I? As long as you're in the form of a ring, no one will know a thing. This is perfect. Gabriel exclaimed in excitement as one of his problems was solved. In his mind, he thought about opening the second page. He wanted to see what more could the book do since he didn't need to hold it. He decided to test if it could actually work based on his thoughts. As soon as he thought, the book opened and went to the second page. Even though I don't like the fact that I'm a dark mage now, it's not your fault. You just saved my life and probably needed to awaken the second element for that. I won't blame you. Gabriel touched the dark book gently as if only this book could understand his pain at this moment. The only ones I can blame are back at the village, and with your help I'm sure we will have some sweet fun with them. Flashing a subtle smirk, Gabriel looked at the bright sky. Even though he did not like what he had become, he couldn't deny that the strength of a dark mage was certainly very high. It took all the elements to fight the element of darkness. And so what if he had a dark element? He knew he wasn't a devil. He was still the same Gabriel that he had always been. The forbidden book of necromancy once again turned into a beautiful black ring that appeared in the right hand of Gabriel. Wait, what about the staff of magic? The staff of dark magic isn't sold anymore, even the most basic ones. And without the staff, I can't even draw out even 10% of the strength of a spell, no matter how weak the spell may be. Even though he realized the problem that was limiting him, he knew there was nothing he could do. The Church of Darkness was destroyed a long time ago, and all the dark mages were killed. Everything related to them was banned, and all the spell books of Church of Darkness were destroyed. There was no way he could get a staff that supported the element of darkness. If only I had received a magical staff with the book. He let out a tired sigh, observing his ring. I can't demand too much from you. I'm alive, that's already enough. So what if it's just 10% of a spell's strength, still a spell? It's better than nothing. Despite coming to terms with lacking a staff, he still searched all around, trying to see if his luck was good enough for him to find a staff here as well. Unfortunately, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any staff. With disappointment on his face, he could only leave the place. He took off his blood-covered shirt and left it behind, leaving bare-chested. Along the way, he stopped by a river and wiped his body, leaving no traces of blood. He also used a small piece of clothes he had found along the way, wrapping it around his right hand to try to hide his dark symbol as he advanced back to the small town of his. While Gabriel walked bare feet, trying to get back to his town, there were people in the small town still waiting for them. The head priest sat in the main hall, waiting for the arrival of Gabriel, who was supposed to arrive early morning. Unfortunately, it was already afternoon now. People of the church tried to find Gabriel in the entire village, but he was nowhere to be seen. The people from the church asked the Arya family about Gabriel. They discovered that Maya was the last person who had seen Gabriel at around midnight. Maya described her interaction with Gabriel about how he was excited about tomorrow, but also nervous and slightly scared. Her testimony made everyone feel that maybe Gabriel was actually scared since he was too young to join the church, and he ran away. That was the only reason why he wasn't here. They hadn't even considered the possibility that someone might have tried to kill Gabriel. Gabriel was someone that even the head priest from the Holy Church of Light desired. Only an idiot could have tried to kill Gabriel. That's why they didn't consider that possibility. Even the town priest agreed that it might be the reason. Despite everything, the high priest waited for Gabriel until the evening. It was only in the evening that he gave up. What a pity. He had talent, but not the mindset needed to cultivate the talent. As soon as the clock hit 5, the head priest stood up. I guess we were too hasty in offering him a position. Not only did he run away, but he also insulted us by refusing this position without even coming face to face. That idiot. Just because he has some talent, he thinks he can act like this. Talent without the right mindset is nothing but a fickle word. The head priest had never felt such an insult. He had come all the way to this small town from the royal city to bring a kid with him, and that kid refused. If the other churches heard of it, they were going to laugh. He was really furious. With a red face, the old man departed. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to make one declaration. That boy insulted the Holy Church of Light. He isn't worthy. I hereby banish him. He would not be allowed an entry into any branch of the Holy Church of Light or even the Academy of Elements. After his declaration, the high priest left the small Church of Light branch in the town. Standing at the entrance of the church, he raised his right hand. A wooden staff shot out of the formation that appeared above his hand. The staff had a beautiful white crystal on top of it, which was much bigger than the crystal in the staff of Maya and Javin. A bigger crystal could utilize more elemental energy of a spell from nature. Wings of light, the old man commanded. 2 beautiful white wings appeared behind his back, made from the purest energy of light. His body started rising in the air as he flew away like an angel, amazing everyone in the town. The strength of light. Horan muttered, watching the high priest leave. One day I'll be able to do it as well. You sure will. Javin ruffled the hair of his brother. He made sure that no one was near him before he continued, however, that poor old man. He doesn't even know what actually happened here. He banished the poor guy, someone who is already dead. How will banishment work on him? Horan started to laugh as he agreed. No matter how talented he may have been, I will still achieve more than him in this life. A young man who had just turned 18 walked on empty roads, advancing towards his town. As carriages went past him, people gave him weird gazes as he was completely topless, appearing like a beggar. There was a small strip of cloth which was wrapped on his right hand, hiding the black mark of awakening. A beautiful ring graced his finger. After 2 hours of restless walking, Gabriel finally reached the entrance of the town. He could see only a rare few people in the streets. Most of them had already gone back home by now. Gabriel avoided the path which went through the church entrance and took a separate path. He wasn't sure if the head priest had left already or not. He didn't want to meet him by accident at the moment. Along the way, he stopped a middle-aged man and asked him if the head priest was gone. The middle-aged man, who was fawning over him respectfully until yesterday, looked at Gabriel with complete contempt now. Gabriel was already banished from the Church of Light and the Academy, and this news had spread through the entire town. Almost everyone had lost their respect for him. His present was destroyed, and now he had no future either. The man didn't feel the need to be respectful anymore. No matter how talented Gabriel was, his future was going to be tainted now. You are too late. The high priest left a few hours ago, and he also banished you from the Church of Light for you blowing him off. You've also been banished from the Academy of Elements. Now you're nothing, the man lazily stated before he left. He didn't want to talk to the kid more than he had to. He banished me from the Church of Light, Gabriel repeated, letting out a deep sigh. He gazed at his black ring, not as if I could have joined the Church of Light if he hadn't, but being banned from the academy does hurt. I thought I could have joined it without being caught. He was really disappointed with what he heard. However, overall, he was somewhat relieved. He believed there was only one person in the town who could find his secret here, and that man had gone. He could relax at home for a little while as he tried to come up with a plan for his future. As for Horan and Jarvan, he hadn't forgotten them either. He just didn't have the strength to do anything now as he had been walking since morning. For now, he needed some rest and something to eat. He hadn't eaten anything all day. He went straight home. Reaching the entrance of his house, Gabriel was just about to knock on the door when a shocked voice came from the back. "Gabriel, there you are. Where had you gone? And why are you topless?" Gabriel could recognize that voice even in his dreams. This voice was his light in the darkness. It was the voice of Maya. Gabriel looked back. "Maya, it's you." Before the young lady, he was really relaxed. She was the only one he could trust. He ran straight to her and hugged her tightly. "I'm so glad it's you. Open the door right now." "I need to get inside." "What happened?" "You idiot, so what if you were nervous about the selection? Did you really need to run away and hide? You've been banned by the High Priest of Light now. Don't worry though, I think you can still talk to him and ask for forgiveness. Just come up with a nice excuse. Don't worry about the future. Things aren't that bad yet." Maya patted the head of Gabriel as she hugged him back. "That's not what I'm worried about. I don't care about the Church of Light anymore. My life. It's in shambles. If someone finds out what had happened, I'll be killed without a chance to explain. Let's get inside the house. I'll tell you everything." Gabriel held the hand of Maya and started pulling her toward the house. "What are you talking about? Why will you be killed? Who will kill you? They'll have to go through me first." Maya tried to calm Gabriel, knowing he was really distressed. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. You can tell me everything. We can find a solution together. Tell me what happened." "I'm here for you," Maya let out, extremely concerned for Gabriel. What was he talking about? What could have happened to him that made him say such things? He was her friend and she didn't want him to be hurt. "Did you have a fight with someone? You made enemies. Tell me, I'll go talk to them." "I didn't make anyone my enemy. Instead, the entire world became my enemy without me doing anything." Gabriel freed Maya and took a few steps back. He looked at his surroundings to make sure no one was there before he started unwrapping his right hand, taking a deep breath. If he could tell this secret to anyone, it was the girl before him who had been with him through thick and thin. There was only one person he could trust in the entire world, his childhood friend Maya, who was no less than family to him. After taking off the strip of cloth, Gabriel raised his hand to reveal the black mark of darkness on the back of his hand. "This is why the world will kill me. It's not what I wanted, but it happened. I need to hide myself for a little. I need rest. Moreover, I can't go before the Church of Light unless I have a death wish. Help me hide. I promise I'll find a solution soon." As soon as Maya saw the black mark, she was shocked out of her core. Her eyes widened as she took a few steps back from Gabriel. Her face went pale as her heart skipped a beat. "Sign of the devil, you've been tainted." She yelled at the top of her lungs, "SHHHH, don't scream, you idiot. On the inside, I'm still the same me. It's just the mark of dark element. I can't go before the Church of Light because of this. They will imprison and kill me. You know I'm not a devil. I'm Gabriel. We grew up together," Gabriel expressed. "Let's go inside the house. I'll tell you everything. You've been tainted, your soul. You're not pure anymore, so that's why you ran from the head priest." Maya appeared as if she was going crazy at the sight of the sign. "Maya, come to your senses," Gabriel yelled in return. "Listen to what I'm saying. The mark of element doesn't matter. I'm still the same old me. Let's go inside. We can talk there. I don't want anyone else to find out. I only told you because I trust you. Just please, for God's sake, listen to me." Gabriel returned to the door and knocked on it. He didn't want to talk here. This place was too risky. He glanced back at Maya. "I'm inside. We'll talk there. I'll explain everything. I'll explain what happened. I'm sure you'll understand." However, as soon as he turned, he noticed something which made his lips part slightly. Maya had called out her staff. There were tears in her eyes, but she looked determined. "Maya, listen, calm down. I'm Gabriel. You can't hurt me. Stop scaring me. Come inside and listen to me, for God's sake." Gabriel roared, having a bad feeling about this. He had thought that Maya would side with him, no matter what. She was his family. She knew him the best, and she knew what kind of a person he was. She should have known he was still the same. That's why he had told her. He couldn't understand why she was acting so crazy. "I'm begging you, please come inside. Keep the staff back. I'm not an enemy," he continued. "Don't do it." Maya had a tear-stained face, but she didn't send the staff back. "You've turned to darkness. I have to do this. I have no choice. It's for the world." Maya kept repeating the same thing again and again. She raised her staff. The small blue crystal in the staff started shining brightly. "Water spear," she chanted. A spear made purely of water appeared before her. As soon as she waved her hand, the spear shot straight toward Gabriel. Gabriel would have usually jumped out of the way to avoid the spear, but he was standing right before the door, and he heard the sound of the door opening. He knew if he moved, someone from Maya's family was going to be impaled. He couldn't let it happen. Moreover, what he was trying to avoid all along happened, and more people started arriving, wondering what the commotion was about. Initially, they couldn't understand why Maya was attacking Gabriel. They wondered if the two friends had a fight. The water spear shot toward Gabriel, aiming straight at his heart. Maya had grown up hearing the stories of dark mages and how they killed millions of people for strength. She knew the sign of awakening the dark element meant the soul of a person was corrupted, and he was going to walk the dark path of blood. She didn't want Gabriel to take that direction and taint his soul further. Even though he was like her family, she had made a choice. The choice for her was between the life of Gabriel and the life of millions of people that he could potentially kill if she let him live. If she let Gabriel live, the burden of all those lost lives was going to be on her soul. She had completely lost her senses. Having no choice, Gabriel realized he couldn't dodge, but he also couldn't let himself be killed. He had to protect himself and the people behind him. "Come to me," he yelled out loud as he raised his right hand. His ring transformed, changing back to the grimoire. The second page of the grimoire opened up, showing the first spell in the book, Shield on Undead. Gabriel roared with all his might. It was the first time he was using a spell, and he knew if it didn't work, he was going to be dead, stabbed by his crush. As soon as he chanted the spell, something happened. The sky suddenly turned dark. Thousands of dark spirits came out of the forbidden book of necromancy, cackling like crazy. All the spirits started circling before Gabriel, making a shield, the shield made of evil spirits. It had finally appeared. Everyone in the village saw it, including the town priest of the Church of Light, who had just arrived. There was no way back for Gabriel now, the Holy Church of Light. It was a massive entity that was known to be the most influential. It was said that even the king couldn't go against the decisions made by the Holy Church of Light. The head of the Church of Light was also known as the most powerful mage in the world, even though no one had seen him before. The church had the headquarters in the royal capital, but it also had branches in other cities and in some towns. The strongest light mages of the Holy Church of Light stayed in the main church at the royal capital. Meanwhile, mediocre mages of light were sent to other cities to handle the branches. As for the really weak light mages that the Church of Light really didn't care for, they were sent to small town branches. Even though these light mages were weakest in the hierarchy of the Church of Light, they were still really powerful overall. They were said to be light mages that could at least use a rank 2 spell of light and even more. The Church of Light in the small town of Gabriel was the same. It was a small branch in the grand scheme of things. The priest was a weak light mage, but even still, he was the strongest mage in this small town and was highly respected here. As the priest arrived after sensing the presence of highly negative energy, his eyes opened wide at sight ahead. He could see a shield made of evil spirits that had swallowed the spear of water as if it was nothing. A pitch-black spell book floated before Gabriel. As the priest was standing on the right side of Gabriel, he also saw the mark of dark element on Gabriel's hands. As soon as he saw the mark, his jaws dropped. After a long time, the element of darkness was seen again, and it was in his town. It was his responsibility to kill this devil. After I kill him and take his body back, I should be rewarded for this merit. Maybe my son will be selected for the church. I can't let this boy escape. What luck. The person who snatched my son's right, now he has become a devil. It's the heavenly punishment for him. Now he will help my son's selection. God of Light is really great. The priest laughed out loud as he raised his right hand. A formation appeared above his hand, and a beautiful white staff flew out. The staff ended up in his hand. There existed a small white gem on the top of the staff. The man raised his staff, but before he could even chant a spell, he saw Gabriel drop to his knees. There was a pained look of disbelief on his face. Gabriel's shield of spirits also disappeared. The black book dropped to the ground as Gabriel groaned in pain. He moved his trembling hand and touched his back to locate a knife that was stabbed in his back. He grabbed the knife. Arg! He roared in pain as he pulled out the knife. Even though the no had fortunately avoided his vitals, but even then, it left a deep wound on his back. Gabriel weakly looked back with a look of disbelief, finding a middle-aged woman who was trembling in fear. Maya's mother had been cutting fruits when there was a knock on the door. She came to the door, forgetting to put the knife down, however. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a person standing before her who had used the spell of the undead. In her fear and confusion, she didn't hesitate twice before stabbing the man. She hadn't realized that it was Gabriel. It was only when Gabriel looked back that she realized who she had stabbed. "Gabber," she called out as she stepped closer in worry, but she soon remembered what she had seen. Instead of stepping closer to Gabriel, she stepped back in fear, resisting her urges to help him. Gabriel saw fear and hate for him in the eyes of the woman that was like a mother to him. That same fear and hate were in the eyes of his childhood friend. One symbol. Just because of one symbol, they didn't even give him a chance to explain as they killed him. This one symbol and fear was stronger than their years of relationship. Just to save this woman, he refused to dodge. Just so she didn't get hurt accidentally, he let the world see his reality, yet this was the reward he received for his care. He couldn't help but flash a weak smile as he saw the reality of his relations. He thought these people would help him, but they weren't going to. They had already given up on him. Their love for him was no more than an illusion, and it took a black book to bring the reality of these people out to him. He reached out his hand towards the black book to pick it up. Erg. Another spear of water came flying toward him. Just as he was about to touch the book, the spear of water stabbed his shoulder, passing through. A hole was left in his shoulder. Gabriel coughed out a mouthful of blood, looking into the tearful eyes of Maya. His weak smile didn't disappear even as his vision turned blurry. The smile hid all his pain that he was feeling at the moment. The priest rolled his eyes in frustration. He wanted to be the one to kill Gabriel, but he was killed by that girl. He knew he needed to take advantage of the situation before it was too late. He could still salvage the situation. He stepped forward as he yelled, "This demon. He had been living in your house for years. You think killing him rids you of your sin?" "We didn't know," Maya exclaimed. "He just awakened the element, it seems, and I took action immediately for the betterment of this world. Please don't misunderstand us. We would never help the devils. You want my help now after helping a devil. Sai, since you're both from this town, I'll help you. No one will talk about what happened here, and you shouldn't tell anyone that you knew him or that you killed him, because then people will start digging why he was at your house. The royal family will kill you if the truth is out. I will trust you this time and help you. I will claim that the devil had come to the church to attack me, and I killed him. Are you fine with that?" the priest asked, putting his plan in motion. He didn't just need the body of Gabriel. He also needed a story that he had killed him after a valiant battle to increase his reputation in the main church to help his son. "I accept." Maya agreed immediately, along with her mother. She took one more glance at the lifeless body of Gabriel. She couldn't help but remember the countless fun moments she had spent with him. Just last night, they had promised each other that they were going to meet in the future after he was a holy priest of light and she was a priestess of water. And now she killed him with her own hands. She felt so bad. It was as if she had killed a family member, stabbing them in the back. But she convinced herself, thinking that she did the right thing. She had saved the entire world. Good, the priest smirked. His plan had worked. Now all he needed was to take the body back to the main church and give them a briefing. He stepped toward the door where Gabriel was lying unmoving. Unfortunately, before he could even get closer, he stopped. He could feel some really negative energy in the surrounding, which appeared to be even more powerful. Dark clouds had started covering the sky. Sounds of crows started echoing everywhere as the speed of the wind increased. "What is happening?" the priest explained. "This isn't normal." He observed his surroundings, noticing his son Javin, who was the only mage of wind element here. "Are you messing with the winds and the clouds?" Javin shook his head. "I'm not, father. I promise it's not me. It's me." A calm yet emotionless voice echoed right behind the priest. Shocked, the middle-aged man turned back, only to have a knife stabbed in his chest. As his chest bled, he saw a woman standing before him who appeared to be in her early 20s. The woman had her right hand around the knife. There was also a pitch-black mark on her hand, which was slightly different from Gabriel's. Her black mark was what everyone had seen in the books about the Church of Darkness. This was the world-renowned mark of dark mages. "Mage of Darkness," the old man weakly exclaimed. The woman only smiled in response. The woman was as tall as him. She had beautiful hazel eyes and deep black hair. Her face was also on the slightly paler side. She was dressed in a beautiful black gown that wrapped tightly around her curvy figure. She was also donning a black robe which had a beautiful moon symbol on the back. "I really hate the stench of mages of light. Don't mind," the woman seductively said as she pulled out the knife from the chest of the old man. "I'm just taking out the trash first." The old man dropped to the ground as soon as the knife was pulled out. His eyes lost their shine as he died immediately, as if the knife had sucked all his life force for some reason. After getting rid of the only mage of light in the town, the woman turned around, observing her surroundings. "I'm sure this is the place I sensed that strange dark aura coming from. Ah, that must be where it came from." She soon noticed a young man lying at the doors, unmoving. However, she also appeared to be somewhat confused. Her head tilted sideways as she focused more on the strange symbol on the hands of the young man. It was similar to the symbol of darkness in color, yet the design seemed to be different for some reason. She started stepping toward the body in the distance with calm yet firm steps. "You people killed him," the woman asked lazily. "You couldn't wait for me to arrive. What a waste. I'm really curious about that symbol of darkness. Too bad he's already dead. He can't answer me now." She casually walked to Gabriel, assuming him to be dead. The mother of Maya stepped deeper inside the house, getting away from the body and the woman who kept getting closer. Maya was surprised to see the newly arrived woman, not only because she was the prettiest woman she had ever seen, but because she was the second dark mage she saw in one day. She had thought that dark mages were extinct. How was it that two appeared in just one day? Watching his father be killed so easily, Javin was dazed. It took him a minute to process what had happened. As soon as he came out of daze, his face turned red in anger. "You killed my father. I will kill you." "Chains of wind," Javin roared. The dark-haired lady felt invisible shackles around her hand and her feet. However, that wasn't all. Javin also chanted another spell, this time targeting Gabriel. He wasn't sure if Gabriel had actually died or not. In any case, he didn't want to take a chance since Gabriel's return meant his death. He also didn't want the woman to be able to take Gabriel and save him. "Winds of destruction," he roared, using a second spell. Sharp wind blades shot toward Gabriel, this time as if wanting to shred his body to pieces. As if sensing the danger to Gabriel's life while he was unconscious and unable to protect himself, the forbidden book of necromancy started shining once again, similar to the mark on Gabriel's hands. Gabriel's body turned into a speck of light which was absorbed by the forbidden book of necromancy. After taking Gabriel, the book of necromancy disappeared, as if taking him to a safer place where he couldn't be killed. The dark mage noticed Gabriel's body disappear along with the book, which made her even more confused. A book that could protect its owner from danger. Things were becoming more mysterious even for her. First, the strange mark on the man's hand that was similar to the mark of darkness yet different. And then there was the book. She had never heard about a book that could do it. Even the holy grimoires weren't supposed to have this function. Gabriel was gone, and this infuriated the lady even more. If only she could have studied the book, she might have been able to understand what had happened here. Yet that opportunity was taken from her because of this stupid man. You. The woman glared at Javin even as she was trapped. You spoiled everything. It's because of you that I lost him. Kill him, she coldly stated. No one knew who she was talking to. There was no one here, but as soon as she finished her command, the shadow of Javin appeared to come to life, holding a pitch-black sword. The shadow came out of the ground and used the sword to stab Javin. The poor man was killed by his own shadows. Shadow Knight, Maya exclaimed in surprise. Only high-ranking mages of darkness can use them. You seem to have some knowledge about us. It seems the history books do teach something about us after all. Not bad. I thought they would have wiped everything about us. The dark-haired woman seemed pleased to see that people knew about them even now. Let me guess, you're studying in the Academy of Elements. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not here for you. I was here for someone else, and because of that stupid man, that person is gone. And I don't know where. I have no reason to be here now. She started leaving, slightly disappointed. Oh, a friendly reminder. If another mage wants to attempt to stop me, they can give it a try. But only do that if you're prepared to watch this entire town turn into a graveyard. I'm already in a bad mood today. She wanted in the center for someone to attack her, but no one took her challenge. As soon as the people heard her warning, it was as if they were frozen in place. Even Maya was scared. She could fight Gabriel, who was a new dark mage. He hadn't learned many spells, but even she didn't dare to face an advanced dark mage. She didn't want to foolishly attack her and end up getting the entire town killed because she knew the woman was capable of it. She was a dark mage that was way out of Maya's league. The lady shook her head in disappointment. She chanted a spell. Wings of damnation. 2 dark wings appeared behind her, made purely of dark energy. The wings appeared similar to the wings that were used by the head priest of the Church of Light, but her wings used a much darker and unholy energy. Right before everyone's eyes, the dark mage left. However, she didn't forget to leave something behind. She landed right at the entrance of the town and dropped a talisman, hiding it under a heavy stone. I don't know who that person was, but now I can be sure he wasn't dead. He is sure to return, and the next time, he should be much different. The outcome would be different as well. If I want to find him, this town will be the key, she muttered, gazing at the massive stone, and I must find him at any cost. The dark mage was gone from the town, leaving 2 bodies behind. The priest of light and his son had been killed in broad daylight, marking the long-dreaded return of the dark mages. The Church of Darkness, which everyone thought was gone for good, had made a return with an advanced mage. She was right. The world was about to change. Maya dropped to her knees, shivering. She was so scared, standing before that woman. Only she knew how she remained standing until she left, not cowering before her. As the woman left, Maya was literally trembling in fear. The dark mages. It was only now she saw how scary they could be. Maya also realized that Gabriel was still alive. If he wasn't, he couldn't have escaped. However, that also meant he was going to return. There was a small part of Maya who was happy that he was alive. She hadn't killed him. However, a big part of her was scared and worried about the future. Not only had she tried to kill him, but her mother as well, when he returned. She was sure he was going to kill them all. According to her, Gabriel was already corrupted, and he was only going to be worse the next time he returned, if not stronger. She stood up and hastily ran inside her home. Mom, pack your stuff. We need to leave this town. We need to go where Gabriel can't get to us. He will kill us if he returns. Hurry, I'll go bring father. Where will we even go? The middle-aged woman asked, still unable to believe what she saw with her own eyes. The boy they helped raise was a dark mage now. The academy I go to is in the royal capital. We can get a place there. That place is like a fortress. The Holy Church of Light is there, protecting the royal city. These devils can never hurt us there. We must also tell the main church what happened here. They need to know. Hurry up. She wasn't the only one who was trying to leave the town. Everyone who was present here had run to pack their bags and leave the town. This place wasn't safe anymore. Right outside Maya's house, Horan was blankly standing before the dead body of his father and his brother. He was informed what had happened. For a moment, he was in disbelief, but he was sure that so many people wouldn't lie. He also started running in fear, leaving the bodies of his family members behind. How can that bastard return from the dead? He is really a devil. This place isn't safe for me anymore. In an unknown dark place, a young man was lying on the ground, unconscious. There was a hole in the shoulder of the man, but he had stopped bleeding. The wound had also started healing slowly as told kept trickling away. Still unconscious, Gabriel was only reliving one moment repeatedly, where he was being stabbed by the woman he thought to be his mother right before being stabbed by the woman he had loved for a long time. After stabbing him, both of them called him a demon as they watched him die without helping him. That moment kept repeating in his head, destroying all love and trust he had. These were the moments that woke him up from his illusion. The old Gabriel was dead. He was a new Gabriel now, the one who was called a demon and backstabbed for no reason. That moment continued repeating in his head repeatedly, and he never fought back. He died every time in excruciating pain. With each death, something inside him broke, until there was nothing left. He decided to get out of this nightmare. He has had enough. He wasn't going to let them kill him anymore. As the next dream started with the same thing, this time he didn't hold back. He jumped aside and dodged the first spear, letting it hit the woman in the back. This time he didn't protect her, and somewhere deep inside, he felt pleased that he didn't help the one who was about to kill him. However, he wasn't going to let Maya have an easy time either. After countless dreams of being killed, he has lost all his faith in her. The black book before him turned to the third page, which was the second spell of the book and the only offensive spell for now. He chanted the spell out loud, not hesitating for even a second. This time, the dream didn't end with his death. Instead, it was the two women who died this time. He had changed the dream, also changing himself in the process. He realized what he should have done. The emotions were useless. He needed to care about only himself, because that's what the others did. If no one cared for him, he wasn't going to care for anyone. As soon as he killed Maya in the dream, his dreams finally shattered as if he was free from the nightmarish dream after learning his lesson. As his eyes opened, Gabriel observed his surroundings, which were awfully quiet. He could even hear the sound of his heartbeat in this place. Gabriel tried sitting, only to notice that his shoulder was still hurting. He remembered being stabbed in the shoulder before. He placed his fingers where the spear had stabbed him. For some reason, there was no wound here. The strange phenomenon made Gabriel tilt his head in confusion. All his wounds had healed again for some reason. "My book," he exclaimed, noticing his book wasn't in his hands. Fortunately, he soon discovered the forbidden book of necromancy, which was lying behind him. He let out a sigh of relief as he picked up the book. The book turned into a ring once again, gracing his fingers. There was no one who could survive after being wounded so heavily without getting treated with holy magic of light. Moreover, now that he was also a dark mage, holy magic of healing wasn't going to work on him either. Still, for some reason, his dark element managed to heal him. Not only did he survive his initial death at the bottom of the cliff, but even now, in 2 days, he had almost died twice yet survived. As for how even, he wasn't entirely sure. All he knew was that it was the work of the forbidden book of necromancy and his new element. The more Gabriel thought about it, the more absurd he found it to be. The darkness that everyone called bad is what kept an innocent alive. On the other hand, the people who pretended to be morally virtuous were the ones who tried to take an innocent life due to that bias. How ironic. This darkness is much better than them from what I've seen. At first, I was hesitant about using the element of darkness, worrying about what the world might think. Even I didn't want to use a dark element, but now I know. If I want to survive, I need to fully embrace this darkness. After coming to terms with his newly awakened element, which protected his life, he tried to observe his surroundings to know where he actually was. He was only sure of one thing. He wasn't with the enemies. They never would have left him alone without taking the forbidden book of necromancy. That could only mean the book had somehow helped him escape when he was unconscious. Gabriel observed his surroundings, noticing that he appeared to be in some dark room. There was no source of light here except the torches that were burning on the wall. The room didn't appear to be properly made. The walls were rough as if it was a chamber in a cave which was dug with hands. There was only one way out from here, and it was a pathway straight which was like a tunnel. For some reason, Gabriel could also hear the sound of water coming from that tunnel as if he was near a water source. He picked up a flaming torch from the wall and entered the tunnel, trying to find a way out of this dark place. Gabriel walked through the dark tunnel for a really long time, looking for an exit. The sound of water appeared to be getting close, yet he couldn't see any light source. Gabriel hadn't eaten since last night, let alone eat anything. He didn't even get to drink anything. Moreover, he had been walking since the morning. He had hoped to rest in the house for a little while, but that plan turned out to be an even bigger mistake. Fortunately, it seemed as if a water source was nearby to quench his thirst, or at least that's what he thought. After walking for 20 minutes straight, Gabriel finally managed to reach the end of the tunnel and stepped out of it, only to end up in an even more absurd place. He had expected to find an exit through the tunnel, but something was wrong. He ended up in another dark chamber, but this one was even more absurd. There was a river passing through this chamber. Other than that river, there was nothing. There was no exit or door. Do I need to swim out of here? Since the river was going out of here, the only path he could see to get out of here was through swimming. However, he was slightly hesitant in this as well. The river, it wasn't any ordinary river. The river's water was pitch black, unlike the crystal clear water of the rivers outside. He had never heard of a river like this. Moreover, he could also hear some strange sounds coming from the depths of the river, as if there were some spirits that were cackling at the depths of the river. Come inside. Come fast. We are waiting. Kekek, jump in. As if Gabriel wasn't stupefied already, he also started hearing strange whispers as if there were people who were inviting him to jump inside. Gabriel hastily took a step back. This river. There was no way it wasn't a cursed river. I can't get inside. This doesn't look safe at all. But is there another exit? Gabriel walked back and forth in frustration. There appeared to be no other exit except through the river. However, the river didn't look to be safe either. He didn't feel safe jumping into the river of cursed spirits. I don't even have materials here, or I could have made a boat. Do I have no other choice except to jump into the river if I want to leave? He had a tough choice before him. Either he could jump inside the strange water and risk his life, or he could stay behind and wait for his death here. Both the options had a high chance of death, but only the second option had a slight chance of survival. After thinking about it for a long time, Gabriel knew that he only had a choice in name. In reality, this wasn't a choice at all. Only one option had a chance of survival, while both had a high chance of death. If he had another way out of here, he never would have jumped in the river of the damned. Unfortunately, this was his only way. He took a deep breath as he stepped closer to the river. He was ready to jump in the river. The voices that were coming from the river intensified. He is coming in. Kekek, after a long time, finally. Jump, human, jump, come inside, shut up, Gabriel yelled in frustration. He was already stressed about getting in the water, and these spirits were making it more difficult for him. Did he just scold us? I think he did. The spirits at the depth of water appeared to be gobsmacked to find a human scolding them. For a moment, they seemed to be in disbelief. Finally, the river had turned silent. That's much better. Gabriel took a step forward to jump inside the water, only to stop at the last second. He gazed at his right hand. Unable to believe his eyes, he took a few steps back. A black boat appeared to be coming toward him from the right. The wooden boat appeared to be made of the most rotten wood in existence. It was surprising that something like this was still in use, but what was even more shocking was the person who was rowing the boat. Okay, this can't be real. I'm really dreaming. Gabriel pinched his hand in disbelief. The person who was rowing the boat wasn't a person at all. Instead, he was the same dark specter that Gabriel had seen when he was in his spirit form. It was the specter that had disappeared right before he was about to kill him. At least that's what he looked like. Since the specter didn't have a face or a body, Gabriel could only assume. He didn't know how many specters like that were there. The boat stopped at the edge of the river as if waiting for Gabriel to climb. The specter didn't even gaze at him. It just sat calmly in the boat. This time he didn't have the scythe in his hand. Even though Gabriel thought that it was a dream, as he pinched him, he felt the pain. He could feel it wasn't a dream at all. He was actually here. It was unclear what this place actually was, but if he wanted to leave this place, there was now a third option. Either he could stay here for eternity, or he could jump in the strange river and try to swim for an unknown amount of time. And now the third option was available, which was to get in the boat and let the specter take him. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure where the specter was going to take him or why he was even here. Just what was this place? As soon as he awakened the element of darkness, his life had turned into a collection of strange events. After a long time, Gabriel finally came to a decision. He decided to get into the boat with the specter and hope for the best even though he didn't have enough answers. He advanced toward the boat with the specter. Even as Gabriel moved closer to the boat, the specter didn't react. He just sat there as if he was a dead being who didn't care about anything. Gabriel stopped right beside the boat. He didn't say anything either and just got inside the boat. Since the specter didn't have a face, he didn't expect the being to speak or answer his question either. As soon as Gabriel sat on the boat started moving ahead. For some strange reason, the spirits at the bottom of the river were awfully silent now. Gabriel had thought that those spirits were going to start calling him out for not getting inside the river, but they didn't dare let out even a single noise. Gabriel wondered if it was because he had scolded the spirits. That shouldn't have been the case, though. Ultimately, he only concluded that it probably had something to do with the specter before him. The spirits were probably scared of him. The boat kept floating ahead and soon disappeared into the distance. As the boat left, finally the spirits started talking again. Did you all see what I saw? He took away that human. Why would he do that? And for a measly human at that, the spirits didn't understand anything. Since the book of necromancy was in the form of the ring, there was no aura of the book here. Without the aura, the spirits considered Gabriel to be an ordinary human at best, which was what confused them. The spirits kept discussing something even long after Gabriel left. In another place, the dark boat advanced in the river of damnation. Even as Gabriel sat in the boat, he hadn't dropped the flaming torch. However, not long after, the flames stopped. All the surroundings turned dark, making Gabriel unable to see anything. It was as if he was completely blind at the moment, unable to see his surroundings. In frustration, he tossed the torch into the water. It was of no use without fire. In the darkness, he only heard the sound of water and nothing else. Everything was so silent. "Are you taking me to kill me?" Gabriel finally asked. As expected, the specter didn't respond. No matter what Gabriel asked, he was only greeted by a terrifying silence, as if the specter wasn't even there. Gabriel had wholly prepared for his death. He wasn't sure if he was ever going to get out of this strange place alive. Still, he wasn't going to go out fighting. He kept rubbing the black ring on his finger with his thumb, prepared to call out the forbidden book at a moment's notice in case he was attacked. Fortunately, there were no attacks that came to him. After a long time of sitting in isolation, finally Gabriel heard some voices. The voices were different. They didn't belong to the spirits from earlier. Instead, they were the voices he recognized. "Gabriel, Gabriel, help me." The call for help came from everywhere. Gabriel subconsciously reacted by standing up, but he soon remembered his past. He took a deep breath, sitting down. He wasn't going to jump into the river to help someone who tried to kill him. Moreover, he was also sure that there was no way Maya was going to be here. It was probably only an illusion to get him down the boat. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes since he couldn't see anything even with open eyes. At least he could keep his mind calm with closed eyes. "I don't know what this river is, but it is making me hear the voices of people I know. This won't work. I won't fall for such an easy trick." The boat covered more distance. The screams of Maya only intensified. This time the voices were followed by her mother's pleas for help. "Gabriel, we helped raise you. How can you abandon us now? Save my daughter. Save her, you ungrateful bastard. Help my daughter or she will die. Please help her." The voices became even more intense as they followed Gabriel. Gabriel still didn't react. "I already tried saving your life once. Moreover, I also received a really nice reward for it. I believe that reward is enough for me to spend a lifetime. I can't afford more rewards like those. My apologies. As for me being ungrateful," Gabriel opened his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. "I believe I've returned all your favors in full by saving you from the death at the hands of your own daughter. You gave me this life when my mother had died by taking me in. I returned your life in exchange for the life that you gave me. Moreover, you also settled the score by taking my life in exchange for the life that you gave me. I believe I owe you nothing anymore." Hearing the calm yet the steady response of Gabriel, the specter who was sitting before him finally made a movement, raising his head a bit. You, the voices screeched in pain as they disappeared. Not long after, a laughter started echoing in the surrounding. This laughter. Gabriel could never forget this laugh. It was the same laughter he had heard right before he was killed at the cliff. "You dog, you are still alive. Come bow before your master just like your mother did. Accept your death like a man, you coward. Come to me." Horan's voice echoed in the surrounding. Gabriel once again responded calmly. "Don't worry, young friend, I have not forgotten you. I promise there will come a day, and I'll stand before you, and that day I will see how much you speak. I hope you speak a lot that day, because that will be the last day anyone will be able to hear your voice. I will keep that promise to you. Even death won't be able to stop me." Gabriel made a declaration right before that specter. "You bastard, you are just a coward, aren't you? You just talk big yet you can't come to face me. Even after I did so much, you're still scared to stand up to me. Ha 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 ha. You stood up before a man who didn't have any fighting skills or spells. You used your brother to restrict his movement before killing him. You think that was bravery. In my eyes, you were the real coward. The day I meet you, I won't restrict you like you did. I won't hide my act from others as you did either. I also won't take anyone's help." A smile finally appeared on the dry lips of Gabriel after a long time. "I will kill you wherever you are, no matter how many mages you surround yourself with. Look forward to that day, because I surely do." The voice of Horan also stopped. For a while it appeared as if there was finally peace. However, Gabriel was too naive to think that. As the boat kept moving, the voices made a return. Sometimes he heard the voice of the head priest, who told him he was banished and he was going to die being nothing. At other times, there was the voice of Maya's father, who blamed him for not saving his daughter and his wife despite all they did for him. Things went overboard when he even heard the voice of his mother. The voice that he hadn't heard for over a decade fell in his ears, sending a chill down his spine. It took a lot of effort not to react to the voice of his mother, but he knew that it wasn't real. It was just an illusion. There was no way the soul of his mother was going to be in the river of damnation. He was sure that she was going to be in heaven. Whatever these voices were, they were trying real hard to instigate him, and he realized that. The only goal behind something like this could be to make him jump into the river of damnation, and he wasn't going to do that at any cost. He kept his eyes closed as he ignored the voices of his mother. The torment continued for an hour straight before the voices stopped, just as Gabriel was feeling like he was going to go crazy. At the same time, the boat also stopped. With a frown, Gabriel opened his eyes, wondering why the boat had stopped. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that he was out of the tunnel of darkness. The boat was waiting before something that appeared like a platform for him to get down. In the distance, he could also see a giant stone door. This was also the end of the river, as the Black River disappeared into nothingness just a few meters ahead. There was no other place to go to. After waiting a few seconds to be sure, Gabriel got off the boat and landed on the platform. As soon as he got off the boat, he noticed that the boat started going back against the flow. From start to finish, the specter didn't even gaze at Gabriel. It was only when the boat was going back that it seemed like he took a glance at him. The boat disappeared into the darkness, leaving Gabriel here alone. He faced the giant door, wondering what could be behind the door. Was this the exit from this place? The specter had brought him here, so there must be a reason, he thought. He picked up another flaming torch from the wall and moved closer to the stone door. The stone door appeared to be 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Just the sheer size of the stone made Gabriel wonder if he was even able to open the door or not. A door of this size was going to be really heavy, especially when it was made from the strongest of stones. If I can't open it, it'll be a dead end once again. I can't let that happen. If the exit is on the other side, I need to get to the other side, no matter what it takes. Even though he believed it wasn't going to work, Gabriel still prepared to give it his all. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and adjusted his body to push the door. He placed his hands on the stone door and took a deep breath before pushing. Creak. Without even waiting for his push, the doors started opening on their own as soon as Gabriel's hands touched them. To be more accurate, the doors began opening as soon as that black ring touched the door. The heavy doors started opening on their own, surprising Gabriel. Doors that could open on their own. He hadn't seen anything like that in this life. He straightened his back and waited for the massive doors to open. After the majestic doors opened, Gabriel finally took his first step inside. Unfortunately for him, this place didn't appear to be the exit. He still couldn't see the clear sky even as he passed through the door. Instead, he appeared to be in a massive hall. This time the hall was even more majestic. Even though the place wasn't bright, it wasn't too dark either. Gabriel could see inside the room, even without the torch. Moreover, what he saw wasn't even close to what he had expected when he stepped inside. He placed the flaming torch on the wall before stepping to the center of the place, which appeared more like a massive temple. There were multiple statues in this place, each 100 feet tall. Except for the one statue in the middle, which was damaged, every other statue appeared to be intact. Moreover, each of the statues were holding a book in their hands. Since Gabriel was standing on the ground, he could see the cover of the books in the hands of the statues. The books appeared to be made from stone as well, more like a depiction of the real book. Gabriel moved closer to the first statue and looked up to observe the cover. The statue appeared to be of a woman who was wearing a tight-fitting dress. On one hand of the statue, there was a beautiful magical staff, while on the other hand there was a book. Noticing the symbol on the cover of the book, Gabriel frowned. He recognized that symbol. It was the holy symbol of the Church of Water. This book is supposed to represent the Holy Book of Water. Just based on the symbol, he couldn't be sure if it actually depicted the Holy Book or just an ordinary book from the Church of Water that used the same symbol. Still, there was a feeling in his heart that the book was supposed to be a depiction of the Holy Book. As for who the woman in the statue was, he had no idea. Gabriel moved on to the next statue to observe the book. The statue this time appeared to be of a proud young man who had hair so long that they came down to his knees. The man hadn't tired his hair. Gabriel appeared to be more interested in the book instead. Holy symbol of the Church of Lightning, Gabriel grimly stated. Are these the founders of churches of elements, or just the heads at the time the statue was made, or could they be more? The gods of elements. Confused, Gabriel moved over to the next statue, only to notice the holy symbol of the Church of Flames, holy symbol of the Church of Nature, holy symbol of the Church of Earth. He went through one statue to another, realizing that all the books had the symbol he recognized. His suspicion was becoming stronger that all these people were carrying the holy books. In the end, there were only 3 statues left, including the broken statue. The broken statue stood at the end of the hall. On the left of the statue, there stood another statue. On the right, there was the 3rd statue. It appeared as if those 3 statues were supposed to show more influence since they were standing near the center, especially the broken statue, which was in the exact center. Gabriel started from the statue of the woman on the left of the broken statue. The woman had 2 beautiful wings on her back that were spreading wide. Holy symbol of light, Gabriel stated in a gruff tone. The holy symbol of light in his left hand shone brightly in the presence of the lady's statue. He skipped the broken statue in the middle and moved to the statue on the right, which belonged to a slender young man. The man held a staff in his hand, which had the smallest gem out of all the staff here, yet the man appeared to be one of the strongest here for some reason. Focusing on the book in the statue's hands, Gabriel recognized the symbol. It was the symbol that he had seen many times in the books. The more well-known holy symbol of darkness. Gabriel couldn't help but look at the symbol on his right hand, which didn't match the symbol of darkness. Even though both the symbols were pitch black in color, the symbols at the core were different. Unfortunately, no one had seen this symbol before. The people outside only focused on the pitch black color to believe it was the symbol of darkness. That left only one statue in the entire place. Unfortunately, by now Gabriel had covered all the elements he knew about, and he hadn't seen any symbol that matched his. He wondered if the last statue was going to be the one. He finally moved over to the statue in the middle. The statue appeared to be broken badly and was missing the head. Some more marks of damage could be seen on the statue. Gabriel kept his focus on the book, and just as he expected, there it was, the symbol that was on his right hand. So this isn't the holy symbol of darkness. That means I'm not a dark mage. But then what am I? I'm able to use undead and spirits. And why is this the only statue that is broken out of all? There were many questions floating in his head. He had come to terms with the fact that he was a dark mage who awakened the element of darkness. But now it turned out that he was wrong. He hadn't awakened the element of darkness, but something else entirely. It didn't matter. He still couldn't explain this to the people outside who were going to consider him a dark mage variant. Whatever he was, he needed to embrace it fully. He turned around and observed the entire hall. Other than the statues, there was nothing here. There wasn't even an exit other than the place he came from, but that wasn't an exit at all. That was a dead end as well, since it led back to the river outside. Does this place really have no exit? Am I trapped here for eternity? As soon as Gabriel touched the broken statue, the ring in his hand started shining. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice it. His attention was only attracted when he heard a creaking sound coming from behind. Gabriel straightened up and looked behind the broken statue from the gap between the 2 feet of the statue. There was previously no opening in the entire place. However, now there appeared to be a door-shaped opening in the wall right behind the broken statue. Gabriel subconsciously gazed at the broken statue, wondering if this guy was helping him somehow. In any case, he couldn't ignore this opportunity. No matter where that opening took him, it was better than being stuck here. He ran to the opening and entered the dark chamber. As soon as Gabriel stepped inside, the opening that had appeared in the wall closed behind him. Gabriel found himself in an even smaller room, which was only 10 meters wide. However, this room was what surprised and excited him the most. The room was lit in a blood-red light that illuminated this place. In the middle of the room, there appeared to be a small pond that was only a few meters wide. The pond appeared to be filled with the same dark water as outside. Right in the center of the pond, something appeared to be floating mid-air. Seeing the floating object, Gabriel's lips curled into a smile. He stepped closer to the pond. Unfortunately, to get to that object, he could see that he needed to get inside the dark water. For some reason, he didn't even think twice before jumping into the small pond. The object was more important to him than anything else at this point. No matter what, he believed he couldn't leave it behind. Unfortunately, he was in for a surprise. As soon as he stepped into the pond, which previously didn't appear to be more than a few feet deep, he found himself being pulled inside into the endless depths of the pond. It was unclear what was pulling him, but Gabriel struggled as much as he could to free himself. He struggled with all his might to free himself, but his body only kept submerging in the water. Before long, most of his body was inside the dark water, and he could feel thousands of hands holding onto him and pulling him down into the deep abyss. Gabriel's body was submerged in the water. Before he could even react, his head was also pulled inside the water, making him unable to breathe. Deep in the water, he heard some whispers as his body kept getting pulled to realms unknown. After being unable to resist, he chose his last resort, raising his right hand. He didn't know if the book could help him here or not, but that was his only option here. The forbidden book of necromancy once again made an appearance amidst the screaming noises. As soon as the book of forbidden necromancy appeared, it was as if the spirits went crazy. They screeched in fear and pain as they freed Gabriel and went to the depths of the pond, far away from him. Gabriel held the forbidden book and started swimming up. His head came out of the cold water, finally giving him a chance to breathe. Gabriel's heart raced, thinking about what could have happened if he didn't have the book, this water. This was certainly something scary. He didn't want to stay here longer than he needed to. He gazed at the object of his affection, which was floating in the center of the pond. The object. It was something he wanted as soon as he had discovered the forbidden book of necromancy. As a mage, he needed a staff to control and boost his spells. Unfortunately, it was really hard to get the staff with the element of darkness as they were banned by the Holy Church of Light and others. Moreover, it was only now that he realized that even if he had a staff that supported the element of darkness, it was going to be useless for him. He didn't have the element of darkness as he assumed before. He had something never seen before. For this, he needed a staff with a similar element which should have been impossible to find. Fortunately, that's what he saw before him at the moment. A beautiful wooden staff was floating in the middle of the pond. As for the staff, it appeared to be the exact one that was in the hands of the broken statue, based on the shape of the staff. The staff appeared to have the shape of a question mark, with the top being curved to some extent. Some mysterious characters were also carved on the staff that was shining very weakly. On the top of the staff, there it was, a small crystal, the crystal of his element. Gabriel sent the book of necromancy back to the ring form before he reached out his hand to touch the staff. He made sure not to use his left hand that had the element of light. he knew that he wasn't reaching out his hand toward a magical staff. He was reaching out his hand toward his future. His hand finally touched the staff. As soon as his hand touched them, the mysterious characters that were shining weakly until recently started shining so bright that Gabriel was forced to close his eyes. As he closed his eyes, he felt something change around him. The mysterious light of the staff surrounded his entire body as if giving him some kind of protection. That wasn't all, though. The light started materializing itself into the form of clothes. Gabriel was standing topless. His pants were also torn in places. However, a new set of clothes appeared around his body. 2 black gloves appeared on each of his hands, hiding the 2 marks of his. His pants healed and changed color as well, turning a beautiful shade of black. A shirt also appeared on the top, making Gabriel seem like he was a prince from some powerful empire. A golden robe also appeared on the top of the shirt, which covered his shoulders. 2 beautiful golden wristbands appeared around his wrist with the exact same markings as on the staff, along with a charming golden necklace. Gabriel also felt his surroundings change. He was in the pond before, but he could feel warm grass under his feet now. The chirping of birds also fell in his ears as gentle winds brushed against his skin, making him open his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be amazed. He wasn't in the small room anymore, and that dark pond was nowhere to be found. He stood on the beautiful green grass in what appeared to be a forest. He raised his head to notice the beautiful sky. He was standing under the shade of one of the trees. Moreover, the tree wasn't any ordinary tree. It was as if the staff had listened to his wishes and brought him here. He was really hungry, and now he was standing under an apple tree that had tons of apples. The majestic staff was still in his hands. Lowering his head, he observed his clothes. These clothes, aren't they too attention-grabbing? Then again, at least they aren't all black in color. Moreover, it's better than being naked. And I finally have the staff of this element as well. I don't know what this element is called, but since its holy grimoire is the forbidden book of necromancy, it would be fair to assume it's the element of necromancy, an element that never appeared before. Even if it appeared before, it was kept a secret from everyone. After a long time, he got a staff and a book of spells. Even though these weren't from the element of light as he had wanted, it was still an element never seen before. He wasn't even sure if he was the only person in the world with this element, but it seemed highly likely. Gabriel plucked an apple from the tree with his left hand and started eating it as he observed the staff even more carefully. I wonder how strong the spells will be with the staff. He called forth the forbidden book of necromancy to test. The forbidden book appeared before Gabriel and opened the page of first spell. Since he wanted to compare the boost, he could only compare it with the spell he had used before without the staff. Shield of Undead. Gabriel chanted the spell. As soon as he chanted the spell, the winds fastened. The sky turned dark once again. Multiple dark spirits came out of the forbidden book of necromancy. The spirits were still in the thousands like before as they formed the shield of undead against all expectations of Gabriel. He thought now that he had a staff, the evil spirits that appeared were going to her much more than before, but it was exactly the same as before. Wait, no, this isn't the same. After some time, he finally realized that there was a difference. The evil spirits that came this time appeared to be stronger and louder. They were also sucking energy from nature itself to become even stronger. The spell, it was more about the quality than the quantity, and the quality was superior this time, much superior. Gabriel was pleased with the demonstration of the skill. Clap. Clap. He was just about to stop the spell when he heard clapping coming from the back. Not bad. Honestly, I didn't expect to find you so soon. You need to work on that stealth when using your spell. Stunned, Gabriel hastily turned back. He could see a dark-haired woman standing in the back. She didn't have any book or any staff in her hands, but she did have a black mark that she made no effort to hide. A dark mage, Gabriel exclaimed, taking a step back and tightening his grip on his staff. A dark mage, Gabriel was stunned to find a dark mage standing before him. He had thought that they were extinct, and even if they weren't extinct, it should have been almost impossible to come across one so easily. Also, from the lady's words, it was evident that this meeting wasn't a coincidence. She was actively looking for him. Do you really need to be so surprised? I'm not a ghost. The young lady smiled in response. Moreover, I hope you won't attack me without listening to me first. I'm not here to attack you. Gabriel had already gone through a similar form of bias where he was attacked just because of his element without anyone giving him a chance to explain. It didn't matter who this woman was or what element she had for him. All elements were a threat to him. He didn't actively attack her, but he did hold his staff firmly in case he was attacked in the middle. At the same time, he also canceled his old spell. He didn't even send his grimoire back. The grimoire kept floating before him. Before we begin, I must say, that grimoire is certainly very unique. It's definitely not the Holy Book of Darkness. At the same time, it's not like any other element either, but it's certainly a grimoire since it can fly on its own. Would I be right to assume that it's a new element that you received? The young lady asked. That's right, I'm not a dark mage. Gabriel affirmed. Oh, that I knew at first glance. The lady burst into laughter. The world outside can't differentiate between symbols. They would easily confuse you with a dark mage because of your element's color. But I'm a dark mage. I know that you aren't one of us. So what is your element? What kind of mage are you? She further asked. Gabriel didn't answer her question. He wasn't going to tell her anything about him. For a mage, it was best to keep his abilities a secret. Unfortunately, most of the skills of the other elements were well known, including the element of darkness. These elements had lost the surprise. He was different. Instead of explaining more about himself, he changed the topic to the woman. Why did you approach me? What do you want from me? The lady couldn't help but smirk. She noticed the hesitation of Gabriel to answer her. She didn't mind it. She was just a stranger to him. Fine, I'll be straight. My name is Lyra. And I'm what they call a mage of darkness. I sensed your strange spell energy from miles away and reached your town to see what it was about. That's when I noticed the mark on your hands. Unfortunately, I was too late and you were already hurt. Your grimoire took you somewhere unknown. Since then, I've been waiting to meet you again. I again sensed that energy just now, and it was even more powerful than before. So I came here hoping to find you, she continued. I'll repeat my question. What do you want from me? Gabriel firmly stated. We don't share an element. You can't use my grimoire, and you can't use my staff. Both of these things are useless for you. So what do you want from me? I know I can't use your grimoire because it's a different element. However, even if it were the same element, I wouldn't be able to use your grimoire, which had bound itself to you. Other than you, no one can use that grimoire, even the ones who share your element. And even if you die, the grimoire will just select someone else instead of the person who killed the owner of the grimoire. As for why I approached you, it's because I need your help, she further stated. I'm sorry, but I've stopped helping others. You should look for someone else, Gabriel stated, ending the conversation immediately. Now, I don't expect anyone to help me, and I won't help anyone either. This is my new life, and I'll live it only for myself. I know what you're going through. You just awakened and you were attacked, probably by someone you trusted. It can certainly mess with anyone's heads, but that's what we Dark Mage have been going through for ages. We've been betrayed, backstabbed, killed, and more for no reason at all. Trust me when I say this, but I know what you've gone through. In a world where even your blood can betray you, it's really hard to trust someone, but still I ask for your trust. The two of us might not share the same element, but we share the same enemies. Previously, the entire world was against us, but now it's against you as well. If we want to stop ourselves from being hunted like wild beasts, we need to work together. We need to change the world. We need to destroy the world that tormented us and create the world anew. A world that will accept us. A world where we won't have to fight for our lives. Lyra appeared to be talking straight from her heart, and her emotions were clearly visible on her face. She didn't often show them emotions, as she believed this made her look weak, which she didn't like, but currently she couldn't control herself. She had managed to become stronger throughout the years, strong enough to defeat most of the mages. Unfortunately, throughout the years, she also had to sacrifice a lot for what she gained. She had to fight every day for a world where she didn't have to worry about being killed abruptly. Gabriel noticed the pain in Lyra's eyes. For some reason, she reminded him of himself when he was stabbed by Maya. Create the world anew, he muttered. A different world. I think you're overestimating me. I just awakened. Can we really change the world? Can we really go against the holy churches? Of course we can. With you and me, we can do anything. You have the grimoire of your element, and I have one of mine. We aren't as weak as you think. We don't need to be scared of the elemental churches. In fact, it should be them who needs to be worried about us. You have a grimoire too. Gabriel tilted his head in surprise. Grimoire meant a holy book, and each element only had one. It was the strongest spell book of that element, which was like the Holy Grail. She also had one like him. Lyra nodded. She showed the dark pendant which was hanging on her neck. Just like Gabriel's ring, the pendant turned into a dim speck of light. It transformed into a black book which was similar in size to Gabriel's book, but had a black crescent moon on the cover instead of the two sides that were in his book. Will you help me? I don't mind if you don't want to fight with me for long. Just help me once and I'll fight all the battles myself. Even though Gabriel didn't know if he wanted to help her or not, he was really curious about what help she needed. She had a grimoire of her own. And she was a mage for longer, so she was certainly stronger than him. He didn't believe he could help her with anything. What would help? He asked. Lyra took a deep breath as she grimly stated her request. Hearing the requests, Gabriel's lips parted slightly. So you are crazy. No, I'm not a crazy person, and this isn't a crazy idea. If we can pull it off, it'll be a great help to our cause. Lyra tried to persuade Gabriel, but he still appeared to look at her like she was crazy. Only you can call this plan not crazy. I've just awakened my element, and I don't even control more than a few spells, yet you want me to enter the holy bastion of the Church of Light. If that's not crazy, then what is? Ask someone else to help. I'm not interested. He turned his back on Lyra and started leaving. If she was asking for a small help, he might have even considered it since the two of them were in a similar situation. Still, her request was literally a suicide mission, especially now that he had awakened his second element. I'm asking you because only you can help me, Lyra explained, letting out a tired sigh as she followed after Gabriel. At first, when I sensed your energy, I didn't think this plan was even possible. I only wanted to see who was using this dark energy so I could form a team and work together to spread the influence of the Church of Darkness, but after seeing your two elements, I realized that you were more special than I thought. Only you can pull off this mission. This suicide mission, you mean? Gabriel rolled his eyes. They'll catch me right away if I go there. The only time I'll step into the royal capital is when I believe I'm strong enough, and this isn't that time. Moreover, I have more important things to finish. I don't have time for you. More important things like taking revenge on the people who hurt you. Lyra inquired, taking a guess. You can't do that either. What do you mean? Gabriel stopped and looked back at the young woman. The citizens of the town have already vacated it. The commoners shifted to other towns, while the mages ran to the royal capital to hide, dreading your return. And I can take a guess that it was the mages who hurt you. That would mean that the people you want your revenge on, they are already in the royal capital. You won't find anyone even if you go back to the town. The young lady explained how futile Gabriel's effort of revenge was going to be since the town was empty now. They can't leave so fast. It's only been a few hours since I was hurt. They should still be on the way, Gabriel stated in response. A few hours? I think you might have a slight misconception. You weren't hurt a few hours ago. It has been 3 days since you disappeared from the town, and 3 days are more than enough for them to get to the royal capital, Lyra chimed in. In fact, if I'm not wrong, those people must have informed the Holy Church of Light about you as well. It's quite possible that the town would be surrounded by the Mages of Light at this point. Go back and you'll end up falling straight into the trap, she further added. Why should I believe you? Gabriel grimly inquired. Because I have a reason to keep you safe. You are a potential future ally and too important to me. Moreover, I don't want to do anything that will break your trust. If you accept to help me and go to the royal capital, you'll find out if I was lying and then you won't help me. So I won't lie to you about this, Leah explained. All I'll say at the end is that you really should avoid going to the town this time. If you thought the town priest was strong, you'd be in for a real surprise. That person was nothing before the ones who will be present in the town for investigation. If you were able to sense me using my energy, why can't they do it? How come they aren't here yet if they are that strong? Gabriel inquired before plucking another apple. He took a bite from the apple and waited for the woman's response. They can't sense it. Even though you have a different element than me, yours also contains some semblance of darkness, but not quite the same. I was able to sense it because of that, but they can't unless you're using your spells while you're in close proximity to them. And how close would that proximity be where they can sense it? I'm not entirely sure, but if I were to take a guess, I would say 500 meters or more, Leah answered. So you're somewhat safe for now. So will you help me? She ultimately asked. Gabriel stood calmly and didn't respond. He just gazed back into the distance. Infiltrate the royal capital and steal the staff of the head of Dark Church, which is being kept in a high-security exhibition at the Holy Academy of Elements, he muttered after a long time before shaking his head. He gazed back at Leah. As I said before, this is impossible. You're asking me to go to war with the Holy Academy. I'm not asking you for that. All I'm asking you is to steal something from me. Steal something that is kept in high security. To me, that sounds the same as going to war with the Academy. Gabriel rolled his eyes. All the mages of the Academy will surround me within minutes if I even attempt it. I can't face them all as I am now. Aren't you also a mage with the element of darkness? You also have the Holy Grimoire. Why don't you do it? Why do you need me to do it? Because I'm not as special as you. You have what I lack. You have the dual elements. The security of the royal city is too tight. Even the advanced mages from the Holy Church are stationed at the security stations. Moreover, the city is surrounded by a barrier which is cast by the head of Holy Church of Light himself. As soon as a dark mage passes through the barrier, it leaves a mark on their soul. And also alerts everyone about your presence. For the next 24 hours, the mark can't be removed. The dark mage can be detected by the holy mages because of that mark. They are chased, hunted, and killed, so there is no way for me to sneakily enter the city to steal something, especially not until I get the strength to destroy the barrier, and I can only get that strength with the help of the ancestral staff of darkness. That's why I want you to steal it. As soon as the staff returns to me, the barrier will become useless. We can finally have an equal footing. Hearing Lyra's explanation, Gabriel finally understood why she was asking for his help, and because I don't exactly have the element of darkness, I can get through the barrier undetected. He finished what Lyra was going to speak. You are pretty clever, that's correct. That's why I said only you can do it, Lyra agreed. She sent her book of darkness back into the necklace around her neck as she stood empty-handed before Gabriel, who hadn't stopped eating the apples throughout the conversation. Okay, I understand that I can get inside the city, but aren't you forgetting something important? Gabriel asked. According to you, the ancestral staff of darkness is kept in the Academy of Elements under a secure exhibition, and only the students and teachers there can enter the academy. That's right, but how hard is it to get admission to the academy for someone like you? You are a mage of light. All you need to do is hide your emblem of the other element, and you can get in. It's not like you need to study there. There are two flaws in your logic, Lyra. Firstly, even if I go to the academy, I won't get admission. The head priest of Church of Light has banished me from the Academy of Elements. I can never get admission there. Gabriel talked about his past and how he was to be selected in the Holy Church of Light before being pushed off the cliff. He also talked about hearing of his banishment, and even if I could by now, the head priest has probably already been informed about my awakening of a dark element. My wanted poster would be everywhere before long, starting at the academy. And secondly, my other element, even if I hide it from plain view, can it be sensed by the other mages? Especially the mages of light and teachers there. Those aren't actually flaws, you see. Lyra smiled. She was slightly happy that he wasn't outright refusing her anymore. Since they were talking about flaws, that meant there was a possibility of him agreeing. Firstly, about your banishment, that's easy. All you need to do is make sure no one can recognize you, and that's the easiest part. I can help you with that. No one will know who you really are. And secondly, you are entirely wrong. No one can sense what your element is unless you use it. That's why the mages of light don't hide their symbol of light. They want everyone to see and know how special they are. The only way someone can sense your element is through your aura, but a mage only gets an aura after becoming an advanced mage. You aren't at that level yet, so you don't need to worry about it. That's why you can easily get inside the Academy of Elements. So far, everything you stated hasn't been an obstruction. The only problem with the plan is the actual stealing amidst the security, but I have an idea for that as well. As long as you agree, I promise we can pull it off successfully. So are you in? Lyra reached out her hand to Gabriel. Together, we will make the world a better place. A better place for us. Gabriel gazed at her but didn't reach out his hand. The world-changing stuff doesn't matter to me. Tell me how I'll actually benefit from this plan other than all the future stuff. If I succeed, you'll get the ancestral staff. If I fail, I'll be killed. You have no losses in this entire plan, and I have no benefits that I can see. In the end, it seems more and more like you're using me as a pawn. Why should I do anything? He asked in response. If I want to change the world, why won't I go with my initial plan of becoming stronger so I can do it myself? Why will I depend on you? No matter how much this plan made sense for him, he didn't care about it in the end. As long as he felt like he was being used, he didn't want to agree to it. Lyra started pacing back and forth as she scratched the back of her head in frustration. Even after trying to convince the guy so much, they were back at square one. Fine, tell me what you want in exchange for your help, she ultimately asked, glaring at the young man. After you get me the ancestral staff, I will do any one thing that you ask, no matter whatever that may be. You wanted benefits, what more benefits can I give? You feel like you're being a pawn, but I'm willing to be a pawn too, all for my goal. So tell me, what do you want in return for your help? Lyra had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time where she could recover the ancestral staff and complete a set with the Grimoire of Darkness so she could bring out its full strength. Now that she was so close to it, she was so desperate that she was willing to do anything for it. You want me to kill your enemies? I'll do it. You want me to bring you wealth? I will. You want me to help you plunder cities? I will help you. No matter what one thing you ask, I will do it, she declared. As long as you agree to help me retrieve the ancestral staff that belongs to us dark mages. Gabriel was surprised at the determination of Lyra. She was actually willing to do anything for him, didn't that imply? He observed her expressions as he asked, anything. No matter how absurd my demand may be. Lyra didn't know why, but she felt slightly worried from the tone of the young man. Just what was he planning to ask her? He is a man, and all men are like that. Of course he will ask for my body, but if it's for my goal, I am ready, she thought as she gulped down, clenching her fist. She nodded. Anything, fine. I will help you as long as you promise to fulfill my one demand after that. Gabriel finally agreed, since there really was something he couldn't miss out on at this point. An opportunity like this doesn't come often. What is your demand? Lyra asked, even though she had already guessed what it might be. After a brief pause, Gabriel took another bite from his apple as he told his demand. What? Are you crazy? This time it was Lyra's turn to be shocked. She had assumed his demand, but even in her dreams, she couldn't have expected how crazy his demand was going to be. The ball, which was in Gabriel's park before, was now on her field. The decision rested on her as she incredulously stared at Gabriel. Lyra stared at Gabriel blankly as silence ensued. Only the sounds of leaves rustling amongst themselves could be heard. The two people looked at each other, trying to guess what the other person might be thinking. It's not crazy. You said you'll do anything I ask in return. I told you my demand. Now the rest is on your shoulders. Gabriel appeared to be unfazed. The lady had come to him with a request. It wasn't him who went to her first. Moreover, since he was taking a risk, he needed something in return. Can you ask for something else? Lyra asked after thinking for a few minutes. I don't need anything else. Take your time and think about it. I'm not in any hurry. It's not like I have a home to go to. Gabriel sat under the shade of a tree. He kept eating the apples as if he was Adam in the Garden of Eve, not caring about anything else for now. He didn't need to hurry back to the town since everyone had gone already. The only destination for him was the royal city. Even if the lady before him disagreed, he was still going to go there. The only difference was going to be that he wasn't going to attempt that stealth. His goal of going there was simple. Get back at the ones who messed with him, especially Horan, since he was the core of this entire mess. Leaving Lyra to her own thoughts, Gabriel observed the staff even more carefully. According to him, this staff was most probably the ancestral staff of necromancy. It was supposed to be the strongest elemental staff. Lyra was also after something similar, but for her element. This showed Gabriel the importance of the staff he had. He literally had the strongest weapons in the world that anyone could have. He had the holy book of necromancy, and he had the ancestral staff of necromancy. The only part of the equation which was lacking was himself. He needed to make himself stronger, and he realized it. Initially, his enmity might have been with Horan, but now the entire world was against him because of his other element. For his safety, he needed strength. Even more strength than he had strength to kill anyone who even thought about hurting him. After a long pause, Lyra broke the silence. As much as I want to help you, it's impossible. I can't help you steal the Holy Book of Light. You are asking for something that is literally impossible. The Holy Book of Light is with the head of the Church of Light. Even with the ancestral staff of darkness, I won't be strong enough to face him directly. As much as she wanted to agree, she knew she couldn't. The demand of Gabriel was just impossible for her to fulfill. Who said you will be alone? Gabriel inquired. I will be fighting with you, 2 against 1. Even if he is stronger, we can do it. Lyra shook her head. Even if we manage to get lucky and kill the head of Church of Light, as I told you before, the holy grimoires never select the killers as their owners. The Holy Book of Light won't select you as its owner. It'll disappear after the head of the Church of Light is killed. Your wish is literally impossible. That's why I'm telling you to ask for something else. Literally anything else. I could make a false promise to you right now saying I'll do it, but I know it's impossible, Lyra explained. If I lied now, the day you find out that I lied, there will be bad blood between us. And I don't want that, so I'm not going to lie to you just to get you to do what I ask. Gabriel noticed the eyes of Lyra. Even though she was a dark mage who had probably taken a lot of lives, her eyes were still so pure. Fine, I'll help you. Gabriel tossed an apple to Lyra. I know stealing the Grimoire of Light is impossible as well, you know, and you agree to help me despite me not promising you. Why? Lyra stared at Gabriel in confusion as she caught the apple. You might be the only person in the world who won't look at me like I'm a devil, despite knowing both my elements, Gabriel answered. Just like I'm the only one who won't judge you. If you want to change the world, you'll need my help. And if I want to fight back and become stronger, I'll need your help. We are the 2 bad apples of this world that everyone hates, he further added. It's time we showed the world what a few bad apples can do. As Gabriel spoke, it was pretty ironic that he was holding an apple in his hand. Lyra couldn't agree with the statement of Gabriel more. That was precisely what she thought. The 2 of them needed each other in this battle if they wanted to survive long enough to see a world where they weren't persecuted. That was also why she didn't want to lie to him and make him her enemy in the future because of this one lie, which was inevitably going to come to light after he asked her to keep her promise in the future. However, she still didn't understand why Gabriel asked for a demand he wasn't going to follow through on. He offered his help without anything in return. After a long time, she thought of something as her eyes lit up. Could it be? You were testing me. Gabriel didn't answer. He kept his focus on his ancestral staff. There's a saying in my town, a burnt child dreads fire. I've seen what happens when I trust someone without thinking things through. As you said before, even your family can betray you at the last second. I wanted to see if you will lie to me just to get what you want. You didn't, if you had lied. He stood up and stretched his arms and didn't finish her sentence, which sounded a bit threatening. I will help you, you. Lyra just blankly stared at Gabriel, this young boy. She thought he was going to be an impulsive young man who asked for requests without thinking things through. But he was different. He had thought things through. Even his demand had a hidden purpose behind it. If she had lied to him, she would have lost his help and trust forever. So you really don't want anything in exchange? Lyra inquired. I didn't say I won't ask anything in return. I just don't need to ask you anything this instant. When I need help, I'll expect you to be there. If you aren't, I'll personally come to kill you for breaking my trust, Gabriel declared. Even though Lyra was an advanced mage with a grimoire, Gabriel didn't hesitate in issuing his threat. He had seen death from up close twice. In this life, he wasn't going to be scared of dying, I promise. When you need help, I'll always be there. It doesn't matter if you succeed or fail, I'll be there to help you. Lyra reached out her hand to Gabriel. Gabriel responded in a similar manner and reached out his hand as well, and thus an unlikely partnership had formed. A partnership that had the potential to change the world forever. The partnership of 2 mages who could stand at the peak of this world. There existed a small village in the middle of nowhere. The population of the small village was only 50. The village was cut off from most of the world. People grew their own vegetables here and used the fruits from the nearby forest. They also had a source of water available. Despite having all the things they needed to live comfortably, the village was slowly dying as people kept migrating to bigger cities. Throughout the years, the population of the village kept dwindling. Despite all the troubles, there were still some people who just refused to leave their village, no matter what. These were the old people who kept the village running. Unfortunately, all those old people were sitting on the ground, not daring to move. They didn't even know how it happened. But they were the prisoners of their own shadows that had come to life. The shadows were keeping these people hostages, pointing a shadow sword at them. Half the shadows had gone to surround the village to make sure no one could get in or leave. The others kept an eye on the villagers. This was the village where Lyra had brought Gabriel. Not only was this place the closest to the forest they were previously in, but it also had what they needed. One of the old men in the village had a horse farm that had some really nice horses. Lyra could fly, but she was informed by Gabriel that he couldn't, so she brought him here to get him a horse. She couldn't just carry him inside the royal city by air. Both of them were going to be caught, so they needed a horse. Select any horse you like. I don't think the people outside would mind. There were 7 horses inside the farm, and all of them looked great. Gabriel observed the horses briefly before staring back at Lyra. I don't know how to ride a horse either. Even if I select, won't it be useless? You can just drop me near the royal capital. I'll walk from there. Lyra refused the suggestion without even thinking about it. If the guards at the royal capital saw a light mage who was neither flying nor had a horse, they could get suspicious, which I don't want. It'll make things more difficult for you, and as far as horse riding is concerned, that's not hard. We have all the time in the world. I can teach you. You just select a horse that you want, if you say so. Gabriel selected a black horse that was closest to him. The horse had a long mane of hair along its upper back. It also looked to be the youngest here, but not too young. It's the one then, not a bad choice. Lyra patted the head of the young horse before bringing him out. For some reason, the horse was really tame. It was as if it was just following whatever she wanted, even without her having to command. Gabriel observed the strange phenomenon and couldn't stop himself from asking, "Can you control horses?" Lyra shook her head. "It's just the horse can sense my aura since I'm connected to his shadow right now. I can't control the horse, but I can somewhat manipulate him through that connection. It doesn't work on humans, though. I'll tell you more about it on the way." Lyra left the barn. The villagers were still sitting on the ground, worried for their lives. Lyra walked to those people. "I'm taking this horse. I hope none of you mind." No one raised any objection in response. "That's better. After today, you won't see me again. But there's one thing you should know. If any of you try to tell anyone about what happened here, I might have to return, and that won't be good for you." The leader of the village raised his head. "You have my word. We won't tell anyone. You can take the horse as long as you let us live. It's so good to talk to people who aren't stubborn." Lyra flashed a beautiful smile in response. "See, no one had to die." She placed 3 gold coins on the ground. This should cover the cost of the horse and more. Leaving the money for the horse, Lyra climbed on the horse before reaching out her hand toward Gabriel. "Come up, time to leave. I can climb on my own." Gabriel decided against taking her help for this small task. He climbed on the horse on his own and sat, leaving a little space between him and the young lady. Lyra noticed the gap between the two. It appeared as if Gabriel was still hesitating and trusting her completely. "Are you looking to fall?" she asked. "I'm a fast rider." "You'll fall if you don't hold on to me. Come closer and hold me firmly if you don't want to fall." Gabriel let out a tired sigh before sliding closer to Lyra. Their bodies stuck so closely to each other that not even an inch of gap was left between the two. Since Gabriel had already sent his staff back to formation storage according to Lyra's teaching previously, both his hands were free. He wrapped his arms around the slim waist of Lyra, holding her firmly. The horse started moving, and it was exactly as Lyra had stated. The horse was really fast. If Gabriel wasn't holding onto her firmly, he could have fallen right at the start. The villagers watched the 2 youngsters leave the town. The shadows that were keeping them hostage had also disappeared, turning into nothingness. The leader of the village, who had promised Lyra that he wasn't going to tell anyone about their appearance, commanded a middle-aged man who stood behind him. "Ron, take another horse and go to the Church of Light Branch in the closest town and tell them what happened here." "What, didn't you just promise them that you won't do it?" the middle-aged man asked in response. "Those 2 were dark mages. We don't need to keep our promises to them. Do as I say. Tell the holy mages that 2 dark mages had appeared and also tell them the direction they went in. Those 2 need to be caught." "But her promise, what if she comes back?" "She won't. She will be dead by then. And even if she survives, she won't know we informed the mages of light. Just do as I said. Inform them so they can catch those 2 demons fast." The leader commanded. "Fine, I'll do as you ask." Ron ultimately agreed. He couldn't oppose the chief of the village. However, just as he was about to go to the barn, his face turned pale. He raised his trembling hands toward the old chief. No matter how much he tried to speak, no words came out of his lips. The old chief noticed that all the other villagers were looking at him with the same gazes. His face went still as he thought the worst. He slowly turned around, hoping he was wrong. As soon as he turned around, he saw a shadow warrior standing behind him. He couldn't even blink before the shadow sword came swinging. The man's head flew into the air before falling to the ground with his body. Throughout the day, painful screams echoed in the village as bodies kept piling on. Lyra had already traveled far away from the village when she slowed down. She gazed back toward the town. "What happened? Why did you slow down?" Gabriel looked back as well, wondering what she was looking at. Nothing, just amazed by the stupidity of some people who thought they can survive by breaking a promise. "It's nothing we need to care for." An entire village was wiped from the face of this earth. All 50 people in the village were dead, and not a single person outside knew about it since the village was disconnected from the rest of the world for the most part. Lyra didn't tell Gabriel what she did, but even if she did, she didn't think Gabriel would have cared. She had given those people an option to save their lives by keeping their mouths shut, but they refused to listen. She didn't believe she was in the wrong. She just did what she had promised to do. They were in the wrong for making her do it. This isn't the direction to the royal capital, is it? The two of them had only left the village a short time ago when Gabriel realized something. The sun was behind them. That meant they were going in the wrong direction. That's right. We aren't going to the royal capital right away. Lyra confessed. Where are we going then? You aren't ready to get to the royal capital yet. There are still a few things we need to handle to ensure you have the highest chance of success. That's why I'm taking you somewhere special, Lyra explained. As you said before, there are a few people in the capital who recognize you and know what you are, so we need all the precautions we can take. You have a way to make sure they don't recognize me. I don't think a disguise will work on me. Gabriel shook his head in response. He assumed that she was taking him to a makeup artist who was going to place a fake mustache and beard on his face for his disguise. He believed it wasn't going to work. Don't worry, I'm not taking you to get a disguise. It's something more than that. You'll know when we get there. Lyra smiled in response. She believed Gabriel was going to be pleasantly surprised when he saw what she had planned. Lyra was the only dark mage that was still in existence, according to what she knew. All the other dark mages were killed in this world as soon as they awakened, so she could never protect anyone. She had always been alone. She had already lost hopes of someone else supporting her in this battle against the Holy Church. In her isolation, she didn't realize when she had gone inside a shell, where her real optimistic personality had died. She didn't even remember the last time she was hopeful for what the future held for her. She just killed and killed to get a purpose in her fight. The mission was not only for her sake, but it was for everyone like her who had to fight for their lives in this biased world. In this battle, she didn't want to lose Gabriel. She wanted him to come out safely, and she was willing to waste as much time as she needed for it. It didn't matter how much they waited before infiltrating the holy city, but what mattered was doing it right on the first attempt, because if they failed once, it was all going to be over. Gabriel was going to be killed, and possibly her as well, since she wasn't going to sit back and watch him face the enemies alone. The fight for their freedom was going to end right there, and she didn't want that. As I told you before, I'll give you everything you need, no matter what I have to do for it, Lyra stated calmly. Gabriel didn't respond. He just gazed into the distance. The royal city was also known as the Holy City. He had already dreamed of going there, but now that dream was coming true, but not as he had hoped. This time the journey wasn't for his future and goals. This time the journey was for his revenge and something even more than that. Can I ask you something? After a long silence, Gabriel asked. Anything you want, Lyra answered immediately. How many spells do you have in your grimoire? Lyra was slightly surprised at this question, but she didn't hold back on answering. More than 20. As for you, I suppose you have 2 or 3, one of them being the undead shield. How do you know how many spells I have? Gabriel asked in surprise. It's not hard to guess. The grimoires aren't like any other books. They are the holy books with lives of their own. That's how they can select hosts. They also decide how many spells you can access based on your spiritual strength, so you don't hurt yourself while using a spell. As you can expect, a grimoire won't want its host to die using a spell they can't use. Right, I know you've just awakened, so you're probably a novice mage. Your soul power would be really weak for now, and that's why the grimoire won't give you any advanced or mid-tier spells. So I can guess you have a couple of spells only, but you don't have to worry about that. The stronger you get, the more spells you'll unlock, each being stronger than the last. Hearing Lyra's explanation, Gabriel finally understood. So this was the secret. Apparently this wasn't written in any books, probably because there were only a few grimoires, so there was no need to generalize this information. Lyra further continued her explanation. You awaken a never-before-seen element, but that's about it. On the core, you're still the same old self. Your soul is also the same. You have a grimoire and probably an ancestral staff as well, but you aren't strong enough to hold their complete strength. Hearing her explanation, Gabriel was able to understand a few things that he didn't before. He had the weapons, but he didn't know how to use them properly. He also needed to strengthen his soul and advance as a mage so he could use stronger spells. Initially, he was confused about why this book only had 2 spells, but he finally had some clarity. He wasn't the only one who started with only 2 spells. The holy books were said to have lives of their own. The Book of Necromancy selected him. It also took him to safety when he had no other option. It was probably the same for all other holy books. Since the Forbidden Book of Necromancy wanted him to be safe, it only showed him the spells that he could use based on his current strength. As a basic mage who hadn't trained his soul yet, if he tried to use an advanced spell from the holy book, he could actually damage his soul forever, so he wasn't allowed to see those spells yet. So this lack of spells is nothing more than a safety mechanism, Gabriel commented. That would be accurate. That means you're stronger than me and can kill me whenever you want, Gabriel asked, frowning. He had only 2 low-tier spells while this lady had over 20, possibly even advanced spells of darkness. Didn't that mean she was in a different league altogether? Lyra shook her head in response. That's not entirely correct. She further continued, the spell you used in the forest, it was probably a basic tier spell for you, but the strength behind that spell. I felt it. Your basic spell was comparable to my stronger spells, if not stronger. I honestly don't know how that's possible. Even though you used the ancestral staff for that spell, your spell still shouldn't be comparable to my advanced spells, but it was. It's probably something about your element. Honestly, even I'm confused about it. Your element. It's something really special, Gabriel. If your basic tier spells are so strong, I can only imagine how strong your advanced tier spells are going to be. Lyra's words surprised Gabriel. Even he hadn't expected her to say this. His basic spell was really so strong. Was the element of necromancy really something that special? If that was the case, then this element really held too many secrets, starting from its origin to how it ended up with him. 2 days passed as the group of 2 continued traveling together. Along the way, Lyra also stopped occasionally and allowed Gabriel to take the lead. She taught him how to ride a horse, how to hold ropes, and everything in between. Initially, even Gabriel struggled a bit, but with time he got the hang of it. From that point on, the 2 of them took turns sitting at the front so Gabriel could get more experience. As Gabriel rode, Lyra also taught him how to correct his posture to appear more dignified, like he needed to pretend to be. Within 2 days, Lyra had made sure that Gabriel went from a novice in horse riding to something that was no less than a royalty. Currently, it was also Gabriel who was sitting in the lead. Lyra sat behind him with her hands wrapped around young Gabriel. We are near our destination. That's the city, Lyra reminded Gabriel, pointing in the distance. Gabriel observed a beautiful city in the distance which was situated in the middle of a desert. Are there going to be mages of light in the city? Hopefully not. This city is too far from the capital. Moreover, it's not one of those luxurious cities where the mages would come for fun. In fact, it's a city that most mages avoid. It's a crime-infested city that no one wants to enter, so I doubt we will find any mage of light, Lyra explained. She licked her lips in amusement. And even if we do, I'll make sure they are dead before they lay their eyes on us. Who are we meeting in the city? A man known as Lambard. He's known as the uncrowned king of this city and also an antique collector. He is the one we came here for. And how will he help us? Not only can he help us, but his help might be the most crucial for us, Lyra responded. Gabriel made the horse stop at the city's entrance, where 2 guards were standing with spears, blocking the path. State your purpose, the guards said in unison. We're here to meet Lambard, Gabriel answered. The guards flinched as they heard the answer. The 2 guards noticed the gloves on the hands of Gabriel, which seemed to be covering the back of his hands. Are you a mage? One of the guards asked. Take off your gloves. Gabriel took off his left glove and showed the mark of light. That's right, I'm a mage. The 2 guards looked at each other momentarily before one of them stated, Master Lambard isn't in the city. He left 2 days ago for the city of Susum. Let me handle them. Lyra jumped off the horse, not liking the fact that these guards were wasting their time. Tell Lambard that Lyra is here to meet him, and if he doesn't meet us, I'll bring this entire city down. You dare talk about Master like that? The guards exclaimed in a rage, seeing her offensive tone. We told you he isn't in the city. Go back and come after a few weeks. You can't claim I didn't warn you. Lyra sighed. She took off her gloves as well, revealing the mark of darkness. The guards' eyes widened as they saw the mark. Shadow Knights, Lyra commanded. 2 Shadow Knights appeared behind the 2 guards, killing them instantly. After killing both the guards, Lyra sent the 2 Shadow Knights back before she walked back to Gabriel. She climbed on the horse. The mansion in the center of the city is our destination. Gabriel entered the city with Lyra. The roads were filled with people. The city appeared to be very crowded. There was barely any space to walk, let alone ride on a horse, but Gabriel didn't need to worry about that since he had Lyra with him. Lyra didn't even try to hide her aura. That was one advantage of being a dark mage. Everyone was scared of you, so no one was going to dare to get close to you except the mages, and even if there were any mages here, Lyra didn't worry about them. People on the street kept moving aside on their own, clearing the path for Gabriel and his horse. Are they selling the staff of dark element? I thought those things were banned, Gabriel asked, noticing a staff with a black gem being sold in one of the shops along with other elemental staff. Only his element wasn't there. All these staffs were novice tier though, so their quality was questionable. I told you, this is a city infested with crime. Rules are the last thing they follow, Lyra answered. How come the Holy Church of Light doesn't shut this city down for ignoring rules made by them? You think they didn't try? They tried quite a lot of times, but they can't destroy this city. Why? Because of Lambard, because of him. Didn't you say he was a human? How can he stop the holy mages? There's a long story behind that. You'll know it when we meet him. He does love to talk after all. Lyra smiled. You're about to explore a world that you didn't know existed. Let alone you most people don't know about the things you're about to find out. Gabriel was really curious about what this girl talked about, but then again, he decided to keep his patience. Whatever Lyra spoke until now pointed toward a mystery that ordinary people like him were unaware of. There existed a human who could stop the Holy Church of Light from invading the city. He wondered just what kind of person that man was. He was soon going to get his answers. Without any mishaps, the two of them managed to reach the central mansion in the city. The entire city was in a really good condition. There were many luxurious houses and well-established markets. Even illegal work was done in the city with complete freedom, and no one cares about it. Still, the mansion which was established in the center of the city was the most luxurious mansion Gabriel had ever seen. The mansion covered 20 acres of land right in the middle of the city. Gabriel stopped the horse at the entrance, only to notice a woman standing there with a tray in her hand. The tray contained 2 glasses of water. There was no guard present here. "Welcome guests, Master said you would be coming." The young lady welcomed Gabriel and Lyra. "Master is waiting for you." Gabriel gazed at Lyra in confusion. Lambard knew they would be coming, and he was waiting for them. Then why did his guards at the city's entrance not allow them in? Amidst thousands of questions, Gabriel got down the horse, followed by Lyra. Lyra picked up the glass of water from the tray. "It might be poisoned. You should be careful," Gabriel reminded Lyra. Lyra only smiled back in response. "This water isn't to drink. Pick the glass and follow the maid inside." Gabriel picked the other glass, still confused. The maid turned around with the empty tray and stepped inside the mansion. Gabriel also stepped inside the mansion with Lyra, holding a glass of water, not knowing why. Holding the glass of water, the 2 youngsters entered the beautiful mansion, walking through the long hallway. Along the hallway, Gabriel noticed lots of portraits hanging on the wall. Unfortunately, the portraits were blank. There was nothing but a white blank in the portraits. "Is there a reason behind having blank portraits?" Gabriel asked. "Any significance? They aren't blank," the maid responded without looking back. Gabriel once again observed the portrait, but he still couldn't find anything. There was nothing he could see in them. They were certainly blank. He got close to Lyra and asked, "Do you see anything in these portraits?" Lyra shook her head. "I can't see anything either." "You need something special to see what's in the portraits, and we don't have it. Only Lambard does." Along the hallway, there were many doors, each having a beautiful carving on them. Some had a floral design carved on them, while others had constellations carved on them. None of the doors were where the maid stopped. After walking nonstop for 10 minutes straight, the 3 stopped at the end of the hallway before the biggest door they had seen so far. The 20-foot-tall metallic door had 2 goblets floating on each side of the door, which surprised Gabriel. How were these 2 goblets floating in the air? Unlike the other doors, this door seemed pretty ordinary in itself since it had no carvings. It was plain, but the floating goblets made this place even more intriguing than the others. "This is why we were given the water," Lyra reminded Gabriel as she moved over to the left goblet. "You take the right one. Pour the water into the goblet at the same time as me." Gabriel was confused as to why they were doing it, but he did as she said. He took a few steps to the right to stand right before the other goblet. On the count of 3, pour all the water in. 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, Lyra emptied her glass of water. Gabriel did the same. Both of them filled the goblets with the water they had been carrying along the way. Lyra placed the empty glass back on the tray of the maid. Gabriel did the same as he kept glancing back at the goblets. The goblets that were floating at their chest height started going down slowly after being filled as if they were getting heavier. With each passing second, the goblets sank a few inches before ultimately the floating goblets touched the ground. The metallic doors in front started opening as soon as goblets touched the ground. The phenomenon surprised Gabriel to some extent. He had seen doors that opened on their own in the mystical realm, where he found the ancestral staff of necromancy. To see something similar here, this made him really curious as to what kind of place this was. "You 2 can go in," the maid instructed the young man and the lady. Gabriel and Lyra entered the place. The doors closed behind the 2. At the same time, the water which was filling the gauntlet started disappearing slowly. Gabriel entered the hall, which was massive. The hall appeared to be over 100 meters wide and 100 meters long. Everything here was stark white, from the roof to the walls to the floor. Despite being such a massive hall, the place was completely void. There was nothing here except a throne which was placed at the exact center of the hall. 2 seats were placed before the throne. "Lambard, I know you want to show off with the newcomer, but it's not the time for a grand entry. Come out this instant," Lyra declared as she held Gabriel's hands and went ahead. "Oh, why spoil this old man's fun?" A man's voice fell in the ears of 2 youngsters as a hand landed on their shoulders. Gabriel turned around to see who it was, but no one was behind him. "You're looking in the wrong direction, young man." The voice this time came from a different direction. Gabriel turned once again, this time to the throne in the middle. He could see a young man sitting on the throne. It was unclear how he appeared inside the closed room without them noticing. The young man on the throne appeared to be slightly older than Gabriel, in his early 20s. He was dressed in a really majestic attire, wearing a gray robe on top of his blue attire. The man had long, deep blue hair with a few streaks of silver in them. His skin appeared to be so flawless that it was hard to know if he was a man or a woman just at first glance. The man had what appeared like a burnt mark on the left half of his face. His eyes also seemed so fascinating, with his right eye being red in color and his left being a lighter shade of blue. The man appeared to be an enthusiast of accessories. He had an earring in each of his ears. He wore a ring on each of his fingers, and all those rings had different designs, some looking very fascinating. The man also had a silver bracelet on both his hands and a silver pendant around his neck. Lambard, there you are. Lyra stepped closer to Lambard with Gabriel. It's good to see you as well, Lyra. It would have been even better if you hadn't killed my guards, though. The young man lazily rolled his eyes. Not my fault. Those idiots tried to stop us, Lyra explained before taking a seat. Gabriel also did the same, sitting right beside Lyra while facing Lambard. Get to the point. What brought you here with a mage of light? Lambard inquired while observing the mark of light in the hands of Gabriel. I brought him here because I need something from you, Lyra chimed in since even Gabriel didn't know why he was here. Lambard sat more comfortably with his back resting against the cushion in the back of his throne. I never thought I would see the day when you will work with a light mage. Whatever, it's none of my concern. You know I don't deal with mages, but since it's you, I'll listen to your request. If I find it fair, I might lend you a hand. He glanced at Lyra with intrigue, wondering what she would ask for. I want something that you hold very dear to yourself, but only temporarily. It is an absolute necessity for what we have to do, Lyra stated. She knew she had to phrase everything just perfectly, or this stubborn guy wasn't going to listen. Don't circle around. Lambard chided Lyra lightly. Just tell me what you want. Old man, I need your. The old man heard the demand of Lyra. His eyes squinted as he was taken aback by this absurd demand. Impossible. Forget about it. Lambard stood up as he started leaving. Old man, wait. At least listen to why we need it. Gabriel was curious why Lyra was calling this person an old man. He looked to be in his early 20s. He didn't look old from any angle, but he was sure there was a reason behind it. If you give me what I asked for, I'm willing to give you something worth it in return, Lyra commented. There is nothing you can have which I need. Lambard rolled his eyes. Not even the Eye of Osiris, Lyra asked, letting out a subtle smile. Lambard stopped in his tracks as he heard the words of Lyra. He turned around. You have the Eye of Osiris. He walked back to his throne. Fine. If you give me the Eye of Osiris, I will give you what you ask for, but only temporarily. Give me. He reached out his hand to Lyra. I don't have it with me right now, but we will get it for you if you give us what I ask. So you're trolling me. Lambard sighed in disappointment. That's not nice, you know. I'm not. The reason we need what I asked for is because I plan to rob the Royal Academy of Elements to get something I want. And I know the Eye of Osiris is there as well. If you can help, we can get the Eye of Osiris as well, Lyra told the young-looking man. We both win in this situation. So far, everything the two talked about went above Gabriel's head. He didn't understand a single thing about what all this meant. Most of these terms were something he was hearing for the first time. You think you can steal something from that place? I've tried before. That place is like a fortress. It's impossible to rob that place. Lambard refused to believe the young lady. Yeah, but just because you failed doesn't mean we will fail as well. You don't know that we will fail for sure. I can't afford to fail with this. Girl, I've seen more of the world than you can imagine. I know what's possible and what's not. Don't forget how old I am. Lambard spoke in arrogance and pride. There is nothing I haven't seen. There is nothing I don't know. It's impossible to steal from that place. What if I prove you wrong? What if I prove that you haven't seen everything and you don't know everything? Of course, I won't know minor things like the names of people you killed along the way and things like that, but I know all significant things, Lambard smirked. And what if I can prove you wrong with that too? There are many things that you probably haven't seen yet that can change the world, Lyra said in an amused tone. You're trying to get me to agree, which makes me a bit suspicious, but I'll take your bluff. Lambard smiled as he gazed into the eyes of Lyra. If you can show me something that I don't know which is significant enough that it can have world-changing effects, I'll accept that I don't know everything. I'll also give you the benefit of the doubt in your success at stealing. And you'll give me what I asked? Lyra asked. The man paused for a brief second before he agreed. Yes, but as I said, it must be a significant thing. If you can't, you'll leave your grimoire here instead. It would look nice in my collection. Lyra hadn't expected the man to ask for her grimoire in return, but if it was a bet, it was only fair for her to put something on the line as well. Moreover, she was sure of her victory. Deal, Lyra agreed. This was exactly the moment she wanted. Lambard had made a bet with her in his arrogance, and this was useful for her. This way she could get him to fulfill her demand. So what is it that I don't know? Lambard asked, seemingly amused. He wondered if the young lady could really come up with something. He believed it was impossible. Lyra gazed at Gabriel. Gabriel, show him your right hand. Let him know how ignorant the old man is about the recent changes of the world. Lambard tilted his head in confusion. Why was she asking the Mage of Light to show his right hand? What could there be? Gabriel did as he was asked and took off his right gloves, revealing the mark on his right hand as well. You didn't know about the appearance of a dual elemental mage, did you? Lyra observed the expressions of the old man, who appeared to be frozen in place, staring at the mark on Gabriel's right hand. Mark of Carrick. Lambard held Gabriel's hands, staring at the mark as if he was a child who was given his favorite gift. Mark of Carrick, Lyra muttered in confusion. The man knew this mark. Wasn't this a new element? How could he know what it was? Mark of Carrick, Gabriel also asked in confusion. This mark. I thought it would never appear. Why you are the first mage of necromancy. Lambard stood up. His eyes were filled with shock and excitement. You know this mark? Gabriel asked. How? I know everything about history since the history of this world is my first love. I've spent my life finding the truth about this world that is hidden in plain sight. The Mark of Carrick has made an appearance. The significance of this I can't even imagine. Lambard turned to Lyra, grabbing her shoulders. Do you know the importance of this? Calm down, old man. Isn't it just a new element? Lyra shook her head. Why are you getting so excited? I might have gotten a bit overexcited, but it's wrong. It's not just a new element. It's the origin element, the man declared. Origin element. Gabriel frowned, not understanding the meaning. What did he mean by origin element? Instead, it was Lyra who seemed to have understood. It is. I thought the element of light was the origin element. You're wrong. Lambard sighed. Element of light isn't an origin element. It's just considered origin element because people don't know better. Will anyone tell me what origin element is? Gabriel felt like he was hearing two people talk in a foreign language since he couldn't decipher anything. They were using so many unknown terms. You don't know about origin element? Lambard asked incredulously. He couldn't believe there was a mage who didn't know about this. Ah, wait, what's your age? When did you awaken your element? I'm 18. Gabriel glanced at his left hand's mark of light. I got my first element a few weeks ago. Ah, so young, fascinating. You are probably the youngest mage with the element of light as well. The man also observed the element of light of Gabriel. Not only that, you have two elements, one being the origin element of necromancy. Man, even I'm jealous of your luck, and I'm never jealous of mages. The man rubbed his face to calm down his excitement. He was born in a small town, and he stayed there for all his life, so he doesn't know about the outside world other than the basic things. Lyra chimed in, explaining the reason behind Gabriel not knowing many things that were basics for people like them. It's not surprising he doesn't know about the origin element. Then he doesn't know about the history of the world either. I have so much to tell him, it seems. About the beginning, about the end, and about our world, which is also known as the Tomb of Gods. He will need this information to understand his element better. The man walked back to the throne. Lyra moved closer to Gabriel. She whispered in his ears, I told you he loves to talk. There he starts. You know I can hear you, right? Lambard squinted his eyes. Lambard sat on his throne and closed his eyes. For a moment there was only silence as no one spoke. Even the heartbeats of people could be heard in the silence. After a long time, the old man broke his silence as he opened his eyes, which looked really deep now. It was as if his eyes were filled with centuries of wisdom. This world of ours, it's something that no one truly understands. Not many people know the true history of this world or how it came to be. The people don't even know why we have the mages and where they get their powers from. Who made the grimoires? Who made the ancestral staffs? How did they achieve it? Where did the first mage get his powers from? What people don't understand, they start assuming. They start believing that it was the gods who gave these powers to the humans, selecting them as their warriors. They believe the first mage gained his abilities because he was selected by the gods. And that oldest element to be awakened is known as origin element. Most people think that the first element which was awakened by someone was the element of light. That's why they think light is the origin element. But most people are wrong. They are wrong about everything, not just the origin element. They are wrong about the origin of these abilities. They are wrong about how the first mages got their abilities. They are wrong about thousands of things. Even the most educated people are wrong about such things. As Lambard spoke, he kept turning his ring around his finger as if he was playing with it. What are they wrong about exactly? Gabriel asked. And how do you know all this if even the most knowledgeable don't know about this? I'll answer all your questions. But first, your tea is here, it seems. The young man gazed behind Gabriel. Gabriel looked back, only to be stunned. Another person had appeared behind him without making a noise. It was the same maid who had brought them to this place in the first place. The maid was carrying 2 cups filled with tea on her tray. Watching Lyra pick up a cup, Gabriel felt like he should pick the cup as well as courtesy. But he didn't, no matter who this person was. He couldn't believe this tea couldn't be poisoned. I'm sorry, but I'm full. You can give it to Master Lambard. Gabriel told the young maid in the back. You are really careful, it seems. Lambard smiled. Don't worry. There isn't poison in the tea. I'm sorry, but I've stopped trusting people with their words for now. Moreover, I don't think I want to drink anything at the moment, Gabriel answered calmly. Well, it's certainly a good trait to be suspicious of those around you. You never know who can betray you if you're not too careful, and by the time you realize it's already too late. But still, don't go too far in your suspicions. Don't push your genuine supporters away because of suspicions, Lambard calmly stated before he picked the cup that wasn't taken by Gabriel. The woman smiled in response. I'm glad you liked it, Master. The maid waited for everyone to finish the tea before she left, taking the empty cups and giving everyone the privacy they wanted. Ah, so where was I? Ah, yeah, don't push away people, you should keep some close. Because the element that you have, it's going to attract too much trouble for you. The ones who don't know what that symbol means will confuse it with the element of darkness. That is troublesome indeed. But not as troublesome as it's going to be when the ones who truly know about the truth of your element find out about your existence. You will need all the help you can get at that time. So yeah, Lambard didn't speak much about the actions of Gabriel and his lack of trust. In fact, he didn't mind it at all since it was a good trait when used in limitations. Still, he didn't forget to impart some knowledge to the young man, speaking from experience. Gabriel understood what the young man was trying to imply. He was trying to say that the path ahead was treacherous and that he couldn't walk alone in this path since there was a risk of losing himself in the process. This mark of Carrick, what is it? Can you answer me that first? Gabriel asked, getting back on track. You were talking about it. Right, the mark of Carrick. Lambard straightened his back. To know Carrick's mark, you need to know how the abilities that the mages use originated. How did they gain these abilities? Where did they come from? And no, as much as people like to claim it, these abilities didn't come from the gods. The man started explaining in a solemn tone. According to the last remaining scriptures that managed to survive the test of time, I have managed to gather quite a lot of information about these abilities that people call elemental magic. Gabriel listened carefully to the man's words. He wanted to ask many questions, but he didn't interfere and let the man continue at his own pace. Millions of years ago, there were no mages in this world. There were only humans who populated this world. There was no magic in this world. However, even though the people here didn't have magic, they had something else entirely. They had what they used to call science. Now, you may not understand what science means. Even I don't understand it entirely, but it was something really miraculous. The civilization of that time couldn't use magic, but they were still very advanced for their time. They managed to make tall buildings, things that could carry them from one place to another without them having to walk. They also made something that can fly in the air to take them to a faraway land, the man explained. Isn't that just magic? It's impossible to fly without magic. Could it be possible that those people used the word science for what we know as magic? I don't think there is any other way to fly, Gabriel asked. No, you're wrong. Initially, I also used to think what you think right now, but I soon found out that I was wrong. Science wasn't magic, it was something much more complex. Science could make many things possible that we can do with the help of magic. They made weapons that could destroy cities without using magic. They could fly and more. As I said before, that civilization was more advanced. If only I could go back in time to live in that timeline, I would in a heartbeat. The man let out a deep sigh of disappointment. Unfortunately, I can never see that glorious civilization. Gabriel was amazed at the story he heard. Lyra seemed calmer, as if she had listened to this story many times before. Why did science not exist anymore? How did people gain magic? How did that ancient civilization end? Greed and hate. These two things can destroy even the most prosperous of empires. It was no different for those people, the old man answered. Those people were divided into multiple empires, and each empire competed for supremacy. The greed of getting ahead of the other empire and becoming stronger than the rest kept pushing the humans to make stronger weapons of mass destruction. A race had started in the field of those weapons. The greed for advancement and supremacy brought each of the empire to great heights, but then there was also the hate and conflicts between the empires. With so many weapons of mass destruction, all it needed was one spark, and the entire world was going to burn, Lambard grimly stated. Now you see why that civilization went extinct. A great war took place, and it was like nothing before. Mentality was spread between the empires that they were willing to have themselves be destroyed if it meant their enemy was going to be destroyed as well to teach them a lesson. And thus there was that war. The war which destroyed most of the life forms in the world. Almost all the humans had died, leaving only a few in existence. Most of the animals that used to exist during that time went extinct. Only the ones we see today managed to survive. The war changed the entire landscape and ecosystem of the world, destroying most of the natural resources of this world. Ultimately, the humans that managed to survive learned a lesson after all this. They didn't want to repeat the same mistake again, so they just gave up science altogether. They started living the basic life. Throughout the millions of years, slowly our world managed to recover and become more habitable. All the remnants of the past were wiped out. The people who were alive during the time of the ancient civilization destroyed all documents and evidence of that ever existing. Those people had seen what hell looked like from up close, and they didn't want their children and their future generations to see something similar. Even though humans kept increasing in number with coming generations, the ones who knew about science died of old age, leaving no knowledge behind. Old Man finished the story that seemed to cover a long-forgotten history of this world. That would explain why that ancient civilization was wiped, but I still don't get it. How does that relate to the mages? How does that relate to our ability in the Mark of Carrick? The incident which I talked about has everything to do with the elements of yours because it's what gave birth to Carrick, the first human god that we know of. So when people say that humans received powers from gods, they are wrong. It's not humans who received the powers from gods. Instead, it's the humans who became gods themselves. First human god, Gabriel frowned. According to the stories that I've had access to, that's right. Carrick was the first human god, and his element of death and necromancy was the origin element that gave birth to a new era after destruction. The era of gods, this world that you know of, this isn't just any ordinary world. It's the world where gods were born. World where gods walked amongst men. The world where many gods died as well. That's the reason this world is called the Tomb of Gods. You don't understand how, right? The old man smiled. He could see the confusion on young Gabriel's face. As I stated before, it all started with the great war of ancient civilization and a young man who was right in the middle of all this chaos. Or should I say it started with the end of that war? Millions of years ago, there was a fire in the entire city. Screams and agonizing cries were everywhere, enough to torment the consciousness of everyone that heard them. Unfortunately, those screams were often buried in the explosion that took place at regular intervals. Before long, all the screams and cries for help went silent. The explosions stopped as well, only when the entire city was destroyed. No single structure was left standing in the city. The streets of the royal capital of the Zeiss Empire were painted red in blood. Bodies could be seen littered all around, some missing their limbs. The entire sight was so gruesome that it would have made any sane person close their eyes in disgust. Amidst all the unmoving bodies, there laid the body of a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. His body was covered with blood. The young man was covered in blood from top to bottom. Most of his face was burned, and so did his skin for the most part. It was impossible to even recognize him for the most part. The previously handsome face of the young prince of Zeiss Empire was something that was disgusting. Unfortunately, no one was there to see his face since everyone was already dead. The young man also had his entire left arm missing, which was obliterated in the explosion. He barely survived. Whatever was left of his previously royal attire was now covered in blood. In the entry city, only one person was breathing, and it was this unmoving young man. After an hour, the young man finally made some movements as if he was regaining consciousness. The man had lost most of his blood, yet he survived, which was no less than a miracle in itself. He opened his eyes to complete silence. There were no cries for help. There were no explosions. The entire city was silent, deadly silent. The young man opened his eyes, which were bleeding as well. He rubbed them to regain some clarity, only to notice the massive amount of rubble ahead which belonged to the royal castle. The place which was his home, the place where he grew up. Watching that place like this, the young man roared in agony as he forced his body up. It didn't matter how much pain he was in, he didn't care at the moment as he forgot everything while running to the remains of the castle. Mother, father, Rhea, the man roared. His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. The man tried to remove the rubble to find his family, but he couldn't. With just one hand, it was impossible, and even if he had two hands, he couldn't do it since he was so weak. He didn't stop. He kept trying as if he had gone crazy, but he didn't succeed. His entire family was buried in the rubble, and the entire city was destroyed. There was nothing left. Everything was gone because of this war that his father started. Only he had survived in this entire city. He stared at the rubble blankly as tears of blood dripped down his eyes as he realized that he had lost his entire family to this war. He was all alone. He also dropped on top of the rubble in weakness. He didn't believe he was going to survive for long. He was probably going to die soon as well, but he wasn't sad. He was happy that he was also standing at the death's door. At this point, death was like mercy to him. It could free him from all this pain and agony. He closed his eyes as he waited for the sweet death to take him in his embrace so he could meet his family again. As he had his eyes closed, many scenes flashed before his eyes. His mother singing songs for him, teaching him about various things about the world, caring for him. He also saw how he used to tease his sister often. All those happy memories were with him in his last moments. There were also some bittersweet memories of him trying to convince his father not to wage war, only to fail. Tears kept trickling down his eyes while his body bled. You did this. Yes, it's him. He's the sin of that demon who pushed us into this war. That bastard. Everyone died because of him, yet his own son survived. Unfair. It's unfair. Unfair. The young man was prepared to embrace his death when he heard some screeching sounds around him. It was as if thousands of people were chanting in his ears how it was unfair that he survived. Instead of being angry that these people wished for his death, the young man was happy. He was happy that some of his citizens had survived this tragedy. He didn't care if they wanted his death. He only cared about the fact that not everyone was dead. The young man slowly opened his eyes and gazed at his surroundings to see his citizens who had survived but probably hated him. Unfortunately, even as he opened his eyes, he couldn't see anything. There was no one there. There was not a single person there, yet the young man continued hearing the voices. For a moment, he even wondered if he had gone crazy. He should have died, not us. He should have died. The spawn of that devil survived while we died. This is injustice. He should have died. The screeching continued and only intensified as more and more time passed. Previously, the young man felt as if hundreds of people were speaking, but now it appeared that the number was in the millions. The young man didn't know that what he was hearing was the voice of the spirits of people who had died here. For some reason, he was able to listen to them. With time, more and more spirits gathered around the young man, each cursing him and wishing for his death since their entire families were wiped out because of the war that the royal family started. With so many spirits around, something strange was also happening. Each of these spirits was cursing the young man who was already at death's door. Unaware that all their curses were doing something else entirely, all the negative energy that was coming from the spirits toward the young man was being absorbed in his body somehow. Millions of spirits hated the young man, but that hate was becoming the thing man's strength even without his knowledge. The gathering of all this negative energy from the dead was having a miraculous effect. The young man didn't know why, but he felt something strange. It was as if something was happening to his body. The pain. It was decreasing. His skin was also slowly healing. He hadn't realized it, but a black mark had appeared around his right hand since his left hand didn't exist, culminating all the negativity of the dead at its core. The mark was something that never existed before, but it had come into existence due to all this energy of the dead. The mark on the right hand of the man provided a conduit for his body to better absorb all the energy of the dead. The more these spirits cursed the young man, the stronger he became before the mark was strong enough to absorb more than just the energy of the dead. The mark started pulling all the spirits toward itself. The spirits screeched in pain, feeling the strange pull. They tried to resist, but it was impossible. The spirits kept being absorbed by the mark of the dead. One after another, the spirits kept being absorbed, and no one could run or escape. On the other hand, the wounds of the young man started healing even faster. All his burn marks were gone as his skin became even better than it was before the war. His left hand also returned. Even the young man didn't understand how this was possible. The strange mark also gave the young man another ability. He was able to see all the spirits who were cursing him. I can see the dead, my wounds. The young man was in disbelief at what had happened. All his pain was gone and he was as good as new. Unfortunately, he wasn't happy at all this. He recognized the spirits that were around him. Some belonged to the maids he has grown up with, while others belonged to the servants and the guards. Even his own people were cursing him for the outcome. As for the other spirits, they were also his own citizens. They had died and only their spirits were left. He understood their hate, and he believed it was justified, but what he was seeing now wasn't right. He saw the spirits groaning in pain and trying to run away, only to be absorbed in his mark. Stop it, let them go, the young prince roared, but it didn't happen. The mark didn't seem to listen to him, as if it was a process that couldn't be stopped. The man tried everything to stop this. He had already made these people suffer so much when they were alive. He didn't want them to suffer even in death. The young man covered his mark with his other hand, but the absorption didn't stop. You demon child, even in death you want to hurt us. You should have died, not us. The spirits became even angrier, but they could do nothing but empty curses, which made the young man even stronger against his wishes. Stop it, stop it, stop it, let them go, stop it. The man didn't want to hurt the spirits. Hurting them was like hurting himself. He wanted them to be at peace, but the mark wasn't listening to him. The young man clenched his fist as he made a terrifying decision to stop all this. He ran to a sword that was lying in the distance and picked that sword in his left hand before chopping his hand from the wrist along with that mark to stop. Arg, he roared in pain. His actions were really painful, but he hoped he could stop the torment on these innocent souls just by sacrificing one hand, but it didn't work. His hand healed on its own, and the mark was back where it was previously. The process didn't stop for even a second. He was absorbing the souls of men, elders, ladies, and even kids. The young man felt so hurt that he couldn't stop it. With each soul absorbed, the man hated this mark even more. It was as if a part of his soul was breaking with each passing second. The cries of the spirits, it was too much, but the man couldn't do anything. He was going crazy. He even closed his eyes and his ears so he wouldn't have to hear the cries, but nothing worked. The cries continued for hours as millions of souls were absorbed in the young man's body. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to be the worst part of it as he heard a voice he could never forget. Brother, the voice made him open his eyes abruptly, only to see the soul of his little sister being pulled by the mark. The young man roared in disbelief. He was about to devour the soul of his own sister. I'm begging you, please don't. Please don't devour her. He dropped to his knees, but it didn't stop. He heard the cries of his sister as her soul was absorbed in the mark as well. The young man's entire face was covered in tears. Not only could he not save his family, but he instead devoured them. He was broken. His eyes lost their focus as he sat with his back resting against the wall, seemingly defeated. It is said that Carrick absorbed the souls of his entire family against his wishes, and he couldn't do anything. He was born a human, but the strange phenomenon had given him some form of divinity. He has become a conduit of death and the undead, Lambard explained. He gazed at the right hand of Gabriel, and that is the origin of the mark of Carrick, which is also known as the cursed mark of death and necromancy. It's the mark of the first god ever to exist that we know of. Also, that moment was what started the era of gods, so the element of light. There was a human who gained the strength of light just like Carrick. That's right. However, it's not clear how the woman gained the holy energy. As I told you before, most of the literature is lost in time. Only some related to Carrick's history managed to survive. We don't know how other gods originated, but we do know some things. For example, all the gods that came later, they all came because of Carrick. Lambard continued, revealing even more surprising information. Because of Carrick absorbing so many souls, the balance of life and death was broken. The barrier between humans and something much more divine became much more blurry. The natural energies of this world became much more chaotic because of the lack of balance, and that chaos is what gave birth to the other gods. How do you know it's the truth and not just someone's fragment of imagination? Gabriel inquired, finding it hard to believe that this world belonged to gods. You don't believe it. Lambard moved a few inches ahead and looked straight into the eyes of Gabriel. What you said doesn't make sense logically, Gabriel answered. You said everyone in that city was dead. That meant no one was there to see what happened to the souls. If no one was there, how could there be literature about that incident? I don't believe Carrick would have written it on his own. Lambard blankly stared at Gabriel before he tossed his head back, laughing. So that's what makes you doubt this story. No one had to be there to know what happened there. Someone peeked in the past of Carrick without his permission to see what he went through, and that person is the one who wrote about it in their personal entry. A few pages of that journal managed to survive. I paid a fortune to buy those pages a couple of decades ago. As I told you before, your knowledge about this world is really lacking. Boy, you have 6 elements in this world. Counting the element of death and necromancy, there are a total of 7 elemental mages that come from generation to generation. But that doesn't mean there weren't more gods in the past. The imbalance that created the 7 gods also created the hundreds of demigods that only a few people know about. Unlike the gods, the demigods didn't leave anything behind. The ring of Apophis that Lyra came here to ask me, what do you think that ring is? Why do you think she needs it? Why do you think even the Church of Light doesn't destroy this place despite what I do? He asked Gabriel. It's all because of the Newman artifacts that I gathered. The artifacts that absorbed the divine aura of the demigods when they were alive, gaining a divine spirit of their own. One of those demigods was Apophis. The demigod was known for many things, but mostly his tricks on commoners and unaware people. He was a trickster who could disguise as anyone he wished to fool people. I hope you aren't going to tell that disturbing story about him again. I don't care what he did in the past. He is dead now. All I need is his ring. Lyra, who had been sitting silently until all this while, finally spoke up. What disturbing story? Gabriel asked, curious. The thing about Newman artifacts had undoubtedly caught his interest. Mythical artifacts that were used by the demigods that can even force the Holy Church of Light to reconsider attacking this place. No matter how disturbing the story may be, it's all in the past, Lambard answered Lyra. We can't do anything about the past. We can only learn from history, but we can only do that if we know the history. Now don't be a spoilsport and let me tell the story. I don't want Gabriel to walk down the same wrong path. Maybe he will learn something from the tragic story of Apophis. Gabriel waited to hear the story, having no idea what it could be about, but seeing Lyra's disgusting expressions, he felt that it must be something terrible. Not making him wait for long, Lambard started the story. Apophis was a demigod that lived in the era when demigods were more often seen than not. He was known as someone who couldn't care less about the moral rules that this world had established. He did whatever he pleased, as long as he desired. He even robbed mortals at times just to see their expression. That's why he is also called the most annoying demigod amongst the ranks of demigods. Still, despite all his tactics, the other demigods didn't stop him. They let him do as he pleased since his small tricks weren't causing any serious harm and deaths. With time, the boldness of Apophis only increased as he moved from city to get rid of boredom. One such city was the city of Aloran. It was a city he had never visited before, but as soon as he entered the city, he decided to settle there. You know why? He liked the city. Gabriel took a guess. Nope. Lambard shook his head. It's because he fell in love with a woman who lived in the city, a married woman. He tried to pursue the woman, but she avoided his advances at every instance and refused him many times. Ultimately, Apophis got frustrated and decided to do something really foolish. He sent some men to keep the husband of the lady distracted with some tasks to make sure he couldn't go home the entire night. At the same time, he used his divinity to transform into the lady's husband and went to her house. Hiding his real identity, he slept with the woman. It was only after he finished that he stopped his disguise and told the woman the truth. He told her that he already had her body and now she was impure for her husband. He asked her to come with him and leave this town. Gabriel didn't know how to respond. Apophis sounded like a really messed up guy. What he didn't wasn't just a trick, it was evil. Apophis told the woman to come to the city's entrance by the evening to leave with him, or he was going to tell the entire city that the woman slept with him to sully her reputation. Not only did he do something vile, but he also blackmailed her using that information. He waited at the city entrance for the woman's arrival, but she didn't come. After getting tired, he went back to her house to force her to come with him, but as soon as he got to her house, he saw her hanging by a rope. The woman had killed herself. Shocked, Apophis ran from the city, not realizing that the woman had left a letter on the table before dying in which she wrote everything that had happened. When the woman's husband returned home, he saw the wife he loved more than his life dead. For a long time, he was in disbelief before he started crying while bringing her down. He placed her dead body on the bed and asked her why she would do this, but the dead couldn't answer. It said that the husband discovered the letter and found out the truth. He wanted revenge on the man who did it, but he didn't have the strength. But he knew someone who did. After giving his wife a proper burial, the man left the city and went to the city of divinity, a city where most of the demigods lived at that time, and one of those demigods was the brother of his dead wife. Apophis didn't know that the woman he was after was the sister of demigod Rainy. One of the more powerful demigods, Apophis was allowed to do as he pleased because he was careful not to annoy the powerful demigods. As for the 7 gods, he didn't even dare to be in the same city as them. Unfortunately, this time his luck had run out since he didn't know who was the brother of the lady he was harassing. This one mistake finally brought him to his death's door. The demigods who refused to stop him throughout the years finally took action as his acts had crossed the limits and had tainted the reputation of the demigods. Apophis tried to run, he tried to hide, he used all the tricks he could to survive as long as he found, but ultimately he was caught and killed. All that was left of Apophis was his Newman artifact, the ring that was given to him by his mother when he was a kid, the time he never took off. The ring of Apophis, Lambert explained. This ring is an amazing artifact that can help you disguise and change your looks to anyone you want. Unfortunately, this ring isn't without flaws either. You can disguise yourself as someone else with this ring, but your disguise stops working whenever the person you're disguising as gets within 100 meters of you, so one must be careful before selecting who he wants to disguise as. There is one more flaw to it. Since you're only using the divine energy of Apophis through the ring, you can only draw out a weak transformation. Unlike the real Apophis, there are people in the world who can see through your disguise. For example, the heads of the 5 churches of elements that still stand. The dean of the Academy of Element might also be able to see through your disguise, so when you use the ring, you should do everything you can to avoid them when you're in disguise. All right. Lambert had already promised to give the ring of Apophis previously, and he decided to keep his promise. He took off the beautiful golden ring from his left ring finger and placed it in the hands of Gabriel. I'm only giving this to you temporarily, and it's only for 7 days from the moment you enter the royal capital. After 7 days, the ring will return to me on its own. Think of it as a safety mechanism in case you fail. I don't want to lose this precious piece of history. Only 7 days, Lyra exclaimed. That's not enough time. We might need longer. I'm sorry, I can't do more. You'll only have 7 days after you enter the holy city. You can either take my offer or leave it. I'm not forcing you. Moreover, if you can really succeed, 7 days are more than enough to do it. If you can't do it in 7 days, then chances of your success were probably never there in the first place. Lambert wasn't fazed by the questioning of Lyra. He didn't back off. Once he had made up his mind, it was done. 7 days should be enough. Gabriel took the offer. He wore the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, right beside the black ring on his ring finger. The golden and the black ring on his fingers created a nice contrast. Even if he had received only 5 days, he would have taken the offer even then, since he wasn't going to the academy to study. He was going there to steal, and one attempt was all he was going to have. Fine, we'll take the 7-day offer. Since Gabriel had already agreed, Lyra also agreed. Gabriel was going to have to go inside the holy city to steal the staff in the Eye of Osiris. If he believed 7 days were enough, she needed to trust him. How considerate of you. Lambert chuckled in amusement. He glanced at Gabriel. You know, it's the first time I've seen Lyra change her mind after deciding something. Anyway, I suppose we're done with the deal here. I've fulfilled my part of the deal. All that's left is for you to fulfill your part of the deal. I sure do hope you succeed. Eye of Osiris is something I've wanted for a long time, but it's always stayed out of my reach. May I ask what's so special about the Eye of Osiris? I suppose it's also a Newman artifact, but what does it do? Why do you need it? Gabriel could see the eagerness in the eyes of Lambert to get that item, so much so that he was even willing to part with the ring of Apophis. It was as if the value of the Eye of Osiris was much more in the eyes of Lambert. Of course, it's a Newman artifact. It is a small crystal orb that is only a few inches wide. It was used by demigod Osiris. She kept it with him as long as she lived. The demigod Osiris was also the one who peeked into the past of Carrick and wrote it down in her journal. Lambert answered. The Eye of Osiris can help a person see through the past of another person, no matter who they might be. It also helps you see their darkest secrets. Moreover, I'm not sure how true it is, but it was said that demigod Osiris could also see the future to some extent. If the Eye of Osiris has that ability, then it'll be worth even more. Lambard had spent most of his life chasing after the literature of demigods and the Newman artifacts. He had managed to make a huge collection all because of that, yet he was missing a lot of Newmans. There were many he had his eyes on that he wanted, and one of those was the Eye of Osiris, which was kept in the holy city under high protection, right beside the ancient staff of darkness which belonged to the god of darkness. There are hundreds of Newmans in this world, each having a specialty of their own that it received from the demigod it used to belong to. Amongst those Newmans, the whereabouts of most were unknown as they've been forever lost in time. But amongst the ones that have their whereabouts known, the Eye of Osiris is one of the most important artifacts that I've wanted since the beginning. I even tried to send a few people to steal them, but they failed and ended up dying. Lambard let out a tired sigh, remembering about his past failure. Gabriel had heard from Lyra that Lambard was really powerful despite being a human. He was the reason this illegal city still wasn't burnt down to the ground, so why couldn't he get the artifact back? Why didn't you go there yourself to get it? Since the Holy Church of Light can't attack this place because of you, that must mean you're really strong despite being a human. Can't you steal that with that strength of yours? Hearing Gabriel, Lambard blankly stared at him for a moment before bursting into a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. You think I'm stronger than the Holy Church? You would be wrong if you believed that. Although it's true that there are some instances when I can face them, but that's only when certain conditions are met, and one of them is being in this city. He further explained, the reason they don't attack me here is that this city protects me. This entire city is also a Newman artifact, known as the City of Abaddon, the demigod who was known for his defenses. After having his entire family killed in a war, Abaddon created this city and covered it in his divine aura to make sure no one could hurt the people he wanted to protect. Even after his death, that aura stayed with the city, being absorbed in it. The city became a Newman artifact, known as the impenetrable City of Abaddon. The only reason the Holy Church can do nothing here is because of that. As long as I'm inside this city, they can't do anything. Even the head of Holy Church of Light himself can't kill me here. As long as I'm inside the city, I'm undefeatable. Lambard smiled. However, if I leave the city, I don't have that protection, so I rarely leave this place, and even if I do it secretly. If I go to the Holy City myself, I won't have this advantage, and I won't be able to come back to this city if I'm caught there. He stretched his arms lazily. You have no idea how much the Holy Church of Light hates me. If they get me, my fate would be something that will scare even the fiercest. So yeah, I'll not leave the city and definitely not enter the Holy City where that old man stays. An entire city as a Newman artifact, Gabriel asked. That sounded so incredulous. He had assumed that only small accessories were Lumen artifacts, but an entire city. I know how impossible that sounds. Even I had a hard time believing it when I found out about this city. Fortunately, when I got to it. The city had no people living here. It was a barren city. The city might be here when I arrived, but I made it into what it is today. Why does this city only protect you then? If the entire city is a Newman, you can't hold it. Everyone who stays here is in contact with it. So does that mean it gives everyone the same protection it gives you? No, if it did, why do you think the people here would be scared of Lyra when she came flaunting her identity? Lambard rolled his eyes. He glared at Lyra. And you dare call me a show-off? It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Then how does it work? Gabriel inquired. Lambard opened his lips to answer but stopped. A frown appeared on his forehead. It seems we have more guests. The city sure is busy today. More guests? Gabriel gazed at Lyra. How could he know there were more people when he was sitting here? The City of Abandon is under the control of Lambard. He can see everything that happens here, Lyra explained. That's how he saw us coming as well. How else do you think he knew? If he's getting so serious, whoever arrived must be someone significant. Who is here? She asked Lambard. Someone I didn't expect to come here. Lambard scratched the back of his head. The head of the Church of Water has arrived. The strongest mage with the element of water in the entire world, and one of the 6 rulers of elements. I didn't expect that lady to come here. This is really surprising. Lambard stood up, though I think I do know what she's here for. Gabriel, you want to accompany me? He glanced at the young man. I doubt you've ever seen a head of church before. It might be a good exposure since you're one of them as well. In a way, he can't come. Lyra chimed in. She might not be able to harm you in this place, but it's not the same for Gabriel. She can kill him if she realizes who he is, and I'm sure his aura will give away his identity. Don't worry about it. Even she won't be able to sense his aura. Don't forget who you're standing with. This city is my domain. Here even the gods can't see someone's aura if I want to hide it. I'll hide his aura. Moreover, he already has the gloves to hide his mark, so I doubt it would be much of a problem. Come on, let the boy have some fun, but it's still dangerous. Lyra frowned. Even though the man said he was going to take care of everything, she still felt that it was dangerous for Gabriel to be alone with that lady and Lambard here. After thinking for a few seconds, she finally responded, Fine, I'll come with you as well. Since you can hide his aura, I'm sure you can hide mine as well. She hasn't seen me yet, so she won't know who I am if she can't sense my aura. That's fine by me. Not like it would matter even if she finds out who you are. Not like she can do anything to me." Lambard smirked, giving Lyra the permission to accompany him as well. The head of the Church of Water arrived at the entrance of Lambard's mansion. The young lady appeared as if she was only in her late 20s at best. Just based on her age, no one could have expected that she was the head of one of the most prestigious organizations. She was the head of Church of Water at such a young age and had just received the position last year itself. The young lady was dressed in a beautiful black shoulderless dress that wrapped tightly around her body, highlighting her curves. She had beautiful blue hair like the purest form of water. Her hair came down to her waist, covering her upper back, which was left exposed by the dress. Unlike her beautiful blue hair, her eyes appeared to be hazel, giving her a distinguished look. Her innocent-looking face was perfectly calm, not showing many expressions. "My lady, are you sure we aren't wasting time by coming here?" Accompanying the head of the church on this trip were the two head priestesses from the Church of Water, who had the highest authority in the church after her. They still didn't believe that what they heard about this place could be true. "Who knows? But we can't take a chance," the young lady answered. "Greetings to the three mages." Like before, the maid greeted the three as soon as they reached the castle, but she didn't give them water this time. "Tell Lord Lambard that I'm here to meet him." He knew we were coming. "My lady, do you trust her?" "How could he have known?" one of the head priestess asked the blue-haired woman in the light. The young woman didn't answer. Instead, she followed the maid inside the castle with the others. The maid brought the three water mages to the end of the hallway. Surprisingly, at the end of the hallway, there wasn't a door like before. Instead, there were stairs that were going up. The maid started going up, followed by the mages. "Lady Alora, welcome to the city of Abaddon." Lambard greeted the young lady in the light. "The two behind you must be Lady Joan and Lady Rui." The two head priestesses in the back grew stunned as they were called by their names. How did this person know our names? They wanted to ask how Lambard knew their names since it shouldn't have been possible. Unlike the head of the Church of Water, Alora, they weren't that well known, especially regarding names. "Greetings, Lord Lambard. It seems you know about me." "Of course I do. Who wouldn't know the names of the 6 heads of churches of elements?" Lambard casually answered. "I suppose it does make sense that you know my name, but I'm still curious about something. How do you know the ones behind me?" "Lady Alora, I know their names because you told me their names yourself." "I did." Alora stared at the man in confusion, "but I don't recall ever telling you their names." Lambard simply smiled but didn't answer. "Let me introduce you to a few more guests of mine. This is Gabriel, and that's Lady Lyra. The two came here just today." He introduced Gabriel and Lyra. Alora casually glanced at the people in the back. She couldn't find anything special about the two. She didn't believe any of the two were special enough for her to remember. She didn't even say a word to them in greetings. She just casually nodded. Lyra rolled her eyes, amazed at the arrogance of Alora. Lambard next introduced the three ladies to Gabriel and Lyra. Just like Alora didn't greet Lyra, Lyra also didn't greet Alora, which came across as rude from her side. She just nodded lazily as well. As for Gabriel, he just stood silent in the back, observing Alora. Lambard was hiding his aura, but he didn't hide the aura of Alora. Gabriel could see the aura of Alora, which was as vast and deep as the sea itself. Even though the young woman looked like she was an ordinary lady, the aura of her told a different story entirely. It was as if behind that innocent facade, there was enough strength to destroy an entire city if she wanted. So this of the level of the enemies I would need to face. The head of the Church of Light would be even stronger than her. "You two, don't you have any manners on how you should greet Lady Alora?" Rui called out to Lyra and Gabriel. It didn't matter if Alora didn't meet the two commoners like them properly, but when they were introduced, how dare these peasants ignore the one who was selected by the goddess of water herself? Hearing the sudden scolding, Gabriel came out of his thoughts. He was in disbelief that these people were scolding them for what they themselves did. Lyra was about to respond to these people in their own language, but before they could, Gabriel did it. He took the lead. He had been through hell because of people who considered themselves superior to him while hiding their hypocrisy. He couldn't help but feel the same hypocrisy here. He had been through hell, not so he could be scolded like this by some hypocrites. Moreover, since he wasn't looking for any favor from them, he didn't need to hold back. "If you want respect, maybe you should learn to give the same respect first," Gabriel calmly stated. His eyes didn't have even a shred of fear. As he talked, he didn't even glance at the lady who had spoken. Instead, his eyes rested on the head priestess who had just chided them. It was certainly not the wisest choice to offend the one who stood at the peak of this world when he wasn't even in the same league as her when it came to true strength, but Gabriel didn't care at the moment. In any case, he was going on a suicide mission soon after, so what was the need to be scared at this point? Moreover, with Lambard here, these three weren't going to attack him. This place was the stronghold of Lambard, who had promised to keep them safe, so whatever he said at the moment held no consequences. It wasn't as if he was going to meet the young head of Church of Water again. Both the head priestess were stunned to get such a sharp response from Gabriel. Even Alora herself was taken aback. No one dared to talk like that before her. Not only her but even Lyra was also surprised. Gabriel said precisely what she wanted to say. The two of them really were similar in some things. On the contrary, Lambard was more amused. He turned back, glancing at Gabriel. A smirk spread across his lips which the three ladies behind him couldn't see. This was fun for him. He did like the way Gabriel talked to them. Laura didn't know that Lyra and Gabriel didn't really need to give them any special respect. Just like her, the two of them were also the leaders of their individual element types. Even though they were all alone and didn't have hundreds of supporters, they were technically the head of the church as well. Lambard found this whole thing very amusing, and he could even guess what the reaction from the other side was going to be. Why you? Rui's face turned red in anger. Kid, you should really mind your language and consider who you're talking to. Exactly. Lady Alora owes you no respect. Who do you think you are to demand equal respect from her? Joan also asked. She went even as far as to call out her staff of water as if prepared to show Gabriel his place this instant. A powerful aura acted up on Gabriel, which placed pressure on his body to force him to his knees. Apologize this instant. Alora wanted to stop the ladies behind her, but she was too late. Before she could even speak anything, Joan already did it. The mighty aura of the head priestess wasn't harmful, but it did weigh heavily on Gabriel. If it were someone else in his place, he would have fallen to his knees already, unable to resist the aura. But what was the aura of a head priestess before the heir of Carrick and the holder of a holy grimoire? The black ring on his finger released an invisible aura that surrounded the body of Gabriel. The aura of his own was so powerful that it basically neglected the effect of the head priestess aura. Joan was surprised to see Gabriel still standing perfectly calm, as if the aura had no effect on him. How could it be? How could a young man stay so calm and composed under the effect of her aura? This shouldn't have been possible. Just who was this person? Lambard also couldn't stand idle and watch the lady bully his guest in front of him. He also didn't want them to find out just how special Gabriel was. He finally took the lead. Young ladies, I would appreciate it if you don't try to bully my guests. This place is my home, not your church of water. As the head priest of light must have told everyone already, everyone who comes to this city is my guest. It doesn't matter how influential you are, I won't let you bully my other guests. Joan finally got a reason as to why Gabriel wasn't being affected. She believed it was because Lambard was giving him his protection. That made sense. She had heard stories about Lambard, so it did make sense that he could do that much. But they insulted us. We didn't start it, Ray chimed in. It doesn't matter. You're the first one who took action. Words should be answered with words. If you want to show your strength to those weaker than you, then I'll also be forced to show you some of what I'm capable of, Lambard casually stated. And I'm sure you won't like it if that happens. So please behave while you're in my city. He's right, Ray, Joan. You both should calm down. Not everyone needs to greet us. No need to be that offended over such a small matter. Alora agreed with Lambard. She had heard the stories about Lambard. He was a really chill person who didn't care about many things, but when he got angry, he didn't care how influential one was. As long as he was in the city, he was no less than a demigod. He had even gone against the head of Church of Light last time without a single care in the world, and he still managed to survive. She didn't want to create bad blood between the two sides over such a small matter, especially since the reason they came here was something that couldn't be ignored. They couldn't allow them to be kicked out before achieving the goals. Ray couldn't believe Alora wasn't siding with her, but she also understood why. She probably didn't want to be kicked out of the city. But still, this didn't sit right with her. She glared at Gabriel, who had his focus on Alora. Unlike her two followers, the young lady was much better. She was more careful and considerate. He wondered if she was being real or if it was all just an act. Fine, I won't do it again, Ray lazily stated. Joan also agreed that she wouldn't target Gabriel, at least not as long as he was in the city. Good. Now that we finally have an understanding, let's sit and discuss what you're here for. I'm sure it must be something important that brought you here. Lambard smiled as he gestured for everyone to take a seat. Even though he knew why they were here, he wanted to hear from them directly. Alora sat on a couch and the two head priestesses stood behind her, not taking a seat. You know, you can take a seat too, Lambard stated. Both the ladies rejected. They followed hierarchy all too well. Only the two leaders should sit when discussing. Unlike them, Gabriel and Lyra sat down without Lambard having to insist. Gabriel stood on Lambard's left and Lyra sat on his right. Seeing their actions, the faces of the head priestess also twitched, but they didn't react. So what brought you here? How can I help you, Lady Alora? I came here for 2 reasons, the young lady stated calmly. The first reason being that I want the ring of Apophis from you. The young lady stated, surprising even Lambard. It wasn't what he expected. She was here for the ring of Apophis. Why was everyone coming here for that thing at the same time? Lyra was glad that they got the ring already. It seemed they were right on time. If they had arrived an hour later, the ring would have been with Lambard, and he might have given it to the young lady. Now that he had promised them, there was no way he could take the ring back before 7 days of getting into the royal city ran out. I'm willing to pay you as much money as you need for the ring of Apophis. The young lady stated, Lady Alora, if you think that money can sway me, you're wrong. I'm the one who spends money to get Newmans, not the one who spends Newmans to get money. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. What else do you need? What if I give you something that's not money? Alora inquired. And what might that be? Lambard asked, curious. I doubt you can offer me anything that can make me change my mind. Even though Lambard had already given the ring of Apophis to Gabriel, that was only for a little over a week. After that, he was going to have the ring back, so he certainly could offer the ring to the young lady, but to exchange a Newman, he didn't think it was worth it. He quite liked the ring, after all. Alora glanced at Gabriel and Lyra. You should send them out before we can discuss further. I don't want to mention things that commoners shouldn't know. Don't worry about them. They are the suppliers who work for me by location Newmans. They know more about them than anyone. You can talk about anything. Lambard swiftly lied. The worries of Alora were fair since most people weren't allowed to know about Newmans and many such things, but he had already told Gabriel and Lyra about such things. He didn't care if they heard more since they were also important players in the grand scheme of things. Fine. What if I offer you a letter that was written by the goddess of thunder herself to the goddess of water? Alora smiled. I heard you're really interested in literature from the times of gods. If you find me a ring, the letter will be yours. A letter personally written by a god. Lambard straightened up as soon as he heard about the offer. So far, he had only dealt with things regarding demigods. Even the things he knew about the gods were through things written by demigods. He never had direct interaction with anything written by the gods themselves. If he was truly being offered something like that, then the offer was really worth it. Moreover, a letter written by a god might contain their true essence as well. It wasn't an offer he could refuse. Also, since the letter was written to the goddess of water, it might tell something about the relationship between the two gods at that time. If anyone could have a letter written to the goddess of water, it was going to be the Holy Church of Water, so he didn't doubt its authenticity either. Why do you want to offer that in exchange for the ring of Apophis? We do have a couple of letters that were written to the goddess of water by the goddess of lightning, so I can certainly offer you one for what I need. But you don't have any, so you will certainly need it. Do you accept the offer? Even though Alora asked this question, she was already sure that the answer was yes. She could see on his face that he truly wanted the letter. Lambard subtly glanced at the end on Gabriel's hands as he seriously thought about it. A mission that was supposed to fail, or a confirmed letter written by a god, those were his two choices in exchange for the ring. Even though he had already promised Gabriel, he still thought about this offer seriously. Why do you want the ring of Apophis? He asked Alora. What do you want to use it for? I want to use it for myself. Whenever I leave the church, almost everyone recognizes me. I don't appreciate such attention. I want to use the ring to disguise myself so I can leave freely without attracting gazes, so I need it just for basic use. Fine, I'll offer you the ring of Apophis for 1 month in exchange for the letter. You can use the ring however you want in that month. That's the deal. I can't hand over the ring permanently under any condition since I quite like it, but I'm sure 1 month should be enough for you to experience what you want to. 1 month is too little. I want the ring for a lifetime. I'm sorry that's not happening. Even though I want the letter, I'm not going to give up my ring forever. I've spent a lot of effort to get the ring. Moreover, it's not like you're losing anything by offering me a letter. You have many such letters, and you're only offering one. If I had many such rings, I would have given one ring to you for a lifetime as well. But I don't. I'm afraid it's not an equal deal. You are giving something that you can afford to lose since you have more of it. I'm giving something which I can't afford to lose. I'm being really generous by offering you 1 month. I've offered a week for things much more precious. Lambard stood firmly on his offer, not taking a single step back. The way Lambard was dealing, Lyra couldn't believe it. He had promised the ring to them, and now he was negotiating to take the ring from them and give it to someone else. She couldn't accept this. Lambard was adamant about not offering the ring for more than a month. No matter what Alora said, he didn't budge. Ultimately, Alora had no choice but to go along with the seal. Even though it was only for a month, it was better than not having the ring at all. 1 month of freedom was better than nothing. Ever since she joined the Church of Water at the age of 19, she had been training only. Most of her life in the church went in training as she tried to master her element of water. She didn't even leave the Church of Water to explore other places. For 8 years straight, she stayed on the premises of the church, never taking even a single step out. Throughout the years, she mastered all the skills and even got promoted a few times until she became a head priestess at the age of 25 only. That was the highest post someone could be promoted to inside the Church of Element, since only one person was above a head priestess. It was the head of the church. No one could be promoted to the head of a Church of Element, since the Holy Grimoire itself selected someone after the death of the last owner. Just a few years ago, the last head of the Church of Water died a few days after coming back from an exploration. As the head priestesses, the ladies were given priority attempts on the grimoire before anyone else could have been tried. All the head priestesses were brought to the chamber where the Holy Book of Water was kept after the death of the last head. Not many people actually thought that the book was easily going to select someone. They thought they needed to spend decades to find the next rightful heir, but they were wrong. The Book of Water flew on its own to the youngest head priestess. Elora was selected as the head of the Church of Water. She also received the control of the Church of Water, along with the ancient Staff of Water. The news of that spread like fire everywhere. Almost the entire world knew about her, since the position of a Lord of Element wasn't something that anyone could get. Only after becoming the head of the Church of Water did Elora realize how her life had changed. Throughout the last few years, whenever she left the church for anything, she was often recognized even when she didn't want to. She wanted to find a solution for her problem. That's when she was informed about a treasure that was held by Lambard. She wanted that treasure for a lifetime, but she really underestimated Lambard, it seemed. Fine, I'll take the ring for 1 month. Give the ring to me. Elora reached out her hand toward Lambard. Lambard smiled as he glanced at Lyra, who seemed really upset. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait a couple of weeks for the ring. As soon as it's available, I'll send an envoy to the church with the ring. You can give the letter to my envoy at that time. Lambard wanted the letter, but he also realized that breaking his promise wasn't a wise decision at this point. He might have broken the promise if it was only Lyra, but there was also Gabriel in the mix. There were just too many factors at play, and he didn't want to offend one side or the other. He knew these were chaotic waters, and he wanted to be neutral at this point. May I ask why you can't give us the ring this instant? If it's about the letter, I did bring it with me. I'm sorry, Lady Elora, but I have some prior engagements which need the ring to be with me. I should be able to give the ring to you after a few weeks. Fine, we will wait for a few weeks. Elora didn't appear to be in any hurry to get the ring. It was going to be with her temporarily, after all, so she was fine if it was delayed by a few weeks. Deal it is then, Lambard affirmed. That's one thing covered, but you said there was another reason you came here as we. May I ask what it was? The other reason is because I want the map of the City of Ruins that you have. I got some information that it's going to be available for the auction that's about to happen in the city. I want to buy it from you, and don't tell me you can't sell it for money since you put it up for auction. Of course I can sell that for money. It's just a map. It's not like it's a Newman. Lambard smiled. He waved his fingers. A small portal appeared before him. The Ring of Damien helps me store some things. Seeing the surprised faces of everyone, Lambard explained as he placed his hand inside the portal. Bringing his hand out, he revealed a pale yellow scroll. I believe this is what you're looking for. That's right. How much money do you need for it? I'm sorry, young lady, but I must refuse you once again. As you stated, this map is already up for auction. I can't sell it before the auction. If you want the map, you should probably get a room in the city and wait for the auction tomorrow. Lambard knew the Church of Water had a lot of money, and he could literally ask for any amount he wanted, but he was also a man of principles in certain aspects. And one of those aspects was the auctions he often conducted. I know it's up for auction, but I can't wait for that. I don't believe there is anyone who can bid more for it than me, so just give it to me. 300,000 gold coins. How about it? Lady Elora, I doubt you know what you're speaking. You think you're the only one interested in this map? Lambard shrugged. The offer to sell this map directly. I've received this offer from many sides. So far, I've received a letter from the Church of Lightning, Church of Earth, Church of Nature, and Church of Wind. Only Holy Church of Light hasn't shown any interest in it yet. I'm giving you the same answer that I gave to all those letters. If you want to buy this map, get it in the auction. If I didn't break my rule with them, how could I break the rule? Rui brought her lips closer to Elora's ears and whispered something in her ears, seeing the man refuse. Lady Elora, this man has the map in his hands. The rings are also in his hands. Why are we even listening to his arrogant refusals? Let's just take him down and snatch everything. We can get more than one ring from him. Rui made sure to keep her voice as low as she could so Lambard had no chance of hearing. Unfortunately for them, this was the domain of Lambard. He heard everything. He found this discussion quite amusing but not unexpected. Create a character, name, personality, element, history, etc. in the comments that you want in the Academy of Elements when Gabriel gets there, or vote for characters created by other readers, if any, by liking comments. The character you create or like might become reality and might be an important part of the story. Despite knowing what they were talking about, he acted ignorant. Don't be an idiot. Elora scolded the young lady right there and didn't keep her voice down. Even though Lambard acted as if he hadn't heard their discussion, Elora knew that he heard everything. Lambard was the person who even knew their names, which no one here should have known. The only time she had addressed them by their names was when they were alone inside the city. If he managed to know even that, it meant that Lambard could hear things that happened in the city. If he heard something that happened so far away, it wasn't impossible that he couldn't hear what was happening here. She believed that Lambard heard the suggestion of Rui, and yet he wasn't fazed as if this wasn't a threat to him. Elora also knew the stories about this city and what happened when the Church of Light tried to bring it down. She didn't want to test that theory. It was better to just wait for the auction and bid through it. Even though it wasted a day of theirs, it was better than picking a fight with Lambard in his own home. Outside the city, it was a different matter, but inside the city, it was impossible to defeat him from what she heard. Moreover, Rui was literally suggesting theft and robbery. They were from the Holy Church of Water. A theft wasn't something that they could do. Even if they succeeded, this was going to destroy their reputation if it came out that the head of the Church of Water herself tried to steal someone else's belongings. Is something the matter? Lady Alora, Lambard asked innocently. Nothing, just some stupid suggestion that I was given. Don't worry about it. If you've already decided that you can't sell that map outside of auction, we will wait for the auction in that case. Alora took care of the situation before it could deteriorate too much. Even Lambard was impressed at her actions. Even though she was young, she was more clever than the other two who followed her. She made the right decision at the right time. She also wasn't stubborn or adamant on something. Unlike the head priestesses, she didn't look for a fight. I think it's time we take our leave. We also need to look for a hotel. We will see you at the auction. Alora stood up gracefully before she left. The two head priestesses followed her after taking a subtle glance at Lambard. They didn't know why Alora didn't go with their plan, but they just went with it. Alora stopped right at the exit. Lord Lambard, as I told you before, that map will be mine. I don't care who bids for it. It's just too important for me, so please keep that with care. Lambard kept the scroll back inside the portal, which closed. This map is important for many, it seems. After what happened to the last head of the Church of Water, everyone has been looking for this map, not just you. I think it's not going to be that easy for you to buy it. We will see that. Alora calmly departed without arguing, but when she was worried to some extent. If what Lambard said was true, that meant there were many sides that wanted the map, and they were all going to be in the auction. She didn't know how high the bid was going to go, but she knew she couldn't let this map go. This map contained the secret as to what happened with the last head of the Church of Water. At any cost, she needed to get this map. After Alora left, Gabriel somewhat relaxed. Don't worry about it. I promised you the ring for a week inside the royal city, and counting the travel time, you have the ring for a total of 2 weeks. I can wait 2 weeks to get my hands on the letters. I'm really curious what the letter was about. Just what kind of ancient essence would be contained in that letter, if there is a decent amount of essence in the letter. I might be able to know some secrets with the help of Eye of Osiris that you both are supposed to get for me, so you better succeed. I'm making a really big investment on you with this ring. We don't intend to fail either. Our failure only means the loss of the Eye of Osiris for you, but for us it meant our death, Gabriel explained, so I don't plan on failing. That aside, what was that map of City of Ruins that all the churches are interested in? Why is that? Gabriel was still wondering about the map. The lady was really eager to get it, and so were other churches. The map didn't seem like anything ordinary. It's a long story. Lambard scratched the back of his head. In short, the City of Ruins is none other than the City of Gods. It's the city where the 7 gods used to live once upon a time. As I told you before, now there's nothing left in that place, just ruins of an era long forgotten. That's also considered one of the most dangerous places in the world. No matter who went there, they didn't return. A few years ago, the head of the Church of Water came to me. She bought a map from me, a copy similar to what I'm putting up for auction. She left the church to explore that place since she wanted to find the origins of the gods. She was also the first person to return alive from that place, but she wasn't the same as before when she came back. She was completely blank. Her eyes didn't have any focus on what I heard, and she couldn't speak. It was as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. Within a few days of return, she died. After her, Alora was selected by the Holy Grimoire of Water, and you know the rest. Alora probably wants to go to the city as well to uncover what her predecessor saw there. She's not the only one, though. The other churches are also interested in that place, so they also want to go there to explore that place, but without the map that I have, it's impossible for them to know what places to avoid. If it's just a map, can't you make more clones of it and give one to all the churches at a heavy price? I wish I could, but the maps can't be cloned anymore. I don't know what it's about the maps, but they just can't be. I've tried many times only to fail. It's like you see the map one moment, and when you try to draw it on another paper, you just forget what you saw entirely. There only exist 3 such maps. One was sold last time, which was left behind in the City of Ruins by Alora's predecessor. I have 2 left. I want one for myself, and I'm selling the other through auction. A man needs money after all. Do you want to bid on the map as well? Lambard asked Gabriel and Alora. We have more important things to do than such explorations in death zones. I'll leave that to the other heads. It would be great if more of them died in the exploration. Would make things easier for us. Lyra refused. Anyway, we should also leave. Best of luck with your auction. Lambard didn't stop the 2 youngsters from leaving. He had just casually asked them if they wanted to take part in the auction, but he knew that it was impossible for them. The 2 of them might be in the same position in the hierarchy as the other church leaders, but unlike the others, they didn't have money. The 2 of them didn't have the massive wealth that was amassed by the churches of elements. It was useless to stop them since it could just waste their own time. Moreover, the faster they left, the faster he could get the Eye of Osiris in his arsenal. Lambard bid the 2 youngsters farewell, but he didn't escort them out personally. The task was given to the maid that had escorted them inside. The maid took the two youngsters to the exit of the castle, where the horse was already waiting for the two. Gabriel climbed on the horse first before helping Lyra up. Taking one last glance at the mysterious castle, he departed. In another part of the city, Alora had already found a hotel. She even paid in advance for a few days as she booked 3 rooms. All 3 ladies went to individual rooms. Alora went straight to a shower in her room. As for Joan, she dropped onto her bed, seemingly somewhat lazy. As for Rui, she went to the balcony to observe the chaotic city. So many illegal things are happening in this place, but no one can do anything. All because of that Lombard. No wonder he is arrogant. Through the balcony, she could see many shops selling illegal items. If it were up to her, she would have destroyed all these shops. Unfortunately, Alora had issued some strict instructions to her that she wasn't allowed to do anything in this city that could offend Lombard. They needed the map from Lombard, and they needed to be like guests. For the next few days, they couldn't get themselves in any conflict here. Even though Rui believed that some of Alora's decisions were a dark blot on the prestige of the Church of Water since it made them look like cowards, she couldn't do anything against it. Alora was selected by the Holy Grimoire instead of her. Why did the Holy Grimoire have to select that coward Alora when I was there as well? I was in the church longer than her. I've been the most senior and I wasn't a coward like her. Yet right before my eyes, the Grimoire selected her. I can't understand what it saw in that girl. Rui let out a tired sigh. She was really missing the last head of the Church of Water. She was nothing like Alora. She was more ruthless and stubborn. She wasn't scared of anything. She even chose to go alone to the City of Ruins. Under her, no one dared to disrespect the Church of Water, but under Alora, even 2 kids disrespected their authority. She really hated the fact that she couldn't do anything. Even though Rui couldn't hurt Lyra and Gabriel here, she made up her mind that whenever she was going to see the 2 of them in the future, she was going to teach them what it meant to know their place. Those 2. Rui was lost in her own thoughts as she stood on the balcony when she noticed a horse passing from right before the hotel she was staying in. As for the people who sat on the horse, they were none other than the 2 arrogant kids. She looked in the direction they were going in, realizing that they were going to the exit. A clever smirk spread across her lips. So you're leaving this place. What perfect timing. I can't teach you a lesson inside the city, but who says I can't do the same outside? Let the games begin. Rui raised her right hand, casting a formation above her. A staff flew out of the formation to land in her hands. Wings of purity. Using the staff, she cast a spell. A mystical blue light surrounded the staff that was held by her, and the same light covered all her body as well. Before long, 2 beautiful wings appeared behind her back. Unlike the mages of winds, who could fly from the start, the mages of water couldn't fly that easily. They could only master a wing spell when they became capable of using high-tier spells, which Rui could use. Rui's body started rising in the air as she followed Gabriel and Lyra without informing Alora and Joan. Back at the central castle, Lombard was sitting on his throne with a cup of tea in his hand. The maid stood right beside Lombard. Sir, do you believe the Church of Light will also send someone to bid? I doubt they will, Lombard answered. They hate this city as this city contains their shameful secret. They won't come here even for the map of the City of Ruins. Still, there's a possibility that they might send someone who isn't a member of the Church of Light to bid for them. It doesn't matter in any case. More participants mean higher bidding. It's just more money for us, so I won't mind even if the Church of Light sends someone. He took another sip. You really do have some great talent in making tea. I'm glad you like it, Master. Lombard glanced toward the window abruptly. Is something the matter, Master? I guess you can say that. One of our guests from the Church of Water is following Gabriel and Lyra. I don't think she has any good intentions. Should I go and stop her? The young maid asked grimly. No need. As I told you, I only enforce my laws in the city. Outside the city, I don't interfere. If she fights here, I'll send you to take her down. But if all 3 of them leave the city, then it'll all be on them. I won't do anything no matter who is killed. But Master, don't you have use for those 2? If they died, who would bring the Eye of Osiris for you? If the 2 rulers of elements can't face one head priestess of water, then I don't think they were capable of getting Eye of Osiris in the first place. The head priestess of water is nothing before what they might face in the royal city, and in that place, Gabriel is going to be alone as well. Lombard explained as he took another sip of his tea. This can be their first test. If they pass, then good. If they fail, then they aren't worth my time at all. The ring will get back to me, and I'll give it to Alora for a month. Gabriel left the city, going through the doors he came in from. Those 2 guards. As Gabriel left the city, he noticed 2 guards standing at the entrance, which surprised him. The 2 guards were none other than the guards that Lyra had killed when she entered the city. They were completely identical. How are they still alive? Don't worry about them. They aren't real humans. Those 2 are also Numens, albeit ones made by one of the weakest demigods, the Puppet Master. Despite being Numens, they aren't any special. They are no stronger than an ordinary human. The only thing that's special about them is that they can heal themselves, but even that takes a lot of time. so whenever you want to get in, just kill the two and enter. If they are so weak, why would Lambard use them as guards? Only Lambard can know the answer to that question. Even I believe it's useless to keep them here. Anyone can kill them easily and get inside. Then again, it's not like anyone can do anything inside the city itself. I guess he just used them here since he wanted to find some uses for these useless puppets. The Newmans. They certainly seem to be amazing. Just how many Newmans are there in this world? Gabriel inquired. Well, no one knows exactly how many there are since only a few have been discovered so far. I did hear there were around 100 demigods in existence, Lyra explained. However, there were also some powerful demigods who created more than one Newman artifact. Based on that assumption, there might be a couple hundred Newmans in existence. And how many have been discovered? Gabriel asked, taking a subtle glance at the Ring of Apophis. The answer to that question is also unknown. As you can guess, not many people come forward and declare that they found a Newman artifact in fear of being killed. Only Lambard is an exception. But that's because he has the protection of his city. Do you know how many are with Lambard then? No one knows the exact number, but if I were to guess, I'm sure there are more than 30 at least. Even with his 30 artifacts, he can't come out of the city with confidence to survive. With the kind of enemies he has made, I doubt he can survive leaving the city without hiding. The Newmans came from the demigods, while the grimoires came from the gods themselves. In a battle between the god of light and 30 average demigods, I'm sure you can guess who would win. That's why Lambard is always looking for more artifacts, especially the highest-ranking Newmans like the city he possesses. The Newmans of the strongest demigods are yet to come to light, and those are what Lambard wants. Who knows where they will be? Anyway, I'm sure this is far enough. You can stop here, Lyra chimed in. Gabriel observed his surroundings. They were in the middle of barren land, far away from any city. Why was Lyra asking him to stop here? Why here? So we could greet the guest who has been following us for quite some time, Lyra answered. I'm sure this is far enough to use my grimoire without attracting too much attention. Following, Gabriel stopped the horse. He glanced back but couldn't find anyone. Look above. Lyra reminded him as she got off the horse. Gabriel looked up, only to find Rui floating above them. It seems like you knew I was following you. That's very perceptive of you. Your stench isn't something that can be ignored, can it? Lyra lazily stated. You're still as talkative as before. It seems like you never learn. That's understandable, though. Who will be arrogant of not two dark mages? Am I right? Rui landed before Lyra, holding her staff firmly. For some reason, I can't sense your aura. She gazed at Gabriel, but since you're with her and also hiding your hands. It is easy to guess that you're also a dark mage. Right, Gabriel didn't respond. He was slightly pleased, though. Rui couldn't sense his dark aura that meant the gloves that came with the attire and the staff were working and hiding his dark aura. Even the head priestess couldn't sense his dark element aura, even though Lambard wasn't here to hide his aura. This was good news, since it meant he had a higher chance of staying hidden in the royal city. As long as he didn't use his dark spells or grimoire, even a higher-ranked mage couldn't sense him. The only thing which he was still curious about was if the gloves could fool a head of church as well. He could have tested that if Lambard hadn't hidden his aura before Allura. He realized that he had missed an opportunity there. You can hide your aura, but too bad your partner can't. I was pleasantly surprised when I sensed that aura after leaving the city. With this, I now have complete authority to kill you. I won't even have to hide it. After killing you, I'll drag your body back to Allura. The mocking tone of Rui continued as she laughed at Lyra, who failed to even hide her aura. Gabriel scratched the back of his head, amused at this idiot. He knew that Lyra was more skilled at hiding her aura. If her aura could be sensed after she left the city, that meant she wanted Rui to find out who she was, so she continued chasing them. It wasn't Lyra who had fallen into Rui's trap while making a mistake. Instead, it was Rui who had fallen for the intentional mistake of Lyra, and now here she was, all alone before Lyra. She thought she was too smart, but Lyra so easily played with her. The only question that now remained was if Lyra was actually capable of defeating a head priestess of water. Lyra didn't have the ancestral staff, so her spells were weaker after all. Unlike Lyra, Rui already had her staff out. Then again, Rui didn't possess the holy grimoire of water, so both ladies had some kind of disadvantage and an advantage over the other. Should I help you? Gabriel asked Lyra. Even though he didn't have too many spells, he had some which could be helpful in battles. Gabriel knew he was slightly weak when it came to spells, but he was also informed that the spells he could access were powerful, especially when accompanied by his ancestral staff. You don't need to waste your energy. If you use your staff to cast a spell, it will attract too much unnecessary attention, which our battle won't. It's not the time for you to come before the world like that. Lyra rejected the offer of help right away for the safety of Gabriel. She focused back on Rui, who appeared to be laughing. She couldn't believe two kids were deciding to fight her instead of falling straight to her feet, begging for their lives. All the churches did the right thing by shredding your church of darkness from the core itself. I just wish I could have been a part of that battle itself. I heard the agonized screams of the dark mages were so sweet to hear. I couldn't hear it then, but I can now. Isn't that great? The taunting words of Rui didn't affect Gabriel since he really didn't care for the Church of Darkness. He wasn't related to it, and he didn't know anyone from the Church of Darkness who had died, but there was someone who was heavily affected by these words. Lyra closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. Her pendant started shining in a mysterious dark light as if answering to her emotions. You're right, the agonizing screams of the dark mages when you murdered them. I'm sure people like you would have enjoyed it. Even though you call the dark mages monsters, in reality, you're the monsters, so I wouldn't put it past you to enjoy the death and destruction you cause. But did you forget one thing? To kill a few hundred mages of darkness, you brought thousands of mages of all element churches united. If you think that's something worth being proud of, then no one can be more pitiful than you. Each mage of darkness fought tens of you before falling. Your side had more losses than the Church of Darkness had total members. 5 heads of elemental churches. 5 of your leaders had to fight one of ours. 5 of yours murdered one of ours. Did you forget it, or do you only selectively remember history? You all weren't the brave warriors that you portray yourself in the history books. You were all cowards. You were all a mob, a pack of coyotes that attacked a tiger and managed to win. Death, murders, mob, Rui chuckled. It's only a murder when you kill innocents. When you kill demons, it's not murder but extermination. She further continued, of course you'll need more people for extermination to save some time. We exterminated all the insects to make this world a better place. Unfortunately, some insects survived. It's fine, I'll clear them now that I'm here. Can't leave everything to the Holy Church of Light, can we? Extermination. Lyra shook her head, gazing at the blue-haired lady. You will regret your words in 2 minutes as you die if you don't run. Rui went blank in response before bursting into laughter. You really do know how to make a joke. Let me see how you'll make me regret my words in 2 minutes. I swear to the goddess of water that I won't run. In her arrogance, Rui once again fell straight into the trap of Lyra. Lyra didn't want Rui to run and inform Allura when she called out her grimoire. That's why she taunted her in such a manner where she was forced to take an oath that she wasn't going to run. If she couldn't run, then she couldn't go and inform her. Gabriel couldn't help but shake his head. It appeared to be too easy to fool Rui. She kept falling into one trap after another, all because she didn't take them seriously. She thought that these two were just stupid, arrogant kids since they were so young. She hadn't expected that both of them were owners of a holy grimoire just like Allura. Allura was younger than Rui, yet she was stronger because her spells were further boosted by her grimoire and the ancestral staff. Even if the two used the same spell, it was clear which side was going to have a more powerful attack. Because of the grimoire, the experience became somewhat insignificant as the distance between the strength was messed up. Moreover, Lyra wasn't a new mage either. She was more experienced than Gabriel since she had lived with the grimoire for a long time. I've wasted enough of my time on you two already. It's time you die. Rui tapped her staff on the ground firmly. Wave of destruction. Following her command, the ground started trembling as it split apart a few hundred meters behind Rui in a straight horizontal line. From the massive split in the ground came water. Thousands of cusecs of water came out of the split ground, creating a gigantic tsunami behind Rui. It all happened within a few seconds of the spell being cast as a tsunami advanced toward Lyra. The tsunami appeared to have enough strength to destroy an entire town easily, yet there were only 2 targets for the tsunami this time. Gabriel gazed at the 1,000-feet-tall waves of the tsunami that was advancing toward him. The wave appeared to have enough strength to drown both of them. In Prison of the Tainted, Rui didn't stop even now as she cast another spell simultaneously. A wall made of water appeared all around Lyra and Gabriel, surrounding them. The top was also covered in water. It was as if Lyra and Gabriel were trapped in the prison of water, but it wasn't ordinary water either. The walls were made of the purifying water, also known as the holy water. This was also one of the reasons that the Church of Water played an essential role in the destruction of the Church of Darkness, since they could use the holy water in spells. It wasn't impossible for a mage of darkness to pass through the holy water barrier, but whenever they did, they were temporarily weakened, unable to use any spells. Since Rui didn't want Lyra to escape through air, she used the prison of damned to keep them in place. If Lyra tried to fly through the prison of the damned, she was going to come crashing to the ground. The tsunami was going to destroy them if they did anything, but it was also going to destroy them if they did nothing. Back in the hotel in the city of Abaddon, Allura came out after showering and decided to check out the city itself. Even though there were many illegal things in the city, it still was worth roaming around the city since they weren't going to get an opportunity like that every other day. She left her room and walked to Joan's room, knocking. Joan had just gone to sleep only to be woken up by a knock on the door. She rolled off the bed and stood on the ground, walking to the door. Lady Allura, do you need something? I wanted to go out. I was wondering if you would like to accompany me. Ah, sure, just give me a few minutes. I'll be right out. Allura walked to the room of Rui and knocked as well, but this time there was no response. She kept knocking for a few minutes, but no response came. By now, even Joan came out of her room, prepared for leaving. She saw Allura knocking on the door once again. I didn't know Rui was such a deep sleeper, Allura wondered. She isn't, I've known her, she's a really light sleeper. She should have responded by now, Joan chimed in. Maybe she isn't in the room, she let out a sigh. She should have understood that I had to do it to maintain some peace. We couldn't afford a battle in this city. Alora knocked once again. Rui, I know you're inside. Open the door, I need to talk to you. Rui, it's important. Open the door. Alora kept calling out, only to be greeted by silence in response. Rui, this is an order. Open the door this instant. Are you defying an order? Even now, the door didn't open, which really upset Alora. Fine, I'll open it myself. We will pay the damages to the hotel. Alora clenched her fist. Blessing of the goddess, she chanted. The spell not only strengthened her body, but also covered her hands with a thin layer of water as a shield for protection. Alora punched the door right where the lock was supposed to be. Her fist, supported by brute strength, penetrated through the door, destroying the lock. Alora pulled her hand back, which didn't have a single scratch. Joan, keep a few gold coins ready for this hotel owner. That should cover a door and more. I already did. We will give it to him later. Good. Laura pushed the door open and entered the room. Rui, why weren't you answering? I know you're angry, but that doesn't give you an excuse to ignore a direct command. Alora expected to find Rui in the room, but this place was completely empty, which stunned her. Check the bathroom, she instructed Joan. Joan checked the bathroom. It's empty as well, so she really wasn't in the room, but then again, why would the door be locked from inside? Unless... Alora noticed the door to the balcony, which was open. Unless Rui left through the balcony, she walked to the balcony with Joan. Why did she leave from the balcony when she could have left from the door? The only way this would be justified was if she was in a hurry and couldn't take the long route, but if she wanted to explore the city, what's the hurry? Joan also couldn't understand what reason Rui could have, but her questions made Alora realize something. That's right. The only reason someone would jump out of here instead of going through the door is if they were in a hurry, but hurrying to leave this room doesn't make sense, does it? That leaves only one possibility. What possibility? Joan asked, still unable to decipher. The possibility that she didn't go to see the city but went after someone and couldn't wait. If I'm not wrong, she probably saw the two people from Lambard's mansion. That idiot will certainly think of attacking them if she saw them leaving the city, since she wouldn't ignore my command of not attacking anyone here. Arg, why is she so stubborn? We need to stop her before she kills people who work for Lambard. If they die and he finds out, he would never let us participate in the auction. Well, he already knows. Lambard sat in his room, able to hear everything that Alora was saying. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear what he was saying. Alora flew to the exit as well, followed by Joan. I wonder how the battle is going so far. If Alora gets there, she might be too troublesome for Lyra and Gabriel to handle. It'll be more than just a test for them at that point. Should I really help them? Do I have no other choice? Then again, if I helped them, it would be breaking my own rules. Lambard's own thoughts were so complicated that he lost himself in them. On the other hand, Alora had already left the city. After a long time, Lambard decided that he really needed to take some action. He was fine with Lyra fighting with Rui, since that was a battle of equals in strength. It became a battle of skills, but with Alora and Joan in the mix, it was going to be a massacre. Master, should I go to help now? A feminine voice came from the back as a maid appeared like a ghost behind Lambard. Yeah, it might create some problems with the Church of Water, but then again, when was I scared of offending a church? Lambard casually smiled. Go there and observe. Don't interfere if they don't need help, but if they do, help them and bring them back to the city. I'll handle the rest. As you wish, master. The maid disappeared into thin air. Alora flew straight. Since there was only one route leaving the city, she didn't need to make any choices about direction. Before long, she finally got the sight of Rui. However, what she saw made her lips part in disbelief as to what she was seeing. She increased her speed. Alora reached the battlefield, only to find puddles of water at places. It appeared as if it had rained recently as the ground was still wet. The water wasn't what surprised Alora. Instead, it was the body that was lying on the ground. Unlike the puddles of water in most of the places, there was only a puddle of blood around the body. Alora landed before the body and turned it around, even though she already knew who it was based on the clothing. She still couldn't come to believe that this body really belonged to Rui. She gazed at the face of the body, confirming that it was indeed Rui. She is dead, Alora grimly stated as she checked the nerves of Rui. I can sense some dark aura, and the water here means that a battle took place here, possibly with a dark mage. Joan observed the surroundings. Even though she was shocked that Rui was killed, she focused more on trying to find who the culprit was. It looks like the battle took place not long ago. The one who did it shouldn't have gone too far. Alora didn't respond. She just sat with Rui in her arms, still in disbelief that she was killed. It was the first time a head priestess had been killed like this, and it was when she was accompanying him. A dark mage who is capable of killing Rui couldn't be weak. You think Lambard could be behind it? Lambard had no reason to kill her. Alora shook her head. This is the work of a dark mage. Maybe I was wrong that Rui went to kill the people who disrespected us. She probably saw some dark mage leaving the city and went after them, only to die herself. We can't let her killer go free. Joan, do everything possible to locate those people. You have complete authority. If you need, call more people from the church here. I want that dark mage to be found." Clenching her fist, she declared her command. She didn't want the killers to go free after what they did, no matter who they were. They had killed a church of water priestess. That wasn't a crime worth forgiveness, even for her. In a distant place, a dark figure watched the two ladies with the dead body. "Looks like there's no need for me to take action." The dark figure disappeared as if it was never there. The maid once again appeared behind Lambard. "What's the news?" Lambard asked. "The two have already killed the Mage of Water before Alora could get there. They weren't there by the time Alora got there." "I see." "Well, that was fast even for Lyra. It seems she is getting quite strong." Lambard rubbed his chin. "I wonder how strong she will become if she did succeed in getting the ancestral staff. Chaotic times are ahead, but then again, chaos does bring many opportunities with it. I wonder how it'll play out." Lambard let out a calm smile as he stood on the balcony, gazing at the beautiful city that belonged to him. The city was known by the outside world as one of the most chaotic cities. Still, it looked really calm at the moment. Only the sweet whistling of winds could be heard from the balcony. "Maya, can you hear anything?" The maid stepped closer. "Hear what? Close your eyes and tell me what you can hear." "Other than your voice, I hear nothing." "What can you hear, my lord?" Lambard gazed at the clear sky. "Hidden in the silence of the wind is the roars of a storm." "Storm?" Maya gazed up. "The sky is clear." Lambard simply smiled as he walked back inside his room. Maya turned to follow him, slightly confused as to what Lambard was talking about, only to be shocked as a droplet of water fell on her head. She gazed up. More and more water droplets started falling. The sky that was clear until now was covered in clouds now as it started raining. The horse raced through the forest, carrying Gabriel and Lyra. Instead of taking the normal route, Lyra had suggested that they take a more unorthodox path since she had a feeling that it wasn't safe to take the normal route after killing Rui. Even though Rui had arrived alone to kill them, Lyra knew that it was inevitable that Alora was going to find out about what happened. "You are really strong." After a long time, Gabriel commented. Throughout the journey, he was thinking about how Lyra killed Rui. Rui wasn't a strong mage, and she also had an advantage because of the holy prison of water, yet she was killed by Lyra. It was the first time Gabriel had seen Lyra use a proper spell and one as powerful. The spell even made him jealous to some extent. "That was one of my strongest spells. I only recently unlocked it. It's the first time I've used that, and you are the first person who saw it and is still alive." Lyra chuckled. "So how was the spell?" "It was powerful." "The dark mages are certainly strong. Not the dark mages, but the holder of the grimoire. This spell isn't in any other book. Only the owner of the grimoire is able to use such a skill. I didn't even know about the existence of something like this until this spell became available. That was the advanced tier spell. It would be even stronger when you get the ancestral staff. If even then you can't kill the head of Church of Light, I wonder just what kind of person he is. My spell is powerful. But that doesn't make me invincible. The other rulers of elements also hold such powerful spells. Rui underestimated me. Because of the prison of water, she didn't see me call out the grimoire. That's why she died so fast. If it were Alora, it wouldn't be that easy. As far as the head of Church of Light is concerned, even I'm not sure what he's like. All I know is that he is called the strongest mage of a light. He is a really strange person who never leaves the Church of Light. In fact, I don't think anyone ever saw him. Lyra described the oddity. There are even some rumors that he never appears outside because he doesn't even exist. The rumors state that the Grimoire of Light hasn't selected anyone after the old head of Church of Light died of old age. People say that the Church of Light doesn't have a head anymore, and that's why they made up a story about a new head who doesn't leave the place. Unfortunately, no one knows what's the truth of the situation. The ruler of light who has never been seen before, Gabriel wondered. So if he really exists, no one knows what he looks like. That's right. Unlike other elemental rulers, the current ruler of light has never been seen before. There's not even a single portrait of him in circulation. How old is he said to be? Gabriel inquired. The old ruler of light died around 10 years ago. According to the Church of Light, the new ruler of light was selected shortly after. Unfortunately, no one knows how old that person was when he was selected. The Church of Light has been really secretive about it. 5 days later, Lyra and Gabriel continued their journey to the royal city, only taking short breaks on the way. Along the way, Gabriel asked Lyra many things about the city since it was his first time going there. He wanted to know as much as he could about the city and things that he needed to be careful about. Lyra also didn't hold back in giving all the information she had. In fact, she loved talking. Before the arrival of Gabriel, she had no one to talk to. She used to be so silent that, at times, she even forgot what her own voice sounded like. Now she talked so much that she barely stopped. Lyra also taught Gabriel more about the grimoires and how the spells are unlocked. She even told him how a mage could strengthen their souls and advance to become a stronger mage. Gabriel absorbed every bit of knowledge he could since he didn't want to stay weak. His goals were bigger than that. He needed strength, and for that, he needed to know how to get that strength. So there are 2 ways for mages to strengthen their souls and to advance, Gabriel affirmed. At the moment, Lyra was sitting in the lead on the horse while he sat behind her with his arms wrapped around her slim waist, listening to her. That's right. The most common way is to use the soul crystals. It's the fastest way, but even it can't strengthen you instantly. If soul crystals could do that, every rich kid would have been an advanced mage by now. Soul crystals are expensive and rare. The rich can certainly afford them, but that doesn't mean anything. In the end, how much they can absorb from the soul crystal in a day depends on their own talent. Even with great talent, one can still take years to advance from a novice mage to an advanced mage with the help of soul crystals. I see. So that's no faster way than soul crystals. How did you become an advanced mage at such an early age then? Same with Allura. Why? As I said, even with great talent, it can still take years to make a small advancement. It's because their soul isn't strong enough to use more than one soul crystal a day. Talent and soul strength are different. Their talent allows them to absorb more of a soul crystal than the ones with weak talent, yet they also share the same limitations. They can't use more than one soul crystal without harming themselves, but there are also a different category of people which is quite rare. And which category is that? The category of prodigies. They are also the ones who are most sought after by the churches as their advancement is the fastest. Lyra explained. Hearing her words, Gabriel remembered that the head priest of the Church of Light had also called him a prodigy when they met. He thought it must mean he was talented. But there seemed to be more to it than just that. Category of prodigies. Yeah, they are rare but also not impossible to find. Lyra answered. There are two types of prodigies. One is called the talent prodigies. They are really talented in magic. They can awaken their element at a really young age and also have an easier time learning to use the spells. They can also absorb the most amount of soul energy from the soul crystal. In fact, some talent prodigies can even absorb 100% of a soul crystal, which is quite rare. The second type is also really important. They are even harder to find than the talent prodigies. They are called the soul prodigies. Soul prodigies. What can they do? While the talent prodigies go for quality over quantity, the soul prodigies go for quantity over quality. Their souls are much better, and they can use more than one soul crystals in a day. Even though they can't absorb most of the soul crystal energy, by absorbing from more than one, they progress really fast. So they are the ones who have an advantage in the race to become stronger compared to others. I forgot to mention that there is also another type of prodigy which is so rare that only 10 or so are discovered in a year. And they are called double prodigies. They have the best of both worlds. They have peak-tier talent and a powerful soul. Those people don't even need to work with any mage families. Instead, the great families fight amongst themselves to be in the good books of such people, since the double prodigies are directly supported by the holy churches. Which of the prodigy are you then? Gabriel asked. From Lyra's explanation, he understood that one needed to be a prodigy to progress this fast, so she had to be one as well. What do you think? Lyra asked. A smile graced her lips, which Gabriel couldn't see since he sat behind her. Soul prodigy, you seem like someone who would have a strong soul. No, talent prodigy then. You're wrong again, I'm none of them. I wasn't born a prodigy. Let alone that, I wasn't even talented in the least. My talent was literally the worst. Then how did you? Lyra grabbed the right hand of Gabriel, which was resting on her stomach, and started sliding his hand up. For a moment, Gabriel was so stunned, he couldn't even react to ask what she was doing. Lyra placed Gabriel's hand on top of her pendant. It's because of this. Your grimoire, that's right. The only reason I advanced this much is because of this. As soon as the grimoire of darkness bonded with me, it changed my life. It improved my talent, bringing it to its peak. It also strengthened my soul. I'm sure it's the same for all sacred mages who hold the grimoires. Even you, even me. Gabriel gazed at the black ring on his hand. Just how many gifts did this grimoire give me? It gave me my life, gave me an element, gave me one of the most powerful magical staff in existence, gave me spells, and now this. Yeah, I am sure you were a talent prodigy since you awakened an element at such a young age, but as soon as the grimoire bonded with you, it increased your talent even more, so you should be able to use soul crystals as well. Do you have any soul crystals on you? Gabriel asked Leah. Of course. I've robbed quite a few in my time, Leah calmly answered, not thinking much of the question. Why didn't you tell me before? Gabriel frowned. We have been traveling for days. If I had absorbed a few, I could have gotten stronger. You can't use the soul crystals now. And why is that? Because you need to enter the Academy of Elements. You'll have to become a student there and face an entrance trial. The exam is easiest for novice mages who have just awakened their elements. If you stay the way you are, you can qualify for novice entrance exams. It'll give you faster and easier access to the academy. Lyra explained the reasoning behind her actions so Gabriel wouldn't misunderstand her. She slowed down her horse and got down. What happened? This is as far as I can accompany you without bringing trouble to you. We are close to the royal city. You can get there in 10 minutes. You'll have to travel on your own from this point. Lyra pointed straight ahead. Gabriel also noticed a city in the distance. It was so far that it looked really small, yet Gabriel knew that it was a massive city in reality. He was almost at the royal city, the city where he was supposed to steal something so precious that it was said to be impossible to steal. It was also the city where Maya and Horan were hiding. Remember, you have 7 days from the moment you enter the city. After that, the Ring of Apophis will stop working, and it'll go back. So no matter what happens, don't forget the time limit. I know I have 7 days to get in and get out. I won't forget. Gabriel was reminded about this time limit, but he also realized why it was the case. This time limit was one of the most important things for him. As soon as the time limit was up, his transformation was going to stop, and he was going to return to his old self, which was dangerous. Can I go now? Even though it was risky to enter the city, Gabriel was also somewhat eager to get inside. He wanted to see what the city he had always dreamed about looked like from the inside. He wanted to enter the academy and meet his old friends and foes. Everything else came later. Not yet. Before you go, I have something for you. Shadow storage. Lyra chanted a spell. A shadow came out of the ground, this time belonging to herself. The shadow stood without moving. Lyra inserted her hand inside the shadow, which appeared to swallow her hand as Gabriel couldn't see the hand anymore. By the time Lyra pulled out her hand, there was a small cloth bag in her hand. The shadow disappeared. She stepped a bit closer to Gabriel, extending her hand. Here, take it. What is in it? Gabriel gazed at the small bag, which appeared to have something. The soul crystals. Since you're a novice mage with a grimoire, you should be able to use around 5 of such crystals in a day without hurting your soul. This bag contains around 50 soul crystals. You can use around 35 of them in a week. You'll be there. As for the other 15, you should be able to sell them in case you need money or use them for any number of transactions. Keep them with you. But remember, don't use any of them until you clear the trial and get inside the academy. If you do, you'll be shifted into a different category of trials. Lyra, you've never entered the city, have you? How do you know so much about the academy then? Who says I've never been there? Lyra smirked. You said the barrier had been around the city for over a century at least. You certainly don't look older than 100. Are you? Hearing the confusion of Gabriel, Lyra couldn't help but smile. Her smile was so beautiful that momentarily, it even stunned Gabriel. It was the first time he had seen Lyra's smile properly. He found that smile really beautiful, especially the way it complimented her. Why are you looking at me like that? Lyra tilted her head, noticing Gabriel looking at her oddly. Your smile is really beautiful. Gabriel's compliment came so naturally that even he hadn't realized how effortless it was, probably because he didn't give any ulterior motives behind that compliment. He just said what he noticed. Seeing Gabriel compliment her, it was Lyra's turn to be stunned as her lips parted slightly. Was that a compliment or sarcasm? After a long time, she asked. No one ever said that my smile was beautiful. After all, who would find a demon's smile beautiful? All I've seen in people's eyes in my life was hate and disgust. You are not a demon. I've seen the real demons of this world. They hide in plain sight in the cover of light while calling others demons. They are the real demons. And this world is filled with them. We aren't the demons. I'm not one, and you certainly aren't one. It's not demonic to fight for yourself when you're being persecuted for no reason at all. Gabriel had been with Lyra for over a week. He believed he managed to understand her quite well. Lyra wasn't like anyone he had seen before. She didn't hide her bad side. She wasn't scared, and she certainly didn't hide behind fake morality for her actions. Lyra was more true to herself than anyone he had seen. She didn't worry about what others would think of her. She didn't try to make a fake good impression. She killed people when she needed to. She let them live when she needed to. She even argued with Lambard even though she needed his help. She was a really genuine person, from what Gabriel had noticed. There were many who called her devil because of her elements. There were many who judged her for taking lives and killing people. But did those people really have a right to judge her? Those same people cheered for her when thousands of mages destroyed the Church of Darkness. Those same people cheered when innocent mages who awakened with dark element were killed simply for existing. Those same people were the ones who weren't going to hesitate even a single second to take a life as long as it benefited them, as long as it justified their moral conscience. Gabriel didn't believe that those people were fit to judge anyone. If Lyra's taking lives was wrong, then all the holy churches of elements were wrong. Then all those people who supported her actions were wrong. Then this entire world was wrong. Gabriel. Lyra called out, hearing Gabriel's words. Yeah, Gabriel gazed in curiosity. For what? For everything. Remember, you must come back safely. You think I don't want to? Gabriel rolled his eyes. I'll finish the mission and come back with the ancestral staff, even if you can't get the ancestral staff. Come back if you believe it's dangerous for you. I don't want you to die there. Keep your safety above everything else. Initially, Lyra was more interested in the ancestral staff since that was the only thing that could give her a fighting chance in this war. For her, the goal was more important than even her life. Unfortunately, something had changed. Something had changed inside her because of Gabriel. After a long time, she had someone who understood her and stood beside her. The first time she had someone who not only didn't judge her but also was so nice to her. The thought of losing Gabriel made her scared since that meant she was going to be all alone in this world again. That thought was worse than the thought of not getting the ancestral staff. I'll keep that in mind. Gabriel nodded. Now, can I leave? One last thing I should mention. Inside that bag, there is also a small black stone. Whenever you're in danger and believe you can't get out of it, crush that small stone. What will it do? Gabriel asked. It'll alert me that you're in danger and I'll get there to help me, Lyra explained. So keep that stone with you always and don't lose it. But if you get there, won't the barrier mark your soul as well? You'll be put in harm's way as well. It doesn't matter. You're going there for me. It's only fair that I do something. As I said before, we are a team. So of course I'll come to help. Moreover, it's not that easy to kill me. Don't worry about anything. You can crush that stone without hesitation whenever you're in danger and need me. You understand? I will. Can I finally leave now? Or there's more. You can leave. I wish you all the best, Gabriel. Lyra finally let Gabriel leave. Gabriel turned the horse to the city and left, occasionally glancing back. He had taken his first step toward his destiny, going all alone in the midst of enemies. Advancing toward the royal city, Gabriel gazed back at Lyra occasionally, watching her stand in the same place. Before long, Lyra disappeared from his view. She had done as much as she could. From now on, everything rested on his shoulders. Gabriel tied the small bag he received around his waist before observing the beautiful city in the distance. A majestic golden dome appeared to be covering the city, which seemed even better the closer Gabriel got to the city. His first test was passing through the barrier undetected. According to Lyra, it should have been easier since his element wasn't the element of darkness that could be detected by the beautiful golden barrier. Even though Lyra was confident in that assumption, Gabriel was still somewhat wary since he knew that his element did share some similarities with the element of darkness. He pondered if he was going to be caught before he could even get inside. Fortunately, he also had his gloves, which he placed his hopes on since they hid the aura of his element from being felt outside. He had decided that he was never going to remove the gloves as long as he was inside the city, at least not the right one. After finding a suitable place where no one could spot him, he stopped near the pond. He got down the horse, stretching his arms. Now was the time to decide on his new looks. He remembered the way to use the ring of transformation that was told to him by Lambard. He did everything as instructed. He closed his eyes after once again making sure that no one was there. He tried to visualize a person he wanted to look like. Since he didn't want to take a risk, he imagined a face that he had never seen before, so there was no risk of it matching with someone. Gabriel's long hairs became slightly shorter, even changing their color to a beautiful shade of silver. His eyes also transformed, complementing the color of his silver hair as his pupils became a lighter shade of silver. He didn't want to leave any remnant of his old self in his new look, not taking any risk this time. To be sure, he made one last change, making his skin somewhat paler as if he came from the land of snow. The transformation didn't take long either. The only time-consuming part of the transformation was imagining what he wanted to look like. Everything else was effortless and swift. After he finished his transformation, he moved closer to the pond, observing his reflection in the water. Just as he had expected, the ring worked all too well. He looked completely unlike his old self and just like he had imagined. He was sure that no one could recognize him now. He sat near the pond, cupped his hands, inserting them in the pond before splashing water on his face. After washing his face, he got back on the horse. There was only one path leading inside the royal city, and it was crowded at the moment. There were many carriages before Gabriel in the line, waiting to enter the city. Most of these carriages were being used as a mode of transport by youngsters who wanted to join the Academy of Elements. In the last few days, thousands of youngsters have arrived in the Holy City to take part in the entrance examination of the Royal Academy of Holy Elements from different parts of the nation. Every youngster dreamed of becoming a powerful mage, and the first step on that journey was getting selected for the Academy of Elements. The poor wanted to join the academy to become powerful, learn spells, and most importantly, so that they could receive some resources from the academy to strengthen themselves. On the other hand, the rich didn't lack the resources. All they needed were the skills and the name of the academy behind them. If one could show their talent in the academy, they had a great chance of succeeding in life, and it held true for everyone since many eyes remained on the academy, its toppers throughout the years. Even many head priests were previously students in the academy itself before they reached the high positions. There appeared to be around 30 such carriages before Gabriel in the line, and each carriage was checked thoroughly by the guards before being allowed entry into the city, which was taking quite some time. It should take around 2 hours at this rate just to get inside. Gabriel made an assumption. 3 hours. A calm voice fell in Gabriel's ears. Gabriel glanced back, noticing another young man who was traveling alone like him. The crimson-haired man seemed to be in his early 20s, donning a beautiful silver robe on his back which didn't appear to be too expensive yet suited him very well. His beautiful violet pupils starkly contrasted his crimson hair, yet it seemed to suit him. As Gabriel observed the young man behind him, the man also observed Gabriel. Through Gabriel's attire, the man could feel that the young man before him was from a rich family, yet he didn't give any special attention to him. It was as if it didn't matter to him how rich Gabriel was or what his background was. "Did you say something?" Gabriel inquired. "Yeah, you were wrong about your assumption by an hour. It'll take at least 3 hours to get the queue clear. Maybe. Gabriel didn't argue with the young man behind him. He casually glanced at the mark on the back of the young man's hand, noticing the mark of the element of earth. So you're a mage of earth. Did you assume how long it would take after guessing how many people are before us, or there was a logic behind that specific number? It is just basic maths. It's not hard to guess the approximate number of people inside those carriages based on the extra weight. Most of these carriages are overloaded. From that, it's easy to figure out an approximate number of people ahead of us who will go through checking, and how much time it'll take in total before it's our turn. And how do you know the extra weight inside the carriage from back here? The man flashed his mark of earth. I'm connected to the earth. It was only Gabriel who asked the man questions. The man, on the other hand, didn't ask anything. It was as if he didn't even want to attempt to get to know anyone. All he did was answer questions. If you're right, then it's going to be a long wait indeed. Gabriel got off his horse. Since it was such a long wait, he didn't feel like sitting on the horse for such an extended period for no reason. What is your name? Gabriel asked another question. The young man also got down the horse, still holding the reins of the horse to keep it in place. Alexei. Once again, Alexei didn't ask any questions. He didn't even care to ask the name of Gabriel in return. Despite not being asked, Gabriel introduced himself. I'm Carrick. Since he was here undercover, he needed a new persona and a new name. For that, he selected the only choice he could think of. He selected the name of the first god of his element, Carrick, bringing the name back to life once again. Unfortunately, Alex appeared to be completely uninterested. He simply nodded his head, ending the conversation. With time, more and more people came out of the carriages as if a chain had been started by Gabriel. Before long, almost everyone was out of the carriages and talking a walk outside. Curious, Gabriel observed everyone, counting how many people there actually were before them. He was right. There were more people here than I expected. It'll take somewhere around 3 hours to get the queue clear. Gabriel glanced back at Alexei, who was standing with his hands behind his back as gentle winds brushed against him, seemingly lost in some thoughts as he gazed at the setting sun. Gabriel found the man really intriguing. The man talked to him. He wasn't friendly, but he didn't seem to be arrogant either. There was just something about him that was really fascinating, from his aura to his persona. Why are you staring at me like that? Alexei noticed Gabriel's gaze. Do you want something? Just curious about your element. Don't act like it's your first time seeing an earth mage. Alexei frowned. Tell me straight what you want. You know you don't have to be so rude. Even though Gabriel was curious about Alexei and how he was connected to earth without using a spell, it was still too much for someone to talk to him like that. There are many things in this world that don't need to be, yet they are. The young man vaguely answered before he brought a book out of a bag. He opened the book as if signaling to Gabriel that he was busy and that he didn't want to be distracted. Gabriel rolled his eyes. He also stopped talking to the young man. Throughout the next 3 hours, the two men didn't talk to each other. Gabriel just waited in silence as the queue moved ahead slowly. After close to 3 hours, finally most of the queue was over, and it was Gabriel's turn. This was the moment of truth where he was going to get an answer if he could fool the barrier or not. Both his hands were still covered in gloves that only revealed his fingers. To get to the guards, he needed to first pass through the barrier. Holding the reins of his horse, Gabriel took a step forward. His body touched the barrier. He didn't even face the slightest resistance as he passed through the barrier. It was as if the barrier wasn't even there. 2 guards approached Gabriel after he passed through the barrier, finding a notebook in their hands. State your name. Carrick, Gabriel answered. He had already practiced this name with Alexei. The name came out naturally from his mouth without any hesitation on his face. The guard wrote down the name. Age, the guard asked. 20, Gabriel lied, hiding his actual age of just 18. Purpose of visit, to take part in the Academy of Elements exam. The guard wrote down the reason, not even surprised. It was expected, as almost every youngster who came here in recent days was here for the same thing. Element, the guard lazily asked. Light, Gabriel answered. He noticed that the guards finally appeared to take some interest in him. You got a really nice element, kid, and at such a young age of 20, you're fortunate. One of the guards smiled at Gabriel. You'll need to show us your mark as evidence, another guard stated. Gabriel took off his left glove, showing the mark of light. The guard wrote, Element Verified, on the book before glancing at another guard. The second guard stepped forward and placed a small badge on Gabriel's chest with a few numbers written on it. The guard further explained, This will be like your permit to be in the city. It'll only be valid for 3 days. You can never take it off. If you pass the exams, you'll be given a different badge which will have no number on it. If you fail, you'll have to leave the city. You understand? Gabriel nodded. Got it. He was already informed about this process before. Since it was a royal city, they couldn't allow anyone to enter and settle here without permission. Only the elitist of the elites were allowed to stay in the city. Everyone else was only allowed a temporary visit, and even for that, there was a really harsh checking. It was only during the academy exams that the checking was made somewhat lax for the youngsters. All the guards took a few steps back. You are clear to enter. Best of luck for the exams. Gabriel got on the horse, finally being free to enter the city. He was finally here. The royal city, the city that was the base of the Holy Church of Light. He had taken a step toward his destiny. It took him the entire day to get inside the city, but he was finally here, being basked in the moonlight. In another part of the city, a blue-haired girl sat on the roof of her house, gazing at the same moon. It wasn't long ago when she was sitting just like this with a young man. She was still the same. The moon was still the same, yet the companion was home, being stabbed by her own hands. Are you really alive? Gabriel, she softly asked, gazing at the moon. Even if you are, you're forever cursed. You have become a vessel of darkness. I wish things were different. I wish you hadn't become one of them. Now you are also a demon of darkness. You will be killed even if you're alive before you can hurt any innocent. She didn't know how to feel about this. Her thoughts were so complicated at the moment. The only thing she knew for sure was that Gabriel wasn't the same as before. The kind and innocent Gabriel who wanted to fight for light was dead, being swallowed by a demon of darkness. She didn't want him to die, yet she tried to convince herself that it was good for this world since Gabriel wasn't who she knew. If you're alive, you must hate me a lot, right? Maya talked to the moon as if she was talking to Gabriel himself. You probably want to kill me and my family for what we had to do. This is the one place you can never enter. You can never hurt me and my family here. You'll only be killed by the Church of Light faster if you come here, so please don't. Please stay away. Please stay safe. Please stay alive. Sometimes Maya felt as if she had gone crazy. On one side, she wanted Gabriel to be dead so the world could be safe, going so far as to try to kill him with her own hands. On the other side, she prayed for his safety and for his life. She knew that if he ever came before her, he was going to be killed and she wasn't going to protect him. So she prayed that he stayed away from the city and stayed safe at least. Gabriel, I can't believe you came back from the dead. Back at the academy, even Horan couldn't forget Gabriel. Every time he remembered his father and his brother's death, he woke up cursing Gabriel. You bastard, I hope you're stupid enough to come to this city. Come here fast so the holy mages of the Church of Light can kill you and remove one more darkness trash from this world. You need to accept your death for your sins. Come and let us give you your death. Come to your death, don't be a coward. While Maya was praying for Gabriel to stay away from this place, Horan was praying for him to come to this city. Even though both of them desired different things, none of them seriously believed that Gabriel was going to be stupid enough to come to this city. If only. I am here, Gabriel muttered, gazing at the same moon. He arrived in the city where all his enemies were hiding. Also, the city where all his biggest threats stayed. It was already late at night, and the exams were supposed to be the next day, so Gabriel looked for a hotel. As for the money, he didn't lack any as Lyra provided him with quite a lot of it in case he needed money. Moreover, even if he didn't have money, he had the soul crystals that could be used in place of money or sold. Along the way, Gabriel noticed many mages of light who had the special robe of the Church of Light, highlighting their high position. As the city hosted the main branch of the Church of Light, it wasn't rare to find the priests of light. Only the head priests were harder to find, roaming around the city. As for the head of the Church of Light, finding him was like finding a needle in a haystack. He was never seen even in the city. Glancing at the priests, Gabriel couldn't help but imagine what his life could have been if it hadn't changed this much on the last day of his old life. Even though it was close to midnight, the city appeared as lively as ever. It was filled with light. Not even a glimpse of darkness could be seen anywhere. There was a reason this city was called a city that never slept. Even now, hundreds of people could be seen in the city. Most of the shops were still open as well. I'll never find a hotel like this. I need to ask someone for directions. Gabriel stopped the horse near one of the shops and got down, approaching the shop owner. Excuse me. The shop owner noticed the attire of Gabriel, which made him appear like a wealthy mage. He also noticed the badge on his chest, meaning he wasn't from the city. Yes, young man, how may I help you? Are you looking for some items for your exams tomorrow? We did get some really amazing magic weapons in stock if you need. They are created by the Zoan family. Magic weapons? You are selling Newmans. Gabriel grew slightly surprised. Weren't Newmans supposed to be precious? How was this guy selling them? Or was he bluffing? Newmans. As expected, you're certainly from a wealthy family to know about Newmans. Unfortunately, no, I'm not selling Newmans. I've never seen a Newman myself. They are so rare to find that the ones who do don't even tell anyone, let alone sell. The old seller laughed out, hiding his embarrassment. A Newman may make an appearance once in a blue moon in some auction house, but even the weakest go for millions of gold coins. A poor seller like me can't even afford to buy one. Let alone sell. Then what magical weapons you speak of? Gabriel asked with a frown. A magical weapon or a magical artifact is something that is reinforced by the spiritual energy, created by expert artificers. You can call them similar to Newman's, yet way weaker than a real one. For example, a treasured sword can be more durable or sharper than ordinary swords. It might be really light while having all the weight and properties of a heavy sword. Or a treasure shield that could protect you from flaming attacks of mages of flames. There are many treasure items, and the Zoan family is an expert in creating them. Why don't you come in and buy some for your trial tomorrow? Who knows, you might need one. Since you're from outside the city, I'll even give you a discount. How about it? A sword. A shield. As a mage, Gabriel didn't believe he needed a sword. Moreover, even if he did, he could get it later. He wasn't here for an eternity after all. He was only here for 7 days. As for a shield to protect himself, he had the best shield in the world in the form of his first spell, Shield of Undead. I'm sorry, but I'm not looking to buy anything yet. Maybe later. For now, I'm really tired and need a hotel. Can you point me to one? Even though the old man was disappointed that Gabriel wasn't going to buy anything, he still told Gabriel the direction. He believed Gabriel was rich. Even if he wasn't buying anything today, he was still a potential customer in the future. The loud yell attracted his attention. Frowning, he gazed in the distance, noticing a group of youngsters beating up a young man. There were many people in the surrounding area, yet no one stepped forward to help the man. Even the guards didn't bother. Young man, I understand what you're thinking, but I'll advise you against helping. This city isn't one where you should do something like that. Old man's calm voice fell in Gabriel's ears. Why aren't the guards helping him? Gabriel inquired, confused. Isn't this city supposed to be better, even if it's for pretension? Gabriel glanced at the only blonde man in the group. Yeah, who is he? His uncle is a head priest in the Holy Church of Light. He's also part of one of the most influential families in the city, the Rainey family. They control most of the markets in the city and outside. They are also very close to the royal family. So the guards wouldn't interfere in whatever their young heir does. So you should stay away from the conflict, or you'll be in trouble yourself. Just go back to the hotel and rest. After these people are tired, they'll leave the boy. They won't kill him. Moreover, you're here to join the academy, but Yan Rainey is already in his 2nd year in the academy, so avoid him. Gabriel took the advice of the man. He really didn't need to enter this conflict, especially if it could involve a head priest of light. That could be counterproductive. Gabriel climbed back on the horse and started advancing ahead, in the same direction as the group since that was the only way to the hotel. As Gabriel was leaving, not bothering to even help the young man, he stopped, gazing blankly in the direction of the group, noticing a young man he didn't before. It was only now that the man came into his view. Horan. Gabriel's fists clenched on their own. He saw Horan whisper something in the ears of the blonde man. The blonde man nodded in response before instructing another man in the group. The young man who was thrashed had his lips bleeding already. His clothes were covered in dust. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously hurt until now. Following the instructions of the blonde-haired man, a mage of wind in the group stepped forward, bringing his staff out before casting a spell. The bleeding young man's body started rising in the air. Both his hands and legs appeared to be tied by the chains of winds. Noticing the situation of the young man, Gabriel remembered his own condition back on the mountain. The same thing was done to him, making him unable to even react. He was sure this was the idea of Horan. He was still doing the same thing. He still hadn't changed. Gabriel had decided to avoid this conflict, but the more he gazed at the man hanging in the air, the more he saw his reflection in the young man. Turning his back on the man was like turning his back on himself, especially when Horan was present there as well. Biting his lower lip, Gabriel finally got off the horse, unable to resist. Even though his mind said he shouldn't do this, his heart made him unable to leave. He didn't want another person to suffer the same fate as him, especially because of his own enemy. The entire group surrounded the young man, laughing as if it was fun for them. Horan, since this was your idea, go ahead. The blonde-haired man lazily exclaimed, make sure you don't go easy, I won't. Horan licked his lips, moving before the bleeding young man who couldn't even move his hands. You know, you remind me of someone. That trash was also like you, and since you remind me so much of him, I also hate you more for it. Since I can't hurt that bastard, I'll have to make do with you. Horan smirked like the devil before clenching his fist. He aimed straight for the young man's gut, planning his entire strength behind that punch. Grasp. Horan's full-powered punch was about to land on the young man's gut. Just before the punch could land, a hand came from nowhere, grabbing the wrist of Horan. Horan raised his gaze, observing the silver-haired man who dared stop him. Who the hell are you? Are you also looking to die? You dare stop me? Gabriel wanted to just shatter the wrist of Horan right this instant before giving him the most gruesome death in front of everyone else, but he understood it wasn't the time yet. He controlled himself despite it being hard when such a hateful face was before his eyes. No one looks for death, yet death finds them. Death is the only thing which is inevitable in this world, Gabriel calmly stated. Who knows when death might find you as well? One should really be careful. Why you? Are you threatening me? Horan pulled his hand back, roaring in rage. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just saying that everyone has a limited lifespan. Why waste it on violence? He glanced at the blonde man. I'm not sure what this person behind me has done, but I'm sure he has already been punished enough. Who are you? The blonde man asked, frowning. You're not from the city. Do you think you can interfere in our matters? It doesn't matter who I am. I'm not from this city, you're right. I'm here to take part in the academy exams, and I'm sure the person behind me is here for the same reason, Gabriel responded. He had already noticed a similar badge on the chest of the man behind him. You really want to save him? Despite having no idea about who I am, you really want to play the hero, don't you? The blonde man asked. If you really want to save him, I'll give you an opportunity. Take that man's place and become our punching bag. We'll let you go. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'm afraid I'll have to insist. Yen brought out his staff of element of flame. Gabriel frowned. This man was really looking for a battle. Fortunately, Lyra had expected a situation like this as well. She had expected there to be a situation where Gabriel might need to use his strength to fight. Just for that, in the city of Abaddon, she had bought him a mid-tier staff of light and a book of spells of light to be used with his other elements, so he didn't have to use his necromancy in public. Along the journey, Gabriel studied up on the basic spells of light, even gaining a decent amount of mastery on them, since he was already a talent prodigy of light. Even though the basic spells of light were nowhere close to the strength of his basic spells of necromancy, with high efficiency, even those spells weren't weak. Even though he was before a second-year academy student, he still had faith in himself. Last time on the cliff, he didn't have any spells of light, so he couldn't protect himself, but now things were different. I'm afraid I'll have to decline again. Gabriel raised his left hand, casting a spell above him. A formation appeared, which was storing his mid-tier staff of light. The staff came out from the formation, landing on Gabriel's hands. A mid-tier staff of light. Horan glared at the staff in jealousy. There were 6 tiers of staff: novice tier, beginner tier, mid-tier, high tier, peak tier, and the strongest, the ancestral staff. Even he himself only had a beginner tier staff for now since mid-tier staff was so expensive. Seeing something like that in another person's hand, his jealousy knew no bounds. Young Master Yan, this kid is too arrogant. We need to teach him a lesson. Since he's flaunting his expensive staff, how about we take it from him after breaking his bones? Horan suggested. Since he was the only light mage in the group, he was sure that the staff was going to be given to him if they took it from Gabriel. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the staff. Gabriel knew that if Lyra were to find out that he got into conflict within hours of entering the city, she was going to be so stunned, especially since she told him to avoid unnecessary conflicts, yet he couldn't help himself. Now that he was already in this situation, he was prepared to go all out, even if it was against Yan. Moreover, this conflict also gave him an opportunity to openly attack Horan here without arousing too much suspicion about his real motives. He's certainly from a wealthy family, but today he'll learn how easily his wealth can be taken. We truly need to shatter this kid's arrogance so he knows how to be within his limits from next time. Yan agreed. And who have you the right to teach people their limits? A calm voice came from behind the group. Everyone looked back, including Yan. Even Gabriel was surprised who it was. For a moment, everything went silent. The silence was only broken by a burst of hearty laughter. It's none other than Yan who burst into laughter. That crest on your chest. You're from that traitor Ashton family. Ha ha ha, you dare take a step in this city once again? Yan asked, pointing at the brown-haired man in the distance. You know it as well as I do which family was the real traitor. The young man answered. Even though his beautiful blue eyes appeared to be calm, there was a rage hiding behind them, being called a traitor. He had to face that word all his life, no matter where his family. They were called traitors to the crown and the Holy Church of Light, all because of the Rainey family. My family got the blame for it. My father and everyone else were killed, all based on the accusations by your family. You think you told the right to call me a traitor while your family was the traitor all along? Nonsense. Such blatant accusations. No one will believe them. By the way, are you here for revenge because my family told the truth? Yan asked, amused. Look around, kid. There is no Ashton family left anymore. Your family was kicked out of the city, whatever remained of it anyway. Your noble title was taken away by the king himself. Ashton family might have had some influence in the city once upon a time, but not anymore. You don't hold any influence here. I can beat you to death this instant, and nothing will happen to me. On the other hand, try leaving a single scratch on me and see your fate. I'm not here to fight you, but if you do attack me, I do bear a right of self-defense, no matter who you are. The young boy from the Ashton family smiled. For some reason, that smile seemed really scary, as if it was the smile of the devil who really wanted them to attack so he could have an excuse to fight back. It seems I also have many witnesses here to know I attacked second. So why don't you go ahead? Yan bit his lips in rage, noticing the mark of light on the back of the young man's hand. If that's what you want, I'll oblige. He glanced at the other youngsters who were in his group. You take care of the kid in the back. I'll be right back after taking care of this traitor. Yan stood before Kane, holding his high-grade sword. Similarly, Kane also had a high-grade staff. Despite his family being kicked out of the royal city a long time ago and not having the same amount of wealth as before, he still had a decent grade staff. The high-grade staff of light was the last thing he had inherited from his father before his death. Kane's blood boiled as he watched Yan. If there was anyone he hated the most in the world, it was the Rainey family. 10 years ago, my father killed your father with his own hands, following his majesty's orders. It seems today I'll get the honor of finishing you. Like father, like son. Yan laughed. Even your high-grade staff can't help you before my spells. Kid, why don't you try and see for yourself? No matter how much Kane hated Yan, he knew he couldn't attack first. He needed Yan to attack him so he could have a justification for fighting back if he didn't want to be arrested here. That was also a reason why he interfered in the conflict, which had nothing to do with him, all to provoke Yan. He knew that hurting Yan wasn't going to be enough for the pain Rainy family made him go through, but it could be the beginning of the storm which was yet to come. Yan also understood that Kane was provoking him yet didn't want to hold back. He believed he couldn't lose. He was a second-year mage at the academy, while Kane was just here to join the academy. He lightly tapped his staff on the ground, however, before he could even cast a spell. He heard a cry of pain as a figure flew past him, landing in the distance. Yan gazed at the figure, stunned. It was none other than Horan. His lips were bleeding, and he seemed to be in quite a bad condition. This made Yan turn around, finding another figure flying in his direction. This time, it was the Mage of Wind who appeared to be flying uncontrollably in his direction. At the last moment, Yan dodged to the side, avoiding the person who flew past him to land on the ground. Even though Yan's battle hadn't begun yet, there was a battle that had. A battle which he hadn't expected to go like this. Gabriel had started attacking, and his attacks, they weren't weak at all. The spells, the control. Everything was impeccable. He didn't appear like a person who had just started learning magic. Seeing two of their friends being defeated that easily, the other youngsters were also taken aback. They all took a step back subconsciously. They had thought that Gabriel was also a weakling, yet he turned out to be much more. As the wind mage was sent flying, the young man who was being trapped in the chains of wind dropped to the ground, finally being free of the chains of restriction. The young man was just saved by Gabriel, but he was also in a daze at what he saw. In this city, he was thrashed, yet no one stepped forward to save him, not even guards. The only person who did was Gabriel. After seeing a similar badge of a newcomer on Gabriel's chest, the young man had assumed that Gabriel was also going to be hurt like him. It was only now he realized how wrong he was. Gabriel hadn't even used his element of death and necromancy, yet he was already at an advantage. Not only the youngsters, but even Yan was amazed at how easily Gabriel had defeated two of his minions. Despite that, there was not even a frown on Gabriel's face, as if it was nothing concerning. Does this guy really not fear death? He wondered. Even Kane was amazed. He honestly didn't expect Gabriel to be so strong. He thought he would have to save him after dealing with Yan. Yet the reality was different. That control, it's pretty good. Even Kane subconsciously complimented Gabriel. He was also a mage of light and understood that element better than anyone else here. He knew how hard it was to control such spells and the precision that was needed to master them. It seems there's another talent prodigy of light here. Kane believed it wasn't possible for Gabriel to learn spells like this with such precision at such a young age unless he was a talent prodigy. Since Gabriel looked only 20, his assumption made even more sense to him. Yan, you shouldn't let him have all the fun, should you? Attack me so I can also have some fun. Seeing Gabriel's spells, even Kane was itching to use his spells and get some exercise today. Yan could sense a mocking tone behind Kane's words. Infuriated, he decided to give Kane exactly what he needed. Then so be it. Yan raised his staff. Inferno, young Master Yan, wait. Yan chanted a spell yet stopped in the middle as he heard someone call him. Who dares? He roared but calmed down as he realized it was one of the youngsters who worked for him. What? The royal carriage. It seems a royal is coming here. I don't think it's good for us to be fighting at this time. The guards won't interfere in the battle, but it won't be good if a royal saw us fighting in the middle of the street like this. A royal carriage? Yan grimaced. Even though his Rainy family was influential in the city, it wasn't the most influential in the city, and it wasn't even close to the royal family. Despite hating it, he could only decide to retreat at a time like this. He glared at Kane. You are lucky. Next time you won't be, I'm lucky. Kane let out a disappointed sigh. This was such a good opportunity for him, yet the royal just had to come at a time like this. Yan turned his back on Kane before glancing at Gabriel. I'll remember you as well. He walked back to his own carriage along with his friends. Even Horan also stood up, wiping the blood from his lips. If his glares could kill, Gabriel would have already been dead 1,000 times by now. You have made the biggest mistake of your life. You'll regret it. He declared a threat before running after Yan, the royal family. Not for long, Yan muttered, glancing out the window as the carriage started moving. Are you all right? Gabriel reached out his hand toward the young man who was still lying on the ground. He held Gabriel's hands using his right hand while holding his aching chest with his left as he stood up. I should also thank him. Where did he go? After thanking Gabriel, the young man wanted to thank Kane as well. Unfortunately, Kane wasn't there anymore. He had disappeared as well, leaving them behind now that there wasn't anything for him to do here. Gabriel noticed the figure of Kane in the distance, walking away. He didn't even glance back as he left. Shaking his head, Gabriel shifted his attention back to the young man. Why didn't you fight back? You have the element of earth. It's said to be a powerful element for defense and even for attack. Why did you take the beating? He asked, noticing the mark of earth in the hands of the young man. This mark, the young man flashed a weak smile. This mark is useless for now since I don't have any spells. That's also a reason I came here to join the academy so I can learn some spells and become strong enough to protect myself one day. Hearing the explanation of the young man, Gabriel really found it to be strange. The man, he was really too similar to the old him. When he was killed, he had the element of light but had no spells. This man, on the other hand, had the element of earth yet no spells. Both of them were hurt by Horan. Both faced the chains of winds. The similarities were uncanny. As Gabriel marveled at the similarities, the royal carriage finally reached this place and stopped not too far. The door of the carriage opened. The Lumen family, also known as the royal family of the Kingdom of Light, was the most powerful family in the land which ruled over the entire kingdom. If there was anyone who held the highest authority in the kingdom after leaders of churches of elements, it was the king himself. Since churches didn't often involve themselves in outside matters much, the king effectively held all the control. Moreover, even though the Church of Light was the most influential in the land, that didn't mean the royal family didn't have any influence on the Church of Light. Throughout the years, many of the head priests of the Church of Light were from the Lumen family itself. Moreover, the second last head of the Church of Light also came from the Lumen family. After his death, the family's influence did weaken by a significant amount, but not too much. Even now, the Lumen family had two head priests in the Church of Light, one being the uncle of the current king, and the second being the king's sister, both being highly talented mages of light. The Lumen family was still the strongest faction in the Church of Light. That's why even other great families of the city treaded carefully before the royal family, despite having many conflicts throughout the years. The royal carriage stopped near one of the shops, barely 5 meters away from Gabriel. The door was opened by the carriage driver, who stepped back after opening the door. Gabriel gazed at the carriage, curious who it was. It was his first time seeing someone from the royal family he had heard a lot about in the past. Princess Elia, the young man behind Gabriel, let out, noticing a graceful figure coming out of the carriage. Gabriel also saw the young blonde girl, seemingly in her early 20s. The girl appeared to be wearing a long yet beautiful black gown that covered her entire body. Other than her face, not even a single inch of her skin was visible. Most of her arms were covered by the long sleeves of the gown. Even her hands were covered by the white gloves she was wearing. The young girl was accompanied by 2 maids. The maids walked to the shop before her, opening the doors for her. The young girl disappeared from everyone's view, entering the building. You know her? Gabriel asked the young man behind him. Aren't you new here as well? I'm new here, but I'm not stupid. There is only one girl in the Lumen family of her age, and it's Princess Elia, so it's common sense who she is, the young man answered. Before this, I had only heard stories about her beauty. It's only now I'm seeing her from my own eyes, and I must say those stories don't do her justice. She's much more beautiful than the stories, don't you think? Gabriel rolled his eyes in response. Focus more on your strength than girls. Girls won't come to save you the next time you're being thrashed. I will. The young man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. By the way, who was the other guy? Do you know anything about him? The Ashton guy. Oh, him. I've done a lot of research on this city in the time I've been here, so I do know a few things about it. But I'm not sure I should talk about that here. It's not a good history. I doubt you'll be arrested for telling history. Tell me who he was. Gabriel was going to enter the academy, and he was sure that this guy was going to be here as well. He wanted to know as much as he could about people who had any influence in this city. He understood that to execute a plan, he needed a better understanding of the city, so there were no unexpected factors at play. Ah, if you say so. The young man couldn't refuse Gabriel. Gabriel had saved him. He owed Gabriel a favor, so this was the least he could do. As you know, many families hold great influence in the city. They are the city's wealthiest families and also hold some influence or contacts in the Church of the Light. Yeah, I heard about the Zoan family and the Rainey family. Exactly. The young man nodded. Those two families hold great influence in the city, but those two aren't the only ones. There are more families like that. Once upon a time, Ashton family also used to be one of them. In fact, many argue that it was the most influential after the royal family itself. The head of the Ashton family was Lord Veen. He was said to be the most talented head priest in the Church of Light and also the youngest to be promoted to that post. From what I know, Vien only had one son, Cain. If I'm not wrong, that son was the one who we just saw. Anyway, during Veen's time, the Ashton family held great influence and reputation. Moreover, it was also rumored that Veen was so talented that there was no way he wasn't going to be selected as the next head of the Church of Light by the Holy Grimoire. Everything was going so great that no one could have expected what was going to happen next. The Rainey family came out with an accusation one day that the Ashton family was selling the secret information of the Church of Light, leaking it to other churches and the enemies of churches. That's when the Ashton family started losing everything. They lost their wealth, they lost their name, and they lost their reputation. Most of the members of the Ashton family were executed for this treachery. Only women and children were left alive, but they were also banished from the royal city for 10 years as a punishment. That's why the Rainey family and the Ashton family have such a grudge between them. They have bad blood over the past. Is it that easy to get someone kicked out? Gabriel frowned. He had carefully observed Cain when he was here. The way Cain behaved, his words, it didn't feel like he believed that his family was traitors. Were they really one? Well, when another church member confirms that Veen was selling them secrets, does that even leave any room for doubt? What? Yep. According to the story, after the accusations came out, the Church of Light started investigating. They directly asked the church in question, sending an envoy to the Church of Nature where they got confirmation that Veen sold them information. After that, the betrayal charges were confirmed, so I don't think it's just baseless accusations by the Rainey family which brought this outcome. That doesn't make sense. Gabriel gazed at the distant moon. If your story is true, then I'm sure the Ashton family didn't betray anyone. And how can you say that? I mean, look at the bigger picture. If you were the Church of Nature and you had a spy in the Church of Light, would you really accept that and lose that spy? Or would you lie about having any relationship with him so he could keep working there and leaking secrets to you? Gabriel summarized. If that guy were really working for the Church of Nature, they would never accept it since that would be just stupid. This, your words. Even the young man was stunned. The words made sense. Why would the Church of Nature accept it this easily? Why would they give up their golden eggs-laying hen? But why would the Church of Nature lie then? What did they get from lying other than some bad name about using a spy? Didn't you say Veen was one of the most talented head priests? If with one lie they could take out such a talented member of your opposition, why wouldn't you lie? Gabriel led out, walking to his horse. The young man followed behind him. If I'm not wrong, the Rainey family worked hand in hand with the Church of Nature to take out the Ashton family. Rainey family took out a potential opponent in the form of the Ashton family and even got some of their property after the Ashtons were kicked out. On the other hand, the Church of Nature weakened the Church of Light even if by a little. It was a win-win situation for both of them, he further added. The only ones who lost in the trap were the Ashton family and the Holy Church of Light. Then again, it's none of my concern. Past is past. Don't mention this with anyone. If the Rainey family finds out that you know the truth, you'll be killed next. You understand? Gabriel climbed on the horse. The young man gulped down, sweating. I will keep my mouth shut. That would be for the best. Gabriel started leaving. Wait, what is your name? The young man called out, just realizing he didn't even know Gabriel's name. I'm Carrick, Gabriel responded before leaving. Gabriel didn't react, disappearing into the crowd of people. Gabriel reached a hotel, giving his horse to a caretaker along with some money. He went straight to the receptionist and asked him for a room. Even the receptionist was kind to Gabriel since he really looked like a wealthy individual. The receptionist wrote the name of Gabriel and the number of his temporary badge before giving him the key with a fawning smile while addressing him as young master. Gabriel went straight to his room, instantly going for the shower after taking his clothes off. He still didn't remove his right glove, not intending to take the risk for now. He even returned to his real form and his old self. He turned on the shower, letting water drench him. This city, it's more complicated than I thought. The relationships between the families, the conflicts. I jumped in one of those conflicts today, it seems, but I can use it to my advantage. Gabriel talked to himself as cold droplets of water rained over his warm skin. Yan Rainey, Cain Ashton. Things will certainly be interesting around here. If I needed a distraction, those two would fit right in. I'll need to get close to at least one of them for that. If I get close to Yan, I'll be in close proximity to Horan as well, which should make my revenge easier, but controlling him would be hard. Yan is very arrogant and also hates me. Gabriel glanced at his reflection in the mirror as water trickled down his body. That only leaves one person. Cain Ashton. Finishing his shower, Gabriel came out and got dressed again, wearing the attire he had received with the ancestral staff. The attire didn't just work to make him look good, but it also hid his aura just like his gloves did, making it easier for him to mix around, at least as long as he wasn't using his element for a spell. When he did, even his attire couldn't hide his aura, especially his dark aura. Gabriel walked to the balcony. Since he had taken the most expensive room in the hotel, it also came with many luxuries. He had received a room on the top floor which had the best view of the city. With his hands behind his back, Gabriel gazed at the moon. The moon is the same as it was that day, yet everything about it is different. The beauty, it can't be seen anymore. It looks ordinary. It was said that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Unfortunately, Gabriel went through so much that something about him had changed. The same moon, which was the prettiest thing for him in the past, appeared like a very ordinary thing now. After a brief observation, Gabriel walked back inside the room, closing the balcony door. Tomorrow was going to be a big day, and he needed to get up early to finish the last bit of preparation. It was already 4 at night when he went to the massive king-sized bed, covering his cold body inside the soft blanket. Even as he laid in the bed, waiting for sleep, his mind kept thinking about thousands of things regarding the day that was to come. The ring had a timer of 7 days, and the timer had started already. He didn't have much time to do reconnaissance and execute the mission while attending classes. That's why he needed help to make sure things moved smoothly, and he understood it. He had already started shortlisting the people he was going to get close to. He wanted to execute his mission softly, even if it meant using others, and he knew who those people were going to be. Zale is a very naive boy with a weak worldview. He's exactly how I used to be. That makes me understand him even more. He should be easier to sway. He can handle minor things to keep me safe. However, that is only if he can pass through the entrance exams. I'm not sure if he's capable enough for that since he doesn't know any spells. It'll depend on what the exams are. It'll be good if he gets through. If he doesn't, I'll have to find someone else. That leaves a distraction which Kane will take care of. Now what's left is getting close to them and winning their trust. Throughout the night, Gabriel kept thinking about how he could win the trust of the people around him. Lyra had left the entire responsibility of the plan on Gabriel's shoulders, since only he could know what the current circumstances inside the academy were. Still, she did give him some ideas on what he could do. One of those ideas was about using others. Throughout the night, Gabriel planned every single part of the day that was to come, taking into consideration all the things that could go wrong, so he wasn't unprepared. By the time he fell asleep, it was already 6 in the morning. The world is burning, and it's all because of you. You betrayed us. You shouldn't have. You'll suffer the consequences. You'll be damned for an eternity. You are a demon. How could you be so? We can't let you go. You have sinned. Many strange voices echoed in the surroundings as if there were people surrounding Gabriel from all sides. Everything was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. He couldn't even see where he was. It appeared as if he was floating in the air amidst this darkness. The voices he heard. It was the first time he heard these voices. They didn't match the voices of anyone he had seen before. These voices weren't like the voices of the screeching spirits, yet they weren't like voices of humans either. There was just something really surreal about these voices. Gabriel tried opening his lips to speak something. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak anything. His lips moved, yet no words came out of them. As if the strange phenomenon of not being able to speak wasn't enough, Gabriel started feeling a terrifying chest pain. It was as if his heart was going to explode. He even felt the stabbing of thousands of pins all around his body. At the same time, it was as if all the air was sucked from his surroundings, leaving him gasping for breath. Thump. Thump. The thumping of his heart intensified along with the pain. No matter what he tried, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even move. It was like he was a puppet at the mercy of others. The pain in his heart continued. Thump. Thump. Gabriel opened his eyes, sitting abruptly. His entire body was covered in sweat. His heart was racing. Fortunately, there was no pain in his heart. His breathing was heavy, but there was a look of relief on his face as he noticed that he was in his room. A nightmare. Thump, thump, thump. There was still that thumping. However, it wasn't coming from his heart. It was as if someone was hitting his door from the outside. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Gabriel got off the bed, still confused about what kind of stupid dream he saw. He walked to the door and opened it. Yeah, sir, thank God you're up. Why, you left the instructions at the desk for us to wake you up on time. That's what I was doing. Didn't I tell you to wake me up at 10? Surely it can't be 10. It's 11. The young waiter scratched the back of his head. I've been knocking on the door for an hour. You really should hurry if you don't want to be late for the exams. 11, Gabriel exclaimed. He felt as if he had only slept an hour. How was it 11 already? He didn't want to fail the mission because he had overslept. The trials were supposed to start at 12. He dashed back to the bed and picked up the golden book that had the basic spells of light before running out. He couldn't be late at any condition because being late was grounds for immediate disqualification before even being selected, even if someone was just 1 minute late. He collected his horse as fast as he could before departing. The horse raced through the streets, carrying Gabriel, almost hitting some commoners who were about to cross the road. Fortunately, a crash was avoided. Even then, Gabriel didn't slow down. Right at the heart of the royal city, there stood the gigantic Academy of Elements. The academy premises covered thousands of kilometers square of area, as if it was a city of its own within the royal city itself. There were multiple buildings within the Academy of Elements, as each element was given a castle-like building of their own where they were to be taught. The entire academy was surrounded by a 1,000-feet-tall wall from all sides. Many spells were carved on the walls to make sure no one could enter the academy uninvited. That was especially the case for mages of winds who could fly. All the formations that were carved on the boundary wall worked to stop any infiltration that wasn't through the main entrance. Even if one could fly, they couldn't pass through the wall, despite it only being 1,000 feet tall. The only way to enter the academy was through the main gates that were made from the strongest of metals, further reinforced by magic. At the moment, the doors of the academy were open, allowing everyone who was here to participate in the academy selection exams to enter. As for the crowd of participants, it wasn't any less either. There appeared to be thousands of youngsters here already, still waiting to enter. Multiple teachers of the academy were also present to make sure everything went smoothly. The academy selection wasn't a small matter after all, since many of these kids were going to become mages who possessed a great amount of strength, and they could even become the next head of a holy church. So what do you think? Anyone worth keeping an eye on? Two teachers stood side by side, watching the students enter the academy. One had the mark of earth while the other had the mark of wind. There are certainly a few interesting candidates this year if I were to purely judge from their auras. A few of them also share my element of earth, so I'm really optimistic. I hope there are some talented mages of winds as well. I don't want our House of Wind to rank near the bottom again. Ha ha ha, stop exaggerating. You weren't last. Your house was second last. I should be embarrassed since my House of Earth was last in the rankings. Hopefully the new year and new students will bring some new luck. I hope the same, man. I don't expect to defeat the top houses. I at least don't want to be last. It's already embarrassing as it is. The Mage of Winds smiled wryly. The Mage of Earth laughed, agreeing with his friend. However, his laughter changed to a frown. That's strange. He gazed into the distance. What is it? The newest arrival. That student in the back. Everyone here has an aura, weak or strong. It's just him I can't feel any aura from. Rem was a teacher at the Academy of Elements and taught the mages of Earth, possessing elements of Earth himself. He was in his early 40s yet appeared to be younger than even 30. Rem had short black hair and wore glasses that suited his long yet handsome face. He was said to be one of the more observant teachers at the Academy, known for having really unorthodox teaching methods. Despite that, not many people at the Academy respected him since his House of Earth was always the last ranked in the Academy. If House of Light was the peak, then House of Earth was the bottom. Right beside him stood a blonde man who was in the same boat. The man appeared like a frivolous young man. It was Lishan, who was a teacher for the House of Wind. Unlike Rem, Lishan was very popular at the Academy, especially amongst girls. Unfortunately, it wasn't because of his teaching skills, but because of his looks. Lishan had deep green eyes, which created a stark contrast with his blonde hair. Even though his house didn't do as bad as the House of Earth, it didn't do much better either, barely avoiding the last rank each year. The two teachers have been close friends for a long time. In fact, the two of them had studied together at the same academy in their younger days before joining as teachers. The two had been teaching for a really long time. They had seen and taught thousands of students personally. That's why when Rem talked about seeing a strange student, that intrigued Lishan. Even though Lishan couldn't sense students' auras, he trusted Rem, who was born with the talent to see auras. Not even the weakest aura. Lishan asked, frowning. How did that guy even awaken an element then? Being able to see aura was a distinct ability of Rem, which most people didn't know about. Through the aura of a person, he could make a rough guess about how talented a person was when it came to the path of magic. Some people had weak auras, meaning they were really bad at magic and didn't have any talent. On the other hand, some had really strong auras, which meant they were immensely talented. Strangely enough, Rem couldn't see any aura from Gabriel. That's right, not even the slightest aura. It's like he is a common person with not even the slightest affinity for magic. Why is he even here then? He would be kicked out in the first round itself. Rem frowned. Idiots like him not only waste his own time but ours as well. They don't know their limits. Poor guy, Lishan muttered, glancing at the silver-haired young man in the distance who was none other than Gabriel himself. Fortunately, he had managed to arrive here on time. He handed over the horse to the establishment near the academy before dashing here, finally arriving. Gabriel was breathing heavily. Even though he had become a mage, it was still very tiring for him, especially when he felt like he hadn't slept when the slightest. After resting for a few seconds, he finally mixed in the crowd, trying to locate Kane and Zale. Unfortunately, he couldn't find many familiar faces in the crowd. It was as if the others had already entered the academy. While Gabriel tried to locate someone, he also felt like someone was looking at him. He took a subtle glance at the two teachers who stood near the entrance, gazing straight at him. Gabriel acted ignorantly as if he hadn't seen them. Still, he was slightly concerned on the inside. The two people appeared like teachers here. The two of them had an emblem of the academy on their chests. Did they find out? That should be impossible, though. Even the head priest couldn't sense my dark aura because of the gloves. Is it about my disguise? But if they had seen through, they would have captured me. Then why are they staring? All right, the next 100 people can get inside. Loud instructions came from inside the academy. Even though it was a unified exam, there was still no way to test them all at once. There were just too many people. That's why the exams were conducted in the batches of 100 each. The selection criteria were so hard that only 1 or 2 were selected from a batch, sometimes more, sometimes less. 100 participants entered the academy, where they were further escorted by a teacher before disappearing. Gabriel didn't happen to be in those 100 since he had arrived just now. There were still close to 200 participants before him yet to enter. I don't think anyone else is coming. We've already seen the participants for this year. We'll see further in the trial arena. Come, let's get inside. Lishan patted the shoulder of Rem, who agreed. The two teachers entered the academy, disappearing from public view. After 10 minutes, there was another call. 100 more were called in, leaving slightly over 100 left behind. Around 20 minutes later, everyone who was left behind was called in. Finally, Gabriel was allowed entry into the beautiful academy. As Gabriel passed through the entrance, he felt some strange feeling. It was the same feeling that he felt when he had passed through the golden barrier. It was as if something was at the entrance to check every participant for something, possibly for the element of darkness. Gabriel glanced at his gloves, not worrying. A bulky man approached the young participants. Remember, if any of you get lost or are found to be roaming where they shouldn't, the Academy security forces possess the right to execute you. No questions asked, so better not lose your way. Stay with the group. The bulky man only issued basic instructions to the participants, scaring most of them. He didn't even introduce himself as to who he really was. No one asked him either. All the participants followed the man, going wherever he took them. From the inside, the academy appeared to be even bigger. It was massive. Unfortunately, no students could be seen in the academy. Gabriel wondered if the students were inside the academy buildings, learning. While most of the participants were focused on the beauty of the academy, being amazed at everything they saw, Gabriel was focused on something else entirely. Instead of focusing on the building, he was focusing on the security and the guard placements. The academy does spend a lot on guards, it seems. There's no blind spot. They are everywhere, and it's just the entrance. Near the museum of the academy, their numbers will be even more. Lambard wasn't lying when he said how hard it was to steal the Eye of Osiris. After a 10-minute-long walk, the participants were told to stop in the middle of an arena. There was one table in the middle, covered in a white bedsheet. On top of the table, there laid 3 crystal orbs the size of a human head. Behind the table, a white-haired old woman was sitting, seemingly with her eyes closed. Behind the woman, there stood 2 more men wearing the attire of the academy. All the participants stood before the old lady, waiting to see what was going to happen. For quite some time, there was complete silence. No one spoke anything. It was as if everyone was waiting for the old lady to open her eyes, which she didn't do. For 10 minutes, this continued. Fortunately, the old lady did open her eyes, slowly revealing her deep black eyes. It's time, make a line. Even though the woman only spoke in a low voice, there was something strange about her voice. It was as if there was some kind of charm in her voice that created an impulse in the heart of whoever heard her to follow her commands. Fortunately, this thing didn't affect Gabriel. His grimoire connection protected him. Every youngster made a line. Even though the words didn't affect Gabriel, he still followed the instructions to get in the line, being in the middle of the line this time. The old lady gazed at the youngsters as they all got in a line. I'm sure some of you might know about the entire process, but there would be many who don't, so I'll give you a brief once again. I hope you won't embarrass yourself after going to the next stage. What you'll go through here is just a basic test to see if you fulfill the minimum criteria to go to the next stage. Everyone who fails here will have to leave right away. As for the ones who pass, you'll go to the real tests. Each of these orbs serves a different purpose. The first orb. The old lady pointed at the crystal clear orb. It is to test your age. As you know, only the mages younger than 30 can take part, yet there are people every year who think they can get through, despite being older. That's why this test was placed here. The crystal will show your real age. You can fool your eyes but can't fool this crystal. As for the second orb, she pointed at the second orb, which was green in color. This is just to test if you have talent or not. Only those who have a talent for magic can pass through. This orb won't measure your talent level, just the presence. To pass it, you just need to possess a decent amount of talent. It doesn't have to be much. Unfortunately, this is also where most of you will be eliminated. As for the last, this one will test your inner self. This is just for your classification to decide which test you'll take. She gazed at the third crystal orb. In other words, it will test if you've ever used a spirit crystal or not. If you have, that means you have used resources to grow your inner magic. That would mean you'll go for level 2 examination, which will be slightly tougher. As for the ones who have never used a spirit crystal and can prove it here will be sent for level 1 entrance examination, which will be slightly easier. I hope everything is clear now. I don't want any more questions. Hearing the explanation of the old lady, Gabriel understood why Lyra hadn't allowed him to use the spirit crystals before the examination here. She didn't want him to go through a stricter examination. Gabriel stood calmly in the line, waiting for his turn. You're older than 30. You really thought you could fool the academy, didn't you? The old woman talked about people lying to give exams not long ago, yet it was proven by the first person in the line himself. The crystal showed 35 for his age. The man was left red-faced. I am sorry. I just wanted. No need for explanation. I've seen more people like you than you can imagine. Go stand there. You're rejected. After the line is done, you'll be sent out. The old woman didn't even bother with hearing an explanation. It didn't matter why he did what he did. It was against the rules and he was eliminated. Next, the line moved faster than Gabriel had expected. One after another, people kept getting rejected. There were around 40 people before Gabriel, and half of them were rejected. Only 20 managed to pass through this basic elimination. Most were eliminated because of talent, while a rare few were eliminated because of lying about their age. No one was eliminated for any reason other than that. Finally, it was Gabriel's turn. He stood before the old lady. Place your hand on the first one. Gabriel took off his left glove, finally revealing his element of light for the first time since he had arrived here. If Rem was here, he could have seen that the person he didn't feel any aura from finally had an aura surrounding him like a raging flame. Unfortunately, only Rem could see it. No one here could. Even the old lady couldn't see that aura. Gabriel placed his hand on the transparent first crystal. A number appeared on the crystal. If he could, Gabriel wanted to avoid this test since he didn't want anyone to know his real age. That was also why he had selected a slightly older look. Too bad this test became an obstruction in his path. A number appeared before the old lady. Only 18, with the element of light, just as Gabriel had expected. The woman was shocked to see his real age. The awakening of the element at such a young age was a really huge matter, especially since it hadn't happened before. The youngest awakened mage of light that was known was close to 20. Didn't this make Gabriel the youngest awakened mage? Generally, this was such big news that it should have been known by the Church of Light. If there were really a mage of light with such a talent, the church would have recruited him right away, not even letting them come to their academy. She couldn't believe someone like him was standing here. This young man. She gestured for the young man who stood behind her to come closer. Whispering something in his ears, the young man nodded before leaving. Is something the problem? Gabriel grimaced. Where did this old woman send the man? Don't tell me she sent him to inform the Church of Light. That would be bad news. Instead of answering, the old woman asked Gabriel a question. Does the Church of Light know about you, or your awakening? Gabriel frowned. Why? Answer my question. They don't. I'm not known anywhere. It's my first time here. I'm not an important person for the church to know about me. Gabriel lied with a straight face. He has also calmed down a bit since he saw the man going deeper into the academy instead of going outside. It didn't look like he was going to inform the Church of Light. That's good. Really good. Good. Gabriel gazed at the lady in confusion. What did she mean by good? If the church had known about you, they would have snatched you before you could become a student. We can't let such a talented mage go. The old lady smiled. Finally, Gabriel understood what this was about. She wasn't suspicious at all. Instead, she appeared to be pleased that he had applied at the academy instead of going directly to the Church of Light. Having such a young mage as a student was certainly very good for the reputation of the academy after all. But this was also bad news. This was also what he wanted to avoid at the academy. Too much attention. Looking at the shine in the old lady's eyes, he could already feel that things had started going south. He had planned for many things before coming here, imagining every instance possible, but this wasn't one of those. It was like a question that came out of the syllabus after he had memorized the entire exam book. Even though I already know you'll pass through the next crystal test, while we wait, we should get through with it as well, just for the sake of it. While we wait for what? You'll know soon. Don't worry, it's not anything bad. The old lady smirked. Now, young man, place your hand on the next crystal. Gabriel was starting to get slightly worried about the way things were progressing. The plan was perfect. He was supposed to take the easiest test, get inside the academy, stay under the radar, and execute the theft and revenge. But simply because of his age, the entire plan was turned upside down. Instead of letting him stay under the radar, the old lady had grabbed him and brought him straight to the middle of the radar. Looking around, Gabriel could see the jealous gazes of everyone who heard the exchange. They were so jealous of his luck. He had awakened an element at such a young age. They cursed their destiny for not having luck like him. If only they knew that Gabriel was also cursing his destiny for having such bad luck that he was caught right at the first test itself. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Even if he couldn't stay under the radar, he couldn't abandon his mission, or he would never get an opportunity. This was the first and the last time he was going to have the Ring of Apophis. If he failed, there was no coming back here. Even if the plan was spoiled, he decided to start from scratch, observe the surroundings, understand the situation, and come up with a modified plan according to the circumstances. Gabriel placed his left palm on the second crystal sphere and waited. The crystal started changing its color as soon as it came in contact with his hand. As expected, you passed the threshold. I wish I could see your exact talent on this crystal, but it only shows if you pass the threshold or not. What a disappointment. The old lady let out a tired sigh. She didn't know how glad Gabriel was that she couldn't see his exact talent. He had already attracted too much attention as it was. He didn't want to attract more due to his talent because he already knew what it was going to show. That much attention wasn't good for him. What happened now was already bad enough. He didn't want to make it worse since he understood what could happen. If he was just a talented mage, the academy was going to focus on him. But if he was a double prodigy while being the youngest awakened mage, the news was going to attract outside attention as well, including the attention from the Church of Light, which he wanted to avoid at any cost. From what he had heard, the head of the Church of Light never made an appearance outside, which was the only good news for him. The Ring of Apophis, mixed with his gloves, could fool the head priests of the Church of Light for the most part, but the head of the Church of Light was a different deal altogether. Just like him, the head of the church of other churches were sacred mages who were connected to their grimoires. They could see what others couldn't and possessed the abilities to see through such illusions. At least that's what Lambard told him. In any case, Gabriel could feel that uncertain times were ahead. Place your hand on the third crystal. The old woman tapped the third crystal. Gabriel placed his hand on the third crystal. Interesting, so you've never used a spirit crystal. You do look to be from a rich family from your attire. May I ask why you didn't use a spirit crystal before? I'm not from a rich family, Gabriel answered. His initial plan was to show off as if he was from a wealthy family since it gave him some advantages while also explaining why he wore such an expensive-looking attire. Unfortunately, now that his true age was exposed, that came with a lot of excess burden. His actual age was exposed. If he claimed he was from a wealthy family, it was going to open him up to a barrage of new questions. If his family was wealthy, there was no way they lived in a town that didn't have a Church of Light branch. And even if they lived somewhere like that, there was still no way for them to not know about the church at least. If he was truly from a rich family, there was no way he would have remained unknown after becoming the youngest mage to awaken the element. The old lady was right as well with that line of thinking. It was really hard for such a talented person to stay unknown. What she didn't know was that it wasn't the first time a young mage was discovered who awakened an element at the age of 18. There was another she didn't know about who was discovered by the Church of Light. The church didn't tell anyone about that discovery, so even the academy didn't know about it. However, that other person was also none other than Gabriel. If she had known about Gabriel before, she would have been at least a little suspicious about having another person awaken the same element at around the same age. To avoid any excess questioning about why he was unknown, Gabriel went with a different story than he had initially planned. I'm not from a rich family. In my tribe, we don't give importance to money or such things. We live with the bare minimum on the mountains, which provide us with everything we need to survive, Gabriel answered, swiftly coming up with a new story. Oh, no wonder you didn't use the spirit crystals. Don't worry, though. You're exceptional. The academy won't leave any stone unturned in your training. The old lady smiled. You came to the right place, young man. Gabriel nodded as he started going toward the group that was selected for further examination of level 1 grade. Wait, you don't need to go with them. The old lady called out. Gabriel frowned as he turned back. What did she mean by that? Just wait here. You don't need to give any entrance exams. You're already selected without any need for further examination, the old lady explained. I've sent a message to Ileana. Since the dean has left for some important work in his absence, Ileana is handling everything at the academy. She would be right here to take care of any formality. You can just wait for her here. Ileana, Gabriel didn't know who she was. He couldn't recall hearing that name. It was because even Lyra didn't have that much information about the academy, since people at the academy often kept changing. Lyra had only informed him about the basic structure, and going by that, he could take an educated guess as to who Ileana was. In essence, the Academy of Elements was divided into 7 houses, each belonging to an element. They were the House of Light, the House of Lightning, the House of Water, the House of Wind, the House of Fire, the House of Nature, the House of Earth, and the House of Summoning. Each of these houses taught mages that belonged to their elements, and they all had multiple talented mages as teachers. Only the strongest of the teachers was given the position of the head of a house. There was also a head council at the academy, which consisted only of these head of houses who took essential policy decisions. If there was one person who was above any head of houses, it was the dean of the academy himself. Ileana is taking care of the academy in the absence of dean. If I'm not wrong, that position would only fall to a head of a house in the absence of the dean. And since the strongest house is the House of Holy Light, that means Ileana must be the head of House of Light. It's also good, though. I don't know how strong the dean is, but I don't want to test the strength of my illusion before the dean. If Ileana is the head of the House of Light, then she should be comparable to a head priest at the Church of Light. The illusion should be able to fool her. As long as the dean doesn't return for 7 days, even under this extreme attention, I might be able to succeed if no one sees through my illusion. Just as Gabriel summarized that he didn't need to worry about anything, someone came flying in his direction. A person came flying in Gabriel's direction. 2 beautiful wings made from the energy of light graced the back of the person. Another exam participant. Gabriel frowned, gazing at the figure of the girl who was flying in his direction. No, she's coming from inside the core of the academy. Is she already a student here? The figure seemingly belonged to a young girl who appeared as if she was just 14 or 15, nowhere close to being an adult. However, that made things even more strange. If the girl was really a mage of light, then how could he be called the youngest mage of light to awaken the element of light? Shouldn't that title belong to the girl? It was evident that the girl had also awakened the element of light as she was using a flight spell of light. Such a young mage of light who already learned the advanced spell of flight, which takes years to learn. Just how talented is she? The girl had beautiful long hair that appeared to be a mix of violet and a darker shade of silver. Her beautiful violet eyes appeared to have no emotions in them, just like her face, which was completely expressionless. Gabriel didn't know who that girl was, but he was sure that she was the most talented person he had ever seen. The young girl soon landed before the old lady. "Where is he? I imagine you're talking about the boy." "He's right behind me," the old lady answered before explaining the test results of Gabriel. The young girl gazed at Gabriel in the back, observing him from top to bottom. Her gaze finally rested on the back of his left hand. "You are coming with me." She didn't speak more than she needed to, not asking any questions at all as she asked Gabriel to follow her. "Who is this girl?" Gabriel asked the old lady. "I thought you said Ileana would come to get me." The young girl's expressions flickered for a moment, noticing Gabriel use the first name, but she didn't comment. "She is Ileana." The old woman smiled in response. "She will be taking you to give you more details. Don't worry, you'll be fine. That kid is Ileana." Gabriel grew surprised. He had expected Ileana to be a middle-aged woman at least, not a kid. How could a 14-year-old child become the head of the House of Light? Child. Finally, Ileana couldn't stay silent anymore. She placed her hand on the crystal orb. "Amongst the two of us, only you're the child here, young man." The young girl placed her hand on the first orb, making it start shining brightly. A number appeared on the crystal orb. Not only Gabriel, but every youngster who saw that number on the crystal orb was also stunned. Even though the girl clearly looked to be a child, it showed that her age was 32. This child, she was in her early 30s. The revelation about the girl's age brought many questions to Gabriel's head, especially regarding her age. She was in her early 30s, then how could she look like a child? Unless this was also an illusion, just like he was using. Is she using something similar to Ring of Apophis? But she doesn't seem to have any accessories on her. If there was really something like this which could create such impeccable illusion, then why didn't Alora ask for it instead of going straight to Lambard? "I understand your confusion. You're not the only newcomer who gets confused after seeing her." The old woman patted the shoulders of Gabriel. "But trust me, you don't want to know anything more than who she is." She gently pushed Gabriel toward Ileana. "Now go with her and let me do my work. There are more youngsters who need to go through a test." Ileana extended her right hand to Gabriel, who stood only a few meters away from her. Gabriel gazed at her hand, wondering what she was asking for. He didn't have anything to give to her. "Unless you know the spell of flight, you need to give me your hand so I can take you with me. Or do you want to walk?" Oh, Gabriel finally understood what she was asking for. However, since she had extended her right hand, it meant he also needed to extend his right hand to be in sync, but he didn't want to take the risk. His right hand had the mark of death and necromancy. He wanted to keep that mark as far away from her as possible. Just as a precaution, he reached out his left hand. Before Ileana could ask anything, he provided a made-up explanation. "My right hand is very weak. It has always been like that." Ileana used her left hand as well, not questioning the explanation. It wasn't strange for people to be born with defects in their hands like that. Moreover, he was a mage who was supposed to use his left hand, which had the mark, so it wasn't too bad either. He wasn't a warrior. She grabbed Gabriel's hand with her left hand. As soon as Gabriel's hand held the soft hands of Ileana, his mark of light shone momentarily before returning to its normal state. Ileana cast the spell of flight once again. The wings of light once again made an appearance, spreading out as if they were the wings of a real angel. Each of the wings had a span of just over 2 meters. Ileana's body started rising in the air, holding onto Gabriel. Even though he knew Lyra, who could also fly, it was his first time actually being in the air since, with Lyra, he either walked or traveled on the horse, which made it his first experience in the air. As Ileana carried Gabriel to the inner parts of the academy, Gabriel queried, "May I ask you a question?" For now, he was known as a student to Ileana, so he didn't believe there was any reason for her to be suspicious of him. In that case, he could ignorantly ask her questions. Why do you look so young? Is this some spell of light that makes you look young?" "It's not a spell." Then, Ileana didn't answer this time. Instead, she started going down, landing before the doors of a beautiful building. Here, 2 mages guarded the doors. The 2 respectfully greeted Ileana before opening the door for her and letting her in. Ileana freed the hands of Gabriel as she entered the building. Gabriel followed behind her, wondering where they were. According to what he was told, he didn't need to give any tests, so he had a feeling that it was the place where he was going to stay as a student. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. As soon as he entered the place, he found himself in a massive hall. Unfortunately, he was all alone in this place with Ileana. In the middle of the hall, there was a 7-foot-tall mirror standing. "What is this place?" "This is where we'll see if you're truly as special or not," Ileana answered, walking closer to the mirror in the distance. She stopped before the mirror. "This is the Mirror of Judgment. It's a really precious artifact of this academy, which is used to test the students that pass through all the tests. It can measure the true extent of your talent and soul strength. Let's see how special you truly are." Gabriel frowned, hearing her explanation. Another test. It was like they were asking him to expose himself as much as he could. It was already surprising that he awakened at such a young age, but if they found out his peak talent, it was going to be even more dangerous. "Go ahead. Place your hand on the mirror," she gestured before stepping back. With hesitating steps, Gabriel moved closer to the mirror, glancing at his left hand. If he were all alone here, he wouldn't mind testing his exact talent here, but in the presence of the lady, it wasn't the ideal situation. Still, he had no choice. He extended his hand to touch the mirror. Screech. A sound echoed in the surrounding area. Gabriel stopped and turned around, looking back at the door, which was opened again. As soon as the door opened, two young men entered the hall as well. The two men were surprised to see Gabriel again, that too here. Gabriel also recognized the two men. They were the same men who were staring at him outside the academy. How could he get here so fast? Lishan asked Rem. Look at the one accompanying him. You'll get your answer. While Lishan was still surprised by seeing Gabriel, Rem had already noticed the girl who stood behind him. If she was with him, it was evident that she was the one who brought him here. Ileana. Lishan frowned, finally noticing the acting dean of the academy. Why was she with the kid? Didn't the kid have no talent? Lishan asked Rem. It was Rem who had told him that Gabriel had no talent since he had no aura after all. Rem didn't respond right away. Even he was surprised by it. Last he saw Gabriel, there was no aura around him that could be seen, but now when he was seeing him, his blazing aura could be seen, screaming about his talent. It seems I was wrong. He has an aura around him. He is very talented, possibly the most talented out of everyone here. He didn't understand how he couldn't see that aura before. If he could see it now, then he should have been able to feel that aura before. Everything was the same as before, everything except one thing. He soon noticed that Gabriel's left hand wasn't covered by his gloves anymore. Could that be it? That was the only thing that made sense for now. The only time different about Gabriel when he couldn't sense his aura was that he had his gloves on. There's something about his gloves. What are you two doing here? Ileana inquired, not liking the interference. We brought the first batch of level 2 examination winners. The last stage of their examination is to measure their exact talent. Lishan explained, snapping his fingers. Wind started flowing, following his movement. The doors opened even more, revealing 5 students standing outside. Only 5, Ileana muttered. The first batch of examinations contained a total of 1,000 participants who managed to pass through the initial screening. Amongst the 1,000, only 5 managed to pass through, it seemed. Don't ask us, Lishan scratched the back of his head. We brought what Chin gave us. You know how stern he is. He only lets the best of the best pass through. We are lucky the number isn't 0 this time, just when I asked Chin to go easy this time. At this rate, will we even get 100 people joining the academy? Ileana grimaced. I should have assigned the responsibility to someone else. You stay here and don't touch the mirror until I'm back. I'll be right back. In the absence of the dean, the responsibility of the entire academy was on her shoulders. She couldn't let anything go wrong, and what could be more wrong than getting no students just because she had selected a strict student who only allowed the top of the top to pass through. Even though they couldn't allow everyone to pass through the exams, selecting 5 amongst thousands was still very low. There was no way there were only so few people in the batch of 1,000 who had the potential. She left Gabriel behind in the hall before leaving, not forgetting to instruct Rem and Lishan to keep an eye on Gabriel until she was back. Ileana didn't realize that she was leaving Gabriel alone with a man who was more interested in the gloves of Gabriel and his true identity than the exams at the moment. Level 2 exams. It was the high-tier entrance exam, which was much harder than the Tier 1 exam, which was only reserved for people who didn't take help from external resources throughout their lives. On the contrary, the Level 2 exam was more for the wealthy individuals who had external help while growing up, which propelled them ahead of the underprivileged mages. That's why a tougher test was designed for them, no matter how privileged a person was or which family he came from. They needed to pass through the test to get an entry into the academy. Despite the toughness of the exams, it was still impossible to believe that only 5 out of 1,000 managed to pass through to this stage. Moreover, all 5 of the people who were selected were prodigies, standing at the peak of their group. Amongst the 5, Gabriel also noticed some familiar faces. 3 of the 5 participants that managed to reach here were the people he had already seen before. One of the 3 was the Earth Mage Alexei he met outside the city, who had managed to accurately guess how much time it was going to take them before they could enter the city. As for the second person, it was none other than the person who had helped him in the city when he was standing against Yan. It was Kane Ashton. And lastly, the third person he recognized was a young woman. She was the princess of the Lumen family and the only daughter of the king. Just like Gabriel, Ilya also had the element of light, making 3 light mages present here, including him and Kane. At present, out of 6 youngsters present here, there were 3 mages of light, 1 mage of earth, 1 mage of lightning, and 1 mage of summoning. All 5 participants that came with Rem and Lishan stood at some distance from each other. Only Gabriel stood near the mirror. He was slightly pleased that Kane had managed to reach this stage. Even though the core of his plan was messed up, Kane was an essential part of what was left of his plan. Your gloves seem interesting. Can I see them? Rem didn't mince his words, directly asking for Gabriel's gloves since he wanted to see what it was about them. If they could hide someone's aura, then there was something very special about them. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Gabriel also didn't hesitate before rejecting straight away. There was no way in hell where he was going to willingly hand over these gloves to anyone. If he took off both his gloves, his other elemental mark was going to be revealed, and before he could even realize what was happening, he was going to be surrounded from all sides by the entire force of this academy. It was better to offend one teacher than it was to offend everyone in the academy by revealing his identity. It was the first time someone had refused him, especially a student. Elia's brows furrowed slightly. Cain remained mostly expressionless. He had already been disappointed by the kingdom and everyone that held influence, so he didn't care if they were disrespected. He himself didn't care about doing things just because someone asked them to do, especially when that person wasn't even a teacher of their own class. Alexei shook his head lightly. He didn't understand if this was the arrogance of Gabriel or something else, but he didn't appreciate it that much. The fourth mage was the mage of lightning, known as Cole. He could understand why Gabriel didn't give his globes. He was sure that those gloves were his treasures. He was a part of the family that made artifacts, so he could notice some things. Just like Rem could see the auras of humans, Cole could see the essence of artifacts. The only problem was that he could only see if an item had the essence of a treasure. Unlike Rem, he couldn't see the exact quantity. If a Newman artifact and an ordinary artifact were placed before him, he couldn't find any difference between the essence of each. That's why he understood why Gabriel wasn't giving his gloves. Many people preferred to keep their treasures to themselves. Instead of Gabriel's rejection, what surprised Cole more was the sheer quantity of treasures on Gabriel. It was as if Gabriel was a walking treasure shop. He could see Gabriel's gloves being a treasure, his clothes being a treasure, and even his ring being a treasure. Must be spending from a rich family, a prodigal young master. Because of the sheer number of treasures that Gabriel possessed, his first impression on Cole wasn't good. As for the last person, it was a man known as Ray, who had the mark of a summoner on the back of his left hand. A kid who doesn't know his place, he stated, not even caring enough to keep his voice low. A typical young master without a brain. Lishan found Gabriel's rejection somewhat amusing. The kid certainly had guts which he liked in a person, but senseless guts were an idiotic quality, according to him. He couldn't praise the kid. He had to side with his friend on this. So you realize who you're talking to? He asked. Rem is the head of the House of Earth, and I'm the head of House of Wind. You should really think before you speak. All 5 youngsters that were escorted by Rem and Lishan grew surprised to hear who these two really were. Initially, they had thought that these two were ordinary teachers who were handling the examination, but they were literally heads of departments. Did that mean Chin was the head of the House of Lightning? No wonder he was so arrogant. Doesn't matter who I'm talking to. My gloves are a family heirloom. I can't give them to anyone. Just because they were head of houses didn't mean he could risk his identity for them. The gloves in his attire came with the ancestral staff of death and necromancy. He couldn't afford to risk anyone finding out. Even if the king were asking for those gloves, your answer would still be the same, Ray inquired, taking a subtle glance at Elia. He knew she was the princess. He wondered if the kid was really arrogant enough to even reject the king. Even if it was the king, I'm not giving these gloves to anyone. Gabriel knew he needed to stay firm on his ground if he wanted to protect his identity. What he didn't understand was why these two were so adamant about having his gloves. Were they suspicious of him? First, they were staring at him outside, and now this. He felt that it was only suspicion, but no more than that. If it were more, they wouldn't have asked for it. Instead, they would have forced him to hand over. Elia heard Gabriel say that he would even refuse her father. She couldn't believe the sheer arrogance of the kid. Just who did he think he was? Things had started getting intense. Even though Gabriel didn't want to be in this intense situation, he knew he had no choice but to stand firm, no matter who he was going to offend. He was also a bit surprised to know that Rem and Lishan were heads of their own departments, almost being on the same level as Ileana, yet it didn't matter. Frowning, Elia opened her lips to speak, only to stop as she looked back. The door had opened suddenly in the back, signaling someone's arrival. Even Gabriel glanced to the door, feeling somewhat relieved to see who had arrived. Just as things had become too intense for his comfort, Ileana was back. I've talked to him. He will be a little lax in the selection from now, Ileana told Rem and Lishan before joining up with Gabriel. So where were we? She gazed at Gabriel. Ah yeah, we were going to check your talent. Ileana, who is this kid? Lishan inquired. He has some great deal of arrogance, it seems. He is. It was only now that Ileana realized that she didn't even know Gabriel's name. She forgot to ask him the most basic thing. What's your name? She asked. It's Carrick, Gabriel answered. Ileana turned to Lishan and Ren. He is Carrick. He's going to be a student at the Academy of Elements. Shouldn't he go through the exams before getting admission? I don't recall seeing him in the first batch. How did he become a student? Did he arrive with someone's recommendation? Lishan inquired, even though he believed that it shouldn't be the case. Most of the time, recommendations didn't work in the academy. They could certainly play a subconscious bias or allow teachers to make things somewhat easier for the students, but they still needed to go through the tests. Even Elia, the princess of the Lumen Kingdom, had to go through the tests to prove herself worthy after all. Cole had already noticed the treasures that Gabriel carried. Hearing the conversation, he didn't find it surprising that Gabriel had a recommendation. He appeared to be from a very wealthy family, after all. Still, to directly jump to the last step of examination was the surprising part, even with the recommendation. Even King's recommendation wasn't so strong as even the King's own daughter was taking a test. He wondered just whose recommendation Gabriel had. He doesn't have anyone's recommendation. It's just his talent and his age. Apparently, he's the youngest mage to awaken the element of light. That's why he's directly selected into the academy without the need for any tests, Ileana explained. He didn't even need the test of measurement for admission. It's just I was curious to see his talent, so I brought him here. Youngest mage of light. How old is he? Based on the looks, Rem felt as if the kid was around 20 years old. He certainly was the youngest mage here, but he definitely didn't look that young. He's 18. Ileana's answer surprised everyone present. An 18-year-old mage. It was the first time they were hearing of something like that. No wonder he's arrogant, the summoner muttered under his breath. He didn't bother to keep his voice down last time, but for some reason, now that Ileana was here, he was more careful as if he was scared. Go ahead, Carrick, place your hand on the mirror. Ileana gestured for Gabriel to take the lead and finish it. Gabriel didn't do as she said. He didn't want to blindly do anything without understanding how it worked. How does it work? As soon as you touch the mirror, it'll start measuring your talent and your soul strength. Two numbers will appear simultaneously, showing the measurements, Ileana explained. What's the range, and what's the peak anyone ever achieved in this test? Gabriel asked, taking another step closer to the mirror. Peak, Lishan smiled. Are you already thinking about breaking records? Unfortunately, it's not that easy, even if you're the youngest mage. You awakened at such a young age, which means you're definitely talented, but even that won't ensure the peak. As for soul strength, it has nothing to do with how fast you awaken. The range of measurement is from 1 to 100, with 1 being the absolute weakest talent, Rem answered. As for the highest that's ever been recorded, the record is said to belong to Lord Eisen, who took a casual test after becoming the Lord of Church of Light. And what score did he achieve? Gabriel asked. Peak double prodigy. So far, only he's the one who's been measured in this mirror who achieved a peak score of 100 in talent and soul strength. As for the second highest score, it belongs to Ileana, the lady who stands beside you. She got a score of 80 in talent and 92 in soul strength. Lishan chuckled. She's also a double prodigy. Gabriel gazed at Ileana, who didn't react. She didn't look smug at all, even when her score was mentioned. It was as if it was a useless criterion for her. It'll be really chaotic if I get a score of 100 in both, which seems to be unavoidable at this point. If even Lyra knew that the grimoire gives someone a peak talent, then that means the Lord of Light must also know that to be the case. If he really exists, he would know my secret as soon as this news gets to him. What are you thinking? Ileana noticed Gabriel being lost in some thought. It was as if he was wasting time. Don't have all the time in the world. Touch the mirror. There are people after us who need to get tested for their exams. Gabriel let out a breath before he finally did what he was asked, leaving everything to destiny. He placed his left hand on the mirror. Two numbers appeared in the mirror, each being at 0 initially, but both numbers started rising slowly. While the left number belonged to his talent, the right belonged to his soul strength. The numbers on the mirror slowly started rising. His numbers are rising so slowly. It looks like they won't go too high. Lishan let out a disappointed sigh, seeing the slow rise. He had seen many such tests, and most of the time, numbers rose rapidly when the talent was high, and they only climbed slowly when talent was low. As time passed, the speed of the numbers going up only slowed down more as if they were soon going to stop. Seeing the numbers going so slow, Gabriel was slightly relieved. They weren't going too high, which was somewhat good. However, at the same point, he was also upset. Why were his numbers so bad? Was he really not talented despite having a grimoire? At this point, even Ileana was sure that they expected too much from Gabriel. She was having second thoughts about giving Gabriel direct admission into the academy. Neither his talent was strong, nor his soul strength. However, just as she had lost hope, something happened. Something that shocked everyone. The climb that appeared to have almost stopped started going up at a much faster speed, which was hard to believe. In less than 5 seconds, the numbers crossed even the highest score of Ileana, becoming the second highest score ever recorded in the history of the academy, and even that didn't appear to be the end as the climb continued. 97. Gabriel's soul strength had reached the peak of measurement, shocking everyone, and his talent wasn't too far behind. Before long, it also reached the peak score. Gabriel had achieved the peak score ever recorded in this academy, having a tie with the score that the last Lord of Light had achieved. It was horrifying. Gabriel was as talented as the previous Lord of Light. That revelation in itself was already shocking enough, but what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. How is this possible? Lishan exclaimed in disbelief. The always calm-looking Ileana was also shocked to her core as her expressions changed. To everyone's disbelief, Gabriel's talent had passed the range of 100, which no one knew was even possible. Ileana's eyes were in disbelief, noticing the score just like the other teachers since only they knew what it meant. This kid, he had more talent than the last Lord of Light had. They didn't know how much talent and soul strength the current Lord of Light had since he hadn't made an appearance ever since the beginning, but what they saw before them was still shocking. How is this possible? Didn't they say the topic could go was 100? How did my score pass through that? And how did it pass the score of the Lord of Light? He had the grimoire, which should have brought his score to peak, just like I have. So how is my score higher than him? Even now it keeps going up. How? Don't tell me it's because I have 2 elements. If it keeps going up like that, just where will it stop? He didn't even dare look back since he didn't want to see the expressions of everyone in the room. This thing, it was a disaster in disguise for him. He was happy that his score was better than the Lord of Light, but for his mission it was bad news. As if him being the youngest mage to awaken wasn't bringing enough attention to him, this mirror made him shine bright like a sun. There was no way for anyone to ignore him. I can't let it keep going up. It's already bad enough. He knew he needed to do something to stop this score from going up, but what could he do? He couldn't just break the mirror. After a long thought, he finally came up with an idea to stop his score from going up. He slowly pulled his hand back, just enough so that his hand wasn't touching the mirror. There were only a few millimeters of a gap left between his palm and the mirror now. Unfortunately, the damage appeared to have already happened. He had a behemoth of a score. The entire hall was silent. For a minute, no one spoke. Everyone stood still trying to grasp what just happened. It seems that's my score. Finally, Gabriel lowered his hands before turning around. As expected, he was greeted by the shocking gazes of everyone. That score. Ileana grimaced. Remlishan, you two meet me outside right now. Everyone else stay here. No one will leave this place. Ileana left the call with Rem and Lishan, leaving the 6 youngsters behind. This is bad. Is she going to bring the Church of Light? Should I really stay here and take the risk of being caught, or should I escape? But then the mission. Gabriel glanced at the Ring of Apophis. This was his last chance. If he left, there was no coming back. Sigh, it seems I have no choice but to take a risk. He sat on the ground, seemingly disappointed. He had decided to take the risk, keeping his faith in the Academy. Even after the Academy found out that he was the youngest mage of light, they didn't inform the Church of Light. That made him believe that the Academy wasn't that close to the Church of Light, and that they wanted a star student of their own. There was a really good chance that the Academy wasn't going to inform the Church of Light even now. If they wanted a star disciple, then his value had just increased multiple folds. Could they really give him up? He based his entire assumption on the reaction of the old woman's response from before. He knew that if he was wrong, things were going to get really troublesome for him. He gazed at the small bag that was tied around his waist, wondering if he really should ask for help from Lyra if the Church of Light actually came here. I won't. I can handle my problems on my own. He dropped the idea as soon as it crossed his head. After seeing all his artifacts, Cole had a really bad impression of Gabriel, but seeing Gabriel sit in disappointment, he couldn't help but wonder why that was the case. He stepped closer to Gabriel, a young kid from a wealthy family, carrying so many artifacts and possessing such an outstanding talent. Despite all that, why do you look so unhappy? You won't understand, Gabriel subconsciously answered, but his expressions changed as he noticed what the man had said. He looked up, wondering how he knew about the artifacts he had. Could he see the Ring of Apophis? What artifacts? What are you talking about? I can see if something is a treasured artifact or not. My family creates most of the treasured artifacts in the city. I've grown around treasured artifacts, so I know when there's one around me. Cole shrugged. Don't worry. I am not going to tell anyone. It's none of my concern how many treasured artifacts you possess. Treasured artifacts, so he can see my artifacts but can't differentiate between a treasured artifact or a Newman. That's somewhat better. After realizing that the man didn't know about his Newman artifacts, Gabriel felt somewhat relieved. So what were you worried about? If I were in your place, I would have been so happy. You literally have a god-tier talent. Then what's troubling you? What's your name? Instead of answering, Gabriel fired a question at Cole, changing the topic. Cole, also, you don't have to change the topic. If you don't want to answer, you can just say. I won't ask if it's something personal, but remember, with your talent, you're going to be the golden child of the Academy of Element. A carriage stopped before the Academy of Element. The carriage had no insignia or symbol on it. It had no markings of any clan either. It was just a plain carriage. However, as soon as the carriage stopped before the Academy, the 2 guards at the entrance of the Academy instantly went down on their knees in respect. The carriage door opened slowly. A figure stepped out of the carriage. It was a young man, having beautiful blonde hair and a slender face. The man was wearing ordinary clothes as if he didn't have the money to buy decent, luxurious clothes. Seeing the person, the 2 guards frowned. Who is this boy? Why is he coming in the carriage of the Church of Light? The person who had stepped out of the carriage appeared to be in his early 20s. He had a piece of paper in his hands. The carriage door closed and the carriage left. Man walked to the door of the carriage. Why, sir, I am here to get admission to the Academy. Can one of you please escort me inside? I am sorry, but the time of entry is over. According to the rules, we can't allow you inside. But we can ask inside if we should allow you. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for that. It is fine. It's my fault for being late. The young man apologized. Please convey my regret to them. Also, if possible, can you please give them this letter? It's a recommendation letter for me. Recommendation. I'm afraid that even the recommendation from the head priest of the Church of Light is ineffective at this point, let alone a recommendation from a random member. But I'll convey the message. Please give me the letter. The young man handed over the letter to the guard, who took a casual glance at the letter. This recommendation. It's from. The guard started stuttering as he saw the title of the person who gave this recommendation. Why you managed to get the recommendation from the current Lord of Light. Through the years, no one had received a recommendation from the current Lord of Light, let alone getting a recommendation. No one had ever seen him. It was impossible to even get a meeting with him. There were no official documents with his sign. It was literally the first time something related to the current Lord of Light was making an appearance. Yeah, I was lucky enough to meet him. He was a really nice person, even though a little weird at times. He gave me this recommendation out of nowhere and told me that I should study here since there's a lot to learn here. The young man smiled. So please give this letter to the in-charge inside if possible. The guards couldn't believe that this man was calling the Lord of Light a weird man. In most cases, this could have been considered an insult worthy of punishment, but the guards let it slide. This man was the only person they knew who had met the Lord of Light after all. Not only that, he received his recommendation. I'll be right back. The guard ran inside. The guard ran inside, going straight to the old woman who had just finished testing the last batch of students, sending them for further testing. She was also one of the teachers at the academy and also the closest one to the doors. The guard stopped before her, panting. What happened? The old woman inquired, wondering why the man was in such a hurry. There is a student at the entrance for examination. At this time, send him back. The old woman didn't even bother to listen as she stood up, turning around. The time is up. Someone who can't even be on time. He isn't worth wasting our time on. But he got a recommendation. I don't care about his recommendation. Just shoo him away. You should know that recommendations are useless in this place. The Academy of Element held a prestigious position in the kingdom and a certain kind of autonomy. Even though the Royal Academy received funds from the kingdom, that was the extent of it. No one was given importance when it came to the academy selection of disciples, since each student carried the name of their academy for their lifetime. They didn't want any bad apples to get in, only to spoil their reputation after leaving. The old woman didn't even bother stopping as she kept walking away. But he got a recommendation from him. He got a recommendation from the Lord of Light. It was only after she heard the statement that the woman stopped. It was as if her feet froze in place. It had been years since she heard anything about the Lord of Light. She stared back. What did you say? Whose recommendation is it? Can you repeat it again? He gave me this letter. It's a recommendation by the Lord of Light. The guard placed the letter on the table of the old woman. I know recommendations are useless, but it's not always that it's a recommendation from the Lord of Light who doesn't involve himself in such matters. The old woman walked back to the table and picked up the letter, going through it. This is certainly the stamp that only the Lord of Light is allowed to use. That means this sign must belong to him as well. Interesting. That hermit has finally started taking an interest in things after being a ghost for years. The old woman rubbed her chin, talking to herself. Should I bring him in for examination? The guard inquired. He got a recommendation from the Lord of Light. What do you think? The old woman smiled wryly. He doesn't need to give an examination. He'll get a direct admission. Making him go through an examination would be an insult to the authority of the Lord of Light, especially if his candidate fails the tests. What a day it is. There is rarely a year when we give admission without examinations, and this time, there are 2 candidates like that. The old woman glanced at the letter again. What element does he have? This, I didn't really notice. The guard scratched the back of his head. In his surprise, he even forgot to ask the man for his element. It doesn't matter, just bring him here. I'll see myself. I need to know his element, so I know which head of house to inform along with Ileana. Just bring him to me. The blond man was still standing at the entrance of the academy, with his hands behind his back, appreciating the beautiful structures. This academy is really beautiful. It is. The guard who was left behind smiled. You'll be staying at the academy from now on as well. You'll have fun. Oh, I'm sure I will. The young man smiled mysteriously. Can I ask you a question if you don't mind? Go ahead, I don't mind. Can you tell me more about the Lord of Light? The guard asked. Current Lord of Light is the most mysterious one. Before him, all the Lord of Lights were known throughout the land. But the current Lord of Light, no one knows anything about him. I even wondered if he really existed until you came with a letter from him. So what is he like? The young man scratched the back of his head, smiling wryly. I told you, he's a weird man. He never answers you straight if you ask any question, always trying to be mysterious. He can get on your nerves after some time. Only I know how I controlled myself. I would have gone crazy and snapped at him if I didn't have such good control. What does he look like? His looks, he is quite short, honestly. I think he should be about 2 inches shorter than me. He's a chubby man who looks quite cute. He has long black hair and a chubby face. There's also a small scar under his right eye. Keep these features in your mind so you can recognize him if he ever comes before you. That's right. Now you know. The young man smiled innocently. By the way, how long do you think your friend will take? I'm getting worried if I'll even get admission here. Heh, don't worry, kid. You got the recommendation from Lord Hermit. There's no way you wouldn't get an admission here. Lord Hermit. The young man tilted his head in confusion. It's the nickname that the citizens have given to the Lord of Light. It's just because of the characteristics. It's not an insulting title. Even some members of the Church of Light use this term. Oh, do they now? Young man appeared quite amused. Yeah, it seems even they don't know anything about their lord. Only the head priest of light can get an audience with the Lord of Light. That's understandable. Still, Lord Hermit. It's a cute name. I don't think the old man will mind it. Old man, is the Lord of Light old? Don't tell me you didn't know that either. The young man's lips parted in surprise. Do you guys really not know anything about him? I mean, at least you should know that he's an old man. That. We really didn't know. As I said, there's not much information about him. But still, an old man. That's fascinating but not surprising. How did you meet him? The guard kept asking questions about the Lord of Light since it wasn't often when he got an opportunity to talk to someone who had met the Lord of Light. Unfortunately, his question was cut short as before the young man could answer, the other guard returned. You can come in, and I also got some good news. It seems you don't need to give an examination. You'll get direct admission at this point. Come with me. The young man nodded as he followed the guard inside the academy. At the same time, he didn't forget to bid farewell to the other guard. Wait, what is your element? It was only after the guard escorted the young man inside that he realized he had once again forgot to ask about the element. Since the young man was wearing gloves, it was impossible to see his mark. My element. The young man took off his left glove, flashing the bright mark on the back of his left hand. It's the element of light, just a novice mage though. I'm here to learn more so I can become a powerful mage and join the Church of Light in the future. Ah, a mage of light, I should have guessed. Why would the Lord of Light give his recommendation to another element? The guard tapped the back of his head. What is your name? I am Lelin, the young man answered respectfully. Heh, don't worry, Lelin. You are at the best academy now. No student of this academy went on to become a failure in their life. You'll achieve all your goals now that you're here. By the time you leave, you'll be a powerful mage who can make anyone tremble with your simple spells. Achieve all my goals, Lelin muttered softly before he glanced at the bright sun in the distance. I hope so. I really hope so. Gabriel had just finished his talent measurement. The three head of houses left together, appearing very serious. While Gabriel sat inside the hall, preparing for the worst, the three heads stood outside the hall. That talent. What do you two think about it? Ileana asked the two men, trying to gauge their opinion. What do I think? I think it's not true. There must be some problem in the mirror. How can that kid score over 100? The highest the mirror goes is 100, after all. Lishan still couldn't believe that Gabriel had a talent at that level. For a moment, I can believe that he has more talent and soul strength than us here since he's the youngest awakened mage. But having more soul strength than the last Lord of Light after he was selected by the Holy Book, there's no way. The mirror is defective. It's so old after all, he further added. I think we should ignore the results. I don't think we should. Rem didn't agree with his friend on this. There were rarely situations in which he disagreed with his friend, but this was one of those situations. That mirror is a Newman. It's not a man-made artifact of low quality. It came into existence because of a demigod. I don't think we can doubt its veracity, and as far as the highest range is considered, 100 was an assumption since no one had crossed that limit. There was no way for us to know the exact limit. Who knows, maybe 200 is the limit, or 500. Or 1,000. Demigods certainly had more talent and soul strength than we have in our times. So you believe he really is more talented than the last Lord of Light? I don't know. I wasn't there when the Lord of Light was tested. I was just a student at that time, but the mirror does say that the kid has more talent and soul strength than the last Lord of Light. And with that kind of talent, it's quite likely that the Holy Book will select him as the next Lord of Light when the current Lord of Light dies. Rem glanced back at the door of the hall. No matter how arrogant that kid may be, but he is really special. No one can deny that. If the Holy Church of Light finds out about him, they will take him in directly. Without a few years, he might also be elevated to the position of a high priest, becoming the youngest high priest. I agree. That's why I think we can't let the Church of Light know about this. Ileana stated in complete seriousness. I don't want to lose this guy to the Church of Light. At least not until he graduates from the academy. From that point on, no matter how big he becomes in the future, how high he climbs, the prestige will belong to the academy. Can we really keep such a big thing hidden from everyone? Lishan asked, finding it really hard to keep such a thing hidden. He is the youngest mage. That alone should be enough to attract the attention of the Holy Church of Light, let alone his talent scores. He looks to be in his early 20s, so no one can know his true age is 18. Ileana responded. Only we know his true age. It's not hard to keep the fact about him being the youngest awakened mage hidden. I'll handle that. And his score, the students saw that score. Princess Elia was also there. She will definitely tell her father. We can't force her to stay silent. And even if she doesn't tell anyone, someone else might, no matter how much we try. It's not news that can stay hidden for long. Didn't you already answer that question before, Lishan? Ileana smiled. Finally, after a long time, there was a smile on her face which made her look somewhat cute. Since she often had an expressionless face, not many had seen her smile, including Gabriel. What do you mean? We know the mirror wasn't defective, but the kids don't know that. We can just say that the mirror was defective. That should be enough for the moment. In any case, his score was moving up so slowly. The sudden boost would have raised suspicions in their head already. They will believe it right away, including Elia. I know it's wrong to lie, but this matter is of grave importance, so we need to keep this hidden from Carrick as well. As long as Carrick is here, he will be treated like any ordinary student in classes. I'll call the meeting of the head council to inform them about this as well. No special preference will be given to him. At any cost, the Holy Church of Light shouldn't find out. After coming to a conclusion, they were just about to go back to execute their story when a middle-aged man came to them with a message. The man carried the message from the old lady, informing them about the arrival of a new candidate who had a direct recommendation from the Lord of Light. The little piece of information stunned Ileana further. First, there was Gabriel, and now this new student. Just what would the Lord of Light give his direct recommendation to the academy? If he thought the kid was really talented, why didn't he train him at the academy? Something didn't appear right. Unfortunately, she wasn't in any position to question the Lord of Light. She wasn't even the dean of the academy. Rem, you accompany me. Lishan, you go inside and do as we planned. There's no need to test any other student through the mirror. Just take them all and show them their rooms. Take care of the formalities. And remember, he is just an ordinary student for now. The day was more bizarre than Ileana had expected, but she could only go with the flow. It didn't matter what kind of student she received, she only looked at the bigger picture. Unfortunately, she also knew what a problem there could be. The candidate selected by the Lord of Light and the egregiously talented Gabriel. Both of them shared the same element, and both of them were going to be in close proximity. No matter how they treated Gabriel, it was inevitable that he was going to shine brighter than the moon itself. However, Lelin was also close to the Lord of Light, so things were certainly going to get complicated. She and Rem left the place together. Meanwhile, Lishan went inside the hall. Before long, Rem and Ileana arrived near the entrance where Lelin was waiting with the old woman. His aura. The first thing that Rem noticed as soon as he saw Lelin was his aura. If Gabriel's aura was like a blazing flame that was ready to burn everything in its path, then Lelin's aura was more like a chaotic tsunami that could swallow the entire earth. The aura Rem saw didn't depict the current strength of the mage, but it did highlight their potential to some extent. And this guy's potential. Rem was sure that it was no less than Gabriel's potential. He couldn't measure an accurate potential, but the two had roughly the same potential from his estimates. It was as if Lelin noticed someone observing him. His gaze straight went to the young man in the distance. Rem didn't know why, but as soon as Lelin glanced at him, he saw Lelin's aura disappear entirely as if there was not a shred of aura around him. He can control his aura. Rem frowned. It was the second time he had seen someone manipulating their aura. First, it was Gabriel and now Lelin. However, with Lelin, it appeared to be more intentional. Are they the teachers? Lelin asked the old lady. Yeah, on the right is Ileana. She's the acting dean of the academy in the absence of our dean. She's also the head of the House of Light. She will be your main teacher, so make sure to be respectful. You will get to learn a lot from her. And on the left is Rem. He is the head of House of Earth. As soon as Ileana and Rem stopped before him, Lelin lowered his head respectfully and greeted them. Ileana straight picked up the letter and went through it after casually nodding in response to the greetings. What is your name? She asked the young man. Lelin Eekis. You have the recommendation from the Lord of Light, so giving you an admission won't be a problem. I suppose there is a but. Coming, Lelin smiled. From the tone of Ileana, he was sure that things weren't that easy. I would appreciate it if you don't interfere when I'm talking. Ileana's brows knitted. Anyway, as I was saying, giving you an admission won't be a problem, but we still need to measure your talent just to have an idea where you stand. Measure my talent? You mean the mirror of talent measurement? It seems you know about the mirror. Yeah, the old man talked about the tests I might have to go through here. Old man, Ileana didn't understand who Lelin was talking about. Which old man? He's talking about the Lord of Light. The old woman smiled wryly. He is old, Ileana inquired in confusion. I thought he would be in his middle ages. Then again, I've never met him, so I only guessed. Is that who you're talking about? She asked Lelin, who nodded in response. Yeah, he told me some things about the academy and the tests I might face. Well, he was right. You can skip most of the tests, but we still need to know your talent levels. You will be following us inside. Ileana instructed Lelin to follow her. Unlike with Gabriel, she didn't carry Lelin through the air this time since she wanted to give Lishan the chance to take the kids away. At the same time, she also wanted to ask about the Lord of Light. Most of her questions were similar to what the guard had asked at the entrance, and she received the same answer. Only a few of her questions were different. She asked Lelin about why the Lord of Light gave him this recommendation and how the two met. She also asked him what was so special about him. She asked so many questions at once that Lelin had to ask her to stop so he could answer. I honestly don't know what he found special about me. It was the day after I had awakened the element of light when the old man arrived before my house. He talked about something with my parents. I don't know what they talked about, but my parents told me to come with him right after. From there, he brought me straight to this city. He gave me a recommendation and dropped me before this academy, saying it was good for my growth if I studied here. I suppose you know the rest. Here I am. Did he tell you why he picked you up, or why did he specifically bring you here and no other mage of light? Rem inquired. Lelin shrugged. He did talk about some vague things, saying it isn't safe for me to stay at the Church of Light and that I need to stay at the academy to become a powerful mage for the future. He also said something about not having much time. He was certainly a weird old man, I'm telling you. Not safe for you to stay at the church. Rem frowned. If the young man was telling the truth, then that single statement gave him too much insight into why this young man was sent here. So that's why. Ileana, did you get it? Why Lord of Light do it? Why? Ileana asked. I'm not sure why, but the Lord of Light managed to sense this kid. He could see his potential, or at least feel it. He knew the kid had the potential to be the next Lord of Light. He wanted to train him as his heir, but he also knew that there are many in the Church of Light who are dreaming of becoming the next Lord of Light. The current Lord of Light is supposedly very old. That could also be why the church kept him out of public view for so long, since they don't want to appear weak before other churches. Just a couple of statements of Lelin were enough to make Rem see the bigger picture. There must be many head priests who are waiting for the Lord of Light's death from old age so they could have a chance of being selected by the Holy Grimoire. What do you think they would do if they found out that the Lord of Light brought someone who is so talented that he is highly likely to be selected by the Holy Grimoire next? He asked. Ileana wasn't stupid enough to not understand what Rem was trying to say after he explained this much. With so much explanation, she realized why the Lord of Light sent this kid here as well. If they knew about Lelin, they would try to take him out, possibly through schemes, so they aren't caught. She gazed at Lelin, who appeared to be surprised at their explanation. It was as if even he didn't know about all this. That's right. Rem nodded. So it's not just that the Lord of Light wants us to train him. He wants us to protect him while also training him so he is ready when it's time. You mean I am on the target of head priests? Lelin scratched the back of his head as if he was just realizing it. It's quite likely, Rem responded. I would really advise you to stay under the radar for now, and don't leave the academy alone if possible. For now, they had two high-profile students, and both needed to be kept under wraps. They understood how complicated this was going to get. Then again, this was also a massive opportunity for them. One of the reasons they didn't want the Church of Light to find out about Gabriel was because they wanted Gabriel to graduate from their academy so he could be considered their student instead of training at the Church of Light. Training the next Lord of Light wasn't a small thing. However, now they didn't have just one candidate who was capable of becoming the next Lord of Light. They had two, and both were going to be students at the academy. Even though both of them had different circumstances and different problems to be concerned about, at the crux of it, they were on the same boat. All right. It appears that the mirror of measurement is not working properly today. It is quite common with old artifacts. That's why the score suddenly jumped so high after stopping near mid-30s. As soon as Lishan entered the hall, he gave a short explanation to all the youngsters present there so they could drop this matter. Tap. Only Lishan's footsteps could be heard as he walked on the tiled floor. He stopped right before Gabriel. The entire hall returned to silence as everyone was still trying to understand this explanation. For talent and 42 for soul strength, which is quite good, Lishan further explained before patting Gabriel's shoulders. Not bad, kid. It's quite a decent score. Then again, I would like to apologize from the academy for getting your hopes up for no reason at all. Gabriel didn't respond right away. He was still trying to understand if these people really believed that the mirror was defective or if they were lying to make sure this news didn't reach the Church of Light. He believed there was a higher chance of it being the latter option since there was no way he could have such an average talent and soul strength. In any case, it was good for him since both options worked in his favor. As long as the Church of Light was kept out of the equation, his mission here was going to be comparatively easier. Lishan observed Gabriel's expressions, surprised that he didn't see any sadness or anger. He was just told that he had an average talent instead of the score he received, and he didn't even react. Ha 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 ha. The momentary silence was broken by a burst of loud laughter. Everyone couldn't help but turn to the source of the laughter, noticing Ray laughing so heartily that there were tears in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. He held his stomach, unable to control his laughter. It was after a long time that he had laughed so much. Is there something funny? Gabriel frowned, feeling as if that mocking tone was being directed at him. Ha 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 ha, a talent of 35, the young summoner asked, trying to control his laughter. Initially, he was slightly jealous to see his high scores, but now he finally felt relieved. Once again, he didn't bother to keep his voice down. As expected, he's trash. And we thought he was some prodigy. Ha 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 ha. No talent yet possesses the arrogance of the entire world. As soon as there was such a high score, I knew the mirror was defective. Even teachers confirmed it. Even though summoners weren't considered to be the strongest mage class, they were still near the top. Ray didn't believe he was less than anyone. When he arrived here, he had decided to shine brighter than anyone here, becoming a top student at the academy. He had the talent and the confidence to achieve that feat. Unfortunately, before he could even start his journey at the academy, he saw someone like Gabriel, who was shown to have a monstrous talent. Seeing those numbers, Ray was shocked to his core. He could feel his dream of graduating as the top student of the academy fleeting away, which made him angry. Now that he realized that it was just a false flag, he couldn't control his laughter. He wasn't the only one who was relieved. Such a high score was nothing to laugh at. If this score was true, it was a signal of chaotic times ahead, since an ordinary person possessing talent like that of Lord of Light wasn't heard before. Now that it turned out to be a rumor, there were some sighs of relief. Even though many were relieved, not many were mocking like Ray, who still hadn't stopped laughing. He appeared to be the only one in the hall, showing such unkempt behavior. Gabriel rubbed his temple, not knowing if he should laugh or cry at the stupidity of this naive man. Ray was certainly talented enough since he was able to reach this far, even with harsh selection criteria, but he was still like a frog at the bottom of the well for him. Gabriel knew his talent, so he didn't mind this ignorant mocking, not as if he was really a student here. He was only here for 6 more days on his mission. He knew that everyone was going to know what he truly was as soon as he was going to succeed in his mission. That was when the world was going to know about the appearance of a death mage. There was no need to offend too many people for now, since the more he offended them, the more they were going to be on his tail, which could make it hard for him to shake them off and execute his tasks, for which he needed absolute freedom. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Lishan to intervene, stopping Ray. Enough. Talent isn't everything. Even people with talent can fail, and even those without talent can go on to become great mages, so you shouldn't judge. Talent is just one factor in the grand scheme of things. Heh, you're just saying that to not hurt his feelings, Ray smirked. You gave him admission because of his recommendation without even checking his talent, and now you have no choice but to let him be. I understand how it works. If he didn't have a recommendation, he wouldn't even be able to reach so far with the tests we went through. Are we done here? Ignoring Ray's entire existence, Gabriel asked Lishan. Since they claimed that the mirror was damaged, that meant there was no need to stay here for now. He wanted to leave this place as fast as he could. The faster he was free from Lishan's shadow, the faster he could get to work. Right, since the mirror is defective for now, this exam is cancelled. You're all considered to have passed this exam. We will see what's wrong with the mirror, and when we have an answer and solve the problem, we can measure your talents again. You're all students of the academy now. Come with me, I'll show you where you'll stay. Lishan escorted the youngsters out of the hall. Since they had already used the excuse of the mirror not working, it was stupid to let others go through this exam for now. Gabriel wore his left glove again, hiding his aura as he followed the group. On one side, Gabriel left with the group. From another side, Ileana arrived at the hall, just missing the previous group. She stood near the mirror with her hands behind her back. Since you already know about the mirror, I don't think I need to explain what it does. Go ahead, let us see your talent. Leland rubbed the back of his neck, which was slightly warm. Is it really necessary? Yes, Ileana stated. Fine. Leland walked closer to the mirror and placed his hand over it. Just as Ileana had stated, he didn't need any explanation as to how it worked. As soon as he placed his hand on the mirror, the numbers on the mirror started shooting up. Unlike with Gabriel, whose numbers climbed up slowly at the start, Leland's numbers rose much faster. 94, very close to 100. Rem scratched his temple lightly, finding this whole thing somewhat funny. There were 2 students here who scored over 90, and both had the same element. He couldn't help but feel slightly jealous of Ileana's luck. Her house was already considered the strongest house, and now they had 2 students with such incredible talent. Meanwhile, his house was ranked last. He needed these students more for his element, but his luck just wasn't good, it appeared. Out of the 2, none shared his element. Congrats on getting another talented student. He congratulated Ileana, who didn't appear too happy. You mean another headache, Ileana clarified. She could see many troubles in her future. Gabriel was brought to the dorms of the House of Light, while the other youngsters were taken by Lishan to their own dorms. As soon as he became a student, he was given his own room and a badge which was proof of him being a student here. He was straight sent to his room after being dropped off near the dorms, being informed that a senior student was going to be assigned to him to show him around and give him a briefing about this place. While waiting for the person to arrive, Gabriel sat on the clear white bed, observing the room. The room in this place was no worse than the most expensive room in the hotel where he had stayed previously. The first thing Gabriel noticed was the bedside table, which was resting right beside the king-size bed. There was a small diary placed on the table, right before a pen. He picked up the diary, flipping through its pages to find it completely empty. He kept the notebook back and opened the drawer, wondering if there was anything inside. Unfortunately, the drawer was also empty. It was as if he was the first person who was using this room. Then again, this dorm was so huge that it had thousands of such rooms. It wasn't odd to get an unused room. Moreover, his room was also on the top floor. He got off the bed and walked to the wardrobe in the distance. He opened the wardrobe, noticing pairs of clothing inside the wardrobe. The uniform of the academy. Wearing it on top of my clothes seems like a hassle, and it's not safe to remove the clothes I received with the ancestral staff either, as they help hide my dark aura. But I don't think I'll be allowed to go out without this uniform. Unless. His gaze fell on the ring in his hands as a smile crept up his lips. Since the ring can project a fake look, I'm sure it must also be able to project a fake attire. This works. Things should be much easier from here on. He closed the wardrobe after only taking out a golden robe which was a part of the uniform. He left everything else inside. He walked before a mirror, gazing at his reflection. For now, only his looks were different, but his attire was the same. He closed his eyes and visualized the attire. He opened his eyes, smiling. It worked. He could see that the attire was different now. Even though it was still the same, it was being projected differently. The only thing missing was the robe, which he intentionally left since it didn't bother him to use a real robe. It didn't interfere with his attire. He opened the robe and wore it around his back, making it so that the robe didn't fall. Much better. Knock. There was a sudden knock on the door, attracting his attention. He walked to the door and opened it, finding a woman in her early 20s standing outside. "You are Carrick?" the young woman asked. "Yes, I am Ria. I am assigned to help you. I will be with you today, teaching you about the academy and the basics regarding where you can go, where you can't, what's allowed, and what's not." The young lady didn't show her displeasure, but Gabriel could still feel that she wasn't happy being here. Then again, who was going to be happy if they were told to accompany a noob on that first day? Unfortunately, she also had no choice. It was just for one day. It seems you already found your uniform. That's something you must always wear as long as you're on the academy grounds. If not, someone might mistake you for an intruder. Come, we can talk while I show you around. The faster we start, the faster we can end, and it can be on my way back. Yeah, she's pissed. If there was any doubt before in Gabriel's mind, it was gone now. He shook his head lightly before leaving his room. He closed the door behind him and followed the young lady. Ria showed him around the dorm first, telling him about all the important places, including where to go if he needed permission to go out late at night or where to go when he had some problem. She also showed him the common arena where all the light mages came around to relax. Surprisingly, there was also a practice area inside the dorm that could be used to practice their spells. However, according to Ria, that area was only reserved for second-year students. The first years were only allowed to use spells in the presence of teachers, and that's it for the dorm. However, that's only a small part of the academy. We haven't even scratched the surface of the academy. You'll see what I mean when we're outside. Ria opened the doors, stepping out of the dorm. Right behind her, Gabriel also stepped out. However, not far from him, another person was coming toward the academy. Lelin was also dropped before the dorms by Rem. There were only 20 meters of distance between the two youngsters, and the distance only kept decreasing with each passing second. Being distracted by Ria, Gabriel hadn't even seen Lelin at the moment. On the contrary, Lelin's gaze went straight to Gabriel. It was only after Lelin gazed at him that Gabriel felt as if someone was looking at him. He also felt a bit of pressure for some reason, not knowing why. He looked ahead, noticing Lelin, barely 5 meters away from him. The two gazes met. Gabriel noticed a young man glancing in his direction. He didn't know why, but under that gaze, he felt danger. It was a strange feeling of danger that he had rarely felt before. The last time he felt a similar feeling was when he stood before Alora. However, that feeling of danger this time was even more intense. Lelin's lips crept up a bit, forming something akin to a smile yet not quite. He walked past Gabriel like a stranger. As the young man walked past him, Gabriel momentarily looked back. He only saw Lelin leaving. Unlike him, Lelin wasn't looking back. Was that guy a teacher? He asked Ria. Even though Lelin appeared too young to be a teacher, after seeing Eliana, he couldn't be sure of anything. Moreover, this feeling of danger. It could certainly come from a strong teacher. If that was the case, it could explain why he felt that danger. Ria also glanced back at Lelin. Nope, I've never seen him before. He should be a new student just like you. Someone will be assigned to him to show him around. We don't need to worry about him. A student, then what was that feeling? Even though Lelin didn't glance back at Gabriel after walking past him, that was only for a moment. Not long after Ria and Gabriel stopped looking at him, Lelin turned around. His gaze seemingly rested on Gabriel's hands. Quite interesting. And this is the dorm of the water mages. With that, we've covered all the boring parts of the academy, the dorms. As a light mage, you aren't allowed to enter these dorms. Only the images of these elements can enter these places, so make sure you don't enter even by mistake if you don't want to be punished. Ria and Gabriel stood before a beautiful building, which was no less than the one that housed the rooms of the Mages of Light. Gabriel was shown the dorms of all the elements, which weren't too far from each other. I will keep that in mind. Gabriel didn't think he needed to worry about such things in any case. The person he wanted to kill shared his element of light, so he didn't need to sneak inside the dorms of other elements. It made things a bit easier for him. Now let's get to the interesting parts of the academy, which are even my favorites. Until now, Ria appeared to be bored and irritated, but as she talked about her favorite places, she seemed much more pleased. It made Gabriel wonder just what the place was. Ria soon brought Gabriel to the place she talked about, which appeared to be a giant tower made from pitch-black stones, Tower of Challenges. Ria placed both her hands on her waist as she stood proudly before the tower, making Gabriel wonder why she was so proud. She was acting as if she made the tower herself. What was for her to be proud about? On observing the tower further, Gabriel was able to see a bunch of names carved on the majestic tower. There were 10 columns of names on the tower, starting from the top and coming to the bottom. In essence, there were over 1,000 names in each column. What are these names? Gabriel inquired. They are the names of the highest scorers in the tower. Ria smiled. This tower is my most favorite place in the entire academy. It's where we come to challenge ourselves to see where we stand compared to other students at the academy. Each student goes through the same set of challenges according to their element. The farther one can climb in the tower, the higher their scores, and if they score high enough to get on the rankings, their name appears on the tower at the appropriate ranking. In total, there are 12,000 names on the tower at the moment, and those 12,000 aren't all current students. This is the all-time rankings, so even the ones who managed to graduate have their names on the tower as long as they aren't pushed out of the rankings. Do you have your name there? Gabriel asked. Since she was so proud and talking so excitedly about how big a deal it was to get their names on the tower, he felt that she had her name there as well. Ria smiled and held Gabriel's hands before pulling her around the tower. There, look. Ria Lancherlight 13. I am ranked 11,758 in the ranking, Ria proudly stated with a smug face. I managed to reach the 13th floor last I attempted. Next time I will do better. Is there any advantage of attempting this? Or is it just for fun? Gabriel asked. It was certainly a fun activity to compare yourself to present and past students, but other than that, he didn't find anything special in all this. Of course, there is something special. The person who can manage to get in the top 10 of all-time rankings is given the key to the academy. In essence, they are like unofficial teachers. They can go anywhere and do whatever they want. No one can stop them. Moreover, the dean will personally train them. Unfortunately, it's not easy to get in the top 10. The last time it happened was over a decade ago. Since then, no one even managed to enter the top 100, let alone top 10. There are also some rumors that the top floor contains a really mysterious treasure. No one knows what that is since no one managed to get so far in the history of the tower's existence. The farthest one went was the 99th floor. Action Lumen Light 99, the first ranker in the tower. Lord Axion, he went on to become the Lord of the Church of Light after graduation. It was said that it was under his leadership when the Church of Light destroyed the Church of Darkness. He was also from the royal Lumen family. He is considered to be one of the most glorious Lord of Light. Even after 1,000 years, his achievements are said to be unmatched. Chin Alissi Darkness 99, Alissi. Isn't that the last name of Lyra as well? That second name. Doesn't this academy not have an element of darkness? Why does it show the element of darkness? He asked Ria. The academy doesn't have the element of darkness ever since the Church of Darkness was destroyed, and darkness was declared as the element of the devil. Since then, the academy got rid of all the dark mages, handing them over to the Church of Light, Ria explained. As she had been at the academy for over a year, she knew quite a lot about the academy. All those questions that Gabriel was asking now were asked by her when she was new as well. All the dark mages of the academy were killed by the Church of Light, and the academy didn't save them. They were their students. The academy just handed them over to be slaughtered. Anything wrong with it? Ria ignorantly asked. If those dark mages weren't killed, just imagine how many innocents would have been killed. They were demons. It's good they got rid of them. Unfortunately, one student managed to escape that onslaught. Chin Alissi, the second ranker, yeah. He was a third-year student at that time. In fact, he reached the 99th floor while being a third-year student, which was an achievement that was never accomplished before. At that time, he still had one more year to become stronger and attempt the tower again. Everyone was sure that Chin Alissi was going to be the first person to reach the top floor. Fortunately, before he could, the Church of Darkness was destroyed. I can't even imagine what disaster it would have been if that demon had received the mysterious treasure on the top floor. Fortunately, he was stopped at the right time. Too bad before he could be killed. He ran away. What happened to him after that? A man with a similar last name as Lyra had his name on the rankings. Not only did he have his name there, but he had almost clinched the first place before he had to leave the academy. This only went on to show how strong that person really was. Gabriel couldn't help but wonder just what was that man's relationship with Lyra. Was he her ancestor? That could definitely explain how Lyra was so talented in the ways of magic, despite never coming to the academy. Then again, she said that she is the only dark mage left, so her family. She might be the last person from the Alysi family of the House of Darkness. I've no idea what actually happened to him. He was most probably caught and killed by the Church of Light. It's none of our concern. Even though Rhea didn't know what happened to Chin, she wasn't interested in knowing either. For her, it happened a really long time ago, and most of the remnants of the Dark Mages were killed by now. Just remember this tower. Getting your name here should be your goal in the coming years. Getting their name at the tower is the legacy that the students here try to leave behind, to compare themselves with the strongest of the strongest. Come, let me show you another place. Rhea tapped the shoulders of Gabriel, who appeared to be immersed in reading the top names on the tower. Following the tap of Rhea, he came out of his daze. He started following Rhea, realizing she was finally going in the direction he was really interested in. It was the direction where the Museum of Elements was supposed to be. The Museum of Elements was also known as the most secure place in the entire academy. Even the students' dorms weren't as secure, and why shouldn't it be? The museum wasn't just an ordinary museum. It contained many special artifacts that many people were after. Moreover, the museum also contained the ancestral staff of darkness, which was the holy grail for the mages of darkness. The academy didn't want to take a risk with something so precious. Outside the museum, there were mages of earth who could sense even the slightest of movement on the ground. There were also mages of wind assigned outside the Museum of Elements to capture any enemy that tried to use the winds. The entire museum was surrounded, and even when students were taken inside to show them around, it was the rule to have them be accompanied by at least 3 teachers. The precautions didn't end there. Even inside the museum, there were over 20 mages protecting the place. Most of the mages inside were the mages of light and the mages of lightning, who could attack with much more precision without harming the artifacts accidentally. While following Rhea, Gabriel had to walk past the entrance of the tower. As he was walking, the door of the tower slowly opened, attracting his attention to the door. Subconsciously, Gabriel glanced at the door. His feet froze in place as he saw the person who had just stepped out of the tower. He clenched his fists but didn't do anything. It was a blue-haired girl who had just come out. It was the same girl he spent most of his life with. It was also the same girl who had backstabbed him when he was at his weakest. Even now, Gabriel couldn't forget that feeling of being backstabbed. Once upon a time, his heart used to be filled with love for Maya. However, now that love had a shroud of hate covering it. He hated her. He hated her as much as he possibly could, if only she had listened to him. If only she hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't be a fugitive to the Church of Light. She used to be his friend, yet she was the one who pushed him to the wolves. Maya's face was down with disappointment as she kept glancing back inside. Only 7th floor. I can't be this weak. I need strength. I need more strength. She had attempted the tower once again, however. She couldn't even clear the 7th floor. To get to the tower, one needed to at least be in the top 12,000 since the tower only showed 12,000 names. However, even the last-ranked person on the tower had cleared the 12th floor. With her only able to clear the 7th floor, she wasn't even close to getting her name on the tower. She raised her head, finally noticing Gabriel. She could see Gabriel staring at her. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like that. She couldn't even recognize him with the illusion. Despite not recognizing Gabriel, she didn't know why, but she still felt a strange feeling. There was a peculiar fear starting to grip her heart slowly, all because of a single gaze. It was as if a predatory beast was looking at their prey, trying to control their urge to bite the prey to death. Lelin reached his room. Just like Gabriel, he was also told that someone was going to come to show him around. Until then, he was told to stay in the room and change into the academy attire. Lelin locked the door from inside and walked straight to the bed. He didn't even bother changing his attire as if he had more important things to consider. He took off his gloves as well, revealing his fair hands. On the back of his left hand, there was a mark of light, while on his right hand, there was a beautiful white ring, contrasting the pitch-black find of Gabriel. For most of the day, the ring was buried under his glove, making it impossible to be seen. Similarly, Gabriel's rings were hidden by his gloves for most of the day. Still, Gabriel didn't wear the gloves to hide the rings. He wore them to hide the pitch-black mark of death on the back of his right hand. There wasn't just one ring on Lelin's fingers. He was wearing 3 rings in total, one on his middle finger and the other 2 on the fingers right beside his middle finger. While one of his rings was white, the second was blue, and the third appeared to be green. He slightly waved his hand. The blue ring started shining. Following the shine, a scroll appeared on the bed as if it appeared out of thin air. While sitting on the bed, Lelin opened the scroll, revealing a map carved inside the scroll. From the initial glance, it was evident that the map was the map of the academy. However, if one was to look carefully, only then were they to realize that it wasn't all that it seemed. The academy also had a map of theirs. However, their map was different. Lelin's map showed many special zones that weren't visible in the map that even the academy used. On the map, there was one place marked as a cross, which was the most eye-catching. This was also the part of the map that Lelin was focusing on. Do we know each other? Maya didn't recognize Gabriel, but the way he was looking at her, why would a stranger look at her like that? It was as if she had offended him somehow. I don't think we do, Gabriel responded. He controlled his conflicted feelings, remembering what he was here for. There were more important things than Maya. Then why were you looking at me like that? Maya frowned. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking behind you. I apologize if I gave you the wrong impression. Gabriel made a story before turning his back on Maya. Maya couldn't believe that story. She was sure she would have realized it if Gabriel was looking past her. Unfortunately, before she could ask more questions, Ria came back, realizing that Gabriel hadn't been following her. What happened? You know we can't afford to stop. She grabbed Gabriel's hands and took her with him. I don't have all the time in the world to show you around. We need to finish today. Ria left with Gabriel, leaving a confused Maya behind. A new student. Was he really looking at the tower? Did I really overthink things? Maya watched Gabriel leave, trying to make sense of the situation. She didn't know why, but she could still feel that something about Gabriel wasn't right. That is the battle arena. Ria pointed in the distance toward a coliseum-type structure. As I told you before, you aren't allowed to use your spells without the presence of a teacher as a first-year student. But the second-year students and older also have some restrictions on our spells, even though not as much as the first years. We are allowed to use the spells we learn, even in the absence of the teacher. The only spells we can't use are the offensive spells that can hurt anyone. We also aren't allowed to battle one another in the academy grounds. That is where the battle arena comes into play. If you want to fight another student without getting into trouble, you can use the battle arena. There, you can use as many spells as you want. You can go all out. The best part, you don't need to hold back at all. As long as you don't kill the opponent, everything is allowed. That's also a good place to train with the mages of other elements. That's why there are hundreds of battles in the arena daily. Moreover, there's one more advantage of fighting there. You can place your credits on the line. If you win, you can win the credits of the other person that they placed on the line. However, if you lose the battle, you lose your credits as well. Ria gave details about the battle arena, as much as she believed was worth knowing. Even you, as a first-year student, can enter the arena to fight someone. However, I would advise you against it. You'll be like a fish on the chopping block inside. You'll lose whatever credits you get. Credits? Oh right, I didn't even tell you about the credits yet. Ria slapped her forehead, realizing that she had forgotten to tell him the most essential thing. Just know that credits are very important. As they are a currency here, you can use them for anything. Most of us use the credits to buy spirit crystals to increase our soul strength. Just know that you'll need lots of credits for one soul crystal. Those things are expensive. You can also use the credits to buy treasures from the treasure pavilion or access some special zones of the academy where you can't go otherwise. Ria kept explaining more about the credits while walking with Gabriel. She only stopped talking about how useful credits were when she reached another tower, and that place. It's also a really special place in the academy. She pointed at the tower, which appeared to be quite different from the last tower. Unlike the previous tower, which was dark, this tower appeared to be made using white marble. This is the library of spells. There you can find the books of spells, from the most basic spell books to the most complex ones. There are many books here which have been written by the strongest mages of the past. However, the more special a book is, the more expensive it will be. You'll need to save credits for months to be able to afford a decent mid-tier spell book, and that's if you don't spend anything on the soul crystals. Right beside the White Towers, there was a pavilion that only had 2 floors. However, it covered more area than the tower, and that on the right is the treasure pavilion. There you can buy artificial treasures, created by our greatest artificers. However, once again, you can only use credits to buy them. You can't use money or anything else here. It is so that all students have a fair chance of getting treasures, based on their performance. Ria's eyes were filled with longing as she gazed at the treasure pavilion. Observing her expressions, one thing Gabriel was sure of. It was that Ria wasn't from a rich family. If she was, she could have easily bought treasures from the city. It wasn't as if they were Newmans. Shall we move on to the next place? Gabriel asked, bringing Ria back to her senses. Ah, right, 2 more places left to see. Ria brought Gabriel to another place. It was a small building, only having 4 floors. There was a sign outside the building which read Mission Pavilion. I told you there were more ways to get credits. One of those ways is the mission hall. Many missions are posted in the hall for the students to complete. Some of the missions are posted by other students, while some are posted by teachers. If you complete a mission, you get points. First floor is for the most basic missions that even first-year students can take. The second floor can only be accessed by the second year and above. The third floor can only be accessed by third-year students. And the last floor I'm sure you can guess. The higher you go in the mission hall, the harder the missions get. However, the credits for the missions also increase. What kind of missions are on the 4th floor? Gabriel inquired. If the academy was giving these missions, he was really curious about what they could be. The first floor missions are contained to the academy, like helping other students or doing some task of a teacher, becoming their helpers, and more. But the 4th floor, those missions need you to go out of the academy. I haven't actually seen the top missions, but I did hear some rumors. The top floor is said to contain missions like investigating the places where the dark mages were seen recently, or killing bandits, or investigating some murder or disappearance. They are the missions that can get dangerous. Ria stared at the mission hall, watching people going in and out of it. That's why they are only given to fourth-year students who are the strongest at the academy. She stared before she started moving. Anyway, I'm sure you'll learn about the missions on the fourth floors with time. Let me show you the last place worth mentioning. Gabriel didn't even need to guess what the last place was. He could already see a glimpse of the Museum of Elements. That place was like a beautiful castle. Throughout the place, Gabriel had noticed many guards. But as he got closer to the museum, he realized just the extent of the security of this place. It was like a fortress. Even Ria wasn't allowed to take him within 50 meters range of the Museum of Elements, and that's the last place on our itinerary. The Museum of Elements. This is as far as I'm allowed to take you here. You can't go farther without a teacher accompanying you, Ria explained before glancing in the direction of Gabriel. She noticed him looking at all the guards. Gabriel was taking stock of the guards, but Ria misunderstood him, thinking he was just surprised to see so many guards here. You might be wondering why there are so many guards here. Actually, there have been some attempts in the past. The Museum of Elements contains some really powerful items that the Academy doesn't want to lose. That's why this place is made so secure. What kind of items? Gabriel asked, despite already knowing the answer to the question. I'm sure you'll see when you are taken inside. I think the teachers will be able to describe those things better. Just know those things are a part of history, a much darker history. It's better if they teach you about it. Anyway, that's enough for the day. Ria refused to explain anything about the items inside, leaving those things for the later. She had fulfilled her part. The sun had already started setting by the time they were done exploring the academy. Ria took Gabriel back to his room. Best of luck for the future, kiddo. After wishing Gabriel luck, Ria left. Gabriel also closed the door after she left. He removed his illusion, dropping to the bed. The day had been tiring, but it was also very productive. Now he understood the academy better, especially the Museum of Elements. Now he knew what kind of security that place had on the outside. Moreover, Ria also told him that within the next few days, they were probably going to be taken inside the museum, as their first lesson became they were to be taught magic. So they understood why it was important for them to learn. That was the best piece of information for Gabriel. If he was taken there, he could also see what kind of security that place had on the inside. Moreover, if there was an opportunity, he could take the items right there. Gabriel laid on the bed, looking at the roof. There was a room right under his room where Lelin was staying. The two prodigies of the academy were given rooms on different floors, yet their rooms were so close to each other. Unlike Gabriel, Lelin didn't leave his room. He was also assigned a second-year student to show him around, but he just refused, saying he didn't need any help. He spent his entire day inside his room. Just like Gabriel, Lelin was also lying on the bed. His eyes were closed, yet his mind was as active as it had ever been. The old-looking scroll laid right beside him. 6 days, Gabriel muttered. Only 6 more days. I'm close. I can't fail after coming this far, he said. However, at the same time, there was another person who spoke the exact same words. Failure is not an option. Lelin slowly opened his eyes, glancing toward the window. It's time we end it once and for all. 6 days. I wonder if the kid can really succeed. In another place, a young man was gazing at the moon, sitting on his balcony. If anyone can succeed, it is him, the one with the origin element. Lyra also waited in a forest near the royal city. She hadn't left the place even after sending Gabriel. She was ready to come to his rescue if there was a need, not caring about the outside. In any case, it was better to die fighting than to lose her best fighting chance. She sat near a pond, gazing at the reflection of the moon in the pond. Gabriel sat up after resting for half an hour. He picked up the bag that was given to him by Lyra. He opened the bag, finding the small bag filled with soul crystals. There were supposed to be around 50 soul crystals, which was like a considerable amount of wealth in the academy, since an ordinary mage could only use one of them in a day. Amidst the soul crystals, there was also a small gem that was given to him for emergencies. It was an orb that could alert Lyra when he was in danger. He pulled out one of the soul crystals and closed it in his fist. He was warned not to use the soul crystals before he got admission to the academy. However, now that he had received an admission, there was no need to worry about it. Moreover, he didn't want to waste an opportunity. He was technically in the backyard of the enemy. He needed more strength. Only by strengthening his soul with the soul crystal could he unlock more spells from his grimoire of darkness. Also, a stronger soul allowed him to use more powerful spells of light. Gabriel closed his eyes and started absorbing the soul energy from the soul crystal, as he was taught by Lyra. Surprisingly, it was even easier than he had assumed. It was no different than just letting the energy freely flow inside his body. There was no obstruction. Within 20 minutes, he had absorbed the first soul crystal. He slowly opened his eyes. This takes an entire day. It was so hard to believe that he absorbed something in 20 minutes that other mages took an entire day to absorb. Then again, he also knew that it was easier for him because he was a prodigy with a soul strength of over 100. Surprisingly, he could also feel some changes in his body as soon as he absorbed the first soul crystal. His vision was even clearer, and his mind appeared to be able to focus more. He didn't stop right there and pulled out another crystal. He started absorbing the soul crystals one after another. The 50 soul crystals were given to him for an entire week, but before he even realized it, he had already absorbed half those crystals. If anyone knew that a man had absorbed 25 soul crystals in a night, it could easily create a commotion. Even Lyra hadn't expected that range after all. Lyra thought that Gabriel could only absorb 5 or 6 crystals in a day, not 25. And even then, Gabriel didn't feel tired. His soul strength had jumped by leaps and bounds within a few hours. However, he also felt a bit drunk by that sudden increase in soul strength. He felt tired. If he wanted, he could absorb more, but he decided to stop for the day since his head had started getting dizzy. He closed the small bag, keeping it on the table before it dropped on the bed. He didn't even realize when he fell asleep. It was just so fast. As Gabriel slept, he didn't realize that his ring was shining slightly. "Carrick, come on, where are you hiding? Don't trouble your mother like that." It was unclear how long it had been since he fell asleep, but Gabriel found himself in the middle of a dream. He could see his reflection in the mirror, near which he was hiding. He looked like he was only 7 years old. The face was completely identical to how he looked when he was young. "There you are." A woman came up to him and picked him up in his arms. "Little boy, why do you trouble your mother like that?" "You know, good princes don't trouble their mothers." The woman hugged him. Strangely enough, her face was different from the mother he knew. He didn't understand why this woman was calling him her son. A mysterious woman was hugging him, and Gabriel couldn't even recognize the woman. It was his first time seeing that woman. And why was she calling him her son? He found the entire thing really strange. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning of strange. Carrying him in her arms, the woman walked out. As the woman carried him in her arms through the hallway, he noticed the guards respectfully bowing to her. They had the utmost respect on their faces. The woman brought the little boy to a glass door. Through the glass door, he could see that on the other side, there was a balcony. A middle-aged man stood on the balcony, carrying a serene aura. The man had both his hands on the balcony, looking into the distance. There was a beautiful golden crown on the man's head, which appeared very heavy yet not at all uncomfortable. 2 young men stood on each side of the man, donning a beautiful armor that was versatile yet carried a strong defense. One of the 2 young men noticed the woman in the back who had a child in her arms. The man hastily opened the door for the woman. "Your Majesty." The other young man also turned around. "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man was the last to turn around. "There you are." A beautiful smile graced the lips of the young man. "Why are you carrying him? He's the prince and the future king of this empire. He can't show weakness, especially on his birthday. Let him walk on his own. King of Empire, what is this dream? It's so weird." Gabriel was placed on the ground, yet he remained confused. He walked to the edge of the balcony, standing right beside the middle-aged man, only to be amazed. There were millions of people standing down, cheering for him. "Carrick, look at them. They are our people. They are our citizens. They came here to wish you for your birthday and to catch a glimpse of you. Aren't you going to thank them?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Come, do as your father does." The middle-aged man started waving his hand proudly. Gabriel also did the same, still trying to make sense of this dream. He was sure he had never seen these faces in his life. He wondered if it was his subconscious desire to be a king, and that's why his mind was showing this dream. He didn't have any luxuries in his life. In fact, he hadn't even seen his father. His family was incomplete, and even his mother left when he was too young. To him, it made sense if his mind was showing his subconscious desires. And since he had memorized the name of Carrick and heard about his past, it also made sense that Carrick's name was being used for him. "Ha, a dream where I can become the king. Too bad it can never happen in real life." Since he couldn't experience it in real life, he decided to at least enjoy the dream. He observed the faces of the citizens and waved at them. However, the sky soon turned dark. The winds started flowing faster, even getting colder. Everything started getting dark, including the faces of all the citizens. Only their eyes could be seen. However, those eyes didn't have love in them. They were filled with hate as those eyes looked at him. "Demon, demon, you should die as well. Why are you still alive, you devil? You should burn in the flames of hell." The cheers initially went silent before they turned into screeching curses, all coming in their direction. Gabriel frowned, turning to his right. The middle-aged man wasn't there anymore. It was as if he had disappeared. "Brother," a voice came from the back, attracting his attention. He hastily turned around. However, all he saw was a young girl who had her hand missing. Most of her body was burned, making it hard even to recognize her face. "Brother, why did you eat my soul? Why did you kill me?" "Son, answer her." Another voice came, making him raise his head, but this time there was only a headless body that he saw. The headless person was still wearing the same attire as the woman who had called him son, but those clothes were covered in blood. "Answer her. Why did you hurt us? Why did you hate us? Why couldn't you let us go? Brother, answer. Why? Why, son? Why?" The questioning voices kept getting louder and louder as the 2 figures moved closer to Gabriel. He subconsciously stepped back, but there was no way back. One more step and he was going to fall. Why couldn't you die instead? Why did it have to be us? Why didn't you stop it? Why? The mutilated bodies kept getting closer and closer. Gabriel tried casting a spell to protect himself, but it didn't work. None of his hands had the mark of elements. He didn't have the ring either. There was no grimoire. He was no more than an ordinary human at the moment. The two bodies stopped right before Gabriel before asking once again, "Why? Why didn't you die? You should have died like this." The burnt girl placed her hand on Gabriel's chest before pushing him gently. With no floor behind him, Gabriel fell off the balcony. Arg! Filled the room as a young man woke up from his slumber, sitting up straight. His body was covered in sweat, including his forehead. His heart raced so fast that he could count his heartbeat, even without touching his heartbeat. The dreams. They are getting worse. First the dream in the hotel and now this. He had been in the city for 2 nights straight, and both nights when he slept, he saw a nightmare that forced him up. Fortunately, at the end of the day, it was just a nightmare. He got off the bed and walked to the balcony to get some fresh air. Unlike that other balcony in his dream, this one wasn't that high. What is happening to me? The dreams. No, the nightmares. What do they mean? Why is my mind going crazy? Why? He looked at the moon, talking to himself. He had nightmares even before in his life, but none were as intense and as realistic. Moreover, these nightmares made him feel really bad on the inside. He didn't know why that was the case. Even when he was up, he felt somewhat sad in his heart for some reason. It was as if there was some unexplainable sadness in his heart. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed a young man walking toward the dorms. It was so late that it was surprising that the person was just returning now. But as soon as Gabriel realized who that person was, a smile graced his lips. Finally, he found a distraction he needed. Finally, we meet again, Horan. He used the ring of Apophis to change his face again along with his clothes before jumping down the balcony. He entered the dorms again behind Horan without being seen by the young man. His new look appeared to be inspired by a young man he had seen before in the city of Abaddon. Since he didn't want to waste time trying to come up with a completely new look, he used one from his memories, especially since there was no way for that person to be there. He kept his attire the same, as any other mage of light was supposed to use at the academy. The only thing different in the attire was the badge. Since each student badge had a different number, he made the badge show a random number instead of the one that actually belonged to him. He did everything he could to make sure that suspicions didn't reach him in case something went awry. He entered the dorm behind Horan without raising much suspicion. He even maintained a safe distance of 5 meters while keeping his footsteps silent as he followed the young man. Even though it was so late at night, he could still see some students walking in the hallway. Most of them appeared to be senior students. Unfortunately, one of those senior students paid attention to him. "Wait right there." Call came from the back. Gabriel stopped in his tracks and looked back. He noticed a young man who had long black hair. The man was in his mid-20s and already a third-year student. "I've never seen you before. Are you a new student?" Gabriel didn't want to lose Horan, but he also couldn't ignore a senior at a time like this. "I'm a new student. I joined just today," Gabriel answered. "That's probably why you haven't seen me." "Senior," the dark-haired man firmly stated. "What?" Gabriel frowned. Why was this man shouting a random word? "I'm your senior. You should call me senior when addressing me." "I didn't hear senior in your statement. You think you can answer me like I'm your equal?" The man started scolding Gabriel, wasting even more of his time. If the man's intent was to frustrate Gabriel, then he was succeeding. Not only was the man wasting his time, but he was also scolding him. Fortunately, Gabriel didn't lose his calm. "I apologize, senior. I am new. I'll keep that in mind from now on." "Oh, a new student. Did no one tell you the rules? What are you doing out here so late? First day and you're already breaking the rules. Why aren't you in your room?" "Just my luck. Even Horan should be a first-year student. But this idiot just had to stop me." Being interrogated in the middle of the hallway while Horan kept going farther from him was frustrating. However, Gabriel couldn't do much else other than answer. "I was in my room, but I dropped something while standing on the balcony. I had to go out to retrieve it." "Senior, can I go back?" The man opened his lips, but before he could speak, a shout came from behind. "Roy, what are you doing there? Come fast, we're going to be late." The man looked at the source of the voice, gazing at another third-year student standing near the entrance, gesturing for him to come. "I'm coming." The dark-haired man responded as he started walking to the man, but not before warning Gabriel. "Next time, don't roam out so late." Himself going out so late but scolding me for the same. "What an idiot," Gabriel muttered under his breath, watching the man leave. "Ah, right, Horan." He looked back, wondering if it was too late. He started chasing in the direction Horan went in. Fortunately, at this time, Horan hadn't reached too far. Horan had just started climbing the stairs. Gabriel also went up the stairs. Fortunately, he was able to catch up to the young man, never truly losing him. Horan stepped into the hallway, which was on the floor right beneath Gabriel's floor. It was the same floor where Leland was also staying. Surprisingly, the room of Horan was also right beside Leland's room. The two were technically neighbors. Horan stopped before his room. He opened the door with the key he was given and stepped inside the room, closing the door from inside. At the moment, there was only Gabriel in the hallway. He stopped before Horan's room and checked his surroundings once again. After making sure no one was there, he used the ring again. He changed his attire, making it appear like the attire of the mages from Element of Flames. When he first received the ring, even he hadn't expected that the ring was going to be so useful. He was literally the Lord of Disguise with the ring on his fingers. He changed his looks, making him appear like Yan Rainey, the young man from the Rainey family who seemed to be the leader of Horan's group. If there was any person that Horan was going to allow inside his room without making much noise, it was Yan. The only thing he did differently in his disguise was to leave the badge. He didn't show a fake badge since he didn't know the number of the badge which was used by Yan. Instead of using a fake one and making Horan suspicious, it was better to use none. After preparing his new look, he knocked on Horan's door. Horan had just taken off his robe when he heard the knocking on the door. He left the robe on the bed and walked to the door. Who could be here at this hour? He opened the door. His eyes widened as soon as he saw Yan standing at the door. "Brother Yan, come inside fast before anyone sees you." Horan grabbed the hands of Gabriel and pulled him inside his room. After bringing Gabriel inside, he peeked outside to make sure no one saw him. He sighed in relief. "What are you even doing here? Do you know how dangerous it can be? You can be expelled, even if you're from the Rainey family. If you needed something, you could have waited till tomorrow." He closed the door and turned around. However, as soon as he turned around, his face turned pale. Yan wasn't standing behind him. Instead, it was Gabriel. Gabriel had removed all his disguise, returning to his real form. Now that he was here, he wanted Horan to see who it was. Horan was so shocked that no voice came from his throat initially. It was as if he had lost his voice in shock. Before he could find his voice and react, Gabriel appeared before him, holding a wooden bat in his hand that he had picked up from the room itself. The bat came swinging, straight hitting Horan's skull. Thud. The smack sent Horan flying through the room. His head bled as he crashed on top of the table. The whole debacle was very loud, but still, not even a shred of voice got out of the room. From what Gabriel was told by Rhea, all the rooms in the dorms were made soundproof. No matter what they did inside, it wasn't going to trouble the people in the surrounding rooms or outside. "I must say, I see the appeal of the bat. I understand why you used it to attack me." Gabriel glanced at the bat in his hand. Smiling devilishly, there was a terrifying pain on the back of his head. For a moment, everything appeared to be blurry as he opened his eyes. He wanted to rub the back of his head, but he realized that he couldn't even move his hands that were tied behind his back using a rope. Not only were his hands tied, but he couldn't even move his legs. His legs suffered the same fate. Horan had a really bad feeling in his heart as the memories of being hit flooded his head. He remembered the face he saw before losing consciousness. If his hands and feet weren't tied, he would have even doubted his own eyes and memories. An unknown amount of time appears to have passed since Gabriel infiltrated Horan's room. "It seems you're awake. The healing spell appears to have worked." "Not bad." A cold voice fell in Horan's ears, making him look in the distance. Not far from the bed where Horan was lying, there was a chair. On the chair, a young man was sitting with a glass of water in his hands, seemingly enjoying the water. What are you doing here? A dark mage like you will be killed here," Horan yelled at the top of his lungs. From the initial glance, it appeared as if he was threatening Gabriel, but it was evident that his ultimate goal behind yelling was different. You've been here longer than me," Gabriel casually stated. "You should know that no matter how much you yell, your voice isn't going to get out of this room." "If I were you, I would have saved my energy. We have a long night ahead of us." Tuck. After finishing the glass of water, Gabriel placed it down on the ground before standing up. He walked to the door of the balcony, moving the curtains aside. He didn't open the balcony doors, though. The screams of Horan's couldn't leave the room, but that was only until the room was closed from all sides. If he opened the balcony door, the voice could escape, which he didn't want. Through the glass doors, Gabriel glanced out at the beautiful view of the academy, which was basking in the beautiful luminescence of the moon. "There was a time when we were standing under the same moon. That day I was screaming and you were laughing. And today, look, Gabriel, I didn't want to kill you. I had lost my sense of reasoning in anger. I don't mean to do it. You don't take that to heart. Moreover, you're still alive, so there's no loss. You can't kill me for such a small mistake. If you do, you'll be vilified for an eternity. If you kill a student at the academy, you'll make the academy your enemy as well. Listen to me and free me. We can forget what happened between us in the past. I'll also help you get out of this place. I promise. No one will hurt you, it's my promise." Seeing his own life in danger, Horan started speaking whatever he could to get out of this situation. In the same breath, he asked for forgiveness, apologized, issued a threat, and offered to help. "Kill you, I'll be vilified for an eternity." Gabriel repeated the statement, seemingly amused. "You are insignificant at this point in time. I'm already vilified as a demon. Even if I kill you, nothing will change. I can help you. I can tell the world that you didn't do anything. You can return to the normal life. I know people who can help you." Horan stated again. "You will help me." Gabriel turned around. As he started walking toward Horan, only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. "Why, yes, I will help you. You're right about it. Only you can help me." Gabriel smiled devilishly, stopping right before the bed. Only you can. Sure, I know people in the Church of Light. They can help you. They will allow you to live. No one will hurt you. You can trust me. Horan hastily replied, slightly amazed that Gabriel had fallen for his bait. Inside his heart, he only laughed that Gabriel was still an idiot like before. Help you? You bastard. You think you deserve help. Just let me get out of here once, and then I'll show you. I'll make you worse than a dog with the Church of Light and the Academy of Elements at your tail. You've managed to enter this place, but you won't leave alive. Come free me, allowing me to live, Church of Light. That's not the help I need. I need a different kind of help from you. You don't need help with that. Then what? Ah, I get it. You are tired of this life of being a demon and need my help to give you freedom from this life of sin. You want me to free you? If Horan didn't have good control over himself, he would have been laughing out loud now. He couldn't believe that Gabriel didn't come all this way to live. Instead, he came here to die, and he wanted him to kill him. I neither need help in living nor do I need help in dying. I need help with something else, Gabriel clarified. Not that either. Then what help? Horan grimaced. He didn't know why, but a grim feeling was starting to rise inside his heart. All the happiness he had until now was gone suddenly as he observed the expressionless face of Gabriel. You see, once upon a time there was a guy. That guy hurt me a lot. He cursed me, he cursed my mother, he beat me. It's because of him that I've developed a lot of anger issues, and only that person can help me solve those issues. So shall we begin? A dark smirk spread across Gabriel's lips as his emotionless eyes peered into Horan's eyes as if being able to look straight into his soul. Gabriel grabbed Horan by his throat before raising him in the air. With his hands tied behind his back, Horan couldn't even struggle. He was like a doll that was in someone else's hands. 3 hours. We have a full 3 hours to ourselves. This night is going to be fun. Gabriel started tightening his grip around Horan's throat before smacking Horan on the floor. Arg! Horan's back was thrashed on the floor that was made in such a way that it was impossible to break the floor. If it were an ordinary floor, there would already be a crater under Horan since Gabriel had cast a strength-boosting spell on himself, belonging to the element of light. There was so much force behind his thrashing that Horan's shoulders were dislocated right away, making him scream in pain. Don't cry so fast. We are just getting started. Gabriel smiled. I won't give you such an easy death, my dear friend. We have 3 hours. 3 full hours. Gabriel picked up the wooden bat again. 3 hours of breaking you and then healing you so I can break you again. You took everything from me. It's only fair I take my sweet time, isn't it? Smack. Gabriel swung the bat once again, hitting Horan's head. The pain made Horan scream. Unfortunately, the screams didn't get him any mercy. Instead, they were like the melody of the most beautiful song for Gabriel that he had wanted to listen to for a long time. While Horan was already screaming in pain, Gabriel stomped on his knees, not giving him even a moment to breathe. Another smacking came, but this time, Gabriel swung the bat straight at the face of Horan. He wanted to give Horan as much pain as he could, and this was just the beginning. Gabriel kept hitting Horan, making him roar more and more. First, Horan cursed Gabriel, then he asked for forgiveness, then he cursed again. No matter what he didn't receive any mercy. His throat had already gone hoarse from all the screaming. The beating only stopped when Horan lost his consciousness. The floor and his clothes were already covered in blood. His face was swollen, and even his nose was broken. If one were to look at Horan, they would have had a hard time even recognizing who this person was. After Horan lost consciousness, Gabriel stopped beating him and tossed the bat away. He cast a healing spell on Horan, noticing his breathing had become faint. Don't worry, Horan, I won't let you die that easily. Even gods can't take you from me tonight until I allow them. While the healing took effect, Gabriel started checking around the room, trying to see what else there was. It didn't take him long before finding something that brought a smile to his face. He noticed a fruit tray on one of the tables, filled with apples, and in one of those apples there was a sharp knife stabbed. Gabriel picked up the knife and pulled out the apple from it. He kept the apple back in the tray before picking up the entire tray. He walked back to the chair where he had waited before and started savoring the fruits while waiting for Horan to gain consciousness. Right next to Horan's room, there was Leland's room. However, there was no one inside the room. The room had been empty for a really long time. It was late at night, yet Leland wasn't in his room. Before Gabriel arrived on the floor, Leland had already left his room. By now, he was already standing not too far from his destination. Surprisingly, he was also looking at the place that Gabriel was interested in. Leland stood in the distance, looking at the Academy Museum. He made sure to keep enough distance so that he wasn't noticed by the guards. In fact, somehow, he managed to about being seen coming here at all. So that's the place. Horan once again regained his senses. However, he didn't dare open his eyes this time. He was sure that Gabriel was still inside the room, waiting for him to wake up so he could torture him once again. If Gabriel found out that he was up, he was going to be in trouble. He still hadn't forgotten the terrifying pain that he felt from the previous beating. He didn't want to go through it again. The only way out was by pretending to be unconscious. He didn't make even the slightest movement. He even kept his breathing stable. Just as Horan had started thinking that he could fool Gabriel until it was morning, he heard the words that made his face go pale. Gabriel took the last bite of the apple before he stood up, carrying an apple. Funny how we come full circle. At that time you had the knife, and now I do. Let's see. Let's see how much blood a person can afford to lose before even healing can't heal them. Gabriel stabbed the knife on Horan's right shoulder, making him yell like a dying pig. He didn't forget to twist the knife, just like Horan had done, giving him the real pleasure of the pain. He pulled out the knife and stabbed the knife in Horan's elbows, which sent a jolt of current down his body. Next came the turn of his knees. Gabriel stabbed right in the middle of Horan's kneecaps. Throughout the process, a subtle smile remained on his face. Who knew revenge could be so satisfying? If I knew, I would have come here faster. Still not too late. We have more than an hour for our party. Don't we stab? He stabbed the other kneecap of Horan as well. Horan roared in pain so much that he even lost his voice. His face was filled with tears. At this point, he was just begging for death. Unfortunately, giving death to him was like having mercy for him, which was the last thing Gabriel had for him. Let's see. What next? Ah, right, your tongue. The same tongue you used to talk bad about me and my mother. Now that you have already lost your voice, you won't need a tongue anymore. As soon as Horan heard what Gabriel wanted to do, he hastily closed his mouth. Unfortunately, all Gabriel had to do was one more stab. As soon as he stabbed Horan's thighs, Horan opened his mouth wide in pain. That brief moment was enough for Gabriel to grab his tongue and rip it out of his mouth. The scene inside the room had turned way too dark. It would have made the old Gabriel vomit, but he was so immersed in the revenge, he didn't care for anything. All he cared about was how he could hurt Horan more. The pain was once again about to make Horan lose consciousness, but Gabriel didn't let that happen. Enough sleeping. Not anymore. Gabriel placed his palm on Horan's forehead before chanting a spell. The spell didn't do much except make it so that Horan couldn't lose consciousness. You need to be up through all of it, old friend. Throughout the night, Horan's room was filled with screams. Unfortunately, not a single soul came to help him. The rooms that were made to give students privacy was having an effect that no one could have expected when the academy was made. No one had expected that someone could go inside the room and attempt to murder Spending in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, that's precisely what was happening. Gabriel stood up, observing the floor that was covered in blood. There were multiple wounds all over Horan's body. In fact, there was still a knife stabbed on the elbow of Horan, who was trying to beg for his life. Despite having no tongue to speak, you were right, Horan, I am a demon. Only a demon can do what I'm doing in the way I'm doing, but I embrace the fact that I'm a demon. The world wanted me to be a demon so bad that I wholeheartedly accept. I became what you all wanted me to do. And this is just the beginning. I've changed for the world. I've become what the world wanted me to become. It's time the world becomes what I want it to become. And that day isn't far either. I wish you were here to see the end of the story you created. He glanced out the window. It was almost the time for sunrise. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We'll have to end it. Horan tried speaking. His eyes remained bloodshot and his words incomprehensible. Despite that, Gabriel understood what he was trying to say. You're asking me to forgive you, and that you'll be my slave forever if I let you live. Gabriel took a guess since that was the only thing that he could expect from a person like Horan. Horan nodded hastily. He had been pleading like a dog to be left alive. Sure, why didn't you say that before? And here I thought you'd never ask. I was almost about to kill you. Gabriel picked up Horan by his shoulders. I did need a servant, and you'll be just perfect. I forgive you, Gabriel slowly said. After everything Horan went through, he wasn't going to believe anything until Gabriel actually left. Still, there was a small flicker of hope in his heart. He had never expected that his small mistake could come back to haunt him like a demon. If he did, he would have stayed as far away from Gabriel as possible. Let alone killing Gabriel, he wouldn't even dream of it when they were back in the town. So many problems could have been avoided. Wait, I remember something. I've forgiven you, but there's still one person you need to ask forgiveness for. You didn't just talk about me that night, right? There was one more person you talked about. There is one more person you should ask forgiveness from. Gabriel tightly clenched his fist, holding the collar of the man firmly before swinging him around. He tossed Horan's body straight to the glass window in the distance. Horan's body was tossed with such force that his body shattered the glass. However, not far from the body, there came a knife which was also tossed by Gabriel. Ask forgiveness from my mother, Gabriel muttered. A knife stabbed the back of Horan's head, finally putting him to death, but not before his body plopped on the concrete floor outside. Horan's lifeless eyes remained open even as he took his last breath, unable to believe that his one mistake brought him to this turn in his life. All his life, he dreamt of becoming a holy priest of the Church of Light. That was his dream ever since he was a child, just like everyone else in the village. Unfortunately, he wasn't as talented. He awakened his element of light very late in his life. Even then, he didn't lose hope of being selected by the Church of Light. His dream was about to come true. He even heard the news that the head priest was coming to the town to select a disciple. He was so excited. He was so happy that day. But right before his eyes, the head priest declared that he was in the village for someone else. He was in the village for an orphan who was younger than him. Horan felt enraged. He felt insulted. He felt his dreams shatter right before his eyes. He was so angry that he followed after Gabriel to ask him to leave the village forever so the position could go to him. However, as soon as he left the church, he saw Gabriel laughing and playing around with his friend. Gabriel's laughter felt like a slap on his face. It was as if Gabriel was laughing at his broken dreams. Horan was filled with even more hate and rage. He decided to take matters into his own hands. He didn't want to ask anyone for what belonged to him. He wasn't going to tell Gabriel to give him the position. He decided to snatch everything. He decided to snatch what belonged to him. And for that, he took his brother's help, who also agreed after a lot of convincing. That night they went to Gabriel's house, waiting for everyone to sleep so they could barge inside, but before that, Gabriel came out with Maya and went to the roof. While Gabriel and Maya talked under the beautiful moonlight, the two brothers waited for the right opportunity, which came when Maya left. Horan finally had what he wanted. He had Gabriel in his grasp and revenge within his reach. He killed Gabriel, and he did so brutally. Unloading all his rage and anger that he had accumulated throughout the years on Gabriel, he thought that was the end of it. He thought the head priest wasn't going to go back empty-handed. He thought now that Gabriel was gone, he was going to be selected. But that didn't happen. He wasn't selected. Not only did his one action fail to help him, but it also indirectly led to his father and brother's death. Even as he died, he couldn't believe what one moment. One moment of anger brought him. When he took Gabriel's life, he could never have imagined that Gabriel was going to kill him instead. He wondered if it was karma, or was it the divine punishment? With those questions in his head, he took his last breath. The shattering of glass was a sound that couldn't be ignored. The sound was enough to wake many people in the nearby rooms from their sleep. However, that much time was enough for Gabriel to leave the room. He once again used a disguise and walked back to his floor, avoiding any eyes. He went to his room only after making sure that the hallway was empty. While the lower floor was in chaos, Gabriel's floor was very peaceful as everyone was asleep. No one here heard the sound of glass breaking. Gabriel walked inside the room. He took off his spotless clothes and went straight for a shower. Throughout the day, he made sure that not a single droplet of blood came into his clothes, since if there was an investigation, their clothes were definitely going to be checked. Within minutes, people started realizing what had happened. They watched a dead body lying at the entrance of the dorms. Gabriel came out of the shower and got dressed before going to bed. He didn't even bother to go to the balcony to check outside. However, even as he laid on the bed, he couldn't go to sleep. He just sat on the bed, going through the Book of Light spells. The people started gathering around the body, especially the senior students and the people from Horan's floor. They saw Horan's bloody body and pieces of glasses nearby. A knife was stabbed on the back of Horan's head. While some of the students went to inform the teachers about what had happened, the others went to the old man who was in charge of the dorms. Meanwhile, the fourth-year students didn't wait for anyone as they barged inside Horan's room to check if the killer was still inside there. Let alone finding the killer, the youngsters couldn't even find a single trace of anyone. The room was definitely a mess. There was blood on the floor. There was also a wooden bat nearby, which also had some traces of blood. It wasn't a simple murder. It was an act of proper revenge. Someone took their sweet time in this murder. A man observed the traces of blood that were spread throughout. He walked to the broken glass door of the balcony, gazing outside. Whoever did it, they are still inside the dorms, and if I'm not wrong, they are one of the newly selected students. Get the entire dorm sealed. Send the third-year student to ensure no first-year leaves their room. Right, the other students who were following the young man listened to him instantly, even though the man was asking them to run an errand. Young man who observed the broken glass was neither a teacher nor the handler of the dorms. Instead, he was also a fourth-year student like the people he just commanded. Despite being in the same year as the people he commanded, no fourth-year student ignored his commands. The blonde man was the strongest fourth-year student in the class of light. Not only that, he was essentially the strongest student in the entire academy. Ever since he joined the academy, he never lost any battle or any challenge. He even finished all the missions he selected. Garrick Rainey Light 93, he was Garrick who had managed to reach the 93rd floor the last time he attempted. He was no less than an idol for every student at the academy, even though he just entered the fourth year recently. Standing near the balcony, Garrick noticed a young man coming toward the dorms from a distance. Garrick passed through the broken space in the door and stood at the balcony, observing Leland coming. He noticed on Leland's badge, realizing that the kid was a first-year student. Wings of light. 2 wings appeared behind Garrick as he jumped from the balcony. Leland was observing the museum when he heard some commotion in the distance. Curious, he came back toward the dorms, noticing a crowd gathering outside. He looked up, noticing a man flying in his direction. Behind the man, he noticed a broken window in the room that was right beside his room. There were also some blood marks on the window. It didn't take him long to realize what had happened, especially as he noticed a body through the gap between the crowd. Someone has been killed, and let me guess, the doubt will be on me since he saw me outside at this time. And here I thought I could avoid troubles until I was done. Garrick landed before Lelin, observing him from top to bottom. There was not a single speck of blood on his clothes. "What's your name?" Garrick inquired. "And what are you doing out at this hour? Aren't you out as well?" Lelin smiled. "Anyway, I think you're looking in the wrong direction. If I had killed him, I wouldn't need to run outside to avoid suspicions. My room is right next to the room where you came from. If I were the killer, I would have to be stupid to run all the way outside instead of just entering the next room and going to sleep. I didn't kill him. And how do you know I'm here to talk to you about a murder?" Garrick frowned. He hadn't even spoken about the room where the murder happened or who was killed. Lelin answered everything with such ease it was as if he knew about everything before even being asked. That made him even more suspicious. "Maybe because I'm not an idiot," Lelin responded. "So many people have gathered outside the dorm at this time. It's evident something big has happened. I also saw a glimpse of the body. If you look carefully from where I'm standing, you'll see it as well. Then there's the broken window, which has some blood where you came from. That means someone was killed and tossed out the window, and now there's an attempt to find out who did it." Lelin scratched his temple as he answered. "As I said, you're looking in the wrong direction. If you only saw the body and the blood on the window, why didn't you think that I might be the killer instead? Because you'll have to be an idiot to fly out instead of sneaking out secretly. I'm not the only one who saw you flying out of that room. You're not the killer either. If I'm not wrong, the killer is still inside the dorms, and it's a student. You might want to look at the personal enmity angle. If possible, look for someone who took a bath recently. Why a bath? That's what I would have done if I had killed someone in cold blood as my first murder." "And how do you know that it's the first murder of that person?" Garrick frowned. With Lelin's explanation, his suspicions about him had gone down, but he still didn't clear Lelin. There were still some suspicions in his head since there was a possibility that he was the actual killer. With his hands behind his back, Lelin started walking toward the crowd, because that person became too impulsive. If it weren't his first killing, he wouldn't be that impulsive. If he were cool-headed and experienced, he would have killed that person inside the room, Lelin explained. He wouldn't have tossed him outside. It was rage. But it was also inexperience. Naive, then again, quite talented. A smile appeared on Lelin's face as his lips curved up. "If I'm not wrong, this is the first time a student has been killed inside the academy since the Church of Light killed the Dark Mages." Garrick finished the sentence. "Exactly. Then again, the church did it openly. This person, he managed to kill someone and then sneak out without being seen. I doubt someone even saw him leave, but then again, you should always consider the possibility and interrogate everyone. However, as I said, check for the one who recently took a bath. You might find your guy." Lelin walked inside the dorms, not even bothering to observe the body from close. "That guy," Garrick frowned, watching the young man enter the dorms. He didn't stop Lelin. He didn't know what it was about that person, but there was a strange feeling inside his heart in Lelin's presence. He didn't understand what that feeling was. He decided to focus on Lelin's advice. Just as he was about to send people to check the rooms to see who had taken a shower recently, the teachers started arriving. Almost every teacher from the class of Light arrived here, including Ileana. Not only the Mages of Light, but even the head teachers from other branches also started coming as the news spread like a raging fire. The leader of the House of Lightning, Chin, arrived, landing right beside Ileana. The leader of House of Earth, Rem, and leader of House of Wind, Lishan, also arrived. A flaming bird also came flying from the distance. It was only as the flaming bird got close that everyone realized it was the leader of the House of Flames, Yon, who was surrounded by flames that made him look like a flaming bird. The flames disappeared as soon as Yon landed beside Ileana, staring at the body grimly. The temperature had suddenly increased. A white tiger came running from a distant part of the academy. A middle-aged woman could be seen sitting on top of the white tiger. The white tiger stopped before the crowd, and the woman got down. She waved her fingers casually. A formation circle appeared under the white tiger. The white tiger soon disappeared along with the formation circle. All the students stepped aside, creating a path for the lady to get to the other heads of houses. She was the Zinsai, the head of the House of Summoning. What happened here was unprecedented, and it concerned the entire academy. A student had been killed when he was in the dorms. It wasn't as if he was roaming outside when he was killed. He was killed when he was in his room. The reputation of the academy was on the line, and there was still a possibility of the other students being in danger. The leader of House of Water, Rin, and the leader of House of Nature, Loi, also arrived at the site. "This isn't good," the Dean of House of Lightning commented. "We need to find the culprit, and we need to do it as fast as possible, before the news spreads outside," the Dean of House of Water sighed. "This news isn't good for our reputation, especially if the killer isn't caught." Rem went down on his knees, observing all the wounds on the man's body. "He has been beaten badly. It's revenge. We need to find who had the motive to kill him. We need his history." He glanced back at Ileana. "We need to see his file. Healing spell has been used on his body for quite a long time. I think the wounds we see aren't everything he received," Ileana added. "Isn't healing a high-tier spell of light?" Zinsai inquired. "Only 4th years can use it. I think that narrows it to some extent." No, it's a low-tier healing, Ileana explained. This spell isn't something we teach at our academy. Someone used a spell they learned outside. It could be anyone. Shall we use it to find who did it? The man with blazing red hair suggested. You mean the crown of Ilyssus? Rem asked, taking a guess as to what Yon was talking about. That's right. No one should be able to lie when wearing the crown of Ilyssus. It's the numen of the demigod of honesty, Lord of Flames, Yon suggested. We will have our culprit within a day. Why even worry then? Just let everyone go through the crown. We can't use it. Lishan voiced his opinion against using it, thinking about the students. The crown affects the souls and the talent of the ones it's used on. We would be hurting hundreds of students and playing with their futures. It's too risky. Just to get one killer, they couldn't hurt hundreds of innocents, especially since there were other ways. So what? It's not like they'll die. Moreover, who knows? We might find our guy on the first try itself. We might not even need to use it on anyone else, Yon stated. Even though he actually wanted to find the killer using it, he also had some other motives. Since it was evident that the killer was from the House of Light, it was going to be used only on them. And why should he care if Mages of Light became slightly weaker? It was only good for his house, which was trailing behind the House of Light. We can't base everything on luck. Ileana refused as well. The Mages of Light won't go through it. And as far as finding the killer is concerned, he'll be found. She commanded one of the teachers that worked under her to collect everything she could about Horan, especially about his friends and enemies that he might have. After issuing her first command, she issued another command that all the students were to be called out. They were to report before her in the next half an hour. Garrick sent the fourth-year students to call out everyone. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell them to observe the students to see if someone had taken a shower recently. The murder didn't happen a long time ago. If someone took a shower recently, it was definitely going to be visible. While all the students were being called out, all the teachers went to Horan's room through the balcony. One after another, they all entered the room. The head teacher of the House of Summoning Zinsai snapped her fingers, chanting some barely audible words. A formation circle appeared before her. A small dog-like creature appeared inside the circle, having blood-red fur. The dog also had 2 horns on his head. The demon dog started going through the room, smelling all the scents that were available in the room. After a few minutes, the demon dog returned to Zinsai and growled. Is that so? Interesting. It was as if Zinsai understood what the dog was saying. She sent the demon dog back. Anything, the head teacher of Element of Lightning asked, wondering if she had something that could help them. Yeah, whoever did it was very careful. There is not a trace of his blood. Every blood droplet that's in the room belongs to the dead. The killer wasn't wounded here. So he managed to get inside and take down the kid who stayed here. That makes me believe that the kid either knew his killer or the killer was just that talented. Then again, the killer was really clever. Just our luck that he had to be a mage of light. She glanced at Ileana. You people really have some bizarre spells. If it were someone else, we would have had the killer by now. What do you mean? Lishan grew slightly confused. How would they know the culprit if he had another element? There are traces of more spells here. It was Ileana who answered. She could sense the spells that were used here, especially the ones that weren't taught at the academy. She was very perceptive to that. The spell to purify the room has been used here. That means no scent of the culprit is left in the room for Zinsai's beasts to collect. Rem shook his head. That spell also wiped any other marks if there were any. That effectively removed all the traces. On one end, it seems like an impulse murder, while on the other, it's too clean to be that. Knock. There was a knock on Gabriel's door, bringing him out of his immersion. He closed the spell book of light that he had bought in the city of Abaddon. It was the book he snuck inside the academy, also one that he learned all his spells from. Instead of keeping the spell book under his bed, he carried the spell book with him. He wasn't sure if anyone was going to check his room, but if they did, he didn't want the book to be found. He tucked the book inside his clothes before walking to the mirror, making sure he looked sleepy. As he saw his reflection in the mirror, a frown graced his face. Just to be sure that he looked sleepy before leaving, he checked his reflection in the mirror. Even though his expressions could make him pass off as someone who was sleeping, his hair was still somewhat wet. It was as if he had taken a shower not long ago. He had forgotten about that entirely. Who took a shower this late, and that too when they were sleepy? Knock. The knocking on the door continued, only intensifying. Open the door, I need to take care of it, Gabriel muttered, realizing that he couldn't leave like this. He was sure that the others weren't stupid enough to not doubt him if he did. Fortunately, he had noticed it at the right time. Almost everyone on the floor was except Gabriel, despite constant knocking. It was making the fourth-year students suspicious. Should we break the door? One of them asked. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be the need for that as the door opened. Gabriel rubbed his eyes, seemingly so sleepy that he was having a hard time even opening his eyes. The youngsters looked at Gabriel's hair before looking at each other. They shook their heads as if agreeing that this wasn't the one. Gabriel's hairs were ruffled and completely dry. It was as if he hadn't even washed his hair in days. Will you say anything? What's it about? Gabriel asked. If it's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. Wait. You can't go back to sleep. The dean has called every student downstairs. You must go down, Dean. Why would she call everyone down at this time? I'm new here, but even I don't think it's the time the classes start. Stop eating our heads. Do as you're told. The men snorted, getting irritated by Gabriel's questions. Gabriel also didn't ask too many questions. Fine. He closed the door of his room and started following the other students who were going down as well. Lelin had just entered his room when there was a knock on his door. Frustrated, he walked back. What a headache. He opened the door and was informed that he was to go down as well. Even though he was irritated, he expected that this was a possibility. He couldn't deny the summons. He also left his room. All the young mages of light had gathered outside the dorms, according to their years. The batch of first-year students stood together. The batch of second years stood together, and so on. Gabriel appeared to be the last student to arrive outside. In the group, he saw a few familiar faces, including Khan and the young princess of the Lumen Empire, Elia. Both of them were standing before the group of first years. In another group, Gabriel also noticed the man who had dropped him in the hallway when he was chasing after Horan. The four groups were ready. A group of teachers from the House of Light kept an eye on them while they waited for all the deans to come down from Horan's room. I don't think we are going to find anything in the room, Rem summarized. We've already gone through everything. It's a waste of time. My offer of using the crown is still valid. If we can't find that person, you know they might kill someone again, the head of House of Flames stated. What's worse than a death at the academy? 2 or more deaths. We're not using the crown. Ileana firmly rejected. That's not happening, so you better stop talking about it. She left the room. Standing on the balcony, she observed the crowd of students. As Gabriel arrived to the group of first years, he stood in the light. The person right next to him happened to be none other than Lelin. Lelin glanced at Gabriel's hands once again. Gabriel noticed him looking at the gloves but didn't comment. Did you enjoy it? Lelin asked, amused. Gabriel frowned. What was this guy talking about? For some reason, it felt like he was asking if he enjoyed the revenge. For a moment, he even wondered if he was overthinking. Enjoy what? Gabriel asked in response. I meant your sleep. Lelin smiled. Did you enjoy it? You seem like you had a good sleep. May I ask why you're so concerned about my sleep? Because your sleep might not be so good in the future. Lelin answered. You're playing with fire here, little one. Gabriel was taken aback. These words, he was even more sure that Lelin knew something, or he was at least suspicious. Speak clearly. What are you trying to say? Gabriel inquired, acting ignorant. Even though he acted like he didn't know anything, in the back of his mind he had already prepared to fight if something went wrong here. Still, he didn't jump the gun. He was sure he left no evidence behind for him to be caught. He removed all his traces. There was no way anyone should have known that it was him. I won't interfere unless you make me, Lelin calmly stated. But when I do, it won't be good for anyone. Just a reminder. Is that a threat? Gabriel glanced at Lelin, who was looking at the moon in the distance instead, or an advice. As I said before, the path you're walking on. It's not the right path. You are no one to decide what's the right path and what's the wrong path. I don't need to decide. It's been clear since the beginning of the time. For Gabriel, Lelin was strange. And for Lelin, Gabriel was supposed to be a stranger, yet their destiny appeared to be intertwined in one way or another. The moment Lelin walked past on the first day, their destiny was tied. If it was for the good or bad, that was yet to be seen. You're right. It's been decided since the beginning of the time, Gabriel answered. That time is what I'll bring back. The time that was erased by someone, if only it were possible. Lelin glanced down at the ring on his finger, subconsciously turning it. Time is eternal, never moving in reverse. Even gods can't change the flow of time. Gabriel was about to speak when the head teachers came down, landing before them. Everyone observed the students, extremely sure that the killer was one of them. As you can see, a person has died here, and we believe it's one of the students that did it. Students from this dorm, Yon took the responsibility for interrogation without asking the other head teachers. I'm sure the killer won't come forward if we simply ask, but let me make this absolutely clear. We have many ways to find out who the killer is. I hope you won't make us use those methods, so whoever is the killer, step forward. He walked from the group of first years to the group of fourth years before stepping back, observing everyone's faces to see if he could find even a single trace of fear. I promise you will be punished with leniency if you come out on your own. If you don't, we will still find you, even though it might be time-consuming and a bit heavy-handed. But in that case, there will be no mercy. You will be executed without any questions asked. He stepped back after finishing his warning. The choice is yours. Despite the warning, not a single person stepped forward. One had to be an idiot if they came forward. Gabriel stood with a poker face as if he was totally innocent. Even though he didn't let it show on his face, on the inside, he was slightly worried. Until now, he thought that there was no need to worry since no one knew about him. He also wanted to use Horan's death as a distraction to keep the teachers busy for the next few days for him to have an easier time. Unfortunately, it appeared as if Lelin knew that he had something to do with this. He was slightly worried that Lelin was going to speak. Even if he spoke, Gabriel was sure he could talk his way out of it since the words of someone couldn't be an evidence against him, but still, he wanted to avoid that situation. Fortunately, Lelin didn't speak. Instead, he looked slightly bored. Zinsei took the lead this time, trying a bluff. I'm sure you people know about the crown of Ulysses. At least most of you do. It's an artifact that can check if you're lying or telling the truth. If the culprit doesn't come out, we'll be forced to use it. Even though Ileana had rejected the suggestion of using the crown of Ulysses, these youngsters didn't know that, which made her use the bluff. Fear was the best tool and saved some time as well. We honestly don't want to use the crown since it can affect your talent and spiritual strength in unexpected ways, but we won't have a choice. So if you are the killer, come out. Because there is no way for you to escape. As Yon said, we'll have mercy if you come out on your own. Also, if there is anyone else who has any clue about this murder, they can also step forward since the crown will affect you as well. Everyone will have to go through the crown until we find the killer. The threat of the crown of Ulysses appeared to work. It made everyone nervous. They came here to become stronger, but to become weaker. Everyone waited and hoped that the killer would come out and help them indirectly, but no one stepped forward. Gabriel glanced at Lelin in surprise. Even under the threat of losing his talent, he didn't speak. It was very strange. Lelin still didn't seem to care. He just stood, lost in his own thoughts. Lelin didn't step forward, but there was one person from the senior batch who stepped forward. You did it. Zinsei frowned, observing the youngster. I didn't kill him, but I do have some information that can be of help. The man was none other than the person who had stopped Gabriel in the hallway. The only person who concerned Gabriel at the moment was Lelin. He didn't care about anyone else. What information? Ileana inquired. I think I might have seen the killer, the young man answered. Huh, everyone exclaimed in shock. So the killer was seen. They sighed in relief. It appeared as if they were saved. However, they were still curious as to who could be the person that dared to kill a student on campus. A few hours ago, I was leaving the dorms when I noticed this guy walking inside. The man pointed at Horan. I didn't think much of it, even though it was too late for first years to arrive at this late hour. However, not too far from him, there was another first-year student. I didn't think much of it at that time, but now that I think about it, it looks like the young man was trailing the dead person. I even stopped him to ask him why he was out so late. He said he dropped something outside and went there to take it back. I had to leave after that, so I didn't ask many questions, but I did notice him moving faster, in the same direction as the guy. I really should have been more careful. The young man explained everything that he went through, from meeting Gabriel to leaving. Who is that person? All the teachers looked at the first-year students. From this explanation, it was clear that the killer was a first-year student, which was also what everyone was suspicious about at the start. Since Gabriel and Lelin were standing in the light, the man's eyes went on them first. However, he shifted his gaze to others. He couldn't recognize the Carrick illusion of Gabriel. That student isn't here. He must still be inside the dorms. The man shook his head before turning around, failing to find the man. Are you sure? Ileana grimly asked. Was the person you saw really a first year? I am sure he was a first-year student, the man confidently stated. And the first-year student I saw isn't one of them. That isn't possible, Ileana responded. All the first-year students are here. I personally accepted their invitation today. I know how many of them are there. They're all here. So he was lying, a youngster exclaimed, taken aback. Maybe he's the killer. He wanted to shift the blame but didn't know he was going to be caught so fast. That would make sense. He was really scared at the thought of being caught. It would make sense if he made a lie in his nervousness. Good thing he's caught. One after another, all the students started talking about the same thing, believing that the man was the killer instead. Lelin scoffed, finding the entire situation sad yet funny. But he still didn't interfere. He wasn't here to interfere in things. He had goals of his own. The man who had come out to talk about the killer found himself in the middle of accusations. His face went pale in fear. Roy thought he could be the hero in the situation by giving the clues about the killer that everyone was looking for. He thought he could save everyone from going through the test of the crown by coming forward and could even get rewards from the teachers for giving clues that they were looking for. Unfortunately, he soon realized that he was probably too optimistic in his assumption. Not only was he caught in the middle of this mess, but the people who were supposed to praise him were calling him the killer. Even the teachers were looking at him suspiciously. Maybe I was wrong about his year. Stuttering, Roy started looking at other students. If that person wasn't in the first-year students, then he must have been in other years. At any cost, he needed to find that person if he wanted to prove his innocence. Unfortunately, even after he went through all the students, he didn't find the person he had seen before. He had already started sweating while his throat dried up. He gulped heavily in fear. All the head teachers were still looking at him. Kid, we don't have all day. The head of House of Light couldn't help but feel as if this guy was wasting their time. He isn't here. I swear in my life I saw someone who isn't. And he definitely looked like a first-year student. He also didn't correct me when I called him out in the first year. But he isn't here. Do you have any evidence to prove if what you're stating is true? Zinsei asked. If not, I'm afraid you'll have to be the first person who goes through the test of the crown to prove that what you're telling is the truth. Proof? That's right. I can prove I'm not lying, Roy suddenly exclaimed, realizing that he had forgotten something. He did have something that could prove he wasn't lying. Roy looked at one of his friends in the crowd. Lloyd was there with me. He was the one who called me to the gate, for which I had to leave. He saw me talking to that person. In his fear, he had forgotten entirely about the fact that he wasn't alone. He called his friend forward, who was slightly scared to come ahead. He didn't want to be accused like his friend. Is he telling the truth? Did you see a person in the dorm who isn't here? Yon asked in his heavy voice, which made the young man take a step back in fear. I didn't see that person's face clearly, but Roy is telling the truth. He was talking to a youngster when I called him. Despite his fears, now that he was here, he answered honestly. Hearing the answers, Yon's face twitched. He realized what that meant. Even though it was a bad news that a student had been killed here, hearing Lloyd's answers, Ileana looked at Yon's face in amusement. All of you can go back to your rooms. Until your next orders, none of you are to leave your rooms except the fourth years, she commanded. She had the answer she needed. Roy sighed in relief. He didn't know what was going to happen next, but at least he was proven innocent. He could safely walk back. However, he didn't forget to glare at the people who were calling him killers, especially people from his own class. One after another, all the students walked inside the dorms. Lelin and Gabriel walked inside together. Throughout the journey, none of them spoke to each other. However, the silence was somewhat scary. It was as if there was a silence before the storm. Lelin went to his room, separating from the group. Gabriel also went to his own room, still thinking about Lelin and his identity. He didn't know how Lelin found out about him, but he felt that it was because of some Newman that Lelin possessed. Only Newmans were so mythical that they could help him find out. There was no other way. As for what Newman Lelin possessed, that was the question. Something that can help him read my mind. If that's the case, it will make sense how he would know. Or it could also be a Newman that can help him see the past. He didn't know too much about the Newmans other than the ones he heard about. He only knew how many there were in total, and that each of those Newmans possessed the strength of a demigod, but other than that, he didn't know much. If Lyra was here, she could have told me what Newmans could make something like that possible for Lelin, or if he was actually bluffing. In any case, he didn't tell the teachers. That's good, just a few days more. As long as he doesn't become an obstruction in my path, I should be able to avoid him. But if he does, Lelin was about to sleep before he was called down, but now that he was back in his room, he could see the sun rising in the distance. It was already morning. He stood on his balcony, looking down at the teachers who were still there. It seems that our initial assumption about the killer being from the House of Light was wrong, Ileana summarized. If he isn't a student from the House of Light, he could be from another house who managed to sneak inside. With that in mind, what do you say, Yon? Should we still use the Crown of Ilyssus? We can start with the House of Flames. Yon's face twitched uncontrollably. He wanted the crown to be used because the incidence was limited to the House of Light. Even if those people had their talents messed up, it didn't affect him or his house. However, now that his own house was in the zone of fire, he couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let his precious students go through this test. HMPH, didn't we already agree that we won't use the Crown of Ilyssus? It's not good for the academy and for the students to use it on such a large scale, Yon snorted. Also, how can we be sure that the boy wasn't lying? Maybe he and his friend committed this murder together. That's possible as well. At this moment, anything is possible. Rem agreed. All we know at the moment is that no one had any clue about the killer other than those two. And even if the killer was in the crowd before us, he refused to come forward on his own. So it's too soon to come to a conclusion about anything. What, aren't we all forgetting about something? Zinsai rolled her eyes. We all know that the spells of light have been used by the murderer, including the healing and the purifying spell. There is no way that the killer could be from any other house. That. Yon slapped his forehead. He became so flustered before that he even forgot to consider that factor. It was already proven that the killer used the element of light. Unfortunately, in his haste, he had agreed that using the crown was a stupid idea. He couldn't go back on his words now, no matter how much he regretted it. As I said, it's too soon to come to a conclusion, Lishan chimed in again. Even though it looks like the work of a mage of light, there could be more to this than we know. For example, wasn't the dead a mage of light? It's quite possible that he used healing on himself to survive for as long as he could. It's also possible that he was forced to use the purifying under threat. We're running blind at the moment. First, we need to know more about the dead kid. Even though Rem was looking at a really wide picture, he did consider all the possibilities. No matter how unlikely they were, we should have his complete file in a few hours. We can wait in the dean's castle until then. Ileana left a few teachers behind to keep an eye on the dorms before leaving with the other head teachers of the head council. Since everything had happened so recently, they couldn't jump the ship too soon. They needed to consider every factor, especially since it looked like an act of revenge. The head council waited for a few hours in a beautiful hall, sitting around a round table. It was 8 in the morning when a young lady arrived, holding multiple files. The files are ready. She placed a file before each of the head council members. Each file had the same content. They had the life history of Horan, at least as much as they could have gathered. After the young lady placed the file before everyone, she was gestured to leave. The young lady left the hall, closing the hall behind her as she left. The majestic hall returned to silence as all the teachers looked at the closed file before them, curious if it could give them some information. Unlike the other teachers, Ileana already knew a few things about Horan since she had allowed him an admission here. But even she didn't dive deep into his past other than knowing a few basic things like his father was killed while serving the Church of Light. She had been so busy handling the academy in the absence of the dean that she couldn't find time to even read about how that happened. Everyone opened the file and started going through what was recorded. The more they read, the more serious their expressions became as they realized how deep this mess could be. Did I make a mistake? I became too hasty at the sight of an opportunity. I should have been more careful. Gabriel lay on his bed, lost in thoughts. He was slightly upset at himself for giving in to his emotions. It was just the first day, and he had already killed Horan, creating a turmoil in the entire academy. It was partially good since it kept people busy, but because of Roy, everyone knew that the killer was a first-year student. That once again brought him into the range of fire. To get myself out of this turmoil, I'll need to create an even bigger turmoil. Since I've already pushed the schedule ahead, I might as well do it properly. All the teachers were busy, focusing on the killers. That was good as well. If the teachers were that busy, he could use them. He stood up and walked to the mirror before him. I'm sure they'll know that Khan and I had some conflict with the group of Yan. I suppose it is time to use Khan. Too bad I need to use him for a distraction. He is a good guy, but if that's what it takes, then that's what shall be. Someone from a small town whose family was killed by a dark mage. He left the village and came to the holy city. Since his father was a member of the holy church who died fighting a dark mage, the church sent him here, and I gave him admission here. Liana summarized the beginning of the file. So you know about his equation with the dark mages. Yon frowned. You could have told us that much as we waited for the files to be ready. It's better if you all read from the files as this got more details about that incident. I only knew the basics. And even then, I don't think that's the part of his life that should be on focus. Not as if a dark mage could enter the city and kill him. The beginning of the file contained the information about the attack of the dark mage on the village, but it didn't mention Gabriel at all. There was no mention in the file about a young man who was a mage of light, but somehow ended up becoming a mage of darkness. The Holy Church kept that part a secret. They even warned Horan against talking about it. It was the same case with Maya. None of them were to say that a youngster in the village had turned into a dark mage after becoming a mage of light. That was a dangerous piece of information. The Church of Light represented everything that was holy. It represented a purity that couldn't be corrupted by darkness. They were the leaders in the battle against the darkness. However, if someone was to find out that a mage of light had somehow changed into a mage of darkness, this could make them confused. It could send out the wrong signal that the Holy Church of Light wasn't as pure as they claimed to be, which the church couldn't accept at any cost. This concern made the Church of Light bury the entire incident as something related to the dark mages attacking the town and killing people. The church had placed posters of Gabriel in many cities. They had distributed the sketches to all the branches of the Church of Light. However, all those posters only mentioned that he was a mage of darkness. No poster mentioned about his previous identity as the mage of light. The church also didn't expose the age of Gabriel. They didn't want the world to see that the mages of darkness were so talented that they could awaken their element as soon as they turned 18. Especially since even in the Church of Light, there wasn't a single person who had awakened their element at such a young age. The only person who did, they embraced darkness instead. Other than the head priests of the Church of Light, no one else knew about the reality of this entire incident, even in the Church of Light. Only the head priests knew that a mage of light became a mage of darkness. That's true. A mage of darkness can't enter the town, at least not without alerting the Church of Light, and even if they came, infiltrating the academy is impossible. Lishan agreed, but we can never ignore the possibility of them hiring someone to do their job for them. I doubt any student of the academy will work. Yon scoffed. The dark mages have been completely isolated. If there's a person who is talented enough to enter the academy, they won't side with the demons, I'm sure of it. What about this incident instead? Zinsai placed her fingers on the third page. The kid was involved in a fight in the city just yesterday. 2 groups of youngsters fought, and some interesting names here as well. A first-year mage of light. Khan Ashton, Yon observed the name as well. He had also noticed it. Apparently the fight was between Khan and Yan. Those 2 families do have some bad blood. It is possible that Yan was in the House of Flames, which came under Yon. With this new piece of information, he decided that this was where they should focus on. Just one day before this murder, this conflict happened, and the killer was supposed to be a first-year mage of light. This all makes sense. It was too much to be a coincidence. Let's ask both the parties directly. Ileana was about to send someone to call Yan, but she was stopped by Yon. Yan isn't in the academy. He took a couple of days off to go to his family for something. I'll send Garrick to bring his brother back. He should know what to say and what not to say. We can't let this information leak to the Rainey family or any major family, for that matter. Garrick is clever. He'll understand. Ileana left the head council. The meeting was scheduled for later. Gabriel stood before the mirror, trying a look through the ring of Apophis. However, this time, he was selected to be Yan. Time to create the biggest fire that the Academy has seen. He had a plan in his mind, a dangerous plan that could give him what he needed, but also risky enough that it could backfire on him. Everything depended on this crazy plan. Gabriel decided to execute his plan at night and also when he was going to execute the theft. He decided that it was better to do it tonight itself. Ileana located Garrick, who was one of the best students in the House of Light and also the student she placed most focus on. Other than being a good student, he also had another identity. He was the heir of the Rainey family, which was one of the major families in the city. One of the head priests in the Church of Light was from the Rainey family as well, and so was Yan. If she sent anyone else to bring Yan back, she couldn't trust them not to tell everything that happened in the academy under the pressure of the Rainey family. She also couldn't send a teacher to bring Yan back suddenly, as that could also raise suspicions. At any cost, she didn't want the Rainey family to find out what happened here, because if they did, the church was sure to get involved. Thus, she selected the only person she believed could bring Yan back safely without telling the Rainey family everything. It was Garrick Rainey. Yes, teacher. Garrick was slightly surprised to see Ileana approach him so soon. Did you find the killer? We'll discuss that later. But first, listen to me carefully. I want you to go on a mission for me. If you finish it successfully, you'll receive appropriate credits. Mission. At this time, Garrick glanced back at the dorm. All right. What's the mission? It's a simple mission. I want you to go to your home and bring Yan back. However, no one outside must find out what happened at the academy. Not even your family. My brother, Garrick, frowned. Someone was killed at the academy. Instead of focusing on that, the acting dean was asking for his brother to be brought back. This made him suspicious. Why at this time? Unless, don't tell me you think my brother is behind this murder. He might be an idiot, but he isn't that big of an idiot. There's no way he could be involved in this. Calm down. We don't believe that your brother did it. However, we believe that your brother can lead us to the real killer. He is innocent, but Ileana told Garrick about the conflict his brother had in the city right before the admission process to the academy and how that was the last conflict in which Horan was involved. Hearing that his brother wasn't being called in for the reason he initially thought, Garrick somewhat calmed down. His brother wasn't a culprit, but he was a witness. I'll bring him back. Throughout the morning, there were no training classes. All the students were kept inside the dorms as the teachers went through everything. However, in the afternoon, finally, the first-year students were called out again. The first-year batch of the Mage of Lights came out of the dorms again. They could see that the body was removed by now. All the blood marks were also taken care of. It was as if nothing had happened here. Gabriel looked up, observing the window. The window was also replaced by now. It was evident that these people had been busy erasing the evidence of what happened here. A middle-aged man stood before all of the students. I'm sure you all already saw me. I was here this morning as well. The middle-aged man flashed a bright smile. I'm called Noel. I am one of your teachers, and I'll be teaching you the defensive spells throughout the years. As you all know, defense spells are absolutely necessary to protect yourself. I'm sure you already know what could happen if you don't have good protection. Even the man couldn't help but glance at the window above as he spoke. What could be a better example to teach you the importance of a good defense than what happened this morning? Anyway, you are all mages of light. You have the purest and the most versatile element, which is also known as the ruler of elements. The element of light has many uses if you can utilize it well. It's as good on defense as it is on offense. Even the passive spells are unique. That's why this element is unlike anything else. Throughout the years, you'll learn how to use your element better, and by the time you graduate, you'll be the best mages that the world has ever seen. That is if you focus on your training, so I'd advise you not to be lax. Even as Noel explained, the students still looked confused. Most of them couldn't believe that their classes were continuing as usual even after what happened just a few hours ago. Even Noel didn't feel comfortable with this. That's why he had suggested that there should be no classes today. However, his suggestion was soundly rejected by Ileana, who told him that everything would continue as it was planned. Just because someone was killed, they were going to seal the entire academy. The killer was going to be found sooner or later. In the end, Noel had no choice but to come here. He acted as if nothing had happened as he gave his introduction. Today, you'll be taken to the Museum of Elements, Noel declared. His declaration came as quite a surprise to a lot of students who didn't know that they would be taken to the Museum of Elements this soon. As for the ones who already knew how the academy worked, they didn't find it surprising. Every year, the first class of the first-year students was held inside the Museum of Elements to teach them about the history and what they could achieve if they continued walking the right path. It wasn't strange for them to be taken there. Gabriel also didn't find it surprising since Ria had already told him about it. He was finally going to enter the Museum of Elements. He was finally entering his destination. Noel took all the first-year students to the Museum of Elements. The security during the day was just as strict as it was during the night. It was only because they were with Noel that they were allowed to even pass through the security. However, that was just the external security. Gabriel took his first step inside the museum building. The entrance was not too big, but it wasn't too small either. Students could walk in 5 lines without hitting the shoulders of the one beside them. Both Gabriel and Lelin were in the lead of their respective line. The other lines were being led by Khan and the princess. As for the last line, it was being led by a student that Gabriel didn't know. This feeling. As soon as Gabriel entered the Museum of Elements, he felt a strange feeling course through his body. His dark ring also started getting restless inside his gloves. He didn't understand why it was the case. It shouldn't have happened just because of the ancestral staff of darkness being here. It was something else, something that could even make his ring restless. Lelin also clenched his fist, taking a deep breath as if trying to calm himself down. Lelin also felt slightly uneasy, but he kept his calm. He didn't let his unease show on his face. All the students were finally inside the Museum of Elements. The first layer of the museum contained the relics of the past. They were slightly less important than the core treasures at the academy, but they were still an essential part of the history. The group of first-year students that was accompanying Noel stopped behind him. There was a concrete stand before them. On the stand, a rusted helmet could be seen, which was covered in magically reinforced glass. Any guesses who this helmet belonged to? Noel asked, smirking. This was worn by a really special person in their battle, by someone who changed the world in his own way, the king's crown. Both Khan and Princess Elia spoke at the same time. Even though Khan had been away from the royal city for a long time, they were still part of the nobles once upon a time. He knew what this helmet was. Based on the symbol that was carved on the helmet, he also recognized the number. Princess Elia also recognized the crown since it was part of her family history. It is the crown that was worn by the first king of the Lumen Empire on his crusade to unite the empire, she stated. Noel nodded in satisfaction. However, he wasn't surprised. It would have been more surprising if these two hadn't known. That's right, it's the war helmet of King Ignea. He was the first ruler of the United Lumen Empire and the founding father of the empire you are standing inside. The man is known to be one of the greatest kings in the history. He wasn't a mage like us. In fact, he was as ordinary as a human could be. Despite that, he wrote his own destiny and became the emperor of one of the strongest emperors in the world. If as a human, he could achieve all this and create a peaceful empire, ending wars, then imagine what you all can do with your holy power. All you need is proper convictions, and that's one of the things you'll be taught in the academy. After briefly describing the helmet, Noel started walking away, only to stop as if he had remembered something more. I forgot to mention the most important thing. Even though you're here, you aren't allowed to touch anything, especially the glasses that protect these items. If you try, you'll be hurt badly. All these glasses have been magically reinforced by our dean himself, so please be mindful. After issuing a warning, Noel moved into the next item in the massive hall, and here we have. Noel kept explaining the items and their significance in history. With each item, he didn't forget to remind everyone what they could learn from this. Gabriel wasn't interested in the explanation. He could see that all the items here were useless. None of these were Newman's. Most of these were ordinary items with some historical significance. The only items with his attention were the ones he was after, and they were on the above. The above floor had no windows, at least none that could be seen from the outside, so if one was to enter, they could only use this route to get there. Noel was immersed in explanation. On the other hand, Gabriel was observing the guards in their positions. He was informed by Lyra about what to expect, but now that he was inside, he got a much more accurate idea about what he could face. There were just too many guards here. He also noticed the elements of the guards, memorizing every detail that he might need for his goal. Even as time passed, his black ring hadn't calmed down. It was still uneasy. Gabriel noticed that the closer they went to the stairs to the next floor, the more his ring started to react. Moreover, when they moved away from the stairs to learn about items in another corner of the hall, the ring became a bit less excited. Something is above, that's for sure. Something that is making my ring react like that. Only he knew here that his ring was his grimoire of death and necromancy in disguise as a ring. In reality, it wasn't a ring that was reacting. It was his grimoire that was responding, and to make his grimoire react, the item had to be more than just another element's ancestral staff. He believed whatever was making the ring react. It was something related to Carrick or his element. He remained with the group, eagerly waiting so they could be taken up where he could find what it really was. After spending 3 hours on the ground floor, Noel was finally done with all the artifacts here. In the entire group of first-year students, there were only 2 people who weren't hearing what Noel was saying. Only the 2 students appeared to be distracted during his explanations, and this didn't escape Noel's attention. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. Every year, there were students who were bored when he talked about the mortal treasures that the academy possessed. He could only shake his head and focus on other students. Those 2 students were Lelin and Gabriel. Now that we are done with the items that humans used to change the world, let me show you the items that mages used to affect the world in ways that no one could have imagined. The artifacts used by the strongest mages. With Noel's declaration, there was great excitement amongst the students. They were mages, and that's what interested them the most. Finally, Gabriel and Lelin also looked interesting. Seeing their interest, Noel could only laugh wryly. These two were so materialistic. Come. Noel walked to the stairs. Gabriel and the other students followed him. Just as Gabriel had expected, the closer he went to the next floor, the more excited his ring became. He clenched his fist tightly to try to make his ring calm down a bit. His finger had started aching at this point because of his ring's reaction. With each step, Gabriel's heartbeat increased. He was about to see just what it was that even his grimoire couldn't stay calm before. After around 50 steps around the circular staircase, Gabriel stepped foot on the next floor, the floor where all the Newmans and everything precious was kept. As soon as Gabriel stepped here, the first thing he noticed was the security of this place. It was even worse than downstairs here. There were more guards here than there were students at the moment, and each guard stood beside one of the artifacts. The most eye-catching artifact, was in the middle of the hall. It was a majestic staff that was floating in mid-air. The staff was pitch black in color and had a beautiful gem attached to it that seemed to be filled with the infinite power of darkness. The staff was also surrounded by shields of glass from all sides that not only protected the staff from being touched by someone, but it also made sure that no one could be affected by the dark aura of the staff. The staff's dark aura was restricted inside the glass chamber. It was the ancestral staff of darkness. The staff that Lyra was after. Gabriel was extremely close to the staff, but he couldn't take it. It wasn't the time. If he tried now, he knew he was going to be caught. I'm sure you're all interested in this staff the most. This is also one of the most precious holdings of the Academy. It's the staff that was used by the head of the Church of Darkness. It is the strongest staff that contains the element of darkness in existence. Using this staff, the Lord of Darkness destroyed many mages of the Alliance that fought him in the Great War before he was ultimately defeated by the elemental lords of the Holy Alliance. There's a great story associated with the staff actually. Noel went closer to the staff and lost himself in the amazing history of these artifacts. All the students followed behind. Gabriel also followed him, but as he moved closer to the staff of darkness, he became even more sure that the staff wasn't attracting his ring. It was something else here. Even though he walked closer to the staff of darkness, his ring only became less excited, as if it wanted him to go in another direction. Gabriel stopped in his place, observing the items around him. There were so many items, but what was the one that was attracting his ring? He wanted to rush to all of them, but he knew he couldn't. He had to stay with the group for now. He kept the ring in control, waiting for a little longer. Unlike him, it appeared as if Lelin knew exactly what was making him uneasy. He looked to his left. A frown formed on his forehead, but he also stayed with the group for now. Through the way, he hadn't opened his fists that were firmly clenched. Gabriel and Lelin had never been this uncomfortable as they were now. They wanted to get to something, but they had to stay with the group. It is said that after the Lord of Darkness was killed, his body turned into smoke. His grimoire also disappeared. However, one thing was left behind, this staff. The war was over, but it was the beginning of another conflict, the negotiations for the Staff of Darkness. All the Alliance Church lords knew that the Staff of Darkness was dangerous and couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of a dark mage. That all agreed on, but what they didn't agree on was who should keep it. Noel kept his eyes on the beautiful staff as he talked about the story. All of them believed that they should keep it in their churches, but none of them wanted the others to have it. Even though the Holy Church of Light was the strongest at that time, even it wasn't allowed to keep it. So in the end, it was decided that none of them will keep it, and that it will be kept at a neutral place, which would be just as secure as the Holy Church of Light. Hahaha, I'm sure you can imagine what place they selected. Noel turned to look at the expressions of the youngsters. Ever since the destruction of the Church of Darkness, this staff is with us, gracing our internal museum. This is also our most precious artifact and the reason there is so much security in the museum. As you can imagine, this is the Holy Staff of Dark Mages, and they have been after it for decades, so we just have to be more careful. After finishing with his explanations, Noel felt really amused to see the amazed expression of the youngsters. However, his pleased smile disappeared as he noticed that the two students were still not looking as interested as he had hoped. His face twitched unintentionally. You two, what are your names? Gabriel looked back, wondering who he was talking to. I'm talking to you. What's your name? Noel especially focused on Gabriel this time. Carrick, Gabriel answered. And yours, Lelin. You two have a better place you need to be, Noel asked, supporting a slightly condescending tone. If you two are not interested in the class, you're welcome to leave at any time. You don't have to force yourself to be here if you don't want to. I've noticed it since the start. You two haven't been paying attention to what I'm saying at all. Who says we aren't? Lelin fired back. Does one need to stare at your face to listen to your words? It might come as a surprise to you, but we don't hear through our eyes. We listen through our ears. Lelin was the calmest person in the first year. Even when someone was killed, he was calm, but currently, he was showing an entirely different side at being scolded. He was already uneasy because of being in this hall, and on top of that, he was being scolded. He didn't mince his words at the moment. It was fortunate that he spoke before Gabriel could, attracting all the attention to him. It was unclear how Gabriel was about to react since he was going through the same thing. Why you? Noel's face turned red. For the first time, a student had talked to him like that, and not only did he talk back, but he also insulted him. Noel felt as if all the students were judging him at the moment. Everyone was looking at him. He couldn't do anything stupid. Lelin was still a student, after all. He couldn't just attack a child. He also couldn't kick him out of here for talking back since his words weren't wrong either. No one hears through their eyes. Is that so? He asked, trying to control his rage. Would you mind repeating what I said then? Even though Lelin claimed that he was listening, Noel was sure that he wasn't. He actually was distracted. There was no way he heard his words. Through this question, he believed he had an advantage again. If Lelin couldn't answer how, he could kick him out. Lelin let out a tired sigh before he started speaking. He repeated exactly what he had spoken about the staff. In fact, somehow, he was able to replicate the exact words that Noel had used. There was not even a single word missing. It was as if not only Lelin heard what was being spoken, but he memorized it as well. Noel was even more taken aback. Lelin was actually focusing on his words, but how was that possible? Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it now. Lelin had proven maybe it was him who was mistaken. Despite realizing that he was wrong, he didn't apologize. Good, focus on what I'm saying. He turned around, looking aloof, moving on. I've shown you the most important artifact we have now. It's time to show you the most bizarre one. He walked left, hiding his red face, not even glancing back. This time, Gabriel's ring actually started reacting more intensely. The closer he walked to the next artifact, the most excited his ring became. He was sure this was it. This was what his ring was calling for. The artifact was right before his eyes. In the left corner of the hall, there was an item that was the least eye-catching out of all the items in the hall. The hall was filled with Newmans and precious treasures like the ancestral Staff of Darkness. But despite all that, Noel decided to show this item to the students second. There was a similar concrete stand before the youngsters, which had the insignia of the academy carved on it. On top of the plain white stand, there laid a small wooden box. The square wooden box was only 30 centimeters wide and appeared to be made from ordinary wood that looked like it had already started rotting. What's inside the box? Princess Elia inquired. If it was in a place like this, she was sure it couldn't be an ordinary item at all, no matter how mundane it appeared. Noel let out a sigh, gazing at the old box with the same curiosity as the other students possessed. Your guess is as good as mine. Even you don't know, another student asked, surprised. Is it such a big secret that only the higher-ups know? Heh, if only. The truth is that even they don't know what's in the box. Not even our dean knows what's in the box, Noel explained. That's why I called it a bizarre artifact. The box has no lock on it. There is no seal either. Despite all that, it's impossible to open it. Many people have tried throughout the years. Even the heads of various churches arrived here and attempted to open the box, but they couldn't. Can't you break it to see what's inside? Or is it too precious? Break it. Heh, you think no one tried. The box is supposed to be an ordinary box. We have tested it. However, despite all that, it's impossible to break it. The wooden box might look weak, but even the strongest have failed to leave a scratch on the box. All the rotten marks and scratches you see on the box. They have been there ever since the box was first discovered. Even the strongest of attacks couldn't destroy the box. There was not a single teacher in the academy who wasn't curious to see just what secrets were inside the box. Unfortunately, they had no way. This was a treasure that they were never going to find out about. Could it be that the box is a Newman? If it's a normal box, it should have been destroyed. Khan theorized. Maybe there is nothing inside at all. As I said before, that's not the case. Noel rejected the notion. We have tested the box through our Newmans. It's not a Newman. That makes us believe that what makes the box so resistant is whatever is inside the box. That's what protects this wooden box and also makes it impossible to be opened. If there is a Newman, it's not the box, but what's inside the box, he further explained. Too bad we will never find what's there. His answer left many unsatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. If there were a way to open the box, he would have been the first in line to do it. Unfortunately, they had exhausted all their options. They had used all the methods they could to open the box, only to fail. The mysterious box was no more than a showpiece that highlighted just how little everyone knew about this world. It was a showpiece that basked in the curiosity of those around it. It was the biggest mystery that was impossible to be solved. Anyway, moving on, Noel moved over to another stand, walking away from the wooden box in the glass shell. Lelin and Gabriel were still left behind, gazing at the wooden box. This was it. Gabriel knew that this was what his ring wanted. It was as if his ring was pleading for him to snatch the box and leave. He turned around unwillingly and joined the group. The ring seemed to resist him moving away from the wooden box, but he ignored the resistance. The ring was like a pet that knew what it wanted, but didn't consider the circumstances or the surroundings. He couldn't be that ignorant. Gabriel joined the group again. There was one more thing he needed to locate, the Eye of Osiris. Lelin also took a long breath, observing the guards around him. His face looked really impatient, but he also controlled himself, joining the group. It appeared as if both the youngsters were after the same thing. The group moved over to the next artifact, which was another Newman. It was a small piece of paper that was lying on the stand, protected by the glass. The letter of Yoin, Noel explained. The stand for this piece of paper was much taller than the other stands, making sure that the paper laid flat on the eye level of the youngsters. I'm sure you're wondering why the stand is so tall with this. That's because it's said to be a cursed Newman. We can't afford to let any of you make a mistake with this. A cursed Newman. This was the first time many had heard that terminology. The youngsters looked at each other in confusion. Yeah, it's a cursed artifact. Even though it's just a letter written by a person, the words on the letter contain the anger, rage, and hatred of someone really special. I can't tell you who it is or why he wrote what he did. I can only tell you a little about the letter. Even as Noel talked, he avoided looking at the piece of paper even though he didn't need to. The glass was already tinted to some extent where only the silhouette of the paper could be seen but not the content. Apparently the letter only contains 3 lines. However, whoever reads even 1 line dies. In other words, it's a letter that can kill you. That's why it's called a cursed Newman that is too dangerous. The letter already took many lives before it was secured. What is in the 3 lines? A youngster asked, even though he was intimidated by what he heard in the letter. He was also curious about what was written in the letter. Young one, that curiosity is what killed many people. Even some teachers at the academy died in the past trying to read the letter. And as you may know, the dead don't talk. Still, there are a few words that we know. Can you tell us the words? Elia asked the teacher. Even though she was the princess of the empire, even she didn't know about such things that were kept by the academy. Noel nodded. There are only a few words since no one dares to read the entire line now. Oh right, now that I think about it, he especially focused on Gabriel. One of the words is your name. The words we know from the letter are Carrick, you unleashed. After speaking only 3 words, Noel stopped. Unleashed what? Elia inquired, wondering what was unleashed and who this Carrick was. And who wrote this letter? How did it become cursed? There were so many questions in her head, and she wasn't the only one. Even Gabriel had these questions at this point. He only knew one person who was named Carrick, the first human god, the origin element of death and necromancy. Was Carrick that this letter mentioned the one he knew? Since this letter was a Newman, it was certain that it was written by a demigod. But which demigod and why? The answer was probably in the lines of the letter, but whoever read more than a certain part of the letter died. It was as if no one was supposed to know the content of this letter. Whoever did, they died. In the curse of this Newman, Gabriel even wondered if this letter became a Newman because of the demigod who wrote it or because of the person that it was written to. It was also possible that Carrick kept this letter with them forever, not wanting anyone to see it, which gave this Newman a cursed characteristic. That shouldn't be the case. If he didn't want that letter, he would have destroyed it. It became a Newman because of someone who wanted people to read the letter and then die. The one who wrote the letter addressed the letter to Carrick. Maybe the target of the letter was him. Whoever wrote this letter. It wasn't just a letter. It was most probably a took to kill Carrick, disguised as a letter. Gabriel didn't know what happened in the past, so all he could do was guess. But he believed his guess was in the right direction. Even though he heard only 3 words, the words had the essence of hate and anger in them. He could feel it. The letter was written so that Carrick would read it, and then it was cursed so he would die after reading it. Whoever did it. They wanted Carrick to die, and they wanted him to know why he died. That's why the curse only works after someone reads it. Was this what killed Carrick? Was this letter the weapon that brought the end of Carrick's era? Gabriel had the question but no answer. However, there was a gut feeling in his heart that Carrick couldn't be stupid enough not to sense that something was wrong with the letter. The chances of him dying because of this letter were really low, according to him. However, it was a fierce attempt, no doubt. Who could have written it? He frowned. Most people had questions about the following few words, but he had a question about the writer of this letter. There are actions that hurt not just the person doing them, but also those around them. Leland lazily stated. This letter was probably written by one who got hurt. It appeared as if he was talking from his experience when he continued. The deeper one looks into the past, the more they realize that it was a much darker world than one could imagine. Noel was about to talk about, but seeing Leland and Gabriel immersed in their own conversation, his irritation flared up again. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson from his last attempt. He just ignored them this time. However, just as he was about to explain further, he heard footsteps behind. All the students were already there, and the guards didn't move. It made him curious who had arrived. It was their turn in this museum today. He straightened up and looked toward the stairs. The hall became slightly warm as a middle-aged man arrived. The newly arrived man had blazing red hair and a powerful aura around him. Through the man's attire, even the students here could recognize the man. A teacher from the House of Flames. Are we having a combined class? Strange. I thought the houses stayed out of each other's path during classes. Then again, maybe this place doesn't count as a class. In any case, it's not as bad to share a space. If he brought his class, where are his students? He is alone. I doubt it's for class. He's probably here for something else. The students started a discussion amongst themselves, wondering why he had arrived there. Each of them had a guess of their own. The teacher from the House of Flames arrived on the second floor and stopped barely 5 meters away from Noel. Which one of these youngsters is Khan and Carrick? The middle-aged man asked. Why do you want to know? Noel frowned. We are in the middle of the class. If it's not, I have orders from the head council to bring the two to them. Before Noel could even finish his sentence, the middle-aged man explained why he was here. Before the head council's orders, even Noel couldn't do anything. It was true that the two youngsters would miss the rest of the class because of this, but he had to let them go. He also had a feeling as to what this could be about. He turned to look at the two youngsters, slightly glad that Gabriel was being taken away. That kid didn't appear interested in the class anyway. Carrick and Khan, you two go with him. Best of luck, little one. Llewellyn tapped Gabriel's shoulders, wishing him luck. However, it appeared as if he had another motive behind tapping Gabriel's shoulders. Gabriel and Khan left with the red-haired man. Khan was unsure what it was about, but if it was others from above, he had to listen. Gabriel, on the other hand, knew exactly what it was about. In fact, he had a feeling that it would be coming. He just didn't expect that it would come this soon. Even on his way out, he glanced over the entire hall once again, especially locating the Eye of Osiris. He already had the location of everyone else. And with the Eye of Osiris, which was lying in the southern portion of the room, he now knew everything that he needed for his final assault later on. As Gabriel and Khan left, another discussion started between the youngsters who believed that the two were called by the head council because they were thought to be the killers. Otherwise, why would the High Council call them? The High Council wasn't that free. Enough talking. We'll be moving on to the next artifact here. We don't have all day. Come. Noel moved over to the next artifact, trying to stop the youngsters from talking. Noel also felt like slapping his forehead in frustration. Even now, Llewellyn didn't appear to be focusing on him. For some reason, he was looking at his own hand. Sigh, this kid, why do I even look at him? Every time I do, he looks more bored than the last time. These spoiled brats with recommendations. If they didn't want to learn, why did they even bother coming here? In recent days, no student had irritated him as much as he was now, and that too when Llewellyn wasn't even speaking anything. He was just immersed in his own thoughts, a mirage. I was right, Llewellyn closed his fist again. Gabriel and Khan followed the middle-aged man out of the museum. Throughout the journey, the old man didn't say anything. Khan also didn't speak. He looked really grim, having a general idea at this point why he was being called, mostly because he was called together with Gabriel. The only thing he had in common with Gabriel was that the two of them stood against Yan and his friends. Moreover, one of those guys was the same one that was killed today. Since it was only the two of them that were being called, he was sure that it was going to be about that. The High Council was most probably suspecting them since they had some conflict initially. He wondered if he could actually prove his innocence, though. He didn't want to have to go through the test of the crown only to get his talent weakened. He was sure Yan was going to try to have that happen. You seem worried. Surprisingly, it was Gabriel who started the conversation. The question isn't why I'm worried. It's why you aren't. I haven't killed that guy. And I'm sure you won't kill him for a small conflict on the street either, Khan stated. We're both innocent. Gabriel didn't react much, but he did find that statement quite ironic. Khan actually had the killer right before his eyes, but he didn't believe it. Then again, he was right as well. Gabriel didn't kill him over a minor conflict on the street either. At this point, we are under suspicion. And I have a feeling that just our words won't be enough to prove our innocence. If they aren't, we would have to go through the test of the crown, and that will be bad. Khan had arrived back in the city to study at the academy and begin the rise of the Ashton family once again, and he also had the talent for that. He was a prodigy, but the crown, that was what scared him, especially since he was innocent. Is the test of the crown so bad? Gabriel inquired. He had heard only a few things about the crown of Ulysses about it affecting the talent of a person, but was it really to an extent where it was scaring the scion of the Ashton family? Yes, it is, Khan answered. The crown of Ulysses is the worst thing for the future of a young mage. It checks your soul and your mind to see if you're lying about something, and it's never wrong. However, in the process of testing your soul, it also carries the potential to damage your soul, reducing your soul strength. Ever since the moment Khan arrived at the academy, he hadn't talked as much as he was talking now, and that too because he was really concerned. Even someone like him was worried. Is that so? Something that can see if someone is lying. Gabriel scratched his temple, trying to see if he had any use for an item like that. The item was good for interrogation, especially on his enemies. He was also sure that the crown they were talking about was the crown he had seen in the museum before leaving. They hadn't reached the part where that crown was introduced before they had to be called away. Each of the Newmen in the academy is precious on its own. Since I'm already stealing 3 of them, what if I steal all of them? It was unclear if it was greed or preparation for the future, but the more Gabriel thought about it, the more he realized the importance of Newmans. If he had them, they could certainly be useful for him in the future. The 2 of them were brought to the central castle, where the High Council, consisting of the head of each elemental house, was waiting for them. All the head teachers were sitting on a chair around the table. There were also 2 more men standing in the distance, one being Yan and the other being Garrick. Both stood with their hands behind their back. After bringing the two youngsters inside the room, the red-haired man left, not forgetting to close the door behind them. For a moment there was complete silence in the entire hall. In fact, it was so silent that even the sound of breathing could be heard. All the head council members observed the two new students who had entered the hall. The silence was broken by the door opening once again as another person made an entry. Another teacher arrived with a third youngster who was recognized by Gabriel as well. It was the youngster that he and Khan had helped. He was partially the reason they had the conflict with Yan's group in the first place. He was Zale, the young mage who carried the element of earth and was being bullied by Yan. Surprisingly, the youngster had also managed to clear the test of the academy, and now he was donning the attire of a first-year student from the House of Earth. Gabriel, Khan, and Zale stood right beside each other. The other teacher also left, sending the room back to silence. Even though Khan was also worried about having to be called here, Zale was the only one who was sweating. He was already very nervous about standing before the head council, which was composed of mages that were said to be strong enough to compete with the head priests of the holy churches. Are they the ones? The head of House of Fire Yon was the first person to speak as he directed a question to Yan. They are, Yan affirmed. They are the ones who attacked us out of nowhere. Not only did Yan recognize the three, but he also blamed everything on them. He is lying, Khan exclaimed. None of us attacked first, and it was a little back and forth. Silence. Khan tried to counter the false accusation of Yan, who made it seem like they were the ones that were looking for a fight. Even though it was true that he did provoke Yan so he could have an excuse to fight him, but to say that they attacked out of nowhere, that was a complete fabrication. Unfortunately, before he could even finish, he heard Yon's shout, "It's not your turn to talk." Khan Ashton nodded and stopped speaking. Yon focused on Yan again. "You can continue." Yan felt really pleased in his heart to watch Khan be scolded. Even though one of his friends was supposedly cared, he could care less about Horan. That boy was no more than a servant for him. If Horan's death gave him a path to get Khan and Gabriel in trouble, he felt it was a worthy trade. I remember Khan was provoking me, saying that he wanted me to fight so he could have an excuse to kill me. And on the other side, his two goons attacked my friends. I remember Horan's lips were bleeding when I decided to retreat since the royal carriage was about to arrive. I didn't want to show this bad sight to them, so I left. If only I knew that Khan and his friend were so bloodthirsty that they were going to kill my dear friend Horan as soon as they got the opportunity. These guys, they are beasts. I'm sure they killed Horan together in cold blood. Yan walked on a path of lies, but he didn't care. Since he wasn't the one under suspicion, he couldn't care less. He wasn't even in the academy when it happened, after all. Moreover, he was actually certain that Khan and Gabriel were truly the ones that killed Horan. How else would he die within just a day of their conflict? That too when he was in his dorms that could only be accessed by a mage of light. It was too much of a coincidence that they were all in the same dorms. So they had the motives and they had the opportunity. Yon smiled after hearing Yan's testimony. Do we need any more evidence? I think not. Those three are our main culprits. Now that our search has narrowed to only 3 potential candidates, I believe we can use the crown of Elysis now. Zinsai also agreed. Our biggest hesitation was that we didn't want to use it on the entire House of Light, but now that we have the ones, we should be able to use the crown. That way we can get a final confession and close this case. I agree as well. Throughout the years, there has been no death in the academy, but as soon as these 3 got admission the same night, there was a killing. All 3 of them had reasons to do it, but only 2 of them had access. I think we found our killers. One after another, all the head teachers were assured that they had the killers. All that was lacking was the final confession and they could use the crown. Only 3 teachers still hadn't spoken. Those 3 were Ileana, Rem, and Lishan. Other than them, everyone else expressed their opinion. Ileana also knew that their words made sense. Under normal conditions, she would have agreed as well, but one of the supposed culprits was Gabriel. He was the student who was supposed to take the academy to great heights. His talent was like nothing they had ever seen before. Since she wanted him to be treated like a normal student to keep his talent a secret, she hadn't informed anyone about his reality. She hadn't even told her fellow head council members. Only Rem and Lishan knew the truth who were present when Gabriel went through his test. They knew that sending Gabriel to the test of the crown was a disaster. It could destroy a potential talent forever. And if they were wrong, it was going to become their biggest regret. Lishan also wondered about the same thing. They both wondered why it had to be Gabriel of all people. Rem, on the other hand, had a different thought of his own. He was still suspicious about Gabriel because of his aura and his gloves. He knew that Gabriel was hiding something, and it wasn't about the murder. He didn't believe that Gabriel would kill someone over such a small thing, yet he wanted him to go through the test of the crown since that way. He could ask Gabriel what he was hiding. Gabriel couldn't tell a lie under that. That's why he also agreed with the other teachers. Even though his actual reasoning was different, I agree. At the moment, it looks highly likely that Gabriel and Khan did it. The 2 should go through the test of the crown. I suppose the motion. Ileana frowned. Other than her, only Lishan was the one who hadn't agreed. She was under a lot of pressure at the moment. She couldn't deny the test, or it would look like she was being partial. Seeing Rem side with the others over the bottom, Lishan also had no choice in the matter. He sided with his friend. Since everyone had the same belief, he went along with them. I also think that a test is the only option at the moment. Unless they come forward and accept their crimes, he suggested, taking a meaningful glance as if telling them that if they were culprits, coming forward at the moment was a better option. We did no wrong. Khan stood determined. Just because Yan has an enmity with me, he is tossing the blame on us. I believe it's wrong to destroy our talent over an accusation from a student. As if a killer will ever accept that they killed someone, Yan snorted in response to Khan's accusations. Respected teachers, the academy is supposed to be a safe space. You shouldn't allow a killer to roam free. Please have them go through the test. I'm sure the truth will come out. He respectfully addressed the teachers. Throughout the discussion, Garrick had been silent. He wasn't engaged in the discussion. He just observed the three accused from the beginning. Surprisingly, only two of the three looked worried in this place. Only Khan and Zale had worries on their faces. As for Gabriel, he didn't have a shred of fear for some reason. In fact, his nonchalant attitude was more suspicious for him. It was as if Gabriel didn't really care about giving the test of the crown, not caring about his talent at all. He wasn't entirely wrong either. Even if Gabriel went through the test of the crown, his talent couldn't be affected since it was given to him by the grimoire. No Newman could ever compare to a grimoire that came into existence because of a proper god and not because of demigods. A Newman couldn't affect the grimoires like that. Similarly, they couldn't mess with the talent and soul strength that was provided by the grimoire, let alone controlling his soul for him to tell the truth. The Newmans couldn't even touch his soul that was already protected by the grimoire. This was one of the lessons that Lyra taught him when she talked about how the grimoire boosted his talent and strengthened his soul. That was also why Gabriel wasn't really scared of going through the crown of Elysis. Even if he went through it, he knew he was going to come out unscathed. Still, if he could, he wanted to avoid it. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely in this situation, especially since all the teachers had already agreed to the test. All except one. Ileana was yet to agree. Ileana, is there a particular reason for you to be hesitating? Yon frowned. Don't tell me it's because these people are the students from your house. He was already slightly irritated at how much importance the House of Light was given in the academy, even as the dean left, instead of making him the most senior mage in the head council. As the acting dean, the dean selected Ileana to act as a dean in his absence. It was finally his time to get back at her and bring the House of Light down a notch. Ileana took a deep breath, glancing at Gabriel. She had made up her mind. Even though she might come out as biased, she was going to protect Gabriel. Gabriel was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy with his talent. Even though she didn't treat him in any special manner before, she knew how special he was. She couldn't let anyone mess with his talent, especially if it was just an accusation. It was too big a risk to take. She clenched her fist and was just about to respond when someone intervened. Wait. Khan stepped forward. Everyone's attention turned to Khan. Are you willing to accept your crimes? Zinsai asked, believing that Khan was taking the opportunity to confess as she had offered before. I can't accept any crimes since I didn't commit any. I want to say something else. Khan clenched his fist, taking a deep breath. I am willing to take the test of crown if that's what will prove my innocence. I am willing to prove that we didn't have anything to do with the killings and that we didn't plan it. We are being falsely implicated because Yan doesn't like me. I can't let anyone else suffer because of my equation with Yan and his lies. If someone is losing their talent over a lie, I will take that place since it's because of me. One person is better than three when it comes to this loss. Khan's proud figure stood before Gabriel, surprising even him. Khan didn't know him that well, and even then he was willing to do this. Even on the streets, Khan came to help them. It could have been because of his hostility with Yan. But it still didn't change the fact that he was willing to stand up for them. Even now, he was willing to step forward to ensure they didn't have to go through the test over such a baseless lie. His determination surprised Gabriel a bit. He wondered just what kind of person this man was. Was he a righteous idiot, or was he just a good person with principles? For a moment, Gabriel felt slightly bad, but then again, he remembered something which strengthened his resolve once again. Once upon a time, even Maya used to be compassionate and caring, but as soon as she saw his mark, she didn't hesitate to even kill him. The kindness of this person, the kindness of all the righteous people in the world was only reserved for people like them. If Khan knew that he was a dark mage, he would have stabbed him without even waiting for an explanation, just like Maya did. Gabriel clenched his fist, closing his eyes as he remembered this, whatever Khan did. He couldn't let it sway him from his mission. He couldn't risk his mission. I will take the test to prove our innocence and that Yan is lying about how the incidents took place that day. I will prove that we didn't plan to kill anyone, Khan declared. Since I'm proving that, I want the other two to be free. Ever since he was little, he had learned that a mage of light must always be righteous. As a mage of light, they were supposed to protect the weak and innocent. He couldn't let two innocent people come to harm because of him. It was his way of taking responsibility, just as his father would have done. Even though he was scared of risking his talent, he was still willing to stand up for what he believed in. Ileana noticed the determination of Khan, slightly impressed. Through his words, she had a feeling that he was innocent, and in essence, Gabriel and Zale as well, but she couldn't let her own beliefs cloud her judgment. In any case, this gave her an opportunity to help Gabriel without looking biased. If Khan was actually innocent, it was going to prove that there was no scheme because of that conflict and that killer as someone else. But until then, these three were the only accused they had. All right, I will accept your suggestion. Only you will go through the test of the crown, and if you can prove that your side is innocent, you'll all be free. But until then, all three of you will be kept in isolation in your rooms under high security. Ileana made a declaration without even consulting the other members. All the head council members were surprised that she came to a decision without taking their input. Even though most of them would have agreed to it, it was still odd. Unfortunately, they couldn't object since she was the acting dean. At least they couldn't talk about this in the presence of the students, since the dean's position was dignified. The head council members weren't the only ones who were surprised either. If there was anyone who was most surprised here, it was Gabriel, who had planned for everything except this. He hadn't expected to be locked. For what he wanted to do tonight, he needed to be outside and not locked inside his room under strict security. This was a disaster for him. Calm down, it's not that bad. The test would probably be in the next few hours. I should be free before evening. The plan should be back on track. Despite his headache, he still tried to be optimistic. As if even destiny was mocking him, Ileana further stated, the preparation for the test might take the rest of the day, so the test of crown will be held tomorrow morning. Until then, you won't be allowed to leave your rooms. As Gabriel was cursing his luck in response, something big was happening in the holy city of the Lumen Empire. A very special person had arrived in the holy city of the Lumen Empire. Even the guards at the entrance of the holy city respectfully opened the special path for the new guests. 3 carriages entered the city, all belonging to the Holy Church of Water. Gabriel and Khan left the majestic castle, being escorted by Garrick, while another teacher was assigned to take Zale back and arrange everything. At the same time, Yan also left the castle. He was done with his testimony. As Yan wasn't under suspicion, no one was tasked with escorting him. He was to go back to his dorms on his own. Standing at the entrance of the castle, Yan glared at the 3 youngsters. I know you murdered Horan. No matter how much you act now, you can't hide the truth. The truth will be before everyone by tomorrow. Gabriel stopped in his tracks, frowning. He turned around, observing Yan. Truth will come out tomorrow. No matter how much you lie, our innocence will be proven. As Gabriel spoke, he walked to Yan as if he was lost in his emotions. He stopped barely a few inches away from Yan while Garrick watched from a distance. He was prepared to intervene in case there was any fighting. Gabriel raised his left hand slowly. When we prove our innocence, I hope you'll be there to apologize to us. He tapped Yan's chest as he continued. I'm sure at least that much shame should still be left in that corrupt heart of yours. HMPH. Yan scoffed. Child, you could have killed a weakling like Horan. But you've still not grown enough to be able to point a finger at me. Go back to where you came from. He started walking away, not even bothering anymore, especially since his brother was watching everything. If his brother wasn't watching and he wasn't at the academy, he would have been sure to teach Gabriel a lesson for touching him without permission. As Yan walked away, he didn't notice that there was a tiny flicker of light on his chest where Gabriel had touched him. It only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. Even Garrick didn't notice it since Gabriel had done it in a way in which his body obstructed Garrick's field of view. Gabriel joined with Khan, and the 2 youngsters were taken back to their rooms. Garrick assigned 4th-year students to guard the rooms of Gabriel and Khan. The security of the dorms was intensified even more. There was no way for Gabriel or Khan to get out of rooms without alerting everyone else. Gabriel walked to the glass doors that led to the balcony, gazing at the lock that was there. Even though no first-year student was supposed to be able to fly, the academy still locked the balcony. Gabriel was sealed in his own room. Gabriel pulled out the spell book of light that he had bought from outside. He placed the book on the bed now that he was all alone in the room. He paced back and forth in his room, thinking about all that had happened today. He was really elated when he killed Horan, but only now did he understand that he was very short-sighted with what he did. This thing had become a headache for him, creating even more disturbance. Instead of keeping the teachers distracted by others, all their attention had now fallen on him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt angry at himself for not thinking things thoroughly. He let his emotions control him. Only 5 more days. After that, the Ring of Apophis will leave me, and if things keep moving on like this, the next 5 days will be wasted as well. Arg, I was such an idiot. I should have controlled my anger. He punched the wall in his anger. Just because he wanted to kill Horan, he did so, and he even found reasons to justify his actions. He was realizing just how clouded his judgment had been. Gabriel was a spellcaster, but even his own physical strength wasn't strong enough without artificially boosting it with his spells. His punch didn't leave even a mark on the wall. Instead, his knuckles were hurt. He jerked his fist to relieve some of the pain before casting a minor healing spell on his hands. What should I do? What can I do? Tomorrow I'll be free of house arrest. But if it's proven that their assumptions about us being killers were wrong, the academy would go into complete lockdown. The security will only be intensified. If it's tonight they still believe that we are the killers, most of the teachers would be quite relaxed today. Can I use that opportunity? Or am I once again thinking in haste? He had a plan, but that relied on him being able to move freely at the academy, not being sealed in his room. If it's haste, then so be it. I will take this hasty decision and leave everything to what comes next. Gabriel had decided on what he was going to do next. He was going to break inside the museum tonight itself. He knew it was going to be hard tonight, but he also knew that it would be even harder in the coming days. First, I need to find a way out of here. He stood before the glass doors, looking outside. Breaking the glass doors was going to leave evidence behind that he left and even alert others with the noise itself. He could break the lock, but it was again the same problem. If he couldn't succeed tonight, he wouldn't be able to attempt tomorrow, since they were surely going to see something was wrong if they saw a broken lock tomorrow. I need a way out without breaking the seals. He knew what he wanted to achieve, but he didn't know how he was going to achieve it. It was a problem that couldn't be solved with sheer strength. Fortunately, he still had the rest of the day to think about it. Throughout the rest of the day, he kept pacing back and forth, going through the spellbook of light to see if there was any spell he could use. Unfortunately, it was just a low-tier spellbook and didn't have anything in it that could help him. He closed the book and kept it back on the bed. Is it really not possible? The spellbook of light is useless. If only it were a grimoire, maybe it would have been able to help. Wait, grimoire, how could I forget it? Gabriel's eyes lit up suddenly. He took off his gloves, revealing the beautiful black ring on his right hand and the two elemental marks behind each of his hands. He was told that his element could only be sensed by the heads of churches, and only if they were right before him. Back in his room, he was still safe. The only way for anyone to notice the dark properties of his element was if he used his spells from the black grimoire. Just calling the grimoire out shouldn't have been able to alert anyone. Despite that, he still cast a barrier of light at the walls of his room to make sure no aura left his room, just to be safe. On Gabriel's commands, the beautiful black ring returned to the form of a majestic grimoire. The grimoire floated before Gabriel as if waiting for his instruction on which page he wanted to open. For a brief moment, Gabriel just stared at the beautiful yet mighty grimoire. I know you have a soul. I know you're able to understand me. I really need your help today. The grimoire kept floating before Gabriel as he talked. Even he wondered if he could succeed, but he didn't give up. The grimoire was able to change form to a ring on his command. It was also able to turn to the page he wished. That made him realize that the grimoire wasn't as lifeless as he initially thought. Lyra also said the same thing when she explained why he couldn't access more spells. It was because the grimoire kept the spells restricted for his own safety. If the grimoire could restrict him from having access to the spells, it should be able to give him access as well. I know you want that wooden box. I don't know why, but I also want that box. I want to get inside the museum to retrieve that box. For that, I need your help. I know you just gave me 2 spells to keep my soul safe, but those 2 spells can't help me get there. They're not enough. I need more spells. I really need your help this once. Gabriel earnestly explained his problems. He understood the reasons that the grimoire had to keep the powerful spells restricted because it didn't want him to destroy his soul by using spells that were beyond his capacity so soon, but he needed the grimoire's help. He knew that if anything could help him, it was the grimoire. He also had a feeling that the grimoire couldn't refuse him. When he was in the museum, he could feel just how eager the grimoire was for him to get the box. With this help, he could also retrieve the box. He had the perfect bait for the grimoire. Now all he needed to do was wait for the grimoire to take the bait. Around 10 minutes passed, but there was no response. Just as Gabriel was starting to like he had failed, he felt a burning sensation in his right hand. His mark of death and necromancy started shining brightly, making him feel as if his hand was burning. The grimoire also started shining as it opened. The pages flipped to the second page, which had the first spell, the Shield of Undead. The book didn't stop. It turned to the third page, which had his second spell. He already had access to those pages, but what happened next was what truly surprised him. The fourth page was revealed. Some words also appeared on the page. Seeing the fourth page, Gabriel really grew excited. He had received a new spell, but that's not where the grimoire stopped. Against all his expectations, a second new spell appeared as the page turned once more. 2 new spells had appeared in his grimoire before it, and the mark on his hand stopped shining. He had asked for 1 new spell, but he received 2, and those 2 spells, he managed to get a glimpse of them. They were. After the book stopped shining, it landed on the bed before Gabriel. So I was right. You can understand me. You do have a soul. If Gabriel had a doubt before, he was now sure about this notion that the grimoire actually had a soul and it was intelligent. It could understand him and take action accordingly. No wonder you managed to take me to a safe place when I was about to die. You saved me at that time, when the Lord of Darkness was surrounded by other sacred mages. Then why didn't his grimoire do the same? Why didn't his grimoire save him? Was this something that only his grimoire could do? These questions plagued his head, but he kept his mind on his goal. He had a task at hand. Before it was night, he wanted to read the new spells and understand them, so he didn't make the same mistake. He had another concern when he asked for the help from grimoire. The grimoire was hard to be detected by the enemies unless they were extremely close to him. And even then the gloves hid its aura. However, the spells were a different matter. Even though his element was inherently different from the element of darkness, the aura still had some traces of darkness. So whenever he used a spell from his grimoire, he always carried a risk of alerting every mage in his vicinity. As if understanding the concern of his, the grimoire gave him an extra spell just for that. The third spell he received was exactly that. He opened the grimoire and went into the third spell, Imitation of the Dead. He carefully read the name of the third spell, which was what intrigued him the most. It was the spell that worked on the biggest problem that he had. It was a low-tier spell that couldn't be used for offense. It couldn't be used for defense either. However, its use was something that was even more important for Gabriel than the offensive or defensive spells. The spell allowed him to imitate the dead, but not like the Ring of Apophis allowed him to do. The spell didn't help him disguise. It didn't make him change into someone else. Instead, the spell only worked to imitate the aura. It was more like a disguise spell that allowed him to imitate the aura of someone else when casting spells. Since he was a mage with an element that was much darker, he could use the imitation of the dead on himself to make it impossible for anyone to feel his true aura. The spell not only hid his own aura, but it also hid the aura of his death spells and everything associated with those spells. His biggest problem was being sensed by powerful mages if he used his second element. However, with Imitation of the Dead, he could use those spells, and no one could sense anything odd. This one spell gave him free access to use his other element without being detected. The only flaw with the spell was that it had a time limitation since it was a spell that placed a lot of burden on one's soul. That's also why the spell was restricted for Gabriel before. The spell couldn't disguise his aura with anyone's aura. It specifically disguised his deathly aura with the elemental auras of the people he had killed. He had a choice with that. Since Gabriel had recently killed Horan, he could disguise his aura of death with the aura of light, which was Horan's element. That was just the third spell, which was for his protection. It couldn't help him get out of here. For that, there was the fourth spell, the second blessing from his grimoire. Gabriel memorized the third spell and made sure to master it completely since it was the most important spell for him. After spending an hour on the third spell, he turned the page and moved into the fourth spell, Undead Switch. The fourth spell also happened to be a low-tier spell. However, despite being a low-tier spell, it was also very versatile, just like the third spell. Instead of allowing him to imitate his aura, the fourth spell allowed him to change places with an undead. It was a spell that was easy to understand, just from the name itself. Still, Gabriel went through the description of the spell. The fourth spell allowed him to switch places with an undead in an instant. It was no less than teleportation. However, for that, he needed an undead in the first place. Only if there was an undead, he could switch places with him. Despite that problem, Gabriel didn't feel bad. Instead, he had a grin on his face. With the two new spells, he felt that he had completed a set. The two new spells removed his biggest problem and gave him an advantage that he craved for. He now has everything. After thanking the grimoire, he went through the fourth spell, trying to learn it to perfection as well. He had already learned the first three spells, which only left one last spell to be learned. He spent half an hour more before finally learning the fourth spell. If only he knew what he had achieved, he would have been surprised himself. The two new spells that he learned were low-tier spells, but they were among the most complex low-tier spells. To learn spells like them, even a talented person took weeks, sometimes months. However, he was done within a couple of hours, and he didn't even know what he did. After he finished, Gabriel let out a sigh of relief. He looked out the window, noticing that it had already become dark outside. It was around 9 at night. Knock, knock. There was suddenly a knock on the door, which surprised Gabriel. He made the grimoire return to the form of the ring before hiding the spellbook of light as well. He once again wore his gloves and checked his reflection in the mirror to ensure his disguise was still intact. After making sure that there was nothing suspicious, he opened the door, wondering who could be at this time. "It's you." As he opened the door, he sighed in relief. There was a young girl standing outside the door with a tray in his hand. "It's been 1 day since you arrived here, and you're already in trouble." Rhea rolled her eyes. "Just my luck that I had to be selected as your advisor when you came here. Anyway, I brought some food for you since you can't leave." Rhea moved Gabriel aside before entering the room. She placed the tray on the bed. "Eat up and rest." She started leaving as if she had only come to deliver food. However, as he was about to step out of the room, she stopped. "I heard what happened. I believe you." "I don't think you can kill anyone," she earnestly stated. "I'm sure you'll be proven innocent tomorrow, so best of luck." She left, closing the door behind her. The door was locked from outside again. Gabriel locked the door from inside as well before gazing back at the food. It still wasn't midnight. There was still some time, and he was also feeling quite hungry. He went to the bed and started feasting. Within 20 minutes, Gabriel finished eating and started resting, waiting for midnight. He had all the preparations now. Just the right time was needed, which was when the academy wasn't crowded, and most of the students were already asleep. For the next 2 hours, he just lay on the bed, gazing at the roof. For some reason, the time was moving so slowly now. For him, 3 hours seemed like an eternity, maybe because he was excited to use the spells. Finally, he could use them safely without worrying about getting an entire army after him. After tormenting 3 hours, finally it was midnight. Gabriel got off the bed and walked over to the windows, glancing at the beautiful moon in the sky. The streets were also quite empty. Only a few students could be seen walking. I guess it's time. Time to make sure I get what I'm here for. Come to me. He raised his right hand. His ring turned into a speck of dark light, passing through his gloves before taking the shape of a dark grimoire. The fourth page opened instantly, landing on the third spell that he had received. Imitation of the Dead, Gabriel declared, thinking about Horan. The first thing he did was use the Imitation of the Dead for protection, and then came the main part. Instead of turning to the fifth page, the grimoire opened the third page, following Gabriel's wish. Time to meet you. Return of the Dead. He finally used his second spell. The spell that he had for a long time but never used, even though he was curious about it, based on its description. Finally, he used the spell that could summon an undead from the nether. A blood-red formation circle appeared on the floor before Gabriel. The entire room was filled with blood-red light. If someone outside were looking toward his window, they would have seen his windows illuminated in red light, but fortunately, no one was looking there. The formation came with a frighteningly demonic aura that would have been sensed from 1,000 miles away. But the Immigration of the Dead changed the aura with the aura of a beginner mage of light, which was Horan. A pitch-black door appeared above the red formation, which initially looked like a hologram, but before long, it looked more real than an actual door. A metallic door was before Gabriel. There was a scythe carved on the door. A pitch-black gem was embedded in the middle of that scythe. The door slowly started opening. The enigmatic door gradually opened, connecting this world to the realm of the dead. Through the connection, the dark spell selected the closest being in the realm of the undead. From the description of the spell, Gabriel had found out that he didn't have much choice in what he was going to summon. Since it was his first time and his magical strength level was weaker comparatively, he couldn't be more specific in his search. In fact, he couldn't even see into the realm of the undead through the door. It all depended on luck at this point for him. Despite that, he was still intrigued. Even if it was a random selection, he had ways to use it to get out of the place. Gabriel eagerly waited to see just who was bound to be his first summoned undead, whoever it was. Since it was Gabriel's first time, the summoned undead was supposed to be bound to him for as long as Gabriel lived. That's why the first summons were always so special. From then on, Gabriel could summon the undead whenever he wanted, without using much magical strength. He didn't know much about the realm of the undead at the moment, but he had asked Lyra about it, trying to understand just what kind of creatures lived in the realm of the dead. He wanted to understand just what his summoned familiar could be like. According to Lyra, the most common beings in the realm of the dead were skeleton soldiers and zombies. There were millions of them. The stronger an undead was, the rarer they were in the realm of the undead, and the chances of getting them were also very low. Based on that probability, Gabriel expected that he was going to receive a skeleton soldier most probably. From then on, everything was on his shoulders about how he used the skeleton soldier to get out of here. He had already thought of a plan as well. It all relied on his fourth skill. The doors opened entirely, revealing complete darkness on the other side. Gabriel couldn't see anything on the other end, but he did feel a strange feeling in his body. It was a strange kind of pain that he felt. It seems the spell found an undead for me. The connection is being established. Gabriel clenched his fist, bearing with the sharp pain that was only increasing. The pain suddenly increased to levels even he hadn't expected. He dropped to his knees as his breathing halted. He had to struggle to even breathe. His heart also stopped beating momentarily. Clenching his chest, Gabriel tried to breathe even as his vision also started turning dark. He felt suffocated. He didn't know what this was, but it felt as if he was going to die. The pain was even worse than being stabbed again and again by Horan. He had only one thought in his head at the moment. It was if he was going to die. He couldn't have imagined, even in his dreams, that he would die from his own spells. Now he understood why the stronger spells were kept beyond his reach. Just the second spell itself was so dangerous for his soul. He felt as if the connection that the spell was trying to establish was destroying his soul in return. He didn't know why. Why was this happening? Was it really that hard to establish a connection with a mere skeleton soldier? His body started turning weak as he began to pass out, almost losing hope. Fortunately, just as he felt that he was going to pass out and die, his ring came into action. A mysterious dark light started shining all around the ring, slowly surrounding his entire body, helping relieve the pain. His heart once again started beating, and he was finally able to breathe. He breathed heavily, trying to take as much oxygen as he could. After gasping for breath, finally he could breathe. He sat on his knees, huffing as if he had just raced for over 1,000 miles at his top speed without resting. The burden on his soul went down a lot. Now that Gabriel finally felt like he was going to live, he could finally think about this strange phenomenon. If it was so hard to establish a contract with a skeleton soldier, he didn't even feel like imagining just how scary it would have been to try to establish a contract with a stronger being. Even now, the contract hasn't succeeded. The realm of the dead. It was a place where most of the undead was said to be residing. The undead couldn't access the world of the living, but it was the same for the living beings who couldn't access the realm of the dead. At least that was the claim. There were billions of undeads in the realm of death, but amongst the billions, there were only 50 who ruled the realm of undead. They were called supreme undead beings and enjoyed great prestige in the realm. Most of the supreme undead beings had their own empires and controlled massive armies of the undead. Strangely enough, even though there were 50 supreme undeads, there were only 49 empires. Almost all of the realm of undead was under their control. The empire of skeletons was controlled by the Skeleton King, who had the biggest army out of all the undead empires. His army contained not only billions of skeleton soldiers, but also millions of skeleton mages and skeleton grand mages. Even the Skeleton King himself was able to control magic to fight. It was said that it was almost impossible to defeat the Skeleton King. The smallest army of all the undead empires belonged to the Lich Empire, which had only 100,000 warriors. However, despite such a small number, they were still among the strongest empires. There were many such powerful empires controlled by the 49 supreme undead beings, but there was still one left. One that was the most unorthodox one here. It was a supreme undead that controlled no empires. Not only did he control no empire, but he didn't try to establish one either. It was just one person, but that one person was someone that was enough to intimidate even the strongest of the empires. He was known as the Lone Undead King. There were no official rankings of the supreme undeads, but if there was one, the Lone Undead King would have been amongst the top. A horse raced through a desert. As far as the eyes could see, only black sand could be seen. White Horse created quite a contrast in the black desert, but the horse didn't look like an ordinary horse from the earth. Instead of one tail, the horse had 9 beautiful tails. There were 2 horns protruding out of his head, but the strangest part was that his entire body was on fire. Deep blue flames were surrounding the horse, not looking as if it was harming the horse in the least. A figure was sitting on the horse, covered by a black cloak which made it impossible to see his physical features. Even that figure appeared to be unaffected by the deep blue flames. A terrifying aura of death emanated from the cloaked figure. The horse that appeared to be talking with the wind started slowing down as if noticing something in the distance. Around 3 kilometers away from the blazing horse, an army of around 1,000 could be seen as if waiting for someone. The army seemingly belonged to the Damphir Empire. While all the Damphir seemed more or less human, almost all of them had pale skin and dark hair. All of them possessed sharpened teeth and claws, highlighting their undead heritage. Unlike most of the undead that lived in the realm of death, only Damphirs appeared to have a heartbeat, even though a very faint one that could barely be felt. Unlike the other undead, that looked grim and scary, the Damphirs were graceful in appearance, similar to many humans. This was also one of the reasons they weren't respected much by the other undead empires. Despite that, their bloodline traits made them a terrifying enemy to face, mainly because their speed was inhuman. Seeing an army of around 1,000, the cloaked creature made the horse stop. He jumped down the horse, landing on the black sand. As soon as he landed on the same, smoke started rising from under his feet as if the black sand was burning his skin. The person didn't appear to care. The cloaked figure walked closer to the Damphirs. There was not a single weapon in his hand, but still, the Damphirs felt a chill run down their spine as they saw the eyes of the cloaked figure. The one that was leading the group gulped down, but he stood firm on his ground, even as he watched the hooded figure get close to them. The hooded figure stopped around 20 feet before the Damphir general, who carried a heavy sword on his back. The blazing sword still accompanied the hooded figure, who was said to be someone that could strike fear in anyone's heart. Even Damphirs felt scared of him. He was the king without a kingdom. It was he who was known as the Lone Undead King. The hooded figure didn't say anything. He just gazed at the Damphirs with eyes that had not a single shred of emotion in them. Just his gaze itself was enough to convey what he wanted to say. Lord Infernal. The general of the small army respectfully greeted the Lone Undead King, whose extant species was said to be the rarest in the realm of the undead. He was an infernal, the beings that were said to come into existence from the infernal flames of hell itself. Throughout history, there were said to be only 2 infernals that ever existed. Out of the 2, one was already destroyed, wiped off the existence by the infernal that stood before them, when it came to the undeads. He was said to be one of the most terrifying beings. Even the other undead kings tried to avoid him if possible. It was unclear if it was because they were scared of him or they just wanted to avoid a conflict since the infernal sorcerer didn't have anything to lose, unlike them. The infernal sorcerer didn't have an army. He didn't have any kingdom. He also didn't have any friends. He was all alone in the world. Had anyone, it was only his burning horse who always accompanied him wherever he went. The Damphir general was really intimidated by the lone undead king, especially since stories about him made him appear like a monster, even when it came to the undeads. His eyes subconsciously went to the left hand of the infernal. It was said that once upon a time, the two infernals fought each other. In the battle, the infernal sorcerer got his left arm damaged, while the other infernal lost his life. Infernal sorcerer noticed the Damphir general looking at his left hand. He raised his left hand, revealing a skeleton-like hand. While his right hand seemed to be similar to that of a human, his left hand was no more than white bones. There was no flesh on his left hand as the flesh on it had already burned in the battle he had. Through his skeleton fingers, the infernal sorcerer gestured for the Damphirs to move aside. Even now, he didn't speak. He just gestured for them to move aside. Our king commanded us not to let anyone pass through this point. Our princess is on an exploration there, and until she is there, we can't let anyone get through. Lord Infernal, can you please take another path? The Damphir general was still quite respectful. Even though he was worried, he still displayed calmness. If it weren't the Damphir king's command, then he would have let the infernal sorcerer pass through. At the moment, he couldn't ignore the king's command just because he was scared. He really hoped that the infernal sorcerer was going to understand his concern and take another path, not like he had anywhere to be. The infernal sorcerer frowned, seeing no one clearing his path. He didn't ask them to move again. Instead, he turned around and started walking back to the burning horse. The Damphir general sighed in relief. It seemed the infernal king had agreed to take another route and not escalate the conflict over a small matter. The infernal king once again looked in the direction of the Damphirs as he reached the horse. He climbed on the horse. It was only after he sat on the horse that he removed his hood, revealing his face. Surprisingly, his face was quite similar to the face of a normal human, albeit very pale. He had short, dark hair that covered his forehead. The infernal sorcerer had a slender face that made him look like he was in his early 20s, despite him being in existence for thousands of years. His right eye's pupils were a beautiful shade of light green. As for his left eye, that was the strange part. He didn't have a left eye. If he had, it couldn't be seen. A green fire could be seen in place of his left eye. A fire that was said to be capable of burning anything. Damphir general grimaced, seeing the infernal king take off his hood. He was looking straight in their direction. For some reason, the Damphir general felt as if the infernal sorcerer was able to see through the hidden depths of his soul. The Damphir general wasn't the only one who felt that way. It was the case for every Damphir in the army. Whoever looked into his burning eyes, they were frozen in place. While all the Damphirs were frozen, the infernal sorcerer raised his skeleton hand, but this time he didn't ask them to move aside. Instead, he clenched his fist. As soon as the infernal sorcerer closed his fist, a frightening fire started burning the bodies of the Damphirs. Thousands of bodies burned right before his eyes, yet his face remained completely expressionless. Even as the Damphirs burned, they were still standing in a daze. It was as if they were so lost in the infernal sorcerer's eyes that they didn't even feel their bodies being burned. The Damphirs burned to ashes within minutes and they didn't even fight back. Where thousands of Damphirs were standing until recently, only ashes could be seen there now. The infernal sorcerer raised the hood again, covering his head. The horse walked over the ashes of the people that were blocking their path until recently. Just as the blazing horse passed through the ash-laden desert, a metallic door appeared before them, out of thin air. It appeared right in the middle of their path. The infernal sorcerer frowned at the sight of the strange door that appeared out of nowhere. It was his first time seeing something like this happen. Before he could even think about it, the door opened. On the other end of the door, the infernal king could only see a bright light and nothing more. Thousands of chains came out of the bright light, shooting straight to the infernal sorcerer, who happened to be the only undead that was closest to the door. All the chains wrapped around the infernal sorcerer, trying to subdue him. Unfortunately, the infernal king wasn't an easy target. Even the chains of the spell couldn't control him, since the soul strength behind those chains wasn't enough. Let alone being able to pull him closer to the door, the chains couldn't even make him move. The infernal sorcerer held a chain with each of his hands as the flame in his left eye burned even brighter. The entire chain caught in flames, which weakened the chains even more. However, the real target of the flames wasn't the chains. It was the source of the chains. For the next few minutes, the infernal king seemed to have an advantage against the spell chains that were melting due to his flames. It looked as if he was going to be free while destroying the source of the chains. Throughout the entire event, his expressions remained still, as if he didn't even feel threatened by this much. Unfortunately for him, just as he was about to win and break the shackles, a mysterious black light came from the other side. The chains that were on the verge of being destroyed became even stronger. The fire that was burning the chains started weakening instead, as if being subdued by the mysterious energy. The mysterious dark energy seemed to contain the purest strength of death that was able to overwhelm even his infernal flames. Finally, the infernal sorcerer's expressions changed as he felt a terrifying pain all around his body. Even then, he didn't give up. He fought back against the mysterious dark energy valiantly, firmly resisting the spell and the control contract that the spell was trying to establish. What started as a battle between Gabriel's soul strength and the infernal sorcerer's flames had now changed to the battle between the forbidden book of necromancy and the infernal sorcerer. The battle between the holy grimoire and the infernal sorcerer raged on, but somehow the infernal sorcerer appeared to be at a disadvantage at this point. Despite that, it wasn't as if the grimoire was having an easier time either. The infernal king felt a terrifying pain all around his body. His body soon felt like it was paralyzed as he fell off the horse. The horse tried to fight back the chains as well, but some mysterious force kept it away. The horse wasn't even able to get close to the chains. The infernal king was on his knees on the ground. Even moving a finger was proving to be hard for him as his entire body refused to listen to him. He didn't understand just what this dark power in the chains was, but it was overpowering his soul. It was as if the mysterious power was trying to leave an imprint on his soul, establishing a link that shouldn't have been established. The infernal king resisted as best as he could. After a long struggle, he managed to raise his left hand, grabbing the burning chains. He started pulling the chain toward him. It was unclear just what this mysterious power was, but he decided to give it his all to fight back. Throughout his long existence, he had never surrendered before anyone. He had carved his own path in the realm of the dead, even when things were heard. He wasn't going to surrender now. Gabriel finally felt some relief from a tormenting pain as a mysterious energy from the grimoire filled him up. If it weren't for that mysterious energy, he would have been dead by now, unable to breathe. He was still on his knees while a dark energy protected his body. Throughout the next 10 minutes, he remained on his knees, feeling that resistance, wondering if he was going to fail summoning a mere skeleton, as that's what he believed his first summon could be unaware of what he was really summoning. Gabriel clenched his fist. I can't fail. I can't let a mere skeleton defeat me. Even though his body was covered in sweat, he was still filled with determination. He placed his fist on the ground before pushing his body up. He stood firmly on his ground, facing a strange pressure head-on. He wasn't going to give up either. The mark on his left hand shone even brighter. Fortunately, the pressure was going down with each passing second, and ultimately there was no pressure at all. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Instead of feeling weak now, Gabriel felt as if he was suddenly filled with strength. It was as if his body was back to its original state, as if nothing had happened in the last few minutes. He suspiciously looked at the darkness on the other end of the door as if waiting for something. Right before the pressure disappeared, he felt a strange feeling. It was as if his heart had stopped beating once more, but it was only for a few seconds this time. He wondered if that meant he had failed. Was that why the pressure disappeared? This one moment was going to decide if he succeeded or failed. As he stared at the dark space, he saw a hand come out of the darkness. The hand looked like the hand of a skeleton. It finally made Gabriel convinced that he had established a contract with an undead. He believed he had established a contract with a skeleton soldier. His expression soon transformed as a being stepped out of the darkness. From no angle did that being look like a skeleton. He has a proper face, even though it looked a bit pale. His burning eyes were so alluring, as if there was something hidden behind that fire, something much darker. Whatever it was that came out of the darkness, it wasn't a skeleton. Other than the left hand, the being had nothing that matched a skeleton. "You are my summoned undead?" Gabriel asked, frowning. The person that was standing before him wasn't a human. But he didn't look like any undead species that he heard about either. Instead of responding to Gabriel, the infernal sorcerer looked around, observing his new surroundings. He had a questioning gaze on his face as he observed the new place. He looked down at his hands as if trying to feel the energy of this place. Even the air of this place was different. It didn't have the stench of the dead. Instead, it was fresh air that made him somewhat uncomfortable. He felt really bizarre being in a place like this. As the summoning was completed, the door behind the infernal sorcerer closed. He turned around, hearing the sound of the door closing. He reached out his hand to open the door again, but his hand managed to pass through the door as if the door was just an illusion and not real. The door disappeared, and so did the formation that was illuminating the room. The forbidden book of necromancy was once again around Gabriel's fingers in the form of a ring. It stopped sending its energy to Gabriel's body as its task was completed. The contract was completed against the wishes of the infernal sorcerer. The infernal sorcerer felt suffocated in this place. He wanted to go back to where he came from, but there was no way. He looked at a different door. Even though the door was different from the door he came here, he still went to the door, about to break it open. "Stop," Gabriel called out, seeing the infernal sorcerer reacting like that. The infernal sorcerer was just about to break the door open, but as soon as Gabriel asked him to stop, he felt a strange restriction around his body, which stopped him from breaking the door. The infernal king was infuriated, so it was the doing of the man behind him. It was that man who pulled him here against all his wishes. The flame in his left eye intensified as he glared back at Gabriel. He raised his left hand again, making a similar gesture that he did before he destroyed the Damphirs. It was as if he was going to destroy Gabriel the same way he destroyed them, by burning him to cinders. He was overwhelmed by rage and anger, and only by destroying Gabriel could he feel free.